Ancient 1 Chapter 877 to Chapter 930. The people on the wall of Ocean Sky Town had ugly expressions. They finally started fighting, Baiming Lifeng said coldly, he is indeed unreliable. I told you he would not do anything good. Xianxia said in shock, young Master Yun is too dangerous. Master Liao, please send someone to help. Humph? Help? Who can he blame if he wants to die? He even dragged all of us down with him. Baiming Lifeng's expression was cold. If Li Yunxiao died here, he would be happy. Right now, the only thing he was worried about was how to survive this calamity. He could not afford to lose his life as well. Baiming Lifeng began to think of a way to escape. Liao Yangbing's face also twitched. He naturally did not want to save Li Yunxiao, but he was in an alliance with Li Yunxiao. They were going to fight against the Baiming family's powerhouses in the future. He did not want him to die just like that. Let's wait and see. After all, we don't know the situation. Liao Yangbing said expressionlessly. Xianxia was anxious, but the battle far away was not something she could interfere with. It would be useless even if she went. She would only drag the other party down, so she could only worry. The other big shots also did not want to help. They all looked on with gloomy faces. Li Yunxiao did not panic when he felt the attacks coming from all directions. These were only martial honorables of the sea race. They would not be able to cause him any harm. His body turned into lightning. The tens of thousands of palms collided with each other, but they could not hurt him at all. Turning into lightning, it was a move that was almost invincible under Emperor Wu. You big whales have been hiding under the sea all day. You must have never experienced the power of lightning. Li Yunxiao's body slowly swelled up. The rumbling dark clouds in the sky seemed to be affected by him. The lightning flashed even more fiercely and continuously fell down. Unexpectedly, all of it was absorbed by him. The fragrant roasted fish of 10,000 thunderbolts. His almost transparent body suddenly exploded, turning into tens of thousands of lightning bolts that shot in all directions. It was like the power of heaven and earth. A lightning hell opened in the world. Ah! 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 Amidst the deafening thunders, the screams of countless seafolk warriors lingered in the air. Lightning dragons rumbled across these people's bodies, striking these gigantic toothed whales and making them tremble. I'm so angry. The junior commander of the toothed whale race let out a furious roar. His eyes were spitting fire, and a move of the boundless ocean descended from the sky. It carried the Jiutian Emperor's qi and broke through the thunder prison. He gathered all the power in his body into his palm, intending to kill Li Yunxiao. In the center of the thunder prison, Li Yunxiao's figure slowly appeared. His hands formed a hand seal, and two streams of elemental power shot out, condensing into a huge wind flame wheel that spun in front of him. Some of the toothed whale race's warriors who were close to the wheel revealed expressions of fear and despair, and couldn't stop trembling. The power of thunder and fire was the nemesis of the sea tribe. Just the elemental damage alone was enough to make it hard for them to resist. Rhythm of wind, will of fire, circulation of wind and fire, 3,000 radiant small worlds. Li Yunxiao used the power of his palm to control the firestorm wheels and pushed them to the limit, then suddenly slapped them out. Boom! The junior commander of the toothed whale race's boundless ocean instantly exploded without a trace, and the powerful elemental power swept out. Not only him, but the hundreds of toothed whale race's warriors in the surroundings were all sucked into it, and miserable screams resounded. The entire firestorm wheel swayed between the sea and the sky like a blazing sun, breaking the dark sky. Li Yunxiao hovered in the world of wind and fire like a god, his eyes coldly gazing at them. The tens of thousands of Sea Tribe's army were so scared that they kept retreating, and a large number of low-level Sea Tribe members were so scared that they directly fled into the sea. On the wall of the Ocean Sky Town in the distance, everyone was also shocked. Although they knew that he was the rising star of the younger generation, when he truly displayed his power, it was still exceptionally shocking. Liao Yangbing also had a strange look in her eyes, thinking that this must be Li Yunxiao's trump card. The stronger he was, the more confident he would be in dealing with the Baiming family. The junior commander of the toothed whale race was burned black, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying more than 1,000 meters away. However, the spirit of the Sea Tribe's warriors allowed him to endure the pain, and he roared angrily as he charged forward. Stop. Guangyi finally couldn't bear it anymore. He was also shocked, and the terrifying aura emitted by the power of wind and fire made him apprehensive. Li Yunxiao waved his hand in the air, and the wind and fire that filled the sky rapidly shrank, and the scorching sun-like sky slowly turned sunny. A moment later, a crocodile appeared under Li Yunxiao's feet. This crocodile's appearance was completely different from when it was in the outer realm. The current crocodile only had half of its original body, and with the addition of the divine phoenix fire, there were many strange fiery red patterns on its body, and there was even a flame-like dorsal fin on its back. Guangyi looked at this strange creature in shock. He didn't know what it was, but he felt a faint sense of fear in his heart. It seemed that the pressure emitted by this creature was even stronger than his dragon's aura. The crocodile spread its 4 legs in the air and clumsily climbed up, but its speed was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Guangyi in an instant. Guangyi couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and retreated, and said in shock, "What kind of creature is this?" Li Yunxiao smiled faintly, and said, "It's just a stupid crocodile that I've reared." Of course, young Master Guangyi, as a member of the Eastern Sea's royal family, you naturally wouldn't recognize these low-level creatures. Crocodile, crocodile? Guangyi's eyes widened. This was indeed a crocodile. Although there were patterns and dorsal fins on its body, it should be a variant. He calmed himself down and said, "You wantonly injured so many of my sea race warriors. Aren't you afraid of causing a war between the two races?" Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and snorted, "The so-called war between the two races is just a chance for our race's warriors to gain some experience. What are you afraid of? Anyway, the East Sea is so big, and it's not like we can kill all of them. Even if we kill them, they can still be reborn. What's there to be afraid of?" "You." Guangyi's face instantly turned ashen. The veins on his arms bulged and a murderous aura surrounded him. He said coldly, "Once the two races start a war, it will be the end of the world for you humans. Even if it's your so-called Saint region, it will be flattened in an instant." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Haha, if you want to flatten it, then flatten it. What does that have to do with me? I've also disliked those old fellows from the Saint region for a long time. I'll have to trouble you guys to flatten it. If you don't flatten it, then you're a coward." Guangyi gritted his teeth in anger. His face started to distort, as though he was about to transform into a dragon. As a descendant of the royal family, he had never suffered such humiliation. But when he thought of the rainbow stone and the terrifying strength of the person in front of him, his rationality won over his emotions. He said angrily, "I won't argue with you. Hand over the rainbow stone and you can leave. We'll retreat immediately." Li Yunxiao's face was cold. He snorted, "What does it have to do with me whether you retreat or not? If you don't want to retreat, then don't. I'll leave first. You guys can do whatever you want." He stepped on the crocodile and was about to leave. He muttered, "What a bunch of clowns. If you have the ability, then stay on this sea for a few years. If you don't, you're all cowards. You. Damn it, damn it." Guangyi was completely enraged. He roared, "Toothed whale warriors, summon the totem Mengda." The toothed whale race's commander was shocked. He hurriedly obeyed the order. At this time, the toothed whale race's warriors who were slightly injured gathered together. A total of 7 people formed a huge circle and began to form all kinds of hand seals. Uncle Ming and the other shrimp soldiers had already hidden far away. Tens of thousands of people were watching in fear. They couldn't be of any use. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. He finally became serious. Every sea race had their own totem, and these totems weren't imagined out of thin air. Instead, they were the totems of super experts that existed in the past or present. For example, the royal family's totem was the true dragon, and the branch totem of the royal family could only be the primordial dragon. The totem of the toothed whale race was called Mengda. It was obviously a powerful existence that still existed in the sea. Li Yunxiao's warrior instincts made him feel that it wasn't good to lose his composure. If he was really summoned, the entire sea sky town would be finished. Although he looked sloppy on the surface and didn't care about anything, he couldn't ignore the lives of millions of people. "You want to summon me just because you say so? Treat me as if I don't exist." Li Yunxiao used teleportation and directly appeared in the sky above the huge circle. The crocodile beneath his feet immediately turned into a wind-fire wheel and spun rapidly. Guangyi was shocked. He had already planned to attack, but he didn't expect the other party to directly teleport. He didn't even think and immediately flew out in a ray of blue light. It was actually a seabird formed from water. It soared into the sky. Gulu, gulu. The seabird was formed from some kind of strange water element. It rapidly grew in size. The 3,000 radiant small world's wind fire wheel crashed into the seabird, but it didn't cause any damage. It was like a stone falling into the sea, directly sinking into it. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He really couldn't understand what element in this world could withstand the combination of his immemorial astral wind and phoenix divine fire. However, the world was so big that it couldn't be seen through. Everything had its own counter. Li Yunxiao didn't panic. He changed his hand seal and shouted, 3,000 radiance large world. The wind-fire wheel's power that sank into the seabird's body suddenly increased by a level. The radius of the wheel kept increasing. In an instant, the seabird was burst open and suddenly pressed down. Rumble. The condensed water element of the seabird was instantly squeezed and completely evaporated. Guangyi turned pale with fright. It was obvious that he couldn't believe it. At the same time, he felt pain in his heart. However, it bought him a lot of time. He transformed into his half-dragon form and stabbed out with a golden steel trident in his hand. 3,000 Water Strike. The Sea clan was extremely lacking in Xian artifacts. The trident was the symbol of the Bo clan, the ruler of the four seas. Therefore, they loved to imitate it. Moreover, the trident was abnormally easy to forge and was suitable for the Sea clan. Under Guangyi's stab, the sky changed color. Water vapor quickly gathered from all directions, forming a huge stream of water that pressed down with boundless might. This Water Strike 3000 was like a pillar of water, breaking through the great wind-fire wheels like an erupting volcano, heading straight for Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The aura from Guangyi was similar to Ruinxiang's. He was also a genius with an extremely pure bloodline. He had seen sea race royal descendants with such a pure bloodline in the Eastern Sea, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. He had only come into contact with 2 sea race royal descendants and they were both such geniuses. Was it because his luck was too good, or did the four seas change after a few decades? He didn't have time to think. The water pillar was too strong, but it slowed down after breaking the great wind-fire wheels. Li Yunxiao dodged in the air. These few moves were enough. Under Guangyi's protection, the summoned toothed whale tribesmen were summoned back. The surface of the sea began to rise slowly, revealing the back of a giant whale. The platform that Guangyi was standing on was the water pillar that it had spat out. The back of the whale was actually covered in dense arrays that were dazzling to look at. Next, the toothed whale tribesmen flew over to protect Guangyi. Although they were injured to varying degrees, it was their duty to protect the royal family. The warriors responsible for summoning the tribesmen had finished working together, and a dark passage was slowly opening up. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and he said coldly, Guangyi, stop the summoning immediately, or I will kill you. Guangyi didn't know why, but he felt a chill in his heart. But how could he stop just because of that? He said coldly, it's easy to stop, hand over the rainbow stone. Li Yunxiao muttered, give me 3 months to consider, then I will give you an answer. How about it? 3 months to consider? Dream on. Guangyi refused, and said coldly, since we can't talk, then I will take it myself. A terrifying aura came from the gradually opening passage, bringing with it the smell of savagery and blood. It seemed like the totem was beginning to move. The killing intent in Li Yunxiao's eyes gradually condensed, and he said coldly, since that's the case, then you asked for it. He waved his hand in the air, and 9 northern sky-cold star swords flew out, forming a sword diagram in the air. They rolled like dark clouds, and sword chi constantly overflowed from them. Li Yunxiao pointed at the sky and shouted, sword cloud rain. The sword cloud diagram shot out tens of thousands of strong beams of light, and a terrifying rain of swords fell down, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. All the sea tribe members were shocked. Not only did the sword rain cover a wide area, it was also extremely powerful. Every sword contained the attacks of martial honorables from all directions, as though countless martial honorables were attacking at the same time. Ah! 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 The members of the merfolk started giving horrible shrieks. They were all killed in the Bahuang province. Even some of the whale men who had been injured couldn't resist anymore. Li Yunxiao didn't want to cause too much damage, so he controlled the area of the sword rain to be around the summoning formation. The Tianyi prawn tribe's shrimp soldiers and prawn generals were already hiding in the distance, so they didn't have many casualties. Li Yunxiao, how dare you kill the sea tribe's soldiers, you deserve to die. Guangyi was furious. He and a few other strong members of the tooth whale tribe flew up to the sky and surrounded Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, "What a joke. If the negotiation fails, isn't it just killing?" His finger seals changed, and the sword cloud instantly disintegrated. The 9 northern sky cold star swords flew back to him, forming a sword diagram. The sea of sword chi suddenly dispersed, and rays of light shot out in all directions, illuminating the area below. Sword diagram, Jiutian seizing the moon. With a light shout, a huge sword condensed in the sky and quickly slashed down. The space was torn apart like a zipper, and the toothed whale race warriors who had rushed up were all blown apart by the sword shape, turning into clumps of flesh and blood that dissipated in the air. Guangyi was shocked. Under the sword shape, he couldn't help but tremble. If he hadn't just condensed his bloodline, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the sword chi. The leader of the tooth whale tribe suddenly released a monstrous amount of energy and shouted furiously, "Don't hurt Mr. Guangyi." He didn't know any other martial techniques. He was still using the boundless ocean, but it was as if he had used all of his strength. A strange phenomenon appeared behind him, and the palm force was accompanied by a shocking wave of seawater that shot up into the sky, blocking in front of Guangyi. Bang bang bang. Within the palm force of the boundless ocean, the sword chi formed by the 9 swords caused the yuan chi to become chaotic, and the palm force exploded. Pfff. The leader of the tooth whale tribe finally spat out a mouthful of blood. He was no longer able to block the sword shape. He refused to retreat in despair and was finally crushed by the sword chi. Under the defense of everyone's flesh wall, Guangyi managed to gain a lot of time. Rays of light blossomed from the trident, condensing into a colorful shadow. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, it struck out with a loud bang against the descending sword. Boom! The sword shape was broken, but Guangyi didn't feel good either. He was sent flying. At that moment, the shock in his heart had reached its peak. This move had frightened him so much that his face had turned pale. He quickly retreated to the back of the giant whale and began to continuously send his techniques into the complicated formation around the giant whale. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Li Yunxiao. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. You really dared to kill my sea tribe soldiers. I won't rest until one of us is dead." Li Yunxiao retracted the 9 swords and said coldly, "Negotiations have broken down. Isn't it just killing? No matter what, the death of these people should be blamed on you." The heavens in between Li Yunxiao's brows opened and the universe god monument flew out. He sent a few seals into it and in an instant, the great earth dimension spread out and an endless gravitational force was formed. The entire space was compressed by the huge gravitational force and became deformed, collapsing toward the universe god monument. The universe god monument turned into a mountain and smashed down. The sky was like a piece of white cloth being pulled down onto the back of the giant whale. The giant whale of the sea tribe was like a human's battleship. It was extremely powerful and once it was used, it was unstoppable. Its weakness was that it was too big and hard to get rid of. Hence, Li Yunxiao threw out his battleship Nemesis. The boundless gravity from the universe god monument smashed down. Before it even touched the whale, the deformed space started to push the body of the giant whale into the sea. Guangyi opened his mouth wide and his eyeballs almost popped out. He wasn't sure how heavy the giant whale was, but it was unimaginable and impossible to push it down. However, the impossible was right in front of him. After being stunned for a moment, he couldn't care less about activating the formation on the back of the giant whale. He turned into a ray of light and fled. From what he saw, if he was touched by the universe god monument, he would probably be minced meat. Rumble. The universe god monument finally landed on the back of the giant whale, causing it to let out a deep cry. Its giant body pushed the seawater aside and sank. The entire sea was filled with huge waves and strange phenomena. In the distance, the people on top of Ocean Skytown city wall were also terrified. They all thought to themselves that it was fortunate that his martial arts foundation had been destroyed. Otherwise, if he was allowed to continue to develop, he would really become the #1 person in the world in the future. Just as the waves were rolling and the world was changing, a terrifying aura came from the sea. Guang Yi laughed hysterically and said, "Haha, he's out. Mangda is out. Li Yunxiao, let's see how you're going to stir up trouble this time." In the pitch-black space tunnel, the terrifying aura was getting stronger and stronger. A pair of red eyes that were bigger than lanterns shone with a bloody light. The giant head had already crossed the tunnel. The few experts from the tooth whale race who were responsible for summoning started to tremble. Their foreheads were already dripping with sweat, but their eyes were filled with joy. This Mangda was the totem of the tooth whale race. Just by showing his head, his aura was immediately locked onto by Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao felt a chill down his spine. He had seen this Mangda before, but he didn't know it was the totem of the tooth whale race. His eyes instantly turned into blood moons and strange patterns formed in his eyes. A strange mental force rushed out and stared straight at Mangda. Mangda's eyes, which were as red as giant lanterns, suddenly froze, reflecting the formation in Li Yunxiao's eyes. Mangda's body, which was still hiding in the passage, shivered. He stopped moving, and the bloody aura in his eyes slowly dispersed. Haha, Mangda is an ancient race of the sea. The tooth whale race is its descendant. Its strength is comparable to Emperor Wu. You dare to kill our sea tribe's warriors? You will become its food. Guang Yi was still laughing with a smug expression. He coldly looked at the undulating figure in the waves. Huh? What happened? What happened to Master Mangda? Suddenly, one of the tooth whale race felt something was wrong and asked in surprise. The other person's expression also changed. He said in surprise, "I don't know." Why did he stop? The third person's pale face became even paler. His body couldn't support it anymore. He said anxiously, "I can't hold on much longer." Guang Yi also noticed something was wrong. He quickly turned around and asked, "What happened? What happened?" A tooth whale race member said anxiously, "Master Guang Yi, something is wrong with Master Mangda. He's not moving in the tunnel." Guang Yi's heart shook. He quickly went forward to check and saw that Mangda's body was moving. However, the wild and violent aura on his body was gone. The situation didn't seem right. And at this moment, something happened that left them completely dumbfounded. After a moment of frustration, Mangda actually began to slowly retreat back into the passageway. In the end, he disappeared from everyone's sight, and the passageway finally closed up due to the exhaustion of the few of them. Pfft. Pfft. The tooth whale race members were too exhausted. Moreover, they were shocked by the reality in front of them. All of them vomited blood. Guang Yi was also shocked. His entire body was stunned. Li Yunxiao closed his eyes. His forehead was covered in sweat. The eye technique consumed too much of his mental energy. He felt dizzy and it took him a while to recover. Fortunately, everyone was completely dumbfounded. In an instant, the entire surface of the sea became calm and tranquil, without any conflict. After a while, Li Yunxiao spoke first, "Brother Guang Yi, are you done? Do you still want to fight?" Guang Yi trembled and gritted his teeth. "You killed so many of my sea race warriors, I will not let you go." Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold. He pointed with his finger and 9 northern sky cold star swords appeared in front of him, emitting Dao Qi as he pressed forward. The killing intent penetrated into his bones. Guang Yi was shocked. "Wait. As long as you hand over the rainbow stone, we can forget about everything." Just as he finished speaking, the 9 northern sky cold star swords formed a sword diagram under Li Yunxiao's control, slowly forming the shape of a sword. This time, Guang Yi really panicked. The rainbow stone was very important. If possible, he wanted to give it up in this situation. His life was more important, but he really couldn't lose the rainbow stone. He hurriedly said, "How about I give you another 3 months to think about it?" The sword diagram's power finally stopped. It split into 9 swords and Li Yunxiao put them back into his body. He said coldly, aren't you being cheap? Guan Yi's face turned green, but he didn't dare to speak. All the sea race people felt like they were greatly humiliated. They wanted to charge up and die together. Li Yunxiao said, within 3 months, you are not allowed to cause trouble. Also, how much do you know about this rainbow stone? Tell me everything. Guan Yi's expression changed, but under the other's cold gaze, he still yielded. He endured the humiliation and said, this rainbow stone is the Dragon Palace's treasure. I am not too clear about the reason, I only know that royal father places great importance on it. Feeling Li Yunxiao's dissatisfied gaze and coldness, Guan Yi braced himself and said, there was a huge change in the East Sea Dragon Palace that caused the entire royal family to migrate. It seems to be related to this rainbow stone. I don't know more than that. Even if you kill me, I won't know. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Knowing that it would be difficult to get any more information, he said, are you going to hand it over or not? I will give you an answer in 3 months. Just wait for my news. With that, a ray of light flew out from the bottom of the sea. It was the Universe God Monument and it had already pushed the huge whale to an unknown depth. After Li Yunxiao put away the Universe God Monument, he rode the waves and left, leaving Guan Yi with a gloomy and resentful expression. Soon, the sea tribe gathered their troops and sank into the sea. The hundreds of Tooth Whale clan warriors that Guan Yi had brought with him were almost all wiped out. Only a few dozen of them remained. On the other hand, Uncle Ming and the other prawn soldiers and crab generals were basically preserved. Li Yunxiao broke through the waves and returned to the top of Haitian town city walls after a while. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they looked at him fearfully, not daring to make a sound. Liao Yangbing was the first to ask, young Master Yun, how is it? Li Yunxiao replied with a smile, can't you all see that it's already been settled? Everyone's faces were filled with black lines. They had just fought a great battle, and this was considered settled? Bai Ming Lifeng snorted coldly, settled? You said it was settled earlier, but a group of even fiercer ones came. Now you say it's settled? Who knows what will happen next? Li Yunxiao replied with a smile, does this mean that young Master Lifeng thinks that I didn't settle it thoroughly? Then I'll have to trouble young Master Lifeng to settle it next time. Bai Ming Lifeng turned his head away and snorted, this is your problem. What does it have to do with me? Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold as he said mockingly, so you know what it has to do with you? Then what are you blabbering on about? You're unreasonable. Boorish, vulgar. Bai Ming Lifeng was furious. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of Li Yunxiao's strength, he would have killed him already. Liao Yangbing's face darkened, she asked, what's the situation now? Will they come again? This ocean sky town can't stand their repeated invasions. Li Yunxiao smiled, Mayor Liao, don't worry. Even though it's not completely settled, it's almost done. The Eastern Sea Royal Clan promised me that they won't come back for 3 months. After that, I'll deal with them. 3 months? Only 3 months? The hearts of all the big shots of the ocean sky town rose to their throats once again, and they were extremely alarmed. Liao Yangbing's face darkened too, she said, they just want the little girl. Young Master Yun, just hand her over and everything will be fine. Li Yunxiao had a pained look on his face, he sighed, have any of you seen the little girl these days? That day at the Leifeng Chamber of Commerce, the little girl was punched away by a martial venerable from the Bahuang province. Hundreds of people saw it. Can an ordinary little girl withstand a punch from a martial venerable? What? Everyone's faces turned green. Liao Yangbing said in a daze, could it be that your little girl is already dead? The mere folk said they want to see her if she's alive, and her body if she's dead. Where is her body? Li Yunxiao glared at him with bulging eyes and said, an ordinary teenage girl had been punched by a martial honor. Do you think there would be a corpse? Everyone felt a headache coming on, and they felt dizzy. Liao Yangbing asked doubtfully, then how did you negotiate with the mere folk? How did you reply to them in 3 months? Li Yunxiao lied, I promised them that I would find a little girl to report back to them in 3 months. Is that even possible? Everyone felt dizzy and felt that it was a little ridiculous. However, only Li Yunxiao knew the specifics of the matter. If he did not say anything, no one could do anything about it. At least, Liao Yangbing didn't believe it. He smiled wryly, Brother Yunxiao, Hai Tian Town is my foundation. You can't ignore it. Li Yunxiao smiled, don't worry, brother. I'll get it done in 3 months. Since it was like that, there was no point in talking about it anymore. Everyone left with their own thoughts. Some leaders felt that something was wrong. They started to move some of their assets away for safety. After that, Li Yunxiao went into seclusion again. He asked Liao Yongbing for a large number of supreme-grade purity stones. Liao Yongbing gave him a lot of them. The sea was indeed calm. As a member of the East Sea's royal family, Guangyi had to keep his word. As for whether he returned to the palace or continued to stay near the sea, no one knew. The Baiming family soon went to Crimson Moon City to wait for the paradise to open. Liao Yongbing also wanted to enter the paradise, but she was waiting for Li Yunxiao to come out of seclusion. Finally, 10 days later, Li Yunxiao came out of seclusion. He absorbed a shocking amount of essence energy, but he only reached the mid-stage of 8-star Martial Venerable. He was still a distance away from the peak. Any news about Ling Er? Li Yunxiao asked. Jin Xian took out 2 communication jade tokens and handed them to Li Yunxiao. Young Master Yun, take a look yourself. Li Yunxiao scanned it with his divine sense and immediately read the message. His expression changed. Jin Xian's eyes flashed with worry. These 2 messages are only 2 days apart. Young Master Yun can see the problem? 2 days, Li Yunxiao crushed the jade token in his hand, and his expression darkened. The 2 jade tokens were sent from the headquarters of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. One of them said that there was no news about Ding Ling Er, while the other was sent from Ding Ling Er's tone. She said that she was at the headquarters and everything was fine. She asked Li Yunxiao not to worry. Jin Xian said, although it's a little strange, it is indeed from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. I can deduce that little sister Ling Er is at the headquarters now, but... Li Yunxiao continued, but there seems to be a situation at the headquarters. If I'm not wrong, Ling Er has already lost her power in the chamber. What? Jin Xian was shocked. Little sister Ling Er is the president of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. She has been in control for many years and has a strong foundation. How can she suddenly lose her power? Who has the ability to bring her down? Could it be that Ding Peng colluded with outsiders again? Li Yunxiao's judgment made her flustered. Not only was she worried for her sisters, but once there was a change in the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, the future of their purple cloud commerce would be bleak. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and thought to himself, looks like my guess about the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce was right. It has always been Ding Shan controlling the overall situation behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could Ding Ling Er, who did not even have a single Emperor Wu powerhouse by her side, last for so many years in the Commerce Union where tigers and wolves were entrenched? Ding Shan, oh Ding Shan. You have not shown your talents for so many years. To think that you actually have such a domineering ambition, Li Yunxiao's gaze turned colder. A person who could endure for so many years definitely had extraordinary ambitions and capabilities. He looked at the worried Jin Xian and consoled, don't worry. Ling Er will be fine for the time being. And the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce will still be business as usual for the time being. Jin Xian hurriedly said, why do you say so? Li Yunxiao said, I can't go into the details for now. All in all, Ling Er should be safe. It's just that her freedom is limited. When the time is right, I will go to the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's headquarters and get to the bottom of this. In his previous life, he did not know much about Ding Shan. However, if Yuan Bo was really killed by Ding Shan, then with his current strength, he would not be Ding Shan's match even if he went to the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Jin Xian let out a sigh of relief and said, young Master Yun, I am relieved. She seemed to have a kind of blind trust in Li Yunxiao. Whether it was in terms of strength or words, she did not doubt him at all. Li Yunxiao said, the East Domain Wonderland has opened. Although there are no requirements for those who enter, it is extremely dangerous inside. With Jin Xian's strength, it is best not to enter. Jin Xian blushed slightly and smiled lightly. Jin Xian is a businesswoman. I only learned martial arts to protect myself. I naturally will not go to the East Domain Wonderland. Jin Xian was disappointed. She had already told Jiang Qianrong everything and planned to accompany Li Yunxiao to Crimson Moon City. At this moment, her heart was sour. She forced a smile and said, "Moreover, I have some matters to take care of. I am afraid I cannot accompany young Master Yun to Crimson Moon City." Li Yunxiao nodded. "It's fine. I have disturbed Jin Xian for so long. It is time for me to leave." A moment later, two figures flew out of Ocean Sky Town and headed to the teleportation island. It was Li Yunxiao and Liao Yangbing. Not long after they entered the teleportation island, the array was activated, and the two of them directly arrived at Crimson Moon City. At this moment, the Crimson Moon City was even more crowded than the last time when the joust for a spouse was held. As soon as they arrived, they heard the roar of the guards. "Don't stand where you are. Go inside." Li Yunxiao was slightly surprised. The voice was quite familiar. He looked up and saw that it was indeed the fat boy Zhu Jingyi. He didn't know how he changed into the clothes of the Crimson Moon City's guards. Liao Yangbing listened to the command obediently and began to walk slowly with the crowd. Although he was the overlord of Haitian Town, no one recognized him here. In the small teleportation area, he felt the aura of several Emperor Wu powerhouses. Zhu Jingyi commanded the crowd with a serious face. His fat body seemed very crowded here. "Hey, you are," Zhu Jingyi finally saw Li Yunxiao. The fat on his face immediately squeezed together, revealing an extremely frightened expression. He opened his mouth wide and was about to shout. Li Yunxiao patted his belly. In time. A strong qi shook and flowed into his throat, making him close his mouth. "Don't reveal my identity. There are too many people here. I don't want to be the focus." Zhu Jingyi nodded desperately and gestured with his hands, looking very anxious. A guard next to him seemed to see the situation here. He immediately walked over and said, "Brother Zhu, what's going on? I just saw this kid hit you." His expression became fierce. He glared at Li Yunxiao and roared, "How dare you hit the people of the Crimson Moon City? Are you tired of living?" Zhu Jingyi's face suddenly turned green. A large amount of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He hurriedly held the guard back. The guard shouted, "Brother Zhu, don't be afraid. I, Xianxia, have seen a lot of second-generation young masters from small places like this. I even killed a few today. It seems that there will be one more." He waved his fist and was about to grab Li Yunxiao. Bang! Zhu Jingyi saw that he couldn't hold on any longer. He directly punched the back of the guard's head and knocked him to the ground. Then, he punched and kicked him for a while. The little bit of qi in his throat immediately disappeared. Cough. Zhu Jingyi coughed forcefully. When he realized that he could speak again, he carefully smiled apologetically and said, "This blind guy actually dared to attack Big Brother Yun. He really deserves a lesson." Bang, bang, bang. His fat legs kicked a few more times as he shouted, "You don't even know Big Brother Yun?" Scram. The guard did not know what was going on and was beaten black and blue. He cried out in his heart that he was wronged. However, looking at the situation, how could he not understand that a big shot had really come? He was so scared that he hurriedly ran away. "Dafei, come and help me. You're in charge of maintaining order. I have something important to do and have to leave." Zhu Jingyi called for a skinny man to take his place. Only then did he pull Li Yunxiao inside. As he walked, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the person I, Zhu Jingyi, would actually be Big Brother Yunxiao. It's really the fortune of 3 lifetimes, the fortune of my previous life, the green smoke from my ancestral grave, and the bitter begging in front of the gods for 500 years, all right, all right." Li Yunxiao immediately interrupted the disgusting bootlicking and said, "How did you become a guard of Crimson Moon City? It seems like you've become a small leader. You're doing quite well, huh?" Hee hee. Zhu Jingyi squeezed his fat face together and smiled flatteringly. "Isn't it all because of Big Brother Yunxiao's good fortune? Our Ice Cube organization's people have now become official guards of Crimson Moon City. Sister Xiaoxue knows that I'm close to Big Brother Yunxiao, so she promoted me to be a small leader." He said proudly, "Big Brother Yunxiao, you don't know how prestigious I am now. The guards of Crimson Moon City are not for ordinary people. Strong people from all over the world, no matter what level of cultivation, even if it's the Jiotian Emperor Wu, no one dares to say a word when I yell at him. Haha, it's fun, it's fun. Liao Yongbing, who was at the side, secretly nodded when she heard this. She thought to herself that Li Yunxiao's relationship with the Crimson Moon City was indeed very good. Just knowing him was enough for them to take care of him. It seemed that she had made the right decision to invest in him. Hearing this, Li Yunxiao was amused and said, "Oh? Then Snowball, oh no, where is Sister Xiaoxue now?" Zhu Jingyi's eyes lit up and said, "Big brother Yunxiao, you don't know, Sister Xiaoxue has suddenly lost a lot of weight recently, and she's looking for you everywhere." He suddenly leaned over and said softly, "I heard from the brothers in the organization that Sister Xiaoxue misses big brother Yunxiao so much that she can't eat or drink. That's why she's losing weight." Pfft. Li Yunxiao spurted out a mouthful of blood, directly spitting on Zhu Jingyi's face. Zhu Jingyi smiled apologetically and said, "Big brother Yunxiao, come with me to see Sister Xiaoxue. If you don't go, Sister Xiaoxue will miss you so much that she'll become as thin as a stick. The brothers will be distressed." Li Yunxiao immediately understood that Jiang Ruomei arranged for Zhu Jingyi to guard the transmission array so that she could get news of him as soon as possible. It was likely that she couldn't wait to lose weight. Thinking that he had already promised this woman, after all, her obesity was also caused by him, Li Yunxiao immediately agreed and said, "Ask that fat girl to come to Peach Blossom Cove. Although I have a way to help her, my strength is limited. She must rely on the strength of other strong people." Zhu Jingyi was immediately overjoyed. He looked as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden and ran away happily. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while, then went to Peach Blossom Cove with Liao Yongbing. In Red Moon City, he didn't dare to use Tsutsumi. He needed a strong person like Ning Qiuye to protect him. Only then could he be at ease. Relying on his status, he directly flew in the air with Liao Yongbing. As expected, no one stopped them. Very soon, they arrived in the sky above Peach Blossom Cove. Although the environment didn't change, there was more spiritual qi and vitality compared to the last time they came. It was less peaceful and tranquil. It seemed that Ning Qiuye had indeed come out from her sealed heart. Even the environment had changed subtly with the change of her state of mind. "Since you're here, come down." Ning Qiuye's sweet voice sounded. The two of them hurriedly flew down. Suddenly, a green light appeared. With a bang, Liao Yongbing's body was blocked by something. She was directly sent flying. She somersaulted in the air and was sent flying several hundred meters away. Liao Yongbing's face was filled with shock. She was terrified. That green light just now seemed to be a casual flick of the other party. With her strength as a peak 4-star Emperor Wu, she naturally didn't have the slightest ability to resist. It was like a small boat facing the magnificent waves of the sea. She could only be at the mercy of it. Red Moon City was indeed one of the 7 great powers in the world. A random woman was this powerful. Liao Yongbing was an old fox after all. A respectful expression immediately appeared on her face. She carefully stood in the air and didn't dare to move without permission. Li Yunxiao said, "Lord Qiuye, this friend is my companion." Ning Qiuye's voice sounded. "My Peach Blossom Cove doesn't welcome outsiders, including some strange companions of yours. Unless they are pleasing to my eyes, he doesn't have this. Just stay outside." Li Yunxiao was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, Liao Yongbing hurriedly said, "It's inconvenient for me to disturb Lord's treasure land. I'll stay outside. Young Master Yun, you can go in yourself." Li Yunxiao saw this old fox's sincere expression. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on this peak expert in front of him, so he didn't force it. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the pavilion. A faint smell of incense came from inside. It was the top-notch dragon saliva. Just smelling it was like inhaling several hundred yuan stones. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could afford. Li Yunxiao didn't have any fear and directly walked into the pavilion. Ning Qiuye was sitting cross-legged on the seat of honor, breathing in and out. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of light. She said in surprise, not bad at all. You just broke through to 8-star Marshal Venerable a month ago. It's only been 20 days and you've already stepped into the middle stage of 8-star Marshal Venerable. This cultivation speed is rare in the world. She froze slightly and suddenly laughed hoarsely. I was muddle-headed. If you didn't have such peerless talent, you wouldn't have been able to achieve such astonishing achievements at such a young age. Did you gain anything from Xianxia town? Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, it's not essential. There's still no news of the East Sea Moon Pearl, but I obtained some other inexplicable things. Oh? Ning Qiue's interest was piqued. Looking at Li Yunxiao's raised brows, she couldn't help but comfort him. I don't believe that I can't find a few pearls in this world. Li Yunxiao nodded slightly in agreement, but he had other thoughts in his heart. He couldn't even find the pearls in Red Moon City and Xianxia town. Perhaps he had to make a trip back to the southern region and go to the Heavenly Jewel Gates cave dwelling where he obtained the divine body inheritance. The walls of the cave dwelling were inlaid with East Sea Moon pearls, but the restrictions and power within seemed difficult to break. Furthermore, the divine body inheritance was simply unimaginable. The things left behind in the cave walls were definitely the work of an almighty person from long ago. It would be too much of a pity if it was destroyed in order to obtain the pearls. But even if he couldn't break the cave walls to obtain the pearls, if he could activate the light from the divine body inheritance, he might be able to restrain the demon lord's avatar in his body. Ning Qiue didn't know what he was thinking and only asked with a smile, what do you mean by inexplicable gains? Li Yunxiao formed a few seals with both hands and slowly opened up a space in front of him. A gentle light seeped out and a huge stone slowly appeared, emitting a colorful light. Li Yunxiao's brows furrowed slightly. This Agarine seemed to have changed again. Ning Qiue's eyes revealed shock and she said in shock, this is... Agarine? Her tone was full of shock and disbelief. Not only its body shape, but its aura was also completely different from what she remembered. How did you become like this? After a while, Ning Qiue finally accepted the reality that the stone in front of her was Agarine, and fear appeared in her eyes. Li Yunxiao told her everything in detail and said, now, we don't even know whether the little girl inside Agarine is alive or dead. It can only change on its own. After listening to him, Ning Qiue was stunned for a while and also fell into deep thought. Finally, she said, as you said, that little red should be transformed from the rainbow stone. There must be a great connection between Agarine and rainbow stone. If we want to clarify the relationship, we might have to go to the Eastern Sea Palace. Li Yunxiao exclaimed, no. The East Sea Palace is definitely more powerful than Crimson Moon City. It's extremely dangerous. Ning Qiue stared at the ever-changing Agarine in the air and said, but this is the only clue. Too many experts were invited to analyze this Agarine, but no one recognized it. She said worriedly, from what Guangyi said, the rainbow stone even caused the disaster of the East Sea Palace. It must be on the same level as this Agarine. Now that the two have combined, it's even more unsettling. The Agarine kept changing shape in the air, as if it had begun to evolve after absorbing Little Red. That strange feeling grew in both of them at the same time, giving rise to great unease. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, don't go to the East Sea Palace for now. Since the Agarine and Rainbow Stone appeared at the same time, perhaps it's an arrangement. There must be other clues. Ning Qiue was stunned. She suddenly felt that Li Yunxiao didn't seem like a junior at all. His tone and attitude didn't have the kind of respect one would have for an elder. It was completely like talking to someone of the same generation. Moreover, the old man didn't have the immaturity that a young man should have, but the calmness of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. A trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes. No matter how heaven-defying a youth was, the wisdom revealed in his eyes couldn't be stained with the traces of time. Li Yunxiao didn't notice Ning Qiue's suspicion and said to himself, it's safer to leave the Agarine with me for now. Ning Qiue said indifferently, since you have an idea, then I'll leave it with you for now. If there are any other changes, remember to tell me immediately. Li Yunxiao responded and put away the Agarine. His expression changed as if he sensed something. He frowned slightly and said, Master Qiue, what are you thinking about? Ning Qiue was shocked in his heart, and a feeling of astonishment arose in his heart. He was only slightly suspicious, yet it was actually noticed by him. How could this be possible? She suppressed the shock in her heart and smiled slightly, just some thoughts, it's not a big deal. The end of heaven and earth was about to open. Right now, powerhouses from all over the world had gathered in Crimson Moon City. Many people from hidden sects had also come out into the world. Even saints and divine transformation sea realm cultivators had sent their masters here. It was truly a rare sight to see. We've specially drawn out a large piece of empty land in the north of Red Moon City and set up a temporary market. You can go there and have a look. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Marketplace? Haha, I still prefer Lady Qiyu's Yuandan. There are less than 10 days left, let me cultivate here, okay?" Li Yunxiao, who had an astonishing amount of treasures, really didn't care about that so-called market. If it wasn't the continent's top auction, he wouldn't be tempted at all. Hee, your talent is so high that you deserve to be rewarded. Ning Qiyu smiled, then threw out a storage bag. There were actually 30,000 yuan pills in it. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. These 30,000 yuan don were enough for him to use for 10 days of cultivation. But Ning Qiyu's estimation was to give him a year's worth of cultivation resources. If she found out that this boy could use it all up in 10 days, perhaps even Crimson Moon City wouldn't be able to support him. Also, I'll give this thing to you as well. I studied it for a long time and could only guess that it's the carrier of some kind of cultivation technique inheritance. But I've tried all kinds of methods and still can't open the information inside. Ning Qiyu threw out an item that turned into a ray of light and shot towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao caught it and looked, and was instantly overjoyed. He shouted repeatedly, many thanks, Lady Qiyu." Ning Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't even see you so excited when I gave you 30,000 yuan pills. But I still have to give you a word of advice. Don't bite off more than you can chew." Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded. At this time, a melodious voice like a silver bell suddenly came from outside. It was like the chirping of an oriole, making people feel indescribably comfortable. "Jiang Ruome greets Aunt Qiyu." Ning Qiyu was stunned. Seeing Li Yunxiao's bitter smile, she immediately understood and said, "Come in." "Thank you, Aunt." Jiang Ruome's voice was filled with joy. She was refined and courteous, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Very soon, a strong fragrance wafted over. It was filled with the smell of cosmetics. Ning Qiyu's face revealed a slightly displeased expression. "Greetings, Aunt Qiyu." Although Jiang Ruome was still extremely fat, compared to that fat lump of meat, she was still much better. She smiled sweetly and said to Li Yunxiao, "I didn't think that the person who treated Ruome would actually be the person who defeated the king of the sea race. His name shook the world, and he was faintly known as the #1 person in the world. Big brother Li Yunxiao." Her face was like a peach blossom, and there was an indescribable charm on her face. But when matched with her figure, it made people feel like burping. Big brother doesn't dare to take responsibility. "You should just call me Li Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao avoided her like the plague. He didn't want to have such a younger sister. Jiang Ruome was slightly spoiled and said angrily, "Could it be that Big Brother Yunxiao dislikes me? If not, then I will recognize you as my big brother." "Big brother, big brother, big brother, big brother." She called him more than 10 times in a row, and sweat broke out on Li Yunxiao's forehead. Ning Qiyu found this quite interesting, and a smile appeared on her originally unhappy face. She said, "Ruome is actually quite cute. Yunxiao, you should just agree." Li Yunxiao wiped his sweat and said embarrassedly, "I am not mentally prepared for this. Let's talk about it later. The most important thing right now is to treat Ruome's injuries." He said seriously, "Although I have my methods, my strength is far from enough. I need Lord Yu to lend me a hand." Ning Qiyu was well aware of this. She smiled calmly and said, "As you wish." Her hands formed a seal in front of her, and a rune appeared. It flew out from her hands and became bigger and bigger. It directly rushed into the sky above the pavilion, and turned into a gentle light that spread out. The entire pavilion was immediately cut off from the outside world. No consciousness or spying could enter. In the city lord's residence, Jiang Churan was staring at a mirror. Suddenly, she smiled bitterly. All the images in the mirror had disappeared. "Humph. I think there is a big problem with this Ning Qiyu." Wan Hongyu's face turned cold, and she said coldly, "What, borrowing her power to treat? I think he is borrowing her power to deceive everyone." Could it be that Li Yunxiao is really related to Tsutsumi, or Gu Feiyang? Back then, Gu Feiyang had an extremely good relationship with this demoness, so it makes sense for him to help Li Yunxiao like this. Jiang Churan said, there is no evidence, so you cannot speak carelessly. Moreover, Li Yunxiao is helping us now. At least it is beneficial to us. As for the rest, we can slowly investigate it in the future. Ruan Hongyu said coldly, if not for Ruame, I would thoroughly investigate that Li Yunxiao right now. He must not let me find out that he is related to Gu Feiyang, otherwise it will be a big problem. Jiang Churan frowned and sighed inwardly. A few hours later, Li Yunxiao and Liao Yangbing appeared in the market in the north of the city. After Jiang Ruame was knocked out by Ning Qiue, he used Tsutsumi to remove all the seals on her body, and then he bid farewell and left. He had nowhere to go in a short time, and all the restaurants were already full. He helplessly thought of the market, so he discussed it with Liao Yangbing, and the two of them went together. Although it was a market, the scale of the north of the city was huge, and it was divided into various large areas with distinct grades. Shops of different sizes were scattered all around, and tens of thousands of people walked in and out. It was extremely bustling. All the shops were numbered, and these were all of the higher grade. Most of them were laid out on the ground. Although the market was not protected by Crimson Moon City, Li Yunxiao sensed over 10 powerful auras in the sky above. Oh! There's actually an earth gold pill? Liao Yangbing was suddenly shocked, and she walked towards a shop at the side. A phantom image of a water screen appeared in front of the shop, and on it, there were eye-catching words listing the main products inside. The earth gold pill was a level 9 item, and was usually used to strengthen the foundation of Emperor Wu's experts, and it was hard to find even with money. Li Yunxiao was also quite surprised. If this earth gold pill appeared in a large-scale auction, it would basically be a treasure of the finale. No wonder Ning Qiue would suggest him to take a look. It seemed like the standards of this market were not ordinary. The two of them walked straight in, and Liao Yangbing asked, "Boss, you sell earth gold pills here?" The shopkeeper was holding a scroll of alchemy book, and he looked back at them, and his gaze immediately fell on Liao Yangbing, and he said, "Peak 4-star Emperor Wu." "Not bad, not bad." Liao Yangbing was startled. The other party could see through his cultivation with just a glance, and he couldn't see through his cultivation at all. This could only mean that the other party's strength was far above his. Could it be a high-level Emperor Wu? He was worried, and hurriedly said, "I asked if you have earth gold pills for sale. Why are you looking at my cultivation?" The shopkeeper put away the alchemy book, and smiled, "Because I only sell this earth gold pill on condition, not in primary stones." Liao Yangbing asked curiously, "What condition?" The shopkeeper glanced at Li Yunxiao, and thought that he must be Liao Yangbing's servant or disciple, so he didn't mind, and said, "The condition in exchange for your help once." He explained, "This time, when the Earth and Heaven Wasteland opens, I want to capture a level 9 demonic beast. Although my strength alone is enough, to be on the safe side, it's better to invite a few more people." Level 9 demonic beast. Liao Yangbing's expression instantly changed, and he shook his head. "Although this earth gold pill is precious, it's not worth it for me to exchange my life for it." The shopkeeper smiled. "Who said you need to exchange your life for it? I've already invited a few rankers, and they're all willing to give it a try." Liao Yangbing fell into deep thought. He had been stuck at the peak of 4-star Emperor Wu for a very long time. If he had the help of this earth gold pill, there was a high chance he could break through this bottleneck. The main reason he went to the Earth and Heaven Wasteland this time was to find a chance to break through. He hesitated for a while, then said, "But I have a condition. If I encounter a power that I can't resist, I'll leave immediately, and won't risk my life." "Haha, of course." The shopkeeper laughed, and said, "I need a friend to help me, not to take my friend's life. If you join us, our chances will increase by quite a bit." A green light flashed in his hand, and a box carved from white bones appeared in his hand, and he handed it over. Liao Yangbing was taken aback. "You're giving it to me now?" In his opinion, he would only be rewarded after the mission was completed. He took the white bone box and opened it. A dazzling golden core was shining inside. Overjoyed, he quickly put it away. The shopkeeper looked at him and revealed a smile. He took out a square object from the ground and said, "This is a special formation plate. After entering the end of time and end of time, the destination will be random. When the time comes, we'll rely on this to contact each other. Liao Yongbing held the formation plate. She was at a loss. Just a promise, and the shopkeeper really gave her the golden core. After the shopkeeper was done, he picked up the alchemy manual and continued reading. He no longer looked at the two of them. Liao Yongbing stood there, not knowing whether to leave or stay. It was Li Yunxiao who said, "Let's go." The two of them stepped out of the shop and continued shopping. Along the way, Liao Yongbing felt uneasy. He took out the earth gold pill and carefully looked at it a few times. Li Yunxiao smiled. "There's no need to look at it. That golden earth pill is real." Liao Yongbing smiled bitterly. "Do you think it's reliable? Isn't he worried that I'll run?" "Run?" Li Yunxiao sneered. "Do you think someone who can casually give away golden earth pills will worry about you running? I advise you to stop shopping. Hurry up and find a place to consume this golden earth pill. Try to break through to 5 stars Emperor Wu. That way, you'll have a higher chance of surviving the end of time and end of time." Liao Yongbing's expression changed. "You mean to say that this 9th-ranked demonic beast hunt is very dangerous?" Li Yunxiao smiled. "I can't see through that person's strength, but you're definitely not the only one he's recruiting. To be willing to give away so many golden earth pills, the demonic beast he's recruiting is not simple. It won't be an elementary 9th-ranked demonic beast. It's at least mid-level, or even higher." Liao Yongbing felt that something was wrong. She turned and said, "I'll return this golden core to him." "Still?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I don't think it's possible. If you accept their mission, it will be difficult for you to back out." Liao Yongbing said in disbelief, "Everything in the world is free, how can you force others to do something they don't want to do?" He turned around and walked back, but he soon came back with a gloomy expression. "Hee, why?" Li Yunxiao winked and smiled. Liao Yongbing's face was ashen. "If you want to cancel the mission, you'll have to compensate us with another earth gold pill in addition to returning this one." "Haha." Li Yunxiao laughed heartily and said, "I guessed so. Actually, you don't have to be too dispirited. Adjust your state of mind and attack the 5-star Emperor Wu. This is the right path." Liao Yongbing said seriously, "That's right, young Master Yun is right. If I can become a 5-star great emperor, it's worth risking my life for them." Liao Yongbing couldn't return the golden core, so he had to accept it. He said goodbye to Li Yunxiao and went to find a place where he could break through. Even though Hongyu City was crowded, it was a rare place where qi gathered. It was a good place to break through. After Li Yunxiao sent Liao Yongbing off, he strolled around alone. There were indeed a lot of things in the market, and he couldn't help but buy some materials a few times. In the middle of the market, there was a temporary palace. It was the best place to do business. Cultivators below the Zunqi layer were not allowed to enter. The palace was surrounded by a layer of restrictive spells. Only those who had broken through to the Bahuang province could enter. Li Yunxiao entered the palace and found that it was very spacious. There were many shops of different sizes, but they were all on 2 sides. In the middle of the palace, there was a gigantic water screen. There was a group of people looking at the screen. Li Yunxiao's gaze swept across the water screen. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. A few clear words were directly imprinted into his eyes. "Exploding yuan fruit." Li Yunxiao's heart jumped. Exploding yuan fruit was very useful for his cultivation. He immediately found the corresponding shop according to the label behind the explosive essence fruit. There were also many people asking about and trading in detail. He scanned the shop with his godly awareness and said, "Shopkeeper, do you have exploding yuan fruit here?" His question caught everybody's attention. They all turned around and looked at Li Yunxiao in a strange way. "Eh? Mister, you want to buy exploding yuan fruit?" The shopkeeper was surprised and said, "I'm going to tell the shopkeeper." He put down the things he was doing and went to the back of the shop. Suddenly, a voice came from the back of the shop and said, "You can't afford exploding yuan fruit. Piss off." Everybody in the shop was astonished. The shopkeepers were kind and friendly, they hadn't thought that the owner of the shop would be so rude. Most of them were martial honors and would be a cornerstone anywhere they went. However, in the trading hall, they were being looked down upon, causing them to feel bitter in their hearts. Li Yunxiao was not angry. The imperial bell flew out from his hand, and he lightly struck it. A simple and unadorned artifact essence vibrated out, buzzing in his ears and awakening him. Eh? A level 9 abstruse weapon? Someone in the back of the shop said, "It seems like he's rich. Come in." All the Zune cultivators in the shop were astonished. Only a rich man could have a level 9 weapon in the Bahuang province. Besides, that weapon looked like a musical instrument. That strange weapon was even rarer. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Li Yunxiao walked towards the back of the shop. The space inside was not big, and there was only an old man who was breathing with his eyes closed. When he saw Li Yunxiao enter, he opened his eyes and said, "You want the explosive yuan fruit?" "Yes," replied Li Yunxiao straightforwardly. He didn't ask how much he wanted, he just waited for the old man to speak. The old man nodded and said, "I have 3 conditions. If you can satisfy any one of them, you can have it. First, I want a level 9 battle armor of the medium level." Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he mocked, "Have you gone mad from poverty? You want to exchange exploding yuan fruit for a level 9 battle armor? Why don't you say Noah's boat?" The old man's face turned red. He knew that his price was too high. He said angrily, "It's mine, I can sell it for whatever price I want. You can choose not to buy it." The exploding essence fruit was an extremely hard to come by material among Tier 9. Its effect was to make the essence in the body suddenly increase geometrically. It was abnormally terrifying. However, the vast majority of cultivators did not dare to consume such a thing. Even a 9th heaven martial emperor, even when he was extremely weak, could instantly recover his essence and explode if he consumed it. Hence, this fruit was mostly used to make elixirs that could instantly recover one's strength. Furthermore, one could refine many such elixirs, so it was considered extremely precious. But compared to a level 9 battle armor, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Yunxiao remained calm and said, "What about the second condition?" The old man groaned and said, "The second condition is simple. If you have enough pure qi, you can have it. 2 million. Li Yunxiao's face darkened immediately, and he said, "If I have 1 exploding yuan fruit, will you buy it for 2 million? Of course not. Because I don't need the exploding yuan fruit, but you do." The old man said word by word, "If you can't satisfy my condition, then get lost. Don't grumble here, it's delaying this old man's cultivation." Li Yunxiao thought about the success rate of snatching. If it was in the wilderness, snatching had a 100% chance of retreating successfully. But here, forget it, he sighed and said, "Isn't there another condition?" The other party was right. The thing belonged to others. Others could sell it however they wanted. Even if they really wanted to sell it for the price of Noah's boat, he couldn't do anything about it. Another condition? You don't need to hear it. Get lost. The old man had a look of disdain. That expression was like he saw a pauper. He waved his hand impatiently to chase him away. Li Yunxiao kept his cool and said, "Say it. Let me give up after hearing it." The old man raised his eyelids and looked at him. He snorted coldly and said, "This old man's cultivation method requires a very peculiar weapon. All the materials have been found. Now, I'm lacking a powerful 9th-tier alchemist to help me refine it. If you can find a 9th-tier alchemist and help me refine it successfully, then you can have this exploding yuan fruit." "Oh? Do you have a refining formula for the weapon you need?" Li Yunxiao said without batting an eyelid. The old man laughed coldly and said, "Don't tell me you can find a 9th-tier alchemist to help me. Also, I only have 1 set of materials. I can only succeed and not fail. These materials are extremely difficult to find. If I fail, you have to compensate me with a set." Li Yunxiao wished he could rush up and beat him to death. Usually, when asking an alchemist to help refine something, they would have to pay a large amount of compensation. Furthermore, if they failed, they could only blame it on their bad luck. The alchemist would not compensate for the materials, nor would they refund the compensation. Furthermore, when refining a 9th-tier item, even a peak 9th-tier alchemist would not dare to say their success rate was 100%. For others, the success rate was even lower. Those alchemists who had just stepped into ninth tier might not even have a success rate of 30%. Li Yunxiao raised his middle finger and looked at him with disdain. He laughed coldly and said, "Save your exploding yuan fruit for your chrysanthemum." He did not even bother to shake his head and turn to leave. The old man was startled for a moment. He hurriedly said, "Wait. Do you really know a ninth-tier alchemist? How's his strength?" Li Yunxiao turned around and looked at him coldly. He said, "If you want to refine it, show me the refining formula first. I can tell you an accurate success rate. If the refinement fails, I can return the exploding yuan fruit to you. Compensation of materials is out of the question." The old man pondered for a moment. Being willing to return the compensation if the refinement failed was already a huge concession. No alchemist would be willing to do it. He pondered for a moment and said, "Take a look at the refining formula first." He took out a jade scroll and handed it over. Li Yunxiao took it and placed it on his forehead. He immediately scanned it with his divine sense and read the information inside clearly. This Xian artifact indeed had a strange design. It was big at the front and small at the back, and there was a protrusion in the middle. It looked a little like a flat, weird fish. Its function was also very strange. The refining method was very complicated, and there were thousands of records. After reading it, Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "This Xian artifact can be used to attack the head, and it is very balanced. It can also be used as a formation artifact. It belongs to the 9th rank Xian artifact with extremely comprehensive functions. None of its features are outstanding, but it wins in diversity. Very few people would choose this kind of Xian artifact. I believe that your cultivation method and it can be combined seamlessly?" The old man was shocked and hurriedly said, "Little brother indeed has a good eye. Are you also an alchemist?" His attitude immediately changed. Normally, only alchemists would buy the exploding yuan fruit. Moreover, Li Yunxiao could say so many things just by looking at the refining method. He was definitely an alchemist. Seeing that Li Yunxiao didn't reply, he carefully asked, "May I know who your master is?" Li Yunxiao looked at him and said, "You don't need to care about this. If I am in charge of this strange Xian artifact, the success rate should be 30%. Whether you want to try or not, you can decide for yourself 30%? The old man was stunned and fell into deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Yunxiao wasn't in a hurry and waited patiently. He believed that unless he went to the Spirit Transformation Ocean or the Sacred Region, there were very few places that could exceed this success rate. The old man's heart was also conflicted. He had indeed asked many 9th rank alchemists, and the highest success rate was only 35%. Moreover, the reward was extremely high, and even if it was broken, there would be no compensation. At least Li Yunxiao agreed that if the refining failed, he could not ask for compensation. "Little brother, can the success rate be a little higher?" The old man asked bitterly. Although he was an expert of Emperor Wu, in front of alchemists, he was just a poor guy who hoped to get help. Li Yunxiao said, "Let me have a look at your list of materials." The old man hurriedly took out a storage pouch and handed it over with both hands. "These are all the materials I've collected. Most of the rare items are almost extinct." He narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Yunxiao vigilantly, just in case he was up to something. Li Yunxiao did not think much of it. After he took it and checked it carefully, he frowned and said, "Many of the important materials inside are damaged. For example, this Southern Dipper snow stone requires 5 kilograms of pure stone. Yours is only 9.5 kilograms, and it is mixed. These are all fatal injuries. The 30% chance of success has to be lowered." After the final inspection, Li Yunxiao pondered and said, "I should be around 23% confident." The old man's heart turned cold when he heard this. He licked his shriveled lips and said, 23%, so it's almost certain to fail? Can your Shizhuan really do it? Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "You can take these materials to the Soul Formation Sea and find Lutzongzi, or the Holy Region and find Amaterasu. If these two old men say their success rate can reach 80%, I'll chop off my head and let you sit on it." The old man exclaimed, 80%, that's already very high. You can only give me 23%, the difference is like heaven and earth." Li Yunxiao stared at him coldly and sneered. These two old men were already at the peak of the 9th rank a few decades ago. Now, they are probably only one step away from the 10th rank. Their success rate is 4 times that of mine, but even if you offer 40 explosive essence fruits, don't even think about getting them to help. Moreover, if they fail, they won't pay you a single primal stone. He looked at the silent old man and said coldly, I'll hire them at the right price. I'm already losing out on 1 explosive essence fruit for you. Moreover, I promised you that if you fail, I'll return the payment. The old man had an awkward expression and said bitterly, I understand little brother's words, but this 23% success rate, this old man really doesn't dare to try. These materials cost me a lot, it'll be very difficult to get another set. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, if you can complete a few of the main materials and get a few supplementary materials, I can increase the success rate to 40%. Limited by my Shizun's strength, no matter how good the materials are, it won't be able to increase the success rate 40%? The old man's eyes lit up. This was the highest success rate he had heard so far. He hurriedly said, little brother, please tell me. Li Yunxiao raised his hand and directly wrote dozens of words in the air. They were all the materials' names and quality requirements. These words were golden and condensed in the air. The old man hurriedly glanced at it and memorized everything in his mind. Li Yunxiao said, can you give me this explosive essence fruit first? The old man was put in a difficult position. He smiled apologetically, clearly unwilling. Li Yunxiao casually pointed and the cold sword, Ice Frost, was suddenly unsheathed and stabbed into the ground with a clang. He said, this sword will be the collateral. The old man's pupils constricted and he said in shock, another 9th-tier profound artifact? Furthermore, with the old man's eyesight, he could tell that this was not an ordinary 9th-tier profound artifact. The chill emitted from it made him somewhat apprehensive. He involuntarily sized up Li Yunxiao a few more times. In his heart, he was already certain that this person was definitely a disciple of some alchemist master. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so familiar with 9th-tier refining formulas. Furthermore, he had 2 9th-tier profound artifacts. After the old man muttered to himself, he said decisively, all right. It's rare that little brother is so considerate. I'm definitely befriending you. He took out a small jade box and handed it over. If he could obtain the friendship of an alchemist master, it would be worth it no matter how many explosive essence fruits he gave. Li Yunxiao's eyes revealed a trace of joy. The fruit in the box looked extremely ugly. It was undoubtedly the explosive essence fruit. He kept it and said, I used my treasured sword as collateral for this fruit. When the time comes, it will be the reward for helping you refine the profound artifact. Everyone takes what they need and doesn't owe each other anything. There's no need to talk about making friends. I'm not interested. The old man was stunned for a moment. His heart was filled with a bitter smile, but he was even more convinced that Li Yunxiao was a disciple of some alchemist master. Because only those alchemist masters who boasted of their high and mighty status would be dismissive of a friendship offered by Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao handed over a jade pendant and said, when you're done gathering the materials, break this jade pendant. I'll be able to sense your coordinates and come over in time. I'll temporarily leave this treasured sword with you. If anything goes wrong, I won't let you off lightly. Don't worry. This sword is 10,000 times safer than leaving me here. I'll gather these things now. Little brother, wait for me. The old man guaranteed and kept the treasured sword carefully. The frost power of the cold sword seemed to be above the profound artifact that he wanted to refine. However, it was a pity that it was not compatible with him. After the old man instructed the shop assistant in front of him, he removed the information about the explosive essence fruit from the water screen in the middle of the hall. At the same time, he sent people everywhere to collect the materials written by Li Yunxiao. After Li Yunxiao obtained the explosive essence fruit, he was extremely satisfied. He didn't have the mood to continue strolling around and planned to find a place to cultivate in seclusion like Liao Yangbing. As for the profound artifact that the old man needed, as long as the materials were complete, he and Yuan Gaohan would be able to work together in the Universe Divine Monument. Just as he was about to leave the trading hall, a tall and sturdy figure suddenly blocked his way and said coldly, "You're Li Yunxiao?" Li Yunxiao raised his head and saw the person in front of him revealing a mocking expression. However, his eyes were lifeless like a dead fish's eyes. He frowned and said, "What's the matter?" "Hee, as expected." The man's smile was extremely stiff. The weirdness on his face made one shudder with fear. He said coldly, "I heard that you're the number one in the later stages?" "I'm not convinced." Li Yunxiao said speechlessly, "What does it have to do with me whether you're convinced or not?" "Move aside, dead fish eyes." The man wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled even more sinisterly and said, He, I'm not convinced. Naturally, I'll fight with you. This is the trading hall and fighting is prohibited. However, the upper level is a battle space specially built for warriors who can't control themselves to vent their hatred. Do you dare to go up and fight with me? I don't dare. Li Yunxiao rejected directly, I'm very weak. Experts like you shouldn't bully me. Please move aside. My mom is calling me home for dinner. He really didn't have the time to deal with such senseless provocation. He had just obtained the explosive essence fruit and was planning to go home to eat it. Coward. The man scolded in disdain, as expected, you don't live up to your reputation. I said, the southern mountain range is a place full of monkeys. What kind of good bird can it give birth to? He scolded a few times to himself. Seeing that Li Yunxiao didn't have any expression and seemed to be waiting for him to move aside, he immediately felt a sense of boredom. A burst of anger rose in him and he snorted, it doesn't matter if you're afraid of death. As long as you crawl 3 times around this trading hall and bark like a dog every time you crawl, I'll let you pass. Li Yunxiao slapped his forehead helplessly. Another one courting death, the man snorted coldly and said, so what? Don't lower your head. Answer me. Li Yunxiao raised his head and said, are your elders nearby? The man was taken aback and said, what do you mean? Li Yunxiao said, I'm afraid that if I beat you to death, your brother will come out again. If I beat your brother to death, your father will come out again. If I beat your father to death, your grandfather will come out again. That will be endless. If your elders are here, I won't beat you up. If you're alone, there's no harm in beating you to death. Impudent. The man flew into a rage and shouted loudly, if you have the guts, then fight with me and sign the life and death contract. His loud shout immediately attracted a lot of attention. While everyone was trading, they saw that there was a good show to watch, so they were happy to watch the show. The battle space was located on the 2nd floor of the trading hall. Although it occupied the 2nd floor of the building, it was an independent infinite space. Unless the restriction was broken and the space was broken, all the attacks inside would not affect the outside. In a VIP room on the 2nd floor, a few figures were looking at the conflict between Li Yunxiao and the burly man through the one-way crystal wall. One of them had a handsome face, but his silver hair was draped over his shoulders. He wore an indifferent expression as he quietly looked down. Fenghua, what do you think of this Li Yunxiao? Beside him was an old man in yellow robes. He was short and slightly bloated, and he had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man's eyes flickered as he slowly said, I don't know. The old man chuckled, you're still as cautious as ever. This Li Yunxiao is only an 8-star martial honorable. He's not as amazing as the rumors say. I wonder how many moves he can take from Fengjun. How many moves? Another silver-robed man, who was slightly more skilled, smiled and said softly, you hidden aristocratic families are still so arrogant. This kid is the #1 rising star of the younger generation, that City Lord Jiang personally said. Don't you believe City Lord Jiang's judgment? Haha, Jiang Churen? The people from the 7 major forces are all arrogant and weak. Their strength is average, but they think highly of themselves. This Li Yunxiao standard must have surpassed the younger generation of the Scarlet Moon City. That's why he's called the strongest among the younger generation. What a joke, what a joke. Haha. Mu Hong burst into unbridled laughter. He did not hide the ridicule in his eyes as he said, such so-called geniuses are as common as the hairs on a cow in our secluded clans. The silver-haired man did not refute him. He stood with his hands behind his back and smiled, if that's the case, why don't we make a bet? Let's see who wins between Li Yunxiao and Mu Fengjun. Is Elder Tianyun going to bet on Fengjun? Mu Hong sneered. Young Tianyun laughed, of course I'm going to bet on Li Yunxiao. Oh? What's the wager? Mu Hong sneered, it can't be a few hundred primary stones between us. He was extremely confident in Mu Fengjun. Yong Tianyun glanced at him and said, you can name the wager. I'm fine with anything as long as I can afford it. Mu Hong's expression slightly changed as he asked doubtfully, are you serious? Could it be that Elder Tianyun has witnessed Li Yunxiao's true strength? Yong Tianyun shook her head and said, no, but I've heard of his name. I didn't expect him to rise so quickly. The reason why I dare to bet is because I believe in Jian Churen's foresight. Mu Hong muttered to himself for a while. He couldn't help but look at Li Yunxiao a few more times. He didn't believe that Li Yunxiao could win against Mu Fengjun. However, he had no choice but to be cautious when it came to the stakes. Yong Tianyun chuckled and said, among the items your sect traded with my deity transformation sect this time, there is a 9th level material, soul sprout. I want 5 kilograms. 5 kilograms of soul sprout? Mu Hong was shocked and his expression changed. 10 caddies is too much. 5 taels at most. Mu Fenghua, who had been silent all this while, was also startled and moved. She looked at Yong Tianyun meaningfully. Yong Tianyun smiled. You and I are considered to be at the top of the continent. If you don't have 5 kilograms of soul sprout as a stake, do you think you can take it out? Mu Hong snorted and said, my Mu clan only earns 1 or 2 taels of soul sprout every year. If I take out 5 kilograms as a stake and lose, I'll definitely be beaten to death by the clan head. Yong Tianyun chuckled. In the end, it's Elder Hong who lacks confidence. Mu Hong waved his hand and interrupted, don't provoke me. If Fenghua goes up, I dare to bet 5 kilograms of soul sprout with you. Although I'm sure that Fengjun can also win, there is still a risk. I can bet 1 kilogram. Yong Tianyun hesitated for a moment and replied, all right, 1 kilogram it is. Mu Hong said coldly, I have 1 kilogram of soul sprout here. What kind of stake should Elder Tianyun offer? Yong Tianyun smiled. I'll be more generous. 5 taels of heavenly imperial gold. Heavenly imperial gold. Mu Hong's heart skipped a beat and he revealed an ecstatic expression. As if afraid that Yong Tianyun would go back on her words, he immediately laughed. Haha, Elder Tianyun is indeed straightforward. The spirit-severing Sea clan is indeed rich. He was very happy. What the Mu clan lacked was this kind of rare material. 5 taels of heavenly imperial gold was enough to forge a upper-grade 9th tier Xian artifact. Furthermore, it could be used to upgrade an existing Xian artifact and increase its power. Its value was much higher than 1 kilogram of soul sprout. Mu Fenghua was much calmer than Mu Hong. She said calmly, Elder Tianyun is so generous. It's obvious that you're quite confident in Li Yunxiao's victory. Hee. Yong Tianyun smiled indifferently. Actually, I'm also very curious. How can a martial venerable suppress the Jiutian Emperor's qi? However, I know Jian Churen. He's a very prudent person. He doesn't speak or act recklessly. Over the years, Crimson Moon City's operations have been steady, so I believe what he said. Mu Fenghua nodded and said, a martial venerable from the Bahuang province can suppress the Jiutian Emperor's qi, but Fengjun isn't an ordinary cultivator either. Let's wait and see. Yong Tianyun smiled indifferently. His eyes were twinkling, he seemed to be thinking about something. Li Yunxiao didn't know that he had become someone else's tool. If he knew, he would have tried to blackmail him. Li Yunxiao and Mu Fengjun went to the second floor of the trading room. There were many people there. In the center was a huge array formation with a water screen suspended above it. 2 martial artists were fighting fiercely in the screen, and it seemed as if they had a deep hatred for each other. Moreover, everyone was talking and laughing, and they were very happy to watch. The 2 cultivators in the water screen were both at the peak of the martial venerable realm. They were standing in a pitch-black space. Li Yunxiao looked at the deployment spell and understood what was going on. He started paying attention to the fight. It seemed like the fight was about to end. Both of them were exhausted and their bodies were covered with blood. On the left, a man in white clothes swung his sword and a silky sword chi appeared. This is a fight to the death, someone has to die today. Humph. I've been at the peak of the martial venerable realm for 20 years longer than you. I understand rules better than you. The man in cyan clothes on the right raised his sword. Pure chi burst out of his sword and he turned into an arrow, flying towards the man in white clothes. He turned into a sword and the sword chi was like a rainbow. Bang! When the two swords collided, a ball of pure chi appeared and spun like a whirlpool. The two people were sucked into the whirlpool. Puff! Puff! Both of them coughed up blood and were blown away. However, the azure-clothed man's armor flickered with light and shattered with a bang. The azure-clothed man's expression became extremely unsightly, and his eyes spat out flames of anger. Ha, ha, ha. The armor that you're so proud of is gone. Let's see how you fight me. The man in white clothes gathered his energy again and the sword chi split into two. Yin and yang intertwined and turned into a taiji light, slashing down from the sky. Bang! The man in cyan clothes had a demonic look in his eyes. He quickly formed seals with one hand and a white light appeared around his body. A white armor materialized and blocked the sword light. Bang! The armor was shaken and retreated back into the man in cyan clothes. He could not withstand all the force and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his face revealed a sinister look. What? Your armor? The man in white clothes stared with his eyes wide open and his face turned pale. Ha ha ha. Who told you that I only have one armor? Did you think I've been living like a dog for the past 10 years? Go and die. A cold expression flashed on the green-robed man's face. An extremely sharp sword chi shot out, directly piercing through the white-robed man's chest. The sword pierced through his heart. A look of despair appeared in the white-robed man's eyes, and they gradually lost their color. Bang! The man in cyan clothes poured his energy into the sword and mercilessly shook it out, blasting the man in white clothes' body into pieces on the spot. Following that, he grabbed his opponent's ownerless sword and kept it. Although it was only an 8th-tier profound artifact, to these warriors, it was still a great fortune. Not everyone could compare with Li Yunxiao. Phew, he won. The victor is finally decided. My neck is stiff from watching. They fought for a full 10 hours. The difference in strength between the two is too small. And, if it wasn't for the fact that the man in cyan clothes' family background is richer, I'm afraid the one dead would be him. In a situation where strength is equal, isn't it all about family background? Soon, the water screen in the center disappeared. The array gathered a ray of light and a door gradually appeared. The man in cyan clothes who won walked out from it. His eyes were filled with joy from surviving a disaster. An old man walked up, took out a small box and handed it to him, saying, "You've won, this pill is yours." Haha, that's great. The man in cyan clothes paid enough money and snatched the elixir. He squeezed through the crowd and fled outside. It was obvious that he didn't want to stay for too long. All right. The fight is over. Everyone can disperse. An old man sitting in the corner mumbled. If there's anyone else who wants to fight, come to me and sign up. Li Yunxiao's gaze swept over. The old man's body had a faint force that repelled his divine sense. It was obvious that he was an expert. I want to fight. Mu Fengjun shouted loudly, immediately stopping all the people who were about to leave. They all stopped in their tracks. The old man raised his head and looked at him. A trace of light flashed in his eyes. He squinted his eyes and said, "Hee, kid, your strength isn't bad. Who do you want to fight? Who was it that didn't have eyes and provoked you?" Mu Fengjun snorted coldly. He pointed at Li Yunxiao behind him and said, "It's him. Sign the life and death contract." The old man looked behind Mu Fengjun. He wanted to see who was the person that didn't have eyes. He just happened to see the calm expression on Li Yunxiao's face. After a short moment of contemplation, he suddenly let out a scream. He said in shock, "You're Li Yunxiao." What? Li Yunxiao? Everyone in the hall was shocked. They looked at each other in shock. Each of them revealed an expression of shock and excitement. The person that this young man wanted to challenge was actually the world-famous, the #1 rising star of the younger generation. At the same time, everyone had a question in their hearts. This kid wants to challenge Li Yunxiao. Isn't he seeking death? However, Mu Fengjun didn't think so. He said proudly, that's right. The one I want to fight is this undeserving swindler. What number one rising star? Today, I will expose him in front of everyone. Everyone's face darkened. Many of them had personally witnessed Li Yunxiao's battles. They couldn't help but laugh. Haha, where did this brat come from? He even wants to sign a life or death contract. The ignorant are fearless. Sigh, these days, people think they are number one just because they have a little bit of strength. I hope he doesn't wet his pants later. Haha. Let's wait and see. Since he dares to challenge Li Yunxiao, he should have some strength. Maybe he can withstand one or two moves. There are clowns every year, but there are especially many this year. All kinds of ridicule could be heard. Mu Fengjuan's expression changed as he roared, all of you shut up. The so-called number one in your eyes, I will hold his head and let you laugh to your heart's content. The old man in charge of registration was also laughing from ear to ear. He hurriedly said, that's right, that's right. Don't listen to their nonsense. Quickly hand over the source stones and sign the life or death contract. I have high hopes for you. Teach this number one person a lesson. Mu Fengjun felt uncomfortable when he heard this. His face was covered with a layer of frost. He said coldly, later, I will make all of you shut up. He handed over the source stones and immediately signed his name on a life or death contract. Li Yunxiao glanced at the contract and also put a name on it. The old man took a look and put away the contract. He pointed at the teleportation formation and said with a smile, go in. It will automatically send you to the battle space. He looked at Mu Fengjun meaningfully and said cheerfully, young man, beat him up. No need to give me face. Mu Fengjuan's face turned ashen when he saw the ridicule in the crowd. He snorted heavily. He planned to kill Li Yunxiao the moment he entered. He would ruthlessly slap these people's mouths. The people in the VIP room looked at the water projection in the room with different expressions. Yong Tianyun maintained a graceful smile on her face as she gently leaned back in her comfortable chair and sipped on her fragrant tea. On the other hand, Mu Hong's face was filled with ridicule as he sneered, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Could it be that the martial artists of the mainland have already become so short-sighted? Yong Tianyun smiled faintly and said, what a pity. What a pity that Elder Hong only made a bet with me. If he went out and opened a bet, I reckon that the biggest gain from this trip wouldn't be making a deal with me, the Soul Formation Sea Realm, nor would it be until the end of time. It would be winning the bet. Mu Hong said coldly, Yong Tianyun, you don't have to be sarcastic. That's because you don't understand Mu Fengjuan's strength. You won't be able to cry later. Oh? In that case, I will wait patiently. Yong Tianyun didn't say anything else, but the smile on his face didn't diminish as he continued to drink tea. Mu Fenghua, who hadn't spoken a word, was still standing there quietly. His eyes were fixed on the water screen. He didn't move at all, as if he were a wooden statue. Li Yunxiao and Mu Fengjun walked into the formation one after another. The light of the spatial transformation technique shone, and the two were quickly sent into a pitch-black space. This place was boundless, and it was the most suitable place for fighting. Li Yunxiao sniffed lightly as if he was a little uncomfortable. A strong smell of blood pervaded the air. There were too many killings in this place. Obviously, it wasn't just the fight between the two men. Many more people had died here. Gratitude and grudges, killing and robbing, and so on. Countless martial artists died in the realm of heaven martial arts every day. Li Yunxiao, your deceitful reputation ends today. As soon as Mu Fengjun stepped into the fighting space, his entire aura dispersed. Although he was extremely angry because of the crowd's sarcasm, his face was still cold and emotionless. Li Yunxiao said calmly, whether I deceitful reputation or not, it seems to have nothing to do with you, right? If you want to punish evil, there are so many injustices in the world. Why don't I see you taking action? Humph, it's useless to say more. No matter how glib your tongue is, it can't save you. Mu Fengjun wanted to use Li Yunxiao to establish his prestige and slap the faces of those who had mocked him. He clenched his fists and his whole body turned into a beam of light. A cold light flickered in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and the Thousand Autumn Overlord blade appeared in his hand. He held the tear of the real dragon in his left hand, and slowly activated the Overlord blade. The shadow of the giant corpse puppet appeared behind him, and it gradually became more solid. This blade energy, Mu Fengjun was the first to feel that something was wrong, and he was startled. The flickering blade energy forced his movements to become stiff. The pupils of the people in the VIP room shrank, and they opened their eyes wide. They watched without blinking. Although Yong Tianyun was very confident in Li Yunxiao, he was also very curious about why this lad was so powerful. The power of the Thousand Autumn Overlord blade grew stronger and stronger, and the entire body of the giant corpse puppet appeared. A sword intersected with the corpse puppet's body. A cold smile flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he said, "A mere puppet dares to be so impudent in front of me? What a joke!" "What?" Mu Fengjun was shocked. He didn't think that the other party had already seen through his puppet technique. The corpse puppet had already slashed out, and the entire space was sealed by that blade. There was no way out, and there was no door to the ground. The corpse puppet still had that cold expression on its face, and it finally disintegrated under the blade energy, turning into dust in an instant. "Humph, are you hiding in the formation space drawn inside the puppet?" Li Yunxiao sneered disdainfully. Just as Mu Fengjun turned into dust, the space fluctuated slightly, and a silver-clothed youth with a shocked expression revealed his true appearance. Li Yunxiao pointed with one hand, and the giant corpse puppet circled in the air after slashing out. The blade energy was like a sea, and it continued to crush downwards. That youth, the real Mu Fengjun, no longer had that numb and cold expression on his face. Instead, he was shocked. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and a giant golden puppet appeared in front of him. Mu Fengjun continued to form seals in front of him, and he shouted, "Exploding rotating nebula." The puppet extended its hand, and with a clench of its 5 fingers, a burst of origin energy exploded out. It was like a sea of stars, and it fiercely struck out. "What? He's already using the exploding rotating nebula?" In the VIP room, Mu Hong's expression turned ugly, and he faintly felt that something was wrong. It proved that Li Yunxiao's blade brought too much pressure to Mu Fengjun, which was why he had to use his ultimate technique. Boom! The spinning force of the nebula collided with the giant corpse puppet's blade energy, and it immediately turned into 2 distinct spaces that pressed against each other. They were equally matched, and at the point where the 2 forces intersected, the powerful spiritual pressure was being squeezed and swallowed each other, as if there were signs of breaking the balance. Eh? Interesting, it can actually take a slash from the Thousand Autumn Overlord blade? Li Yunxiao revealed a surprised expression. He formed a seal with one hand, and the sword seal changed. He lightly shouted, "Thousand Autumn like snow, half a night like a dream, one saber suppresses the soul." 3 golden ancient Maha characters immediately appeared on the giant corpse puppet, and its body immediately swelled up. The saber light was like a sea, and its power instantly multiplied as it directly pressed into the nebula space. In the VIP room, Yong Tianyun's expression suddenly changed. That calm and composed smile completely disappeared, and what replaced it was a kind of extreme shock and amazement. She stared at the 3 ancient Maha characters, and her eyes flickered with a bright light. These 3 ancient Maha characters were the spiritual attack technique recorded in the Dragon Bone Pearl. When Li Yunxiao used it on the Thousand Autumn Overlord blade, he could perfectly imitate Ning Qiua's soul-suppressing time song. Although the power of the 2 was like heaven and earth, it more or less had that kind of soul-suppressing charm. Crackle crackle. The saber light began to invade the nebula space like lightning. The saber chi spread out like vines, completely disintegrating the nebula space in minutes. Rumble. The nebula space completely collapsed, and the giant corpse puppet in the form of a sword instantly crossed over and directly slashed at the giant golden puppet's body. Bang! The golden puppet exploded, smashed into pieces by the saber light. Mu Fengjun was completely stunned, and his mind was blank. His strongest move was actually so easily crushed by his opponent. He couldn't believe it no matter how hard he tried, and he completely lost the ability to think. He could only watch as the saber light fell, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. He wanted to open his mouth and beg for mercy, but under the fear of death, his throat was already so frightened that he couldn't make a sound. The killing intent in Li Yunxiao's eyes didn't decrease. Just as he was about to kill Mu Fengjun, an urgent voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Don't kill him. Li Yunxiao was startled, and then a sneer appeared on his face. He looked at the void and sneered, Who do you think you are? Do you think I won't kill him just because you say so? I'll kill him for you to see. The saber light's momentum did not decrease, and it was about to completely cut Mu Fengjun into pieces. I am Yong Tianyun from the deity transformation sea. Let him live, and we can talk. The voice was shocked, and immediately threw out his identity. He anxiously said, This person also has a great background. Everything can be discussed. Li Yunxiao's heart moved, and he finally stopped the saber's momentum. He pointed with one finger and kept the 1,000-year tyrant saber. At this moment, Mu Fengjun was completely scared silly. His entire body was as white as paper, without a trace of blood. His eyes were filled with fear and dread. The strength of these disciples from the hidden aristocratic families was not bad, but they lacked true battle experience and awareness of death. There was still a huge gap between them and the martial artists of the Sky Martial Continent who fought on the line between life and death. Li Yunxiao stared at him coldly, and said, You have a pretty good backer. You can keep your life for now. He turned around and was about to leave the battle space. Suddenly, countless golden rays of light gathered in the air, and formed a golden ball in front of Mu Fengjun. It kept on increasing in size, and the golden puppet that had been smashed into pieces actually recovered. It was just that the difference in spiritual energy was too great. Memory origin gold. This puppet actually had memory origin gold that could infinitely recover itself. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and then his eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the golden puppet and threw it into the Universe God Monument. He looked at Mu Fengjun, who wanted to resist, and laughed coldly, That puppet is not bad. I like it. I want it. I like it, I want it. These few words made Mu Fengjun's words stuck in his throat. He wanted to say something but he didn't know what to say. He could only watch as the other party kept his puppet and left. An endless sense of grievance and humiliation spread in his heart, causing his expression to be extremely ugly. His eyes were bloodshot and completely red. Haha, Elder Hong, I'm so sorry. Hand over the soul sprout. Yong Tianyun laughed heartily and extended his hand to ask for it. Mu Hong's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Mu Fengjun to lose. Moreover, he lost so thoroughly and so quickly. It was completely different from what he expected. He clenched his teeth and said angrily that Li Yunxiao only relied on his profound weapon to shock people. What an undeserved reputation. Hee, let's not talk about undeserved reputation. That's not what I'm thinking about. Yong Tianyun's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking about. He just smiled and said, What I'm thinking about now is how to use so many soul sprouts. Haha. The complacent look on his face showed without any scruples. Humph. Mu Hong's face turned purple from anger. He tossed out a storage bag and the muscles on his face visibly twitched a few times, looking extremely awful. Mu Fenghua was also in deep thought. He seemed to still be immersed in the previous battle. He gradually came back to his senses and bowed to Yong Tianyun. He said, Thank you, Lord Tianyun, for saving my brother. Yong Tianyun smiled and said, It's all right. I'm also doing it for my own good. If my brother died, Elder Hong would have rushed out to kill him on the spot. My soul sprout would have gone up in smoke. Mu Hong snorted and said, Killing is for sure. But I won't renege on your soul sprout. Do you think I, Mu Hong, will go back on my words? Yong Tianyun smiled and said, I naturally trust Elder Hong's credibility. But if you rush out to kill someone, you will have broken the rules of Crimson Moon City. I'm afraid you will become a prisoner of Crimson Moon City in the blink of an eye. Who can I ask for my soul sprout from? Mu Hong's face changed and snorted, Although Crimson Moon City is powerful, I'm not afraid. Hee. Yong Tianyun smiled and stopped talking to him. Instead, she glanced at Mu Fenghua and asked meaningfully, Sir Fenghua, what do you think of the battle just now? If it were you, would you be able to win? A ripple appeared in Mu Fenghua's calm eyes. She said softly, Very strong. That Li Yunxiao is really very strong. I'm looking forward to fighting him. He spoke in an extremely relaxed manner, but the veins on his hands that were clasped behind his back were bulging, and the blood in his body was gradually heating up. Li Yunxiao and Mu Tianjun walked out of the fighting space one after another. Many people rushed to like and ask for mutual fans, but under Li Yunxiao's cold gaze, they all retreated in horror. Then, when Mu Fengjun came out, all sorts of ridicule could be heard from all directions. Mu Fengjun was in a daze. He felt as if the world was spinning around him. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fell to the ground, unconscious. This battle had already attracted the attention of many people. Li Yunxiao didn't want to cause too much trouble, so he quickly left the second floor and wanted to leave the trading hall. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of him. It was a young man in a black robe. He had a handsome face and an arcane refiner badge pinned on his chest, showing a complex pattern. Li Yunxiao recognized it was a grade 6 badge at a glance. Lord Yunxiao, my master would like to have a chat with you. The young man spoke very modestly and politely, a sincere look on his face. As an arcane refiner, it was rare to see such a gentle and refined person. Li Yunxiao asked, "Is your master Yong Tianyun?" The young man was taken aback, then quickly replied, "Yes." He then asked curiously, "Does Lord know my master?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I used to know him, but not anymore." The young man pondered for a while, but didn't understand what Li Yunxiao meant. He could only smile and said, "Lord Yunxiao must be joking, please follow me." Li Yunxiao followed behind him and quickly walked into a luxuriously decorated VIP room. The entire trading hall could be seen from inside. The young man said, "Lord Yunxiao, please wait for a moment, my master will be here soon." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "He wants to see me and wants me to wait for him? Sorry, my time is very precious. Since he isn't here, let him come see me himself next time." Li Yunxiao didn't stand on ceremony and turned around to leave. This. The young man was completely stunned. How many overlords and grandmasters wanted to see their master? They wouldn't complain even if they had to wait for a year and a half. Instead, they would feel very honored. But this Li Yunxiao wasn't willing to let him wait for a moment, and even wanted his master to see him personally. Who does he think he is? The 7 great sect masters or the 10 Emperor Wu, F*ck, the usually gentle young man couldn't help but curse in his heart. He really wanted to rush up and smash a few bricks into Li Yunxiao's back. Lord Yunxiao, wait a moment." But his high self-control allowed him to endure. He very politely ran up to stop Li Yunxiao and explained, "My master has been delayed by something. He will be here soon." He said with some doubt, "Do you really know my master?" "My master is a deity transformation sea elder, a 9th-ranked alchemist, Yong Tianyun." The young man felt that it was necessary to clarify the identity and status of his master. As for the Yong Tianyun that Li Yunxiao knew, it was definitely someone else. Li Yunxiao faintly looked at him. He was too lazy to say another word and directly walked out. "Haha, is young Master Yunxiao so impatient?" Yong Tianyun's laughter echoed out. There was also a middle-aged man following behind him. The two of them walked forwards and stood in front of Li Yunxiao, smiles on their faces. Li Yunxiao looked at Yong Tianyun, feeling a bit disappointed in his heart. Although he wasn't too familiar with Yong Tianyun in his previous life, they were both deity transformation sea elders and could be considered colleagues. Things remained the same, but people had changed. He didn't think that the next time they met would be like this. When Yong Tianyun had spared Mu Fengjuan's life with his saber, he thought that his reputation had deterred Li Yunxiao. But the truth was that Li Yunxiao had been lenient because they had worked together in the past. Li Yunxiao indifferently said, "This is all because Elder Tianyun's arrogance is too great. That's why I lost my patience." Yong Tianyun was startled. He looked at Li Yunxiao with surprise. He thought that with his appearance, he would be flattered and would at least be polite. He didn't think that he would actually criticize him. But in the end, he was still a 9th-level arcane master, so he naturally wouldn't haggle over this. In addition, he had just 1/2 a gene of soul sprout, so he was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "It's not that I'm arrogant, it's just that I was delayed by something. This is the president of Crimson Moon City's Arcane Master Guild." He is also my eldest disciple, Fu Yu. He introduced the middle-aged man behind him. Fu Yu had a respectful expression. Whether it was towards Yong Tianyun or Li Yunxiao, he hurriedly stepped forwards and said, "To be able to recognize young Master Yunxiao, I am truly fortunate." Fu Yu had personally witnessed Li Yunxiao's battle with Ruinxiong. His heart was 100% convinced, and the respect he showed now came from the bottom of his heart. He seemed to be older than Yong Tianyun. In fact, the two of them were about the same age. However, in the art of formula, the one with the most experience came first. Fu Yu was only an 8th-level arcane master. The Arcane Master Guild's power in Crimson Moon City was very weak. Crimson Moon City's strategy was to develop merchants and suppress the sections. Therefore, the merchants in Crimson Moon City were flourishing. The 7 permanent council members of the Merchant Union were all very weak. The Arcane Master Guild's influence was also very small. The young man had a strange expression on his face. His senior brother was still an 8th-level arcane master. Why was he so respectful towards this young man? It was a bit unreasonable. Yong Tianyun glanced at him and smiled. "This is my second disciple. His name is Xiao Ran. I hope young Master Yunxiao won't blame me for my rudeness earlier." Li Yunxiao looked at the two of them indifferently and said, "Your disciples are all quite polite. There was no rudeness. The one who was unreasonable is someone else." Yong Tianyun laughed and said, "In that case, let's go in and have a chat." How could he not know that what Li Yunxiao said was that he was the one who was unreasonable? After a short interaction, he already had a rough idea of what kind of person he was. If he continued talking, he would lose face, so he immediately changed the topic. The 4 of them walked into the VIP room together. Yong Tianyun casually formed a seal and isolated the surroundings to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. Seeing Li Yunxiao's calm expression, Yong Tianyun couldn't help but admire him in his heart. He smiled. "Young Master Yunxiao revealed some clues of your strength in the battle just now. It has already opened my eyes. That corpse saber should be an antique, right?" With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the 1,000-year tyrant saber was extraordinary. There were probably only a few people in the world who could refine it. Li Yunxiao laughed. "Haha, it's just SOSO." This answer was neither painful nor itchy, causing Yong Tianyun to be stunned. She only felt that she had nowhere to exert her strength. She could only go straight to the point and ask her question. "I saw that under young Master Yunjiao's strike, there were 3 words that looked like golden tadpoles. I wonder if young Master Yunxiao recognizes those 3 words?" Li Yunxiao rolled her eyes at him and said unhurriedly, "Oh? Are you talking about those 3 ancient Maha characters?" Gulp. Yong Tianyun's throat seemed to be blocked. He thought that the other party wouldn't recognize them, but he didn't expect the other party to be even more professional than him. He embarrassedly said, yes, it's the ancient Maha scripture. Young Master Yunxiao actually understands these characters? May I know how many characters you've grasped?" "How many?" Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment before he asked in a strange tone, "What's so strange about these characters?" "I've been learning them since I was young, and I've grasped tens of thousands of them." Silence, a deathly silence. The 3 of them all had their eyes bulging out, but there was no sound. "Nonsense." Xiao Ran finally couldn't hold it in anymore and angrily said, "The ancient Maha characters that we've discovered so far are only around 400 characters. Where are the tens of thousands?" Li Yunxiao's strange expression disappeared, and he revealed a smile. He looked at Xiao Ran with a smile in his eyes and said, "So there are around 400 ancient Maha characters in the deification sea. I wonder how many you've grasped." Yong Tianyun and the other 2's faces instantly turned ashen, especially Xiao Ran. The person in front of them was too cunning. They originally wanted to probe the other party's background, but they didn't expect the other party to dig it out with just a few words. The research of the ancient Maha scriptures had always been one of the top secrets of the Divine Transformation Sea and Saint Realm. Even Gu Feiyang, as an honorary elder of the Divine Transformation Sea, didn't know about it. Yong Tianyun and his 2 disciples were the researchers of this work. Cough, cough, cough. Young Master Yunxiao is so cunning. Yong Tianyun coughed a few times to cover up the 3's awkwardness and smiled. The Divine Transformation Sea has already more or less grasped the characters that they've discovered. Same. Li Yunxiao nodded with a smile. Yang Tianyun's heart sank. Young Master Yunxiao, what do you mean by same? It's the same as what you mean by same. Li Yunxiao smiled. Yang Tianyun was a little flustered. He coughed a few times and said, Young Master Yunxiao, I hope that we can have an open discussion. That will depend on Elder Tianyun's sincerity, Li Yunxiao replied. Fuyu could not stand it any longer and hurriedly said, Young Master Yunxiao, my master is also considered an all-powerful figure. It is enough to show his sincerity that he personally came to talk to you. Li Yunxiao furrowed his brows. Fine. I'll see how open you guys are. Yang Tianyun nodded and said, To tell you the truth, I have a copy of young Master Yunxiao's information. From your birth in the Southern Territory all the way until you defeated Northern Sea's Ruinxiang, there are records. I even found out which generations of your ancestors you came from, but there are some places where the information is very vague. Li Yunxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, You mean you want me to fill in the information? Yang Tianyun sensed his anger and smiled calmly, Young Master Yunxiao, don't be angry. Although it's disgraceful to investigate your background, I believe that after the battle at Crimson Moon City, every force is doing it. It sounds hard to accept, but with young master's intelligence, you should be able to understand. It's just that the details that even the Soul Formation Sea realm couldn't find out, so it's even more impossible for them to find out. Yang Tianyun was right, Li Yunxiao had also guessed it a long time ago. After the battle in the Red Moon City, or even before that, there were definitely many people investigating his identity. However, it was still inevitable for him to be a little angry when someone said it in front of him. Li Yunxiao snapped, What have you found out? What are you missing? Let's see if I can fill in the gaps for you. A bitter smile appeared on Yang Tianyun's face as she began, Before coming to Jiaolan Academy, young Master Yunxiao was a complete hedonistic son of rich parents. Although your cultivation talent isn't trash, it's not that far off. You've never done anything outstanding. The only slightly interesting thing was when you, Chen Zhen, and Han Bai were bullied by Lan Fei and the others. It was supposed to be a losing battle, but for some reason, you went crazy and fought with your life on the line. In the end, you won. That was the only time you stood out before entering Jiaolan Academy. Li Yunxiao was speechless. Yang Tianyun glanced at him and continued, Among the hedonistic nobles of the Aqua Sky Nation, you fought a total of 173 times with Lan Fei and the others. You only won 30 times, and every time you were beaten miserably. And, not being discouraged in defeat can also be considered a kind of talent. Li Yunxiao's eyes spat out flames of anger. In this way, did he still have the slightest bit of privacy? Yang Tianyun lightly leaned back on the recliner and smiled, This is the scary part of intelligence work. With your rise, these things will be investigated clearly sooner or later. After you entered Jiaolan Academy, nothing happened at the beginning. You continued to be a coward and was always bullied. You never changed. Yang Tianyun continued, until, his tone changed as his expression became solemn, until you went to the Arcane Refiners Guild for the first time and displayed an extremely high talent in arcane refinement. After that, everything changed. Yang Tianyun said, When you displayed your talent in arcane refinement, it should have already changed. Then this change should have happened before you went to the Arcane Refiners Guild for the first time. Li Yunxiao coldly said, Then what does this mean? Yang Tianyun smiled, We don't know why this change happened. Actually, it's not important. This is only the first mystery. However, there are still a few things we don't understand. For example, why did Tianqin Emperor Wu and Divine Command Emperor Wu appear in the sky above Yanwu City? I don't believe they are fighting for the spiritual qi in Yanwu City. The third mystery is what happened in the barrier set up by the throne at the center of Fei Plains. Did the legendary Supreme Grade Profound Artifact Noah's Ark appear? The fourth mystery is what happened above Songyang City in the end. The demon race and the 4 extreme sects' whereabouts are already known. Are the merchant union's people all dead? The fifth mystery is where young Master Yun's profound artifact came from. Yang Tianyun finished in one breath and felt his chest relax a lot. These were all things that the transformed God Sea couldn't get an answer after a large amount of investigation. It made the entire transformed god see's upper echelon struggle for a long time. Li Yunxiao indifferently said, "Is Elder Tianyun interrogating me?" Yong Tianyun smiled, "Of course not. It's just that these mysteries are too confusing. Young Master Yunxiao has the right not to answer." After the battle at Scarlet Moon City, Li Yunxiao had already entered the scope of observation of all the major forces. Jiang Turan's judgment made everyone anxious to understand his origins. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and said, "Don't you have any guesses of your own?" Yong Tianyun smiled, "Young Master Yunxiao is indeed cautious. But this concerns your own privacy, so it's normal. We naturally have our guesses. For example, the first mystery and the fifth mystery should be caused by the same thing. We reckon that you obtained all the inheritance of a certain almighty. And the saber you used in the battle with Mu Fengjun in the battle space further confirmed this guess. Although I didn't take a close look at the saber, I'm certain that it is definitely a high-grade 9th-grade profound artifact. There are only a few people in this world who can refine it." Li Yunxiao slowly opened his mouth. "This guess is more or less the truth. As for the other three mysteries, forgive me for not being able to answer them." Disappointment flashed in Yong Tianyun's eyes, but this result was also reasonable. She said, "Although it seems like there's nothing to gain, at least the first and fifth mysteries have been confirmed. It can be considered to have resolved many of our doubts." Li Yunxiao said, "I can explain about the matter of Xianxia City. After Saber Sword Sex Chen Feng left, I also followed the Heavenly Essence Trade Association's people and used a magic artifact to soar through the sky. I also want to know the outcome after that." "Oh? So other than the Four Extremes sect and the demon race, no one else knows?" Yong Tianyun's face flashed with a hint of solemnity. Li Yunxiao said, "And that North Sea Ruin Xiang is also an accomplice. But finding him seems to be more difficult than finding the Four Extremes sect and the demon race, right?" Yong Tianyun said, "The sanctuary has already sent people to the Four Extremes sect's headquarters. In the end, it was empty and all the resources had been moved away. Right now, the Four Extremes sect has already become an empty shell. Although it is still incomparably huge, it has completely lost its backbone. Right now, the Commerce Alliance is busy dividing up the Four Extremes sect's assets. Instead, they are not so enthusiastic about finding the culprit." "Oh? The Commerce Alliance's spies are all over the world. Speaking of which, they are even above the sanctuary and deity transformation sea. If they want to find the culprit, it's impossible that they don't have any clues." Li Yunxiao frowned and said in deep thought, "Could it be that there's another change in the Commerce Alliance?" Yong Tianyun also said in deep thought, "Now that you say it, it does seem like there's a problem. The matter of Xianxia City has also happened for a period of time. It has a great impact on the Commerce Alliance. There should be no action. But these things should be the sanctuary's responsibility. We deity transformation see don't have so much time." Li Yunxiao glanced at him and snorted coldly, saying, "If you don't have so much time, why did you list out the 5 great mysteries with me?" Yong Tianyun laughed and said, "Haha, young Master Yunxiao doesn't need to be afraid of me. After all, I don't have any ill intentions. And young Master Yunxiao has also received my deity transformation C Technique Alchemist badge. From my observation, young Master is now in existence of the 8th stage." "What?" The two disciples behind him were shocked. They looked at Li Yunxiao in shock. The number 1 rising star of the martial Dao was actually an 8th stage alchemist? Yong Tianyun smiled bitterly and said, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe it. I wonder what kind of inheritance young Master Yunxiao obtained to actually be so terrifying in both martial arts and sorcery. I'm afraid that even the number 1 of the younger generation in the art of sorcery will be won by you." He seemed to be reminiscing and sighed, saying, "In my memory, the only one who could achieve such shocking achievements in both Daos in the past hundreds of years is that Pijuan Emperor Wu Gufeiyong. And from what I see today, young Master Yunxiao's future achievements will definitely be above that Gufeiyong." Li Yunxiao didn't deny it and said indifferently, "Elder Tianyun, are you mocking me? Now the whole world knows that my Dantian is damaged and my martial Dao foundation is destroyed. It will be difficult for me to improve in the future." Yong Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "There is indeed such a rumor. I believed it at first, but after seeing young master, I don't believe it anymore. I don't believe that a peerless genius can still stroll around the market, compete, and chat with me so calmly after his martial Dao foundation is destroyed. Haha, young master's method of crossing the sea by deceiving everyone is very brilliant. Li Yunxiao frowned and snorted, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Do I have to frown every day after my martial Dao foundation is destroyed? Yong Tianyun smiled, then does young master Yunxiao dare to let me have a look? If your martial Dao foundation is really destroyed, then I'm afraid the only one in the world who can cure young master is me, the soul-transforming sea elder. Li Yunxiao flatly refused, no need, let's get down to business. Could it be that Elder Tianyun called me here to be honest with you so that I can answer your questions? Yong Tianyun said, that is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that I, as an elder of the soul-transforming sea elder, now officially invite young master Yunxiao to join the soul-transforming sea elder. Join the deity transformation sea? Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment and fell into deep thought. This was beyond his expectations. Yong Tianyun's eyes narrowed as she observed the changes in Li Yunxiao's expression. She said slowly, as far as I know, young master Yunxiao has not joined any forces yet, but he has a treasure land like Yanwu City, as well as many rank 9 profound artifacts and an extremely ostentatious reputation. He smiled indifferently, hee, all of these are very enviable. Young master Yunxiao is now like a child holding a gold ingot, walking in the market, and everyone's eyes are on you. Li Yunxiao was silent. He had already realized this. Although he was not a pushover, not everyone knew that. Moreover, his strength was indeed not enough in front of the real big sex. Yong Tianyun encouraged, the benefits of joining the deity transformation sea are self-evident. You can get a lot of resources and support, and no one in the world would dare to provoke you. Li Yunxiao said, what about obligations? There are naturally obligations too. Yong Tianyun said seriously, since you have joined the deity transformation sea, then you must put the interests of the deity transformation sea above everything else, because this is the common glory of all of us. Li Yunxiao said, I understand. For the sake of the deity transformation sea, I can give up my life. Yong Tianyun laughed, how can it be so miserable? When you have to risk your life for the deity transformation sea, I'm afraid it's almost over. Li Yunxiao said, what if I don't join? Yong Tianyun looked up and said leisurely, young master Yunxiao is a smart person. Oh right, I came to Red Moon City this time to handle a murder case. My deity transformation sea's rank 8 great alchemist master Si Duyuan was framed to death. I wonder if young master Yunxiao knows the real murderer? Yong Tianyun purposely emphasized the word true culprit. The meaning in her eyes was self-evident. Li Yunxiao cursed in his heart and said resolutely, Master Si Duyuan was killed by the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. The entire Ocean Sky Town witnessed it with their own eyes. The culprit has already been executed by the Lord of Ocean Sky Town, Liao Yangbing. There is no doubt about it. Oh? In that case, he had to investigate it carefully. Most of the time, what he saw might not be the truth. For example, regarding young master Yunxiao's martial arts foundation being destroyed, I feel that it is quite incredible. Yong Tianyun chuckled. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, can you give me some time to consider this matter? In his previous life, he was also considered a member of the deification sea, so he had a certain degree of friendship with the deification sea. However, his current strength was too weak. Once he entered the deification sea, he would basically be at the mercy of others. The two partners had to have similar strength in order to ensure fairness. Otherwise, the weaker one was, the greater the loss they would suffer. Of course. Seeing that Li Yunxiao did not refuse, Yong Tianyun was quite satisfied. A light flashed in his hand and an exquisite badge immediately appeared. It exuded an extremely strong power and said, this is a rank 8 arcane refiner badge. Please accept it, young Master Yun. The two disciples behind him were shocked and revealed strange expressions. Generally, arcane refiners had to take an examination to advance, especially for a high rank like a rank 8 arcane refiner. They could not be careless, but their master actually gave the badge to someone else. The artificer's badge is only a symbol for those below the 6th rank. However, from the 6th rank onwards, the materials chosen are extremely precious. It has a certain auxiliary effect when refining, and the badge itself is also a small profound artifact. Yong Tianyun explained, as long as young Master Yun imprints a divine sense in it, there will be a corresponding record in the deification sea. If something unfortunate happens, the deification sea will know immediately and find out the truth. Li Yunxiao grabbed the badge, but didn't imprint his divine sense on it. He put it away and said, "Wait until I join the deification sea." Once his divine sense was imprinted, unless he had the power of his previous life, he would be monitored by the deification sea no matter where he was. Yong Tianyun was not in a hurry. He smiled, "That's good. I will also stay in Crimson Moon City and explore the world. If there is anything you need, you can ask me for help at any time." Li Yunxiao nodded. At this time, relying on the deification sea would be of great help to him. His expression suddenly changed and he asked tentatively, "Elder Tianyun, has there been any changes in the deification sea recently?" Yong Tianyun was stunned, then his expression changed greatly. His eyes shot out a sharp light as he looked directly at Li Yunxiao. From the beginning of their conversation until now, Li Yunxiao had never seen Li Yunxiao so nervous, nor had he ever had such a solemn expression. A huge amount of soul power rolled out from Yong Tianyun's body. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to cut through all of Li Yunxiao's defenses and read his mind. Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly circulated the Great Divine Evolution technique to block the incoming divine sense. However, it only lasted for an instant. His opponent was a genuine 9th-grade alchemist. Only by using ocular techniques would he have a chance of facing him head-on. If he only relied on his divine sense, he would definitely lose. Clang! Li Yunxiao clenched his hands in front of him, and a cold light condensed. The Thousand-Autumn Tyrant saber let out a crisp sound and vibrated. 3 ancient Maha characters rose from the blade and resisted Yong Tianyun's divine sense attack with his soul power. When Xiao Ran and Fu Yu saw the treasured saber, they were immediately alarmed and on guard. "Elder Tianyun, if you continue to stare at me like that, I'll be embarrassed. I might not be able to hold the saber in my hand." Li Yunxiao was secretly shocked. This Yong Tianyun's divine sense was much stronger than it was a few decades ago. He was far from being able to hold on for the estimated time. Hee hee. Yong Tianyun suddenly laughed and withdrew his divine sense. The shock in his heart was even greater than Li Yunxiao's. He was originally worried whether his opponent really had the strength of an 8th-grade alchemist. After exchanging blows with him just now, the boundless soul power seemed to have reached the pinnacle of 8th grade. This kid wasn't even 20 yet. Was he going to advance to 9th grade? This thought gave him a huge shock. His heart was thumping violently. A 9th-grade alchemist who wasn't even 20 yet. What did this mean? At the very least, it meant that in the next few hundred years, the Formula Dao would be revered by this person. Both of their faces turned somewhat ugly. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "What's the meaning of this, Elder Tianyun? You asked me so many questions in a row. I only asked one, and you're already making things difficult for me?" Yong Tianyun suppressed the shock in his heart and pondered for a moment before sighing. Young Master Yun was also someone who experienced the bone burial ground. "What kind of changes do you think the deity transformation sea will undergo?" Li Yunxiao sneered. "This is your sex matter. How would I know? Since Elder Tianyun isn't willing to say, then forget it. I'm not that curious anyway." Yong Tianyun looked at him deeply. "Do you know who Ji Xingfeng is?" Li Yunxiao smiled. Although this name has been around for hundreds of years, he was one of the 2 leaders whose name shook the continent a few hundred years ago. He was the leader of the previous generation's deity transformation sea, the Alchemists Guild's general president, and the master of the current president, Lu Tsongzi. Yong Tianyun's expression was abnormally solemn. He was stunned for a full 10 minutes before saying solemnly, "Since you also know, then I won't hide it. Right now, the situation in the deity transformation sea is very complicated. There are signs of a storm brewing. Lord Ji's return is a disaster and not a blessing." Li Yunxiao's expression changed. "Listening to your words, the amount of information contained in them is really huge. Back then in the bone burial ground, the holy regent Su Yan also knew Ji Xingfeng's identity. It's just that he already lost his physical body. Returning to the deity transformation sea, he could actually contend with Lu Congzi. It's really surprising. Could it be that Lu Congzi still remembers old ties? He's not some soft-hearted person. The expressions of the three of them were extremely ugly, and cold sweat seeped from their foreheads. It was one thing for this brat to directly call out Lord Lu Congzi's name, but he actually said such shocking words, causing them to feel waves of chills on their backs. Young Tianyun stared at him and said solemnly, "The amount of information in young Master Yun's words is even greater than mine. These are all major events that can stir up the continent. It's not something you and I can discuss. This matter ends here." Li Yunxiao snorted coldly in his heart. It seemed that there was indeed some problem between Lu Congzi and his disciple. Ji Xingfeng cultivated demonic arts and obtained Dijun's broken body. In addition to his prestige in the past, there must be a lot of virtuous and respectable alchemists supporting him. More importantly, when he was training on the South region's Jade Flower Island, the crystals that flowed out of the deity transformation sea were all demonic energy. This proved that the deity transformation sea had hidden alchemists who cultivated demonic arts. The existence of these people was definitely related to Ji Xingfeng's position as the leader of the deity transformation sea. With a smile in his eyes, Li Yunxiao said leisurely, "The situation on the continent is getting more and more chaotic. The Merchant Union's current situation is unclear, and the deity transformation sea is in turmoil. Fortunately, the Holy Region and the 7 superforces are still stable. Otherwise, it would really be a disaster." "Stable? I hope so." Young Tianyun's eyes were filled with deep worry. She asked, "Young Master Yun, are you really not willing to reveal the information about Noah's Ark? If the heavenly martial arts realm is in turmoil, a peerless expert must appear to suppress it. If Noah's Ark can be used by the forces of justice, it will have a great positive effect on the future turmoil." "What is justice?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Treasures have spirits, and Noah's Ark has its own mission. The way of heaven is long. It seems to be chaotic, but everything is according to destiny. Elder Tianyun, as a 9th-grade alchemist, plays an important role on the continent. If you do your best, you will have a positive effect on the stability of the heavenly martial arts realm." Young Tianyun was surprised. She didn't expect Li Yunxiao to say such philosophical words. She immediately fell into deep thought. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was reasonable. "Today's discussion was also beneficial to me." Li Yunxiao stood up and said, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Young Tianyun raised her head and glanced at Li Yunxiao. She felt like the person standing in front of her was not a junior, but a friend of many years. This feeling made Young Tianyun feel strange. It was as if there was an extremely powerful soul hidden under this young body. He had also guessed that he had been possessed, but once it happened, it would be extremely harmful to the original body. It was already difficult to maintain one's cultivation and not regress, not to mention such rapid progress. Moreover, with his cultivation, he could tell at a glance whether or not he had been possessed. It was impossible to deceive him. Li Yunxiao's eyes were as clear as stars. There was no way he had been possessed. Young Tianyun said, "Young Master Yun, please consider my suggestion to join the Soul Formation Sea." "Oh right, the person you fought just now is from the Hidden Mu family. They also know how to explore until the end of time, and their strength is not ordinary. Red Moon City is still considered safe, but if you enter until the end of time, you have to be careful." Li Yunxiao frowned. He didn't expect that the opening of Until the End of Time would also draw out the hidden families. He nodded and said, "I will. Goodbye." After saying that, Li Yunxiao did not stay any longer. He walked straight out of the VIP room and quickly left the trading hall, looking for a secluded place. Xiaoran finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "Master, this Li Yunxiao is so arrogant. Why did Master condescend to invite him?" Young Tianyun's face was deep in thought. He paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back and sighed, "This child is definitely not an ordinary person. He's even more monstrous than I expected. He must be the one who will stir up the world in the future." Xiaoran and Fuyu were both shocked. They had never heard Young Tianyun praise someone like this. Li Yunxiao walked straight out of the trading hall and instinctively felt many gazes gathered on him. There was no lack of experts and malicious gazes. As soon as he left the trading hall, he directly soared into the sky and turned into a ray of light, disappearing into the sky. Those who were secretly following him were helpless. They didn't dare to fly wantonly above Red Moon City. Li Yunxiao's movement technique was extremely fast. In a few flashes, he left Red Moon City and headed out of the city. Everyone only saw a bolt of lightning streak across the sky, and in an instant, he was 1,000 miles away. After a short moment, he arrived at the place where he obtained the agarine that day. This place had already been destroyed and transformed into a lake and river, but it was suitable for hiding and cultivating. The reason why he didn't stay at Ningqiue's Peach Blossom Cove was because he didn't want to have anything to do with Jiangruame, and he was even more afraid of exposing Tsutsumi. Although he had Ningqiue's help to isolate him from detection, the higher-ups of Red Moon City would more or less become suspicious. The more they came into contact with him, the worse it would be. Li Yunxiao looked at the lake and the World God Monument shot out from his glabella. It fell into the river and pierced into the bottom of the river. Li Yunxiao then turned into a beam of light and flew in. He could do as he pleased in the World Divine Monument. He took out the 30,000 primal elixirs that Ningqiue had given him and sat down to absorb them. As time passed, Li Yunxiao was still surrounded by spiritual energy. Even his figure could not be seen clearly. After a few days, the hazy spiritual energy gradually thinned, and the shadow that came out of it finally moved. Vaguely, it could be seen that the shadow was constantly making hand signs. The spiritual energy in the surroundings, which was gradually thinning, suddenly shrunk toward the center and was sucked dry by Li Yunxiao. He took out the exploding element fruit with a solemn expression, placed it into his mouth gently, and swallowed it. Immediately, a violent power formed in his body. Originally, after using the creation of one breath skill to swallow, his body was already filled with vitality. With the guidance of the exploding element fruit, his vitality grew explosively. Li Yunxiao's body instantly swelled up like a balloon. Li Yunxiao's hands rapidly formed hand signs, and his body suddenly turned into a golden color that was as brilliant as the sun. Beneath the golden body, 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. The eyes of the other 2 faces were closed tightly, and they were making different hand signs. Even with the appearance of the golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms, he was still unable to suppress the origin energy in his body from increasing exponentially. It was like waves crashing against the meridians and bones in his body. It was as if every cell was filled with energy, and his entire body was filled to the brim. The energy condensed into gusts of strong winds that shot out, and the 3 faces revealed hideous expressions of pain. Boom! A dull sound came from his body, and he broke through the bottleneck of the 8-star martial saint. However, he was still unable to digest all the energy in his body, and his aura continued to rise. Li Yunxiao's 3 heads and 6 arms were distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. Tsutsumi's energy also spread out, and he cast an illusion on himself, numbing the nerves in his brain to reduce the pain. The entire process lasted for a day and a night. When the energy in his body was completely exhausted, Li Yunxiao could not even think anymore. He fell from the sky and fell to the ground, unable to get up. After a few more days, a beam of light shot up from the bottom of the river. It was the 9-star martial saint, Li Yunxiao. He turned into a beam of light and headed for the Red Moon City. Suddenly, he had a thought, and after flying for a few thousand miles, he stopped abruptly. A baleful look appeared on his face, and he looked around and said coldly, "All of you, come out." The surrounding space fluctuated slightly, and a few strong auras spread out, sealing off the space where Li Yunxiao was. Soon after, people walked out from the 4 directions. They were actually 4 Emperor Wu's experts, and they surrounded Li Yunxiao. The person in the east raised his eyes slightly, and smiled lightly. "You made us wait for a long time, and we thought you wouldn't come back." The person in the north heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "If we waited for another half a day and still did not see you, we planned to give up. There is only a short while left before the strange phenomenon of the purple cloud peak will appear, and then the end of time and end of time will open. If we don't wait for you, we will have to leave. Everyone, don't talk nonsense. This brat has some ability, and killing him might be troublesome. Quickly kill him, and don't delay our journey to the celestial realm." The person in the south had a murderous look in his eyes. The person in the west smiled, and said, although troublesome, with the four of us working together, it won't take long. The four of us are all 4-star Emperor Wu's experts. The four of them released their auras at the same time, and in an instant, the sky changed color, and the earth trembled. All kinds of auras surged around Li Yunxiao, as if they wanted to roll him into meat paste. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm, and he said indifferently, "You want to kill me, and you don't even have a reason?" The person in the north laughed, and said, "Haha, reason? The reason is that you have too many treasures on you." These four people had chased after Li Yunxiao from the Red Moon City for the treasures, but Li Yunxiao's escaping technique was too fast, and they couldn't catch up. Therefore, on the way back, they had to wait for him. After the person in the north finished speaking, he revealed a mocking expression, and directly punched out. The entire space exploded, and rumbled down. Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, "Pretty much what I guessed." His figure flickered lightly, and he quickly moved in the air, dispelling the fist force. A cold expression appeared on his face, and he said coldly, "Since that's the case, let's end the battle quickly. I'm also in a hurry to go to the celestial realm." He raised his right hand, and the world god steel was immediately thrown into the air. Instantly, a few figures flew out from the steel. It was Mo Xiaochuan, young Emperor Hao Lian, and the three brothers of the Go family. The five of them had a mocking expression, and they stared at the four people, looking for their targets. What's going on? The four of them were shocked, and their soaring auras and complacency instantly froze. Their faces were lifeless and terrified. Why are there suddenly 5 more people? Hey! Not good. They're all Zhoutian Emperor Wu. The four of them immediately came to their senses. Although they didn't know what was going on, at least they knew that this ambush was going to fail. The person in the east's expression was extremely ugly, and he clenched his teeth, and said, "The situation has changed. We can't stay for long, let's go." He was rather decisive, and he didn't want to take the risk. Want to leave? You're all Emperor Wu with decent strength. Why are you all so stupid and naive? Mo Xiaochuan's face revealed a trace of mockery. In an instant, he blocked the person in the east, and his sword swept over. Bang! The person in the east hurriedly took out his sword to block. The two swords clashed, and he was actually sent flying hundreds of meters away. His face paled in shock, and he immediately determined that the opponent's strength was not below his. The other three were shocked, and they were about to escape. They weren't good friends, but because they had the same goal, and their strength was about the same, they walked together. Speaking of which, they had helped Li Yunxiao quite a bit, and many other scums who wanted to harm Li Yunxiao were also chased away by the four of them. Looks like you're a bit stronger, so I'll kill you. Go Yuguang's expression was cold, and he directly appeared in front of the person in the north. Moonlight flowed down like water, and without saying anything, he trapped the person in the north. Go Xingguang and Go Riguang were slightly weaker, but the two of them worked together and surrounded the person in the south. Young Emperor Hao Lian frowned and said, "Why did you leave me the trashiest one again?" Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "Because on my side, you're the trashiest." Young Emperor Hao Lian's face was full of sweat, and he embarrassedly said, "All right." He hurriedly flew over, and the helmet spread out on his fist like the head of a small beast. It suddenly opened its fangs, and it tore at the fist intent world. The person in the west was originally secretly happy. The one blocking him was only a 2-star Emperor Wu, and he could easily defeat him. However, once the fist intent world appeared, his expression immediately changed. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, young Emperor Hao Lian's movement was the biggest. That immortal fist intent spread out, forming a world of its own. What kind of martial Dao comprehension is this? It's actually so abnormal. The person in the west was shocked, and he put away all the contempt in his heart. He poured all his strength into the treasured sword in his hand, and he slashed out 3 times, wanting to split this side of the world apart. Suddenly, a few strange energies formed in the fist intent world. At first, it was just a small and sporadic ball, and then it became more and more, and bigger and bigger. It actually evolved into 4 colors, and the chaos merged together, suppressing the sword chi. This is the elemental power of earth, water, fire, and wind in my fist intent world. My lord, I named this improved version of Vajra fist splitting heaven and earth. Young Emperor Hao Lian's eyes narrowed, and the elemental power of earth, water, fire, and wind revolved, evolving into a piece of chaos. All the energy in the fist intent world was instantly sucked in by that piece of chaos, collapsing into a point. Li Yunxiao's mouth was wide open as he looked at the punch in astonishment. Back then, when he was refining the gauntlet, he had only thought of it on the spur of the moment. He had infused a portion of the elemental powers of earth, water, fire, and wind into the gauntlet. He had never expected young Emperor Hao Lian to have cultivated such a shocking punch. The extreme point that had condensed the entire world of fist intent had caused even him to feel palpitations. Splitting heaven and earth. Young Emperor Hao Lian's eyes were calm as he spat out the 4 words coldly. The heaven and earth seemed to tremble slightly. Everyone present could feel it and they turned around in astonishment. Boom! That extreme point suddenly exploded, and a power capable of destroying heaven and earth was formed. In an instant, that power engulfed that 4-star martial emperor, and the entire sky shattered. Everyone was astonished, especially Li Yunxiao. Other than astonishment, there were also countless doubts and puzzlement in his eyes. The extreme point had exploded and engulfed everything with mighty power. It was actually similar to the power of the world on his universe god monument. Could it be that by possessing the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, one can split heaven and earth and form a world? A strange thought was born in Li Yunxiao's heart and it spread uncontrollably. In the shattered sky, the 4-star Emperor Wu, who had been engulfed by young Emperor Hao Lian's punch, dashed out from a crack in the sky in a disheveled manner. His eyes were filled with astonishment and he no longer had the will to continue fighting. He instantly wanted to escape. What? He is actually fine? Young Emperor Hao Lian revealed a strange expression. Although one punch wasn't enough to kill his opponent, the fact that his opponent was unscathed still shocked him. He mumbled to himself, is the difference of 2 stars so huge? 1 star, 1 world. You have already done a good job by making him flee in a disheveled manner. Li Yunxiao said indifferently. After that, he teleported and turned into a bolt of lightning. The thunderclouds moved rapidly in the sky and engulfed the person in an instant. Bang! The thunderclouds exploded with a burst of power. The Emperor Wu was protected by a layer of faint yellow light. The lightning crackled on it. Although it was beautiful, it couldn't cause any substantial damage to him. He said angrily, Li Yunxiao, could it be that you want to fight to the death? Let me go and I won't do anything to you in the future. The exploding lightning gathered in front of him and gradually condensed into Li Yunxiao's body. He said coldly, when you have the upper hand, you are very violent. But when you have the upper hand, you are very foolish and naive. He weaved a seal with one hand and revealed the golden body Dharma. His 6 arms were either of the seal or he had a solemn expression. The power of wind and fire revolved under his feet and slowly condensed into the shape of a crocodile. Stepping on it, he looked very majestic. The 4-star Emperor Wu's face turned extremely ugly. Although Li Yunxiao was still a 9-star revered martial artist, the ultimate skill that he had displayed had already made him tremble. He shouted hysterically, Li Yunxiao, don't be too ruthless. Leave some leeway for others, which means leaving some leeway for yourself. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with coldness. He said mockingly, so you also understand this logic. When you wanted to kill me just now, did you think of this? He pointed with his right hand and 9 northern sky cold star swords appeared. They spun in the sky and turned into a huge sword array. The head and the tail were connected and swallowed each other. Gradually, they condensed into a huge sword shape and slashed down. As the Jiutian moon catapult fell, the 4-star Emperor Wu made his move. Rays of sword light slashed around his body. It was a completely defensive attack. He formed a cocoon-like barrier and forcefully resisted the attack. Li Yunxiao let out a cold laugh and the universe divine monument on one of his arms flew up as well. It grew bigger and bigger, like an immortal monument. It broke through the air and the power of his world continued to engulf his opponent's emperor's aura of the 9 heavens, sweeping everything away. Hong! Under Li Yunxiao's 2 strongest moves, the huge power exploded. It was even scarier than young Emperor Hao Lian's heaven and earth splitting technique. Humph! Li Yunxiao suddenly humped coldly. He raised an arm behind his back and a ray of mirror light shot out. It broke through the space and froze a fleeing shadow in the void. After that, the crocodile under his feet let out a deafening roar. Its body gradually grew and turned into an 8-jung-tall crocodile man. It looked clumsy, but it rushed into the mirror light at an extremely fast speed and pounced on Emperor Wu. Ah! The martial emperor screamed in horror, and was swallowed by the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile's stomach started to change shape. Emperor energy kept bursting out of its body. However, it was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, it slowly returned to normal. The aura of Emperor Wu had completely disappeared. Bang! As the battle on Li Yunxiao's side was too magnificent, it attracted everyone's attention. After seeing the scene of Emperor Wu being eaten by the crocodile man, everyone gasped in shock and couldn't help but shiver. The morale of the side that originally had the upper hand became even more spirited and they attacked with all their might. Seeing that his side was settled, Li Yunxiao casually threw the universe god steel over and rushed to the battlefield of the others. After the crocodile ate Emperor Wu, it burped a few times and walked over. The remaining 3 people were scared out of their wits. They were originally at a disadvantage. Now, they didn't have the will to continue fighting and anxiously asked to retreat. Boom! The person on the east side was hit by Mo Xiaochuan's sword in panic and died completely. The person who was fighting with Go Yuiguang saw the originally slow crocodile man suddenly speed up and rush towards him. He was so scared that his whole body shivered. He desperately shook off Go Yuiguang and wanted to escape. The crocodile man suddenly rushed over and turned into a flaming wheel and attacked. Boom! The flaming wheel was shaken off by the attack but didn't disperse. It condensed again and trapped the person inside. Go Yuiguang's expression turned cold. The blade light broke through the void like water and slashed horizontally. Spare his life! Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted. But it was too late. The blade light tore through the sky and completely cut the person who was struggling under the flaming wheel attack into powder. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. He immediately threw the dynasty bell on the Dharma. An ancient sound rippled out and landed among the 3 people fighting at the end. In an instant, the remaining person was covered. Young Master Yun, you're not killing him? Mo Xiaochuan came over and revealed a puzzled expression. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, leave one. I have use for him. He casually pointed and put away the dynasty bell. The remaining Emperor Wu was also directly thrown into the universe god steel. Young Master Hao Lian smiled and came forward. Young Master Yun, how was my punch? If you aren't willing to teach me a second martial technique, I'll create one myself. Li Yunxiao revealed a look of admiration and said, very strong, really very strong. Moreover, it gave me great inspiration. Among my many disciples, you might be the one who walked the furthest. Young Master Hao Lian was overjoyed and winked at Mo Xiaochuan with a smile on his face. Mo Xiaochuan said indifferently, using your limited intelligence on the limitless martial path, it's really hard on you. You're asking for a beating. Young Emperor Hao Lian roared, raised his fist, and rushed forward. The 2 immediately fought and flashed back and forth in the sky. The 3 brothers of the Go family walked forward with reverence. Go Xingguang carefully asked, young Master Yun, we've already listened to your orders. Can you set us free now? The conversation between Li Yunxiao and young Master Hao Lian shocked the 3 of them. Li Yunxiao was actually their master, but ever since they entered the universe god steel, they could basically accept even more strange things. Now, they only wanted to exchange for their personal freedom. I've only heard it once. Li Yunxiao's eyes bulged and he snorted. Back then, the 3 of you wanted to take my life. Did you think it would be so simple? The 4 of them wanted to take my life. Did you see what happened to them? Go Xingguang said bitterly, is young Master Yin going to lock us up for life? Not for life, probably for a few more years. Although the spirit energy in the universe god steel is much weaker than in Crimson Moon City, I will provide you with some level 9 elixirs on time as compensation for the lack of spirit energy. Is a few years really that hard for you? Li Yunxiao said indifferently without any emotion in his tone. However, the 3 of them were sealed by him and were under his control. How could they dare to say no? After a few more yes men, the 3 of them obediently returned to the universe god steel. After Emo Xiaochuan and young master Hao Lian messed around for a while, they also went in. Li Yunxiao put away the universe god steel, turned into a ray of light, and flew toward Crimson Moon City. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and the sky began to turn blood red. The crescent moon was like a huge pupil, staring at the ground. Outside Crimson Moon City, there was a huge mountain that was surrounded by clouds and spirit energy all year round. Demonic beasts ran amok, and there were countless spirit herbs. It was a paradise for many adventurers. However, it was shrouded in clouds, and the coordinates could not point the way accurately. Hence, the danger level was the highest. Only when the crimson moon hung in the sky would the clouds disperse. Under the moonlight of the crimson moon, the spirit energy in the mountain shone like a blood-red setting sun, and the clouds on the mountain peak turned purple, as if purple air had come from the east. Such a scene would last for about a month or so. There was no fixed time after the opening of the universe god steel. According to previous statistics, the longest would not exceed 2 months, and the shortest might only be 10 days. It all depended on one's luck. At this moment, the Amethyst Peak was already filled with experts. Heroes had gathered, and a large number of people began to swarm up from all directions. The sky had already been sealed by Crimson Moon City. No one was allowed to fly because if too many people were to fly in the sky, it would be difficult to manage. Now, everyone had to rush up from the foot of the mountain, and Crimson Moon City could set up a checkpoint on the main road to collect fees. What? A toll of 500 million mid-grade primordial stones? At this moment, on the checkpoint, a furious roar could be heard. The universe god steel is the East Region Wonderland, and it belongs to the entire East Region. What right does Crimson Moon City have to collect fees? And it's so expensive. As there were too many people, there were 10 young women stationed at the checkpoint, and they were a little overwhelmed. After a middle-aged man heard the amount of the toll, he was so angry that his entire body trembled, and he looked like he was going to flip the table. Although the 10 beautiful maids were only martial lords or martial grandmasters, none of them dared to make trouble. Those who had paid the yuan stones frowned, then turned around and ran to the top of the mountain. Those who hadn't paid stopped and waited quietly. After all, 500 million mid-grade yuan stones was not a small amount for most people. Just when the crowd thought that the beautiful servant would get angry, she calmly looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and said, "Lord Beely also said that the wealth of the heavenly martial arts realms people belongs to the whole world. It doesn't belong to our Hong Moon City." Eh? Then why did you set the checkpoint and charge so much? The middle-aged man was surprised, then he said discontentedly. The beautiful maid smiled and said, "Lord Beely said that the realm of heavenly martial arts is the most precious treasure of the realm of heaven martial arts. If you want to charge a fee, even 50 billion wouldn't be enough. We set the checkpoint to charge people to go up the Purple Cloud Peak. After all, the Purple Cloud Peak is the private property of the Red Moon City. This is too expensive." The middle-aged man snorted angrily. "Besides, if you don't set a flying restriction, nobody can escape from this mountain." "I'm sorry." The beautiful maid said humbly, "This area belongs to the Red Moon City. We have the right to prohibit flying, and it's to ensure everyone's safety. If it wasn't for our Red Moon City maintaining order, everyone would have long killed until rivers of blood flowed." The middle-aged man said angrily, "So, you charge 500 million yuan stones for our own good?" "Yes," the beautiful maid said, neither servile nor overbearing. You are robbers." The middle-aged man was so angry that he was trembling. The beautiful maid said, "Lord, please step aside. Don't delay people from going up the mountain. We are all civilized people. Don't make us use force." You want to kill people?" The middle-aged man was so angry that his face turned pale. The beautiful maid said politely, "Lord Beely said that those who can't pay the toll are poor people without any background. Killing them is not a big deal." The middle-aged man was speechless. "Alas, brother, the situation is worse than you. Just pay." The other man behind him shook his head helplessly, threw out a bag of yuan stones, and ran towards the back of the mountain. The beautiful maid revealed an enchanting smile and said, "This lord is right. How many years has it been since the heavens and earth opened? Our Crimson Moon City can only earn a bit of money at this time, Yet there are still people who are unhappy and want to haggle over every ounce. Why didn't he think about it? If it wasn't for my Red Moon City's Yugoe, who would have been able to catch this opening time? Did you pay for the research and production of the moon compass? Everyone's face darkened. They knew that they couldn't escape this money. The team that had stopped moving up the mountain moved forward again. Suddenly, an azure bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and the restriction space in front of him suddenly caved in like a sponge. A layer of white light appeared on the lightning, and it seemed to be flashing sword chi. A small hole immediately appeared in the barrier, and the lightning shot through it. The people below were all shocked. The middle-aged man was also shocked and said, "Someone is trying to barge into the restriction. Are you not going to do anything?" The beautiful maid also raised her head to look at the sky and said, "Although the Crimson Moon City is one of the 7 superpowers, not everyone can control it. Those who are capable can naturally refuse to pay the toll. However, ask yourselves, do you all have the ability to do so?" Everyone fell silent, and their hearts were filled with bitterness. This was the way of the world: the weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were respected. Humph. I saw that the person who tried to break the restriction was only a 9-star Martial Honorable. Furthermore, he was only an elementary Martial Honorable. I am a 9-star Intermediate Martial Honorable. If he could break the restriction, I don't believe that I can't. The eyes of the middle-aged man, who had been reluctant to pay, flashed with a fierce look. He suddenly turned into a beam of light and flew into the sky, rushing towards the restriction. He casually took out a triangular treasure, and it immediately transformed into an illusion in front of him. It enveloped his entire body, and he rushed up the mountain like a pangolin. Bang! Finally, it crashed into the restriction. A white ray of light shot out from the restriction like an electric arc and struck the triangular treasure. Kaboom! In the blink of an eye, the triangular treasure and the middle-aged man were reduced to ashes. A gentle ripple spread out, but it quickly dissipated as if nothing had happened. Everyone was shocked, and no one dared to raise any objections to the toll. They all obediently paid the primary stones to go up the mountain. That bolt of lightning was none other than Xianxia. Of course, he wouldn't pay the toll. He was already familiar with this place. After breaking through the restriction, he instantly rushed to the top of the mountain and landed on a flat boulder. There were thousands of people gathered at the top of the mountain, but they were all squeezed at the bottom. The top of the mountain was flat, but there were only a few dozen people. They were all tycoons and heroes of the world. This was also a sense of distance due to the difference in strength. The strong cultivators below Emperor Wu were squeezed halfway up the mountain, and the people above were all existences that they had to look up to. Eh? Transforming into lightning? On the top of the mountain, Jiang Charan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Li Yunxiao, who had revealed his real body under the lightning. He was quite surprised. Li Yunxiao's arrival attracted the attention of many people, and instantly, countless eyes swept over. Who is this kid? He is only a martial venerable, and he dares to stand together with the famous figures and overlords. Is there something wrong with his brain? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. This is Li Yunxiao, the rising star whose strength is comparable to the 4-star Emperor Wu. What? It's him, no wonder. I heard that his dantian was ruptured, and his martial arts foundation was destroyed. How can he still be so strong? I guess it's because he has nothing to lose. Anyway, his martial arts foundation is destroyed, so it doesn't matter anymore. That makes sense. If we enter the end of time, we must be careful when we meet this person. All sorts of discussions came one after another, and all entered Li Yunxiao's ears. He smiled faintly. When other people's divine sense swept over him without restraint, he also released his divine sense and swept it out without restraint. He was surprised to find that there were many familiar faces among them. When Ruan Hongyu saw him, her expression changed slightly, and she asked Ning Qiue, "You taught him?" Originally, her daughter's curse had been cured by Li Yunxiao, so she had a rather good impression of him. Now that she saw him reveal such a skill, she immediately felt a layer of disgust. Ning Qiue frowned. "Do you have evidence?" Ruan Hongyu snorted heavily, and said, "Transforming into lightning is not some impressive top-notch cultivation technique. It's just that this kind of behavior of teaching an ultimate technique to an outsider is too vile. We must investigate who did it. No matter how high that person's status is, or how strong they are, we must not let them off lightly. Ning Qiuya said, whatever. She waved at Li Yunxiao, as if she had something to say. In a few flashes, Li Yunxiao arrived in front of the people of Red Moon City. He first nodded slightly at Jiang Churan, and there was a trace of a smile in his eyes, which could be considered as a greeting. Jiang Churan was stunned, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. Which junior would not be respectful and excited when they saw her? This kid actually acted like he was greeting an old friend, smiling and nodding at her. He did not have the nervousness of meeting a sect master or a top-notch expert. In the eyes of everyone, this scene made them think that Li Yunxiao's relationship with Red Moon City was not just an ordinary kind of good. Ning Qiuya did not say a word. She directly took out a jade token and placed it in Li Yunxiao's hand, and said, look at it after you go in. Be careful. Li Yunxiao flipped his hand and put it away. He nodded lightly, and said, I will. Not far away, Yong Tianyun asked with a friendly smile, Young Master Yun, what do you think about the matter I discussed with you? Everyone's heart trembled. Yong Tianyun was a 9th-rank alchemist, and she represented the supreme authority of the Divine Transformation Sea. In terms of status, she might not be as high as Jiang Churan, but at this moment, she represented the Divine Transformation Sea, and her authority was not any weaker than Jiang Churan's. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, and said, there's too little time to think about it. I will tell Elder Tianyun after I have thought it through. Yong Tianyun nodded with a smile, and said, all right, I will wait for your good news. Beside Yong Tianyun, a few sharp gazes were staring at him. They were the people from the hidden Mu family. Mu Fengjuan's face was ashen, and he said sternly, return my golden-armored man to me. Li Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to him, and his gaze swept across the rest of the people. He actually saw the shadow of the Big Dipper sect's Zhang Linghua below the platform. When Zhang Linghua saw Li Yunxiao looking at him, his expression became extremely unsightly. He forced out an ugly smile, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. There was also Liao Yangbing, and 6 other people in a distant corner, slightly waving at him. Among the 6 people, one of them was the owner of the shop that provided the Earth Gold pill. He was also surprised by Li Yunxiao's identity, and could not help but size up Li Yunxiao a few more times. There was also the owner of the exploding yuan fruit. He seemed to be a little hesitant, and did not dare to come forward. He smiled apologetically from afar. In addition, there were many familiar faces, both from his current life and his previous life. For example, Chen Feng from the Saber Sword sect, and Liang Yui from the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. After the Battle of Songyang City, Liang Yui should have already joined the Saber Sword sect. Even Xiao Jingming and Xue Luoyan were among them. The people from the Saber Sword sect looked at Li Yunxiao with extremely cold gazes. Although Chen Feng wanted to go forward and greet him, Li Yunxiao was currently the focus of everyone's attention, so he was not willing to show himself. There was also Li Feiyu from the 10,000 Treasures Tower, as well as the experts from the various sects in the world. Even some of the experts from the large sects that he knew from his previous life were among them. This was definitely one of the best events. Li Yunxiao, quickly return the golden-armored man from my Mu family. After Mu Fengjun spoke, Li Yunxiao directly ignored him, causing Mu Hong's expression to become extremely ugly. He could only stand out and speak. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned and landed on him. He frowned and said, who are you? Do I know you? Humph humph. Mu Hong snorted a few times. He did not care about everyone's gazes and sneered, don't think that just because you are the #1 rising star, everyone will give you face. This face is not useful in my Mu family. Li Yunxiao glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and sneered, lunatic. Then, he turned around and ignored him. Instead, he greeted Li Feiyu and the others from afar. Mu Hong's expression turned ashen in an instant. He said angrily, brat. Don't you know the manners of respecting your seniors? However, Li Yunxiao still greeted Li Feiyu and the others. Then, his gaze landed on an empty space in the distance. Although there was no one there, there was an undisguised powerful aura being emitted from the void. It was definitely not an ordinary person. Damn it. Mu Hong shouted angrily. Being looked down upon like this made him completely mad. The aura on his body instantly exploded. The mountain rocks under his feet cracked open like a spider web. An extremely powerful aura pushed towards Li Yunxiao. Impudent. Ning Qiue's expression darkened. His body faintly emitted a power that condensed into a huge and indistinct transparent pigeon. It flew over. Once the pigeon landed in the sky above Mu Hong, it immediately suppressed his aura completely. Then, it slowly descended. Mu Hong was shocked. He said in shock, "Aura can actually take form?" He was shocked. Only now did he start to understand the terror of the 7 super forces. He said in horror, "Stop. I just want to teach this rude junior a lesson. You don't have to offend our Mu clan for him." Mu Hong had a smug look on his face as he said, "Although the 7 great forces are the most respected on the continent, the strength of our hidden Mu family is definitely above yours. It's probably about the same as your sanctuary and deity transformation. See cultivators. If you offend our Mu," boom, Ning Qiue condensed his aura. The huge fat pigeon directly descended and completely dispersed Mu Hong's aura. It turned into a gust of wind that swept out. Mu Hong was still feeling complacent when he was immediately blasted into the air. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his own strength was not ordinary. After flying a few rounds in the air, he safely landed on the ground. His eyes were filled with shock. He said angrily, You really want to become enemies with my Mu clan?" Everyone looked at him like they were looking at an idiot. Which one of them wasn't an overlord of a region, a legendary figure of the world? When they heard his boastful words, they had long since wanted to beat him up. They were all blaming Ning Qiue for being too gentle. Yong Tianyun couldn't stand it anymore. The Mu family had always been on good terms with the Soul Formation Sea Realm. If something happened to Mu Hong here, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Mu family. Actually, Mu Hong wasn't a bad person. It was just that these hidden families didn't know the situation of the continent. They had been away from the continent for too long, and they were all ignorant and arrogant. Cough, cough, cough. City Lord Jiang, this Mu Hong and I have some friendly relations. Please show mercy. Yong Tianyun pleaded for leniency. Jiang Charan made a stop gesture, making Ning Qiue withdraw, and said with a smile, "Since Elder Tianyun has spoken, I naturally have to give this face. Otherwise, if he were to cause trouble on Purple Cloud Peak, it would not be something that could be resolved just by vomiting blood." Yong Tianyun cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks." After being struck, Mu Hong's face turned ashen. He seemed to have become a little more well-behaved and didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He only said with a gloomy face, "Elder Tianyun, this brat took my Mu family's golden armored man. No matter what, we must make him return it." Yong Tianyun was speechless. He said, "The 2 of them signed a life and death contract, and it was a fair competition. Young Master Yun won, but he didn't take Feng Jun's life. He only took away a puppet. That was already extremely benevolent." When everyone heard that, they finally understood what was going on, and they all revealed disdainful gazes. Mu Hong said anxiously, "Of course, that golden armored man is an important weapon of my Mu family. It can't be leaked." Tisk. Everyone mocked with disdain. These people from hidden families were really stupid. Who cared if your Mu family could leak it? Since you lost, you had to admit defeat. Seeing his stubbornness, Yong Tianyun also felt a trace of anger. She flicked her sleeves and said, "Then there's nothing I can do. Brother Hong, think of a way yourself." Just as Mu Hong was at a loss of what to do, the expressionless Mu Fenghua, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Li Yunxiao, what do you want before you are willing to return that golden armored man to my brother?" "Everything can be discussed." Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said with a smile, "At least this Mu family has someone who can speak. That golden armored man is useless to me, but I am very interested in one of the materials used to refine that golden armored man." "Oh? I wonder what it is. If possible, I am willing to exchange it for the golden armored man." Mu Fenghua was neither servile nor overbearing as he spoke quietly. Li Yunxiao praised Yi Futian in his heart. Through his divine sense, he could sense that this young man's strength was like a dormant volcano. There was no way of knowing how high he could erupt. Furthermore, his calm attitude was extremely rare. Li Yunxiao's lips moved slightly as he sent a voice transmission over. Mu Fenghua's pupils constricted and his expression changed. He muttered to himself, "This item is extremely rare for our Mu family. Can we exchange it for something else?" Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "To be honest, I know a little about the hidden families. They are basically all poor people, and there are very few things that I like. If I don't have this item to exchange for, I can only return that golden armored man to the furnace and refine this item." When Mu Hong heard this, it was as if he was being called poor. He was so angry that he shouted, "Fenghua, what does he want?" Mu Fenghua also sent a voice transmission over and said, "Memory gold." "What? This thing?" Mu Hong's eyelids twitched. This item was indeed extremely precious. His expression also turned ugly, like a pig's liver. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "For you, who are extremely poor in resources, it is indeed very difficult. Although this item is precious, our Mu family still has a large stock." Mu Hong sneered and said, "How much do you want to exchange for the golden armored man?" Everyone's faces were filled with black lines, revealing stunned expressions. They all thought to themselves in disbelief, how can these people be so naive? All of them are like children, falling for a simple provocation. It seems that these hidden families only know how to cultivate in seclusion, and their intelligence has deteriorated. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, 500 jin. Pfft. Mu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened like copper bells as he roared, 500 jin? Are you playing with me? The smile on Li Yunxiao's face did not diminish, but it only became colder. He snorted and said, "That golden armored man weighs at least 10,000 jin, right? I asked you to exchange 500 jin for it, and you're still not satisfied?" Mu Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, "How can this be compared? At most 100 jin. There's no need to talk more." Yong Tianyun's heart suddenly twitched. He looked at Mu Hong in shock, then looked at Li Yunxiao. Although the memory gold was not very useful, it was definitely an extremely difficult item to obtain. 100 jin was simply an astronomical price, and it was much more precious than his 1 jin of soul sprout. He also knew a little about the golden armored man. Although it was a stage 9 puppet, it was definitely not worth 100 jin of memory gold. Mu Fenghua's thick eyebrows furrowed. Mu Hong's heart was also bleeding. His original bottom line was only 20 jin, but the difference between his price and Li Yunxiao's was too great. He was afraid that he would be laughed at by everyone if he said it. All the heroes of the world were gathered here, so he could not weaken the Mu family's prestige. Li Yunxiao revealed a dissatisfied expression and said, "Memory gold is a metal, how much can 100 jin have? And you said you have a large stock. Forget it, I'll go refine that golden armored man myself. Maybe I can refine some other precious things, and maybe I can even figure out the method to refine this puppet." When everyone heard this, their faces darkened. They secretly thought that this Li Yunxiao was too unkind. He was setting a trap again. Furthermore, with Mu Hong's intelligence, his defense against the trap was practically zero. Sure enough, Mu Hong's expression changed as he said angrily, "Even if you refine all of the memory gold from that golden armored man, it will only be 7 to 8 jin at most. I can add another 20 jin at most. I'll give you 120 jin, don't be too greedy. Although our Mu family is rich, we will never do business that will lose us money." Everyone, so it's like that, that makes sense. Li Yunxiao's face was full of sincerity as he said with difficulty, "Alright, it's really hard to do business with your Mu family. I wanted to take advantage of you, but you saw through it." With a wave of his hand, a gigantic golden puppet appeared in front of him. It emitted an extremely strong artifact energy, making it look extremely extraordinary. It attracted everyone's attention. It seemed like this hidden Mu family did have some skills. This golden puppet was definitely a stage 9 item. There were very few sects in the Sky Martial continent that used puppets as weapons, and they had never heard of an existence that could refine a stage 9 item. Mu Hong said proudly, "Of course. Our Mu family and the deity transformation sea have been trading for hundreds of years, and we have never suffered any losses." After Li Yunxiao praised him, the pain of taking out 120 jin of memory gold eased up a lot. Everyone's gazes gathered on Yong Tianyun, their faces filled with a strange expression. Cold sweat broke out on Yong Tianyun's forehead, and she made an innocent gesture, meaning that her deity transformation did not take advantage of them. However, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. The transaction was carried out on the spot. Mu Fengjun hurriedly went forward and executed a few hand seals, keeping the golden-armored man into his body. He then retreated behind Mu Hong in joy. After Li Yunxiao obtained more than 50 kilograms of memory gold, he was also very happy in his heart. He smiled and said, "The Mu family is indeed rich. I hope that there will be more opportunities to cooperate and trade with the Mu family in the future. Our Red Moon City is also very willing to make friends with the Mu family." Ning Qiue also said with a smile. "Our saber sword sect is the same. And our soul-devouring race, can this elder leave his contact information? We can work together for a long time. Our Baiming family is also interested in getting to know you and carrying out a trade of precious items. The Myriad Star Valley is the same. We have recently obtained quite a few good things, let's have more exchanges." After being stunned for a moment, Mu Hong was immediately overjoyed. He felt extremely elated. Even the 7 great powers were fighting to befriend him. It seemed like he had given the Mu family quite a bit of face. Just as he was feeling extremely pleased with himself and was grinning from ear to ear, everyone's voices suddenly stopped. A strange phenomenon began to appear in the sky. Thick black lines suddenly appeared in the blood-red sun-like sky, as if the sky had been torn apart. Those thick black lines were like long snakes swimming in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Vortexes of different sizes formed one after another, surging and devouring each other. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be born from chaos. Under the shroud of red, the entire purple cloud peak was illuminated. That huge red moon was currently like a demonic human's pupil, coldly staring at the ground, causing people's hearts to tremble even though it wasn't cold. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Under this kind of celestial phenomenon, his Tsutsumi had a faint feeling that it was about to act up. He hurriedly circulated his vital energy and sealed off all the meridians around his eyes. Only then was he able to suppress Tsutsumi. Jiang Charan's expression was solemn as he shouted, "The passageway is about to open, don't panic." His words immediately calmed everyone down. The light from the red moon grew brighter and brighter, and a huge red pillar of light shot out from it, rushing towards the earth. At this moment, the purple cloud peak seemed to have sensed something, and a dense purple light emitted from the mountain, rushing towards the sky to meet the light from the red moon. The purple and red colors collided and rippled out, forming a strange flat space. Under the force of the collision, a large number of strange runes actually appeared, scattered in the sky, and then disappeared one by one. As this strange flat space opened, the mountain and sky began to gradually stabilize. Everyone looked up with a solemn expression. This strange scene, as well as the mighty force that was emitted, caused everyone to feel reverence. Jiang Charan turned back to look at the people of Red Moon City, and said, "Hong Yu, Qiue, I'll leave the matters of Red Moon City to you for this period of time." Wan Hong Yu hurriedly said, "Don't worry, husband. Be careful, don't force it." Jiang Ruomei's curse had already been removed, so the matter of finding Tianxi was no longer that urgent. Jiang Charan nodded, "I will. Hong Yu will be in charge of all matters in the city, and Qiue will be in charge of the security of the city." Ning Qiue smiled, "Lord City Lord, don't worry. As long as I'm alive, the city will exist. Even if I die, the city will still exist." Only then did Jiang Charan let out a heroic laugh, and said straightforwardly, "If that's the case, then I can rest assured. People of Red Moon City, if you want to go to the end of the world, then follow me." He was the first to fly up and fly towards the strange plain space between heaven and earth. Immediately behind him were dozens of experts from the Scarlet Moon City. They were all warriors who were stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation, hoping to find a chance to break through. Who would have thought that I would be able to enter the immortal realm in my lifetime? Yong Tianyun sighed with emotion and flew into the air. Xiao ran and Fu Yu followed closely behind. At this moment, a large number of ancient martial art practitioners were flying towards that strange surface. Mu Fenghua also leaped up lightly. Suddenly, she turned her head back and stared at Li Yunxiao, saying, "I hope to have a chance to fight with you. The wager is 120 kilograms of memory origin gold." show sword and cloudly Li Yun. And suddenly, Li Yun xiao. And read, it. After, and by, the sky, and flew. Like, and by, the sky, by. The. And flew. And around. And after. Li Yun xiao turned into a beam of light and flew. This was his second time here, and he had a different feeling in his heart. Suddenly, an inexplicable force pressed down on him. It broke through the void, and a yellow light turned into a beautiful rune. Like a butterfly, it flew down. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. Although this force had no evil intentions, it was very powerful. He didn't know what it wanted. He pointed with one hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out. Bang! The yellow butterfly-like light then exploded, but an extremely subtle force rushed out from within. Li Yunxiao was careless and was actually struck in his right shoulder, causing a bloody wound to appear. The surrounding Xiao finally realized what was happening, and they all moved far away. Li Yunxiao was shocked. After that attack, the aura of the person in the void had completely disappeared, leaving no trace. At this moment, a huge suction force appeared on the surface. Within 1,000 meters, there was no longer a need to fly. They were directly sucked in by that force. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, countless Xiao entered through the void, and there was still an endless stream of people entering. Wan Hongyu looked for a moment and said, "Everyone, go back. In around a month, this passage to the immortal domain will disappear, and everyone inside will be teleported out. But Sister Yu, I will have to trouble you during this period of time when Chu Ran isn't around." Ning Qiue replied indifferently, "You don't have to say it. I naturally know." Finishing her statement, she turned into a beam of light and flew towards the Red Moon City. Wan Hongyu's expression turned cold as she snorted and turned around. "Uncle Bieli, I will have to trouble you to maintain the order here. I will return to the city first." Jiang Bieli laughed and said, "The city lord has already given his instructions. I will have to trouble Lady Hongyu to maintain the daily order of the Red Moon City." Wan Hongyu gave some instructions before she turned into a beam of light and left with over a dozen people. When Li Yunxiao was sucked in by the power of the immortal domain, all the essence force in his body stopped circulating as though it was about to be torn apart. In the blink of an eye, all the pain disappeared, and he was teleported to the end of the world. When he opened his eyes, he was actually in front of a vast white sea. "And? There is actually a sea region in the end of the world?" Li Yunxiao stared blankly for a moment, but he soon felt relieved. No one knew how big this immortal domain was, and it was very normal for there to be a sea region. He took a glance at his injured shoulder, and his expression turned extremely unpleasant. He had already adjusted his breathing to recover from that injury, but the power of the talisman remained in his body and was unable to be erased. Li Yunxiao then understood that person's intention. He actually wanted to leave a mark on his body. His expression turned gloomy as he pondered. "To actually leave a mark on my body so brazenly, it is evident that this person has absolute confidence in me. I'm afraid that he will come looking for me soon. Should I wait for this person to come over and see what kind of god he is, or should I erase the mark?" Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment before he said, "I better erase it first. That person's strength is extremely formidable, and I might not be able to suppress him." After saying that, he formed a seal with one hand, and a wave of devil essence surged out from his dantian, directly rushing into his right shoulder, and began to devour and corrode that power. What made Li Yunxiao's expression change greatly was that even the devil essence had very little effect on the corrosion of that mark. "This is really not fun anymore." His expression changed several times. Based on the current feeling on his right shoulder, if he wanted to erase that mark, it would probably take 10 days to half a month, and it was enough for that person to find him. "I can only deal with the situation as it comes." He regained his composure, and casually took out a jade pendant, which was given to him by Ning Qiue earlier. He directly broke it, and a wave of information was transmitted into his brain. Li Yunxiao's expression then changed greatly, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Looking at the vast sea region, he muttered to himself, "No wonder Jiang Churan also came in personally. But according to the information passed down from the throne, if I want to find Tian Xi, I must follow Tsutsumi's guidance." I hope I don't get into conflict with Jiang. Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked at the sky, where a giant blood moon was hanging high. This moon was not the one in the sky of the realm of heaven martial arts, and it should be a unique object of the age of Earth and Earth. According to the records passed down over the years, this blood moon did not move, and it was the best reference to determine the location. The ruins Ningqiu mentioned are 100,000 miles southeast of the blood moon. I remember that it is a desert there. Li Yunxiao found that he was in the opposite position, so he did not waste any more time, and directly turned into a bolt of lightning, flying across the sky. The sea region of the age of Earth and Earth was boundless, and it seemed a little too calm. The place where he had found Tsutsumi was a mountain forest, and the only similarity was that it was rich in spiritual energy, which was far more abundant than the spiritual mountains and treasure lands of the realm of heaven martial arts. This was also the reason why a large number of warriors dared to enter the fairy realm. Even if they could not get any benefits, they could at least rely on the astonishing spiritual energy there to break through the barrier of the path of martial arts. The density of spiritual energy in any place was not weaker than the density of a spirit-gathering formation set up with a top-grade yuan stone. As long as one stayed in a fixed place and did not move, and waited until the fairy realm's opening time was over, it would be quite safe, and at least he could earn back the 500 million middle-grade yuan stones he had used to climb up the mountain. But Li Yunxiao obviously would not waste such an excellent opportunity to train, and he would use it to meditate and practice. He flew for a while, and suddenly, a figure fell from the sky in front of him. It should be a warrior who had just been teleported here, and he obviously lost his balance in the air, and he fell directly into the sea. Crash! The calm sea water suddenly burst open, and a giant black fish with a long body soared into the sky. It opened its mouth and swallowed the warrior, who was still in a daze. After the black fish swallowed the warrior, it fell into the sea. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and a huge black shadow gradually emerged from the sea where the fish had fallen. The falling black fish also seemed to have discovered something, and it was quite intelligent. Its body began to shake violently in the air, and it actually stopped the falling force, and began to struggle forward, as if it wanted to escape. Crash! The sea surface burst open again, and a giant sea beast, which was dozens of times the size of the black fish, revealed half of its head. It directly opened its bloody mouth and sucked hard. The struggling black fish in the air was instantly rolled up by a whirlwind, and it was directly sucked into the sea beast's mouth. The sea beast swallowed the black fish, and then it blinked its lantern-like eyes with satisfaction. It seemed to see Li Yunxiao, and it stared at him with its wild eyes. As soon as Li Yunxiao was stared at by that gaze, his whole body trembled, and an extremely dangerous feeling welled up in him. He instantly performed several teleportations, and flew straight up to the sky. He instantly rose more than 10,000 meters, and only then did he get rid of that dangerous feeling. The sea beast stared at Li Yunxiao for a while, and then slowly sank into the sea, and the whole sea regained its tranquility. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief. In this world, there were many nameless and powerful existences like this. Maybe it was because of the spiritual energy here, but people in the same level as them were stronger than the demonic beasts in the realm of heaven martial arts. To avoid disturbances from the sea beasts, Li Yunxiao flew as high as he could. Moments later, a giant island appeared in front of him. The island was full of rocks, without any trees or flowers. It was like a small piece of land, dotted on the sea. What surprised Li Yunxiao was that there were few people on the island. The one flying above is the rising star, young Master Li Yunxiao, right? Are you interested in coming down for a chat? Suddenly, a powerful voice resounded on the island. It traveled far into the sky and went straight to Li Yunxiao's ears. Although the voice was asking, there was an irresistible majesty to it, making Li Yunxiao's heart skip a beat. It's him? Li Yunxiao could not help but stop. He flew down and landed on the deserted island. There were a total of 3 people on the island and they all looked over. All 3 of them were martial emperor experts and they looked indifferent. The leader of the 3 looked at Li Yunxiao and smiled. This old man's eyes are poor, I didn't see through young Master Yunxiao's identity that day. Fortunately, I met you today, it's fate. This old man was the one who sold the golden earth Dan in the market, and the 2 behind him were the cultivators he invited. Li Yunxiao's expression didn't change. You guys are very fast. The end of time is so big, yet only 3 people gathered here? Could it be that the beasts you want to kill are sea beasts? The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, although the end of time and end of time teleportation is random, it's not completely unpredictable. Although I can't land in the same place, I can still ask myself if I land in the same area. Oh? There's such a secret method? Xianxia was shocked, he couldn't believe it, but the old man didn't seem to be lying. Just then, another ray of light came from the horizon, landing on the island in the blink of an eye. That person was holding a square array board in his hand. It was Liao Yongbing. He took a glance at Li Yunxiao and asked in astonishment, "Why are you here too?" Li Yunxiao immediately believed the old man's words and couldn't help but be extremely shocked. He smiled bitterly and said, "Coincidence. Haha, there is no such thing as a pure coincidence in this world. God has sent young Master Yunxiao to me. It is truly the will of the heavens." The old man was clearly in a good mood. He chuckled and said, "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lu Jianba." Li Yunxiao thought about this name and frowned. He had never heard of this name before. It seemed like this person was not someone important. Seeing that the other party seemed to have the intention of recruiting him, he smiled coldly in his heart. He took his leave and said, "I still have matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. I wish you all the best in capturing the sea beasts." "Wait." Lu Jianba hurriedly said. He moved and blocked Li Yunxiao's path. He smiled and said, "This old man needs young Master Yunxiao's help. The conditions are negotiable." Li Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "I see that Master Lu has already gathered many mid-level Emperor Wu's experts. How can I be of any help? Hurry up and leave. Not dragging Master Lu down is already a great help. Haha, young Master Yun is too humble. He is different from the rumors." Lu Jianba smiled and said, "The rumored #1 rising star, Li Yunxiao, is arrogant and domineering. His eyes are higher than the sky and his strength is extraordinary. He is not this humble. Humph, even if he is the #1 rising star, what use is he without Jiutian Emperor Qi? Could it be that Elder Lu is still worried about us working together?" One of the Emperor Wu's experts behind Lu Jianba showed an extremely dissatisfied expression. Li Yunxiao looked over and saw that Emperor Wu's muscles were bulging. As he vented his dissatisfaction, a thick aura spread out. It was obvious that he cultivated an orthodox earth-type cultivation method and was very accomplished in it. Lu Jianba smiled and said, "Of course not. It's just that young Master Yunxiao has a special theurgy that will be of great use in capturing this sea beast." The bulging Emperor Wu's expression changed and he said, "Could it be transforming into lightning?" On Purple Cloud Peak, he also saw Li Yunxiao transform into lightning and snorted disdainfully, "No matter how strong the theurgy is, it will be restrained by Jiutian Emperor Qi. We are trying to capture a 9th-rank sea beast. Under such a powerful aura, how can he maintain his body of lightning?" Lu Jianba chuckled and said, "It is indeed a lightning-type theurgy, but it isn't transforming into lightning. I heard that young Master Yunxiao used a lightning-type ancient Maha artifact in the battle at Crimson Moon City?" Li Yunxiao was shocked. He knew that Lu Jianba was talking about the hammer and he couldn't help being cautious. He said, "I do have such an item, but I can't fully control it. I can only unleash a tiny bit of its power, so I'm afraid I can't help you." Lu Jianba wasn't unhappy. On the contrary, he was overjoyed. "Can you let me take a look at the hammer?" Li Yunxiao replied, "That's impossible." Lu Jianba was stunned. He nodded his head and slowly said, "But does young Master Yunxiao know about the ancient Maha scripture?" Li Yunxiao's heart jolted. "I've heard a little about it, but I don't know the specifics." Lu Jianba pondered for a moment as if he was sorting out his thoughts. He slowly said, "The ancient Maha scripture is an extremely mystical thing. Every word represents a certain law, and it can even be combined into words, sentences, paragraphs, and chapters. When combined, the power will be multiplied. Every word represents a different law. Some words can't be condensed into a law on their own and have to be combined, while some can be used on their own. If I'm not wrong, the words on young Master Yunxiao's ancient Maha artifact should be the condensed law of lightning." Li Yunxiao put on a lazy look and smiled. "Isn't it a little unbelievable?" Even if it is, so what? This hammer is very precious to me, so I can't let you look at it. Lu Jianba smiled. It's fine. I hope that young Master Yunxiao can display it. If it's the law of lightning, I can give you an opportunity. Opportunity? Li Yunxiao said, I'm someone who won't take action until I see a rabbit. Why don't you tell me what the opportunity is before I show it to you? Lu Jianba was speechless. He realized that there was nothing he could do about someone like Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao had the initiative in his hands, and Lu Jianba could only be on the passive side. Lu Jianba weakly shook his head and said, I have a secret technique that can allow you to fully control the law of lightning. Are you serious? Li Yunxiao was finally moved. If he could grasp the ancient Maha scripture, then he could refine the hammer and increase its power by several folds. Seeing that Li Yunxiao was moved, Lu Jianba felt that he had grasped the initiative and smiled. Of course. This is undoubtedly great news for you. If you can fully control the lightning hammer, then your lightning transformation will be comparable to the Jiutian Emperor Qi. At that time, even Emperor Wu won't be able to suppress it. Liao Yangbing and the others' expressions changed. There was no one below Emperor Wu who could rival the lightning transformation. If even the Jiutian Emperor Qi couldn't suppress it, then it would be too terrifying. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and retreated 1,000 meters away without saying a word. Only then did he take out the hammer and tossed it into the sky. A dazzling golden character appeared and emitted a dazzling radiance. In a flash, it was retrieved by Li Yunxiao. He asked from afar, is this the law of lightning? Lu Jianba's eyes flashed with greed. He shouted excitedly, not bad, not bad. It's the ancient Maha scripture that represents the law of lightning. He stared at Li Yunxiao excitedly and said, Young Master Yunxiao, can you let me have this hammer? You can name any condition you want. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He immediately put his guard up and said coldly, what do you think? Lu Jianba rubbed his hands and chuckled, there's a bargaining chip for everything in this world. Young Master Yunxiao, why don't you name a price? I might really be able to take it out. Li Yunxiao snorted and mocked, you're right, Mr. Lu. How about this? You can exchange the heads of the 7 great sect masters. Everyone's faces darkened. This was clearly sending Lu Jianba to his death. Lu Jianba smiled bitterly. He tossed a jade slip over and said, some precious items that I've collected are recorded in it. Why don't you take a look at it before making a decision, young Master Yunxiao? Perhaps there's something you need. Li Yunxiao caught the jade slip. Although he had no intention of exchanging, he still scanned it with his divine sense. Within a few breaths, Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Furthermore, his astonishment grew. He only retracted his divine sense after a while with a gloomy expression. Lu Jianba stared at his expression and finally smiled. How is it? Young Master Yunxiao seems to be tempted? Li Yunxiao tossed the jade slip back and said solemnly, that's right. There are indeed 3 items that are tempting to me. In my opinion, they're even more valuable than the hammer. A hint of surprise appeared in Lu Jianba's eyes. The treasures and secrets recorded inside are all unparalleled items, yet only 3 of them are tempting to young Master Yunxiao. May I know which 3 of them are they? Li Yunxiao said in a deep voice, I won't go into details about those 3 items. I'd like to think about the exchange. Can we talk about it after we leave this place? Lu Jianba nodded. Sure. We can postpone the exchange. Let's talk about the matter at hand first. I'll teach you the secret method to control the rules of thunder. You'll join my hunting team. Are you willing? Li Yunxiao couldn't stay calm anymore. He found that the initiative of the conversation was slowly shifting to Lu Jianba. Mr. Lu, please tell me what sea beast it is and how strong it is. If I can't defeat it, can I run away first? Lu Jianba said with a smile, this sea beast is called Iron Tears. Young Master Yunxiao might not have heard of it. It's at the intermediate stage of the 9th rank. If it was a demonic beast of the realm of heaven martial arts, with their strength, it would be easy for them to capture it if they joined hands. However, the sea beasts here seem to be much stronger than those of the same rank. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the situation in the sea was complicated. There were more than one or two powerful sea beasts. God knew whether there would be other changes. Lu Jianba could tell that Li Yunxiao was worried. He smiled and said, "If we really can't win, not only Mr. Yunxiao, but everyone else can escape immediately. I definitely can't let everyone die here. If that's the case, there's nothing for me to worry about. Mr. Lu, please send me the secret technique. I'll spend some time to grasp it now so that I'm more confident in helping you later." Li Yunxiao agreed right away when he heard that he could escape. A golden ray shot out from Lu Jianba's hand towards Li Yunxiao. It was a piece of golden paper. There were no words on it, and it was made up of thin lines. It was evident that the secret technique's level was extremely high. It couldn't be recorded on ordinary jade slips. Li Yunxiao took it and touched it. He inserted his divine sense into it and started learning. Liao Yongbing looked at Li Yunxiao and heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they were allies. They could take care of each other if they were together, which would increase their chances of survival. While Li Yunxiao was comprehending the secret technique, the others did not remain idle either. They all sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. After all, the spiritual energy resources here were very rare. It wouldn't be easy to give it up. Liao Yongbing went into closed-door cultivation for half a month after consuming the earth gold elixir, but she still couldn't break through to the peak of 4-star. She kept feeling that she was a step away from breaking through. Now that she was trying to break through again on the deserted island, this trip to the fairyland would be in vain if she couldn't. Although the surrounding spiritual energy was astonishingly rich, which filled Liao Yongbing's body with energy, she couldn't make any progress no matter how she circulated her origin energy. It was as if she was at a dead end. She was so close to the 5-star realm, yet so far away. Suddenly, a chanting voice entered his ears. Every word seemed to contain great power, like thunder piercing through his ears, deafening him even the deaf. Liao Yongbing was shocked. She knew that Lu Jianba was helping her. Overjoyed, she quickly calmed down and entered a state of forgetfulness. That thin line actually loosened. Several days later, a 9-colored phenomenon suddenly appeared on Liao Yongbing's body. Surging energy surged out of her body, forming rays of light around her. The clouds in the sky surged, resonating with her. Lu Jianba laughed and said, "Congratulations to Brother Yongbing for becoming a 5-stars Emperor Wu and becoming a famous figure." Liao Yongbing was overwhelmed with emotions. The vigorous energy in his body was much stronger than the previous 4 stars. He quickly rose to his feet and bowed to Lu Xian. He said sincerely, "Thank you, Lord Lu, for granting my wish. I can't thank you enough." Liao Yongbing realized that she still couldn't see through Lu Jianba's cultivation after she advanced to the 5-star Emperor Wu. She could only describe him as unfathomable. Lu Jianba chuckled. "It's all your own luck. I'm just helping you along." At that moment, there were 5 more people on the deserted island. They all came according to the formation plate and were waiting for Lu Jianba's orders. A hint of jealousy flashed in the eyes of the muscular Emperor Wu from before. He snorted. "Mr. Lu, how much longer do we have to wait for this Li Yunxiao? Everyone is here. If we wait any longer, this place might be closed until the end of time." Lu Jianba smiled faintly. "There's no rush. 3 days is enough. Let him comprehend for a while longer. That way, we'll have a higher chance." 3 days? How about I come back a month later? Won't we be wasting our chance to explore until the end of time if we wait like this? A cold Emperor Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. "We only agreed to help you, but we didn't agree to wait with you. If you don't wake him up, then forgive me for taking my leave." Just as Lu Jianba's expression darkened, Li Yunxiao returned from his closed-door cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. Lu Jianba furrowed his brows. "Young Master Yunxiao has comprehended it?" Li Yunxiao swept a glance at everyone before snorting. "Comprehended it? The secret technique that Mr. Lu gave me is really a trap." "Oh? What do you mean?" Lu Jianba smiled. Li Yunxiao was displeased. To cultivate this thunder technique, one needs to absorb 5 different types of mutated thunderbolts in order to evolve the origin of thunder and form a true body of thunder to contend against the Jiutian Emperor Qi. Where do you expect me to find 5 types of mutated thunderbolts? Lu Jianba said indifferently, to achieve a great divine ability, one naturally has to pay a great price. Even if you can't succeed now, young Master Yunxiao should have more or less comprehended the law of thunder on the hammer, right? Li Yunxiao fell silent. He had indeed grasped 70 to 80% of the ancient Maha text. He even suspected that this thunder technique was derived from the ancient Maha text, or rather, it was the annotation of the ancient Maha text. As for the mutated thunderbolts, he already had the heavenly tribulation lightning in his immemorial heavenly eyes. Merging it into his body of thunder could greatly increase its power, so it wasn't difficult to find the remaining 4 types of thunderbolts. He did not answer Lu Jianba's question. Instead, he asked, "Is everyone here?" "Humph, we've been here for a long time. We've been waiting for the two of you. You've wasted a few days of our time." The cold expression of the Emperor Wu man turned cold. He stared at Li Yunxiao with a faint murderous intent. Li Yunxiao naturally understood that these were all proud Emperor Wu experts. Naturally, they would be displeased to see a martial venerable like him. Furthermore, he had a great treasure on him. Many of the people present were already emitting murderous intent. Lu Jianba seemed to have noticed this as well. He said coldly, "Since everyone is here, I'll start making arrangements to capture that sea beast. This old man will say this first. If you encounter any danger you can't resist, you can run away. However, if you run away before being defeated, or don't put in any effort, or don't cooperate with each other, then don't blame me for being merciless." The cold air on his body dispersed like a gust of cold wind. Everyone shuddered, and their hearts were filled with panic. This Lu Jianba's strength must have reached the level of a high-rank Emperor Wu. "Lord Lu, don't worry. Since we've received the benefits, we'll definitely do our best to complete the task," one of the Emperor Wu experts said firmly. The rest of the people chimed in as well. The few people who had designs on Li Yunxiao were also nervous. They hurriedly put away their various thoughts and focused their attention. Only then did Lu Jianba say with satisfaction, "I hope everyone will keep your word. I won't allow any failure in this operation." He waved his right hand, and a dim light shot into the sky. Dark clouds instantly formed on the island. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled inside, and several triangular flags of various colors could be vaguely seen. There are 9 aurora formation flags here, representing the 9 types of aurora power. They can be used to scout and attract sea beasts. Each of you will take one and spread out with this island as the center. Send out a signal as soon as there's any movement, and the rest of you will provide support immediately. Lu Jianba's expression turned solemn. He launched a hand seal into the sky, and the dark clouds instantly dissipated. 9 rays of various colors shot down from the sky and landed right beside everyone's feet. The triangular flag under Li Yunxiao's feet was a pure yellow flag. He opened his palm, and a suction force immediately sucked the small formation flag into his hand. As expected, there was a yellow aurora power inside, and it was extremely powerful. This flag was considered a rank 9 item. Li Yunxiao's expression became a little solemn. If it was just an ordinary rank 9 intermediate sea beast, the price that Lu Jianba paid was a little too high. Lu Jianba smiled and said, "Initially, there were 9 of us, including me. Now that young Master Yunxiao is here, he should be able to resist one side with his strength. I'll stay on this deserted island and rush over as soon as there's any movement. Everyone, let's begin." Li Yunxiao grabbed the flag and glanced at Liao Yongbing, who was holding a purple aurora flag. He also looked over at the same time. The two of them exchanged glances and began to go in their respective directions. Above the sea, Li Yunxiao immediately waved the small yellow flag in his hand. The space he was in immediately turned orange, and the light shone toward the bottom of the sea. It penetrated hundreds of meters into the sea and was still going deeper. The so-called aurora power was the 9 primitive spectra that formed the light world. They contained their own color rules and were also part of the heaven and earth rules. When the 9 colors were combined, they formed a colorless, pure white light. Ding Shan of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce cultivated 9 types of aurora. The aurora power could shine for thousands of miles without dissipating. Even through layers of seawater, it could reach the depths of the sea. According to Lu Jianba, the so-called Iron Tear sea beast was an existence that was extremely fond of aurora. As long as it sensed the aurora, it would definitely appear. With the deserted island as the center, the 9 of them began to radiate outwards. Under the illumination of the 9-colored aurora, all the creatures in the sea could be seen clearly. Li Yunxiao flew for thousands of miles with the yellow flag in hand. Along the way, he saw many low-rank and mid-rank sea beasts. He even saw a rank 9 sea beast, but its appearance and characteristics did not seem to be the so-called Iron Tear sea beast. Under the illumination of the aurora, it revealed an extremely ferocious aura. It went berserk in the sea for a while before swimming far away. Compared to demonic beasts, the biggest disadvantage of sea beasts was that they could not leave the sea. Otherwise, their strength would be greatly reduced, and they might not even be comparable to a rank 9 demonic beast. After flying for a while, Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped and revealed a hesitant expression. If he continued forward, he would reach the place where he came from. He knew that there was another terrifying existence hidden in this part of the sea, and its strength was no less than that of iron tears. If he held the yellow aurora and shone it all the way, he would most likely encounter that sea beast. Moreover, the demarcation of the sea beast's territory was very clear. It was very difficult for the same sea to contain 2 peak existences with similar strength. It was the same reason that a mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. If he continued forward, he would probably enter the territory of that savage sea beast. There should not be any iron tear sea beast there. After pondering for a while, Li Yunxiao was about to return home. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the distance and exploded in the air. The sky was illuminated in a dazzling red color. It was the agreed signal. Li Yunxiao's expression slightly changed. He hastily put away the yellow aurora flag and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning as he flew in the direction of the red light. His speed was so fast that the entire sea surface was split open, setting off raging waves. A moment later, Li Yunxiao had already stepped into the red aurora's area. From far away, he could feel the extremely powerful fluctuations of spirit energy. The surrounding seabed was also affected by the energy, causing the tides to become chaotic. Large and small whirlpools formed in the seawater and swallowed each other. On the left, there were also 2 people rushing over. Their speed was not much slower than Li Yunxiao's lightning escape. Under the violent impact of the spirit energy, waves rose into the sky. Unexpectedly, they separated from the sea and rushed over like a wall. The seawater was filled with an astonishing ruthlessness, causing the waves to condense into an impenetrable wall. Worthy of being a rank 9 sea beast, you cannot underestimate it. A male martial emperor in front of him shouted, and a layer of bracer appeared on his right arm. A few purple rays of light flew over it, and he suddenly punched out. Pung, pung, pung. The fist energy condensed and did not dissipate. It smashed the waves into pieces, causing the sky to be filled with water vapor. It was impossible to see the silhouettes of the people in front of him. Li Yunxiao said, "Not good, the person in front of us can't hold on any longer. Let's shine the aurora over and lure iron tears away to save him." Finished speaking, he unfurled the yellow flag in his hand. A yellow light suddenly pierced through the sky, causing the entire sky to turn yellow. Soon after, the other 2 people also took out their light flags. 1 blue and 1 green, 1 in front and 1 behind. The 3 colors intersected in the sky and gradually fused together, illuminating the entire sky and sea with a strange color. Under the illumination of the aurora, Iron Tears stopped his attack. A black shadow rapidly advanced on the sea, rushing towards them. "Be careful, this sea beast is not simple. Our friend with the red light flag seems to have already." One of the Emperor Wu's faces was ashen. He was extremely vigilant and didn't finish his sentence. However, everyone could feel that Emperor Wu's aura had already disappeared. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He said, "Let's not fight it head-on. Quickly retreat and use the aurora to lure it over. When Mr. Lu arrives, we can attack together." When the other 2 heard this, they also agreed. The 3 people took out their small flags and quickly retreated towards the auras behind them. Why did that sea beast sink to the bottom of the sea?" Suddenly, one of the Emperor Wu asked doubtfully. "It sank straight down, it didn't dive into the sea. Could it be that it sensed danger and stopped chasing the aurora?" The 3 of them stopped in their tracks, a puzzled look on their faces. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao sensed something and shouted, "Not good." Unbeknownst to them, a whirlpool had appeared on the surface of the sea beneath their feet. The whirlpool spun silently, and a huge head that looked like a pill popped out. Following that, several attacks broke through the surface of the sea and soared into the sky. It was actually the sea beast's tentacles, and the three of them were caught off guard. After shouting, Xianxia hurriedly teleported away. However, he was blocked by a huge force dozens of meters away. His teleportation technique could not pass through. At this moment, three tentacles attacked from behind. Their speed was extremely fast, almost in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's complexion changed greatly. This mid-level sea beast's attack wasn't something he could block. He hastily flashed two yellow lights in his hand, and the yellow aurora flag was instantly thrown away. The Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror appeared in his other hand, and he shone it towards Tai Lei's tentacle. Iron Tear's tentacles paused for a moment. Of the three tentacles that chased after him, one went towards the yellow aurora flag, while the other two were shown by the Twilight Cloud Mirror, and they also paused for a moment. Xianxia took advantage of this gap and hastily turned into a lightning bolt to escape high up in the sky. At this moment, the other two people also used their own divine abilities to escape. One of them was injured, and the other two were doing their best to escape along the surface of the sea. Bang! The two of them collided with a force at almost the same time and were shaken back. What's going on? There's actually a barrier? One of them's complexion changed, and his face became as pale as paper. The other injured person also shouted in alarm, "Not good. This beast has its own barrier's power, what should we do?" At this moment, more than 10 tentacles attacked the two at an astonishing speed. Their destructive power was extremely strong, and wherever they passed, the space would directly shatter. "Quick, throw the aurora flag and escape into the sky," Xianxia suddenly shouted. The two immediately came to their senses, and hastily threw the aurora flag far away. Iron Tears paused for a moment, and a part of its tentacles grabbed the aurora flag. The two of them suddenly turned into rays of light, and soared into the sky, heading towards Xianxia. Even in the sky, they were quickly blocked by a force, and couldn't escape. The three's complexion became deathly pale. "Why haven't Mr. Liu and the others arrived yet?" One of them anxiously said. "Could it be that those people saw how powerful this beast is, and directly fled?" Xianxia said in a deep voice, "We can't feel the aura of the outside world inside this barrier, but we were able to sense that they were rushing over. Now it's up to us to see if we can hold on. The three of us are united, and our sharpness can cut through metal. As long as we join hands, not to mention defeating this beast, but holding on until Mr. Liu and the others arrive is not a problem." "That's right. This beast is only mid-9th rank, I don't believe that it can kill the three of us so easily." One of the Emperor Wu's heart sank, and his hands quickly formed a seal in front of him. A brilliant golden battle robe appeared, emitting the power of a barrier, and protected him inside. He casually waved his hand in the air, and the air slightly trembled. A huge saber appeared in his hand, and he carried it on his shoulder. When Xianxia saw this, he immediately calmed down. This person had the strength of a 5-star Emperor Wu, and with the addition of a 9th-rank battle robe and saber, his strength was immeasurable. As for the other injured individual, he was startled. He looked to that 5-star martial emperor and revealed a bitter smile. "Friend, you must be someone from a great family, right? If I had that sort of resources, I wouldn't have to risk my life for Lu Jianba." His hands separated in front of him, and condensed a halberd, which was actually an 8th-rank weapon. The 5-star Emperor Wu also frowned, and said, "As a 4-star Emperor Wu, you actually don't even have a 9th-rank profound weapon?" That person said bitterly, "This time, I risked my life for Lu Jianba, and he promised me a 9th-rank profound weapon. If I can't make it, he won't have to give me his profound weapon." Xianxia's expression froze, and he suddenly shouted, "Don't say such disheartening words. The sea beast is here." His body immediately shone with a golden light, and the 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma form appeared. Each arm was either holding a profound weapon, or forming a seal. The Dharma form was solemn, and it emitted waves of dignified and holy aura. His left hand lightly pointed, and 9 northern sky-cold star swords appeared in front of him, and condensed into a 9-sword diagram, which could be used for both attack and defense. That injured martial emperor's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Those Xian weapons were all 9th-tier weapon accumulations. Even though he was a 4-star martial emperor, he was still holding on to a rank 8 halberd. Yet, his opponent was only a martial exalted. Yet, he actually had over 10 rank 9 profound artifacts in his hands. How could he possibly feel at ease with this? Young Master Xianxia, now that we're facing a great enemy, why don't you give me a 9th rank profound weapon, and I'll return it to you after the enemy retreats? Xianxia shouted, stop talking nonsense. Focus on facing the enemy. How can you control these 9th rank profound weapons in an instant? Dozens of tentacles shot up from below like a fairy scattering flowers, and with an extremely ear-piercing sound, it made people feel numb all over, and chills ran down their spines. Leave these disgusting things to me. The 5-star Emperor Wu took a step down, and with a move of his right hand, the huge saber on his shoulder shook down, and a golden light flashed, and the saber slashed down from the sky. Killing saber stray arrow. The saber seemed to have split a part of the world, and the sky was split open just like that. The barrier trembled a few times, and a black crack appeared under the saber, and the countless tentacles were chopped off, turning into countless pieces of meat scattered in the air. What made people shiver was that the countless pieces of meat were still jumping in the air, and on top of each of them, there were countless of small suckers, as though they were pulling each other, and actually started to suck each other, turning into a ball that was getting bigger and bigger. Gulp. The 3 of them swallowed their saliva. The scene in front of them was too disgusting. The immemorial heaven's eye on Xianxia's forehead suddenly opened, and a divine flame turned into a phoenix, letting out an ancient cry, and burned towards the ball of meat. The divine flame burned fiercely, and all the balls of meat in the sky were ignited, but it seemed to be unaffected, and still converged towards the huge ball of flame, and became one with the ball of meat. What? He's not afraid of fire? That 4-star Emperor Wu's face revealed a look of shock. He could also feel that the fire Xianxia used was not ordinary fire, and according to reason, the sea creatures should be most afraid of fire. I understand. Xianxia suddenly shouted, and his hands hastily formed a seal to withdraw the flame, while his other hand raised the hammer high, and suddenly smashed down. Lu Jianba fancied his power of thunder, so it was obvious that this sea creature was afraid of thunder. The ancient Maha character that represented the law of thunder appeared under the hammer, evolved into a thunder prison, and suddenly smashed down. Rumble. The thunder struck the ball of meat, and immediately displayed a great effect. The whole ball of meat was instantly smashed, and once again turned into countless pieces of meat. Roar. This seemed to have angered iron tears underground, and that pill-like big head shook violently. Looking closely, one could see that there were countless small holes on his head, and at the same time, he was breathing, producing an extremely ear-piercing cry that came from far away. Aya! This is a sound wave attack. The expressions of the 3 people greatly changed. The power of this sound wave directly penetrated their defenses, and shook into their bodies. Xianxia's hands formed a seal, and he operated the great divine evolution technique, calming his mind. His other hand formed a sword diagram, and the 9 long swords formed a huge sword shape, slashing down from the sky. Also, the arm that was holding the hammer continued to smash down thunder, and the thunder was like the power of heavenly tribulation, shaking all the pieces of meat in the air into powder, and falling towards the pill-like head. Boom! Boom! Thunder and lightning struck down one after another, but were blocked by Iron Tear's defense, and a circle of spiritual pressure shook it, unable to harm it in the slightest, but the power of the sound wave was getting stronger and stronger. Not good. My strength is too weak, this bit of thunder can't hurt him at all. Xianxia put away his hammer, took out the imperial bell, and launched several techniques, issuing a distant clear sound, struggling to resist the sound wave attack. Pooh! The 4-star Emperor Wu couldn't hold on any longer, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes began to lose their luster, revealing a ruthless look, and the aura on his body also began to become strange. What's going on? The 5-star Martial Emperor was startled. He discovered that the 4-star Martial Emperor was looking at the 2 of them with an increasingly strange expression. Furthermore, it seemed like the 4-star Martial Emperor was no longer affected by the sound wave and was walking toward them step by step. The 4-star Emperor Wu suddenly brandished his halberd, and chopped towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression turned cold, a hammer appeared in his hand, and he suddenly struck the imperial bell, bombarding it with thunder. Rumble. The power of that 4-star martial emperor's halberd tore apart the lightning. However, he himself was also struck by the lightning and the sound waves. Especially the ringing of the bell, the expression in his eyes became one of intense struggle. It was as if he was unwilling to be controlled. Li Yunxiao saw that he can still be saved, and continuously struck the imperial bell with his hammer, while the other hand formed a technique, forming a heaven and earth seal, on which there are 3 Maha-ancient runes flickering. It is precisely the spiritual attack technique, suddenly teleporting in front of the Emperor Wu, and directly smashing down. Bang! Pooh! The 4-star Emperor Wu was hit by the heaven and earth seal, and then the spiritual attack entered his mind, accompanied by the ringing of the imperial bell. His body suddenly trembled, and he was freed from the state of being controlled. Thank you, thank you. The 4-star Emperor Wu felt a lingering fear, and repeatedly thanked. His face has already turned pale from fear. After Li Yunxiao rescued the 4-star Emperor Wu, Iron Tear's sound wave attack suddenly stopped. It is unknown if he is tired or something. The 5-star Emperor Wu had been paying attention to the sea beast below. His face was extremely ugly. What's going on? Lu Jianba and the others aren't here yet? Li Yunxiao also felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, they should have arrived a long time ago. Could it be that they couldn't break the barrier? Putting aside the fact that it was impossible, even if it couldn't be broken, they would at least feel the tremors of the barrier. Li Yunxiao's complexion was gloomy as he said, "It seems that Lu Jianba and the others can't be relied on. This Iron Tears doesn't seem to be as strong as we imagined. Maybe if we join forces, we can kill it." Kill him together? The expressions of the other two turned extremely ugly. From the beginning until now, the 3 of them had been holding on to the mentality of escaping and waiting for reinforcements. They had never thought of fighting for real. Now that the outside world was most likely unreliable, the 3 of them gradually accepted and faced reality. That's right. This Tai Lei's strength doesn't seem to be as strong as we expected. If the 3 of us work together, our chances of victory are extremely high. Li Yunxiao encouraged the 2 of them. If it still had a way to kill the 3 of us, we would have died long ago. If we could hold on until now, it would be the time for it to die. That's right. Young Master Yunxiao is right. That 5-star Emperor Wu's face flashed with determination as he said, "Kill our way out. I want Lu Jianba to give us an explanation. Since the 2 of you have agreed, I naturally will not oppose." That 4-star Emperor Wu was extremely afraid, but at this time, he had to summon up his courage and fight with all his might. At this moment, the seawater suddenly changed. The surroundings seemed to be boiling, and the entire barrier space was filled with steam, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. Not good, it's evaporating the seawater, it's about to come out of the sea. Li Yunxiao immediately understood what was going on. Once a sea beast left the sea, its strength would be greatly reduced. This was the environment created by the Iron Tears to preserve its strength to the greatest extent. Voila! Suddenly, a giant object rushed out of the sea. A black shadow rushed out at an extremely fast speed. It seemed to be able to judge everyone's strength and attacked that 5-star Emperor Wu. Killing blade flow. That 5-star Emperor Wu's complexion suddenly changed. He immediately stopped fighting and used all his strength to slash down. Bang! That 9th-ranked Xian artifact battle blade directly slashed Iron Tear's body. As if it had collided with solid metal, extremely strong sparks burst out. Both man and beast were sent flying by the huge force. At this moment, the 3 of them clearly saw the true appearance of the Iron Tears. It was actually a huge strange crab. The crab's head was like a huge pill, and the back of the head was covered with tentacles. They had all been cut off, and now the roots of the tentacles were constantly trembling, extremely ugly. Haha, not very strong. We can win. After that 5-star Emperor Wu attacked, he was immediately overjoyed. He madly shouted, and his battle strength doubled. He turned into a ray of light and rushed over. Unexpectedly, he turned into countless shadows, and countless large blades slashed down. A series of pung-pung-pung sounds resounded, and light splashed everywhere. Although the crab was extremely agile, it was obviously not as good as a human in battle. It was beaten to the point where it could only defend. When that 4-star Emperor Wu saw this, he was overjoyed and said, "I'll go help him." In an instant, he turned into a ray of light and rushed over. He brandished his halberd and immediately fought together. Li Yunxiao felt a little strange in his heart. Although this iron tears had left the sea and his strength was greatly reduced, it shouldn't be this weak. It seemed to only have the strength of an early 9th rank Xian, and it seemed that Lu Jianba alone was enough to deal with it. However, this was clearly not the time to think about this. The most important thing was to break the enchantment and get out as soon as possible. He put away the golden body Dharma idol. With the current state of the crab, he didn't need to use his full strength. He drew a circle in front of him and the wind-fire crocodile was immediately summoned. It turned into a huge crocodile man and pounced towards the strange crab below. When the two Emperor Wu saw the crocodile man's posture, they were shocked and hastily moved out of the way. Roar! The crocodile man fiercely pounced on the iron tears, opened his mouth and bit down. Boom! 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 The crocodile man's body was constantly being smashed by the iron tear's large pincers, but it didn't seem to affect it at all. It was still firmly biting and swallowing bit by bit. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. He pointed with his finger and said, "Come back." The iron tears struggled desperately in the crocodile man's mouth, but it couldn't break free. It was brought up by the crocodile man and Li Yunxiao pointed with his finger and directly put it into the world god steel. What about the sea beast? The 5-star Emperor Wu was completely stunned. He originally thought that this battle would be extremely difficult, but it actually ended so easily? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "That was my summoned beast. I am a beast tamer. That sea beast should have been eaten by my summoned beast, right?" Eaten? The two of them widened their eyes in horror. An existence that could eat a 9th rank mid-stage Xian beast, what level of summoned beast was it? High 9th rank Xian beast. Just as the two of them were stunned, the enchantment finally broke and gradually revealed the scene outside. Suddenly, a strong wave of spirit energy came over. Ah? This is... The three of them were shocked. They saw a huge iron tears outside. It was more than 10 times the size of the one they were fighting with. Half of its body was exposed, like an island standing on the sea. Countless huge tentacles danced in the air. Numerous rays of light dodged in the air and fought bitterly. It was Lu Jianba and the others. Ah! Bang! Just as the three of them were stunned, a huge tentacle attacked from the sky and directly blew up the 4-star Emperor Wu in the air. Not even his bones were left. Under this attack, the tentacle seemed to have suffered a huge injury and fell down powerlessly. There were already more than 10 huge tentacles hanging on the sea surface. They should have been destroyed during the battle. Swoosh! Swoosh! Another 2 enormous tentacles shot toward Li Yunxiao and that 5-star martial emperor. Those tentacles were so thick that it would take 5 or 6 people to wrap their arms around them. The countless tiny suction cups on them were all opening and closing. It was a very disgusting sight. Li Yunxiao and the 5-star Emperor Wu felt cold. They used their fastest speed to escape into the sky. Boom! Boom! The huge tentacles pierced into the sea, causing a huge splash. 2 water pillars shot up into the sky. Lu Jianba saw the two of them and was instantly angry and happy. He shouted, "Where did you guys go just now?" The 5-star Emperor Wu was also shocked and angry. He shouted, "We were trapped by an even smaller iron tears just now. It took us so much effort to kill it and escape." Lu Jianba, "You wanted us to kill this monster?" His eyes were about to spit fire, and he wished he could change sides and kill Lu Jianba at the last minute. Just now, the small one had already wasted their strength, and now this big one was obviously several times more powerful. How were they supposed to fight? What? You guys killed a small one? Lu Jianba was stunned for a moment. Then, he said with joy, "What about the corpse? Where is the corpse of the iron tears?" The 5-star Emperor Wu was about to answer. Suddenly, a few tentacles attacked from the sky, immediately interrupting their conversation. Everyone was fighting, and every move was extremely dangerous. Li Yunxiao's face was also very gloomy. This huge iron tears was indeed a rank 9 intermediate beast, but it was definitely at the peak of the intermediate level. He scanned with his divine sense. There were only 6 people left. Apart from the person who first discovered the iron tears, another two people had fallen. Lu Jianba, this iron tears is impossible to defeat. If we continue fighting, we will definitely die. Forgive me for not accompanying you. The muscular Emperor Wu finally couldn't help but say. He didn't wait for Lu Jianba's reply and turned into a ray of light to escape. His words immediately received the approval of everyone. They had long wanted to run and were waiting for someone to take the lead. Now, they all bid farewell and used their escape techniques to escape. Lu Jianba's face was abnormally ugly. This iron tear's strength had exceeded his original expectations. Although his own strength was enough to deal with it, it would be extremely difficult to kill it in the sea. Seeing the experts leave one by one, he couldn't care less. With a few flashes, he arrived in front of the 5-star Emperor Wu. He grabbed him and said sternly, "Where's the corpse of the iron tears you just killed?" His expression was completely devoid of his usual cultured and refined manner. Instead, it became very fierce. That 5-star Emperor Wu was also startled by his appearance and hurriedly said, He was eaten by Li Yunxiao's summoned beast." What? He was eaten by the summoned beast? Lu Jianba was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and said angrily, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Li Yunxiao looked from afar and knew that it was bad. He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and tore through the sky. Want to escape? Lu Jianba immediately noticed Li Yunxiao's movements and his face darkened. He raised his hand and directly slapped the 5-star Emperor Wu's body. A strange rune condensed in front of his chest. That 5-star Emperor Wu was caught off guard and didn't expect him to suddenly make a move. All the meridians in his body were sealed in an instant. What? You? That 5-star Emperor Wu was shocked and was about to cry out in alarm, but he was grabbed by Lu Jianba and thrown towards the iron tear tentacle. Bang! The iron tear tentacle pierced down and the battle suit automatically manifested to protect the body. An intense light burst out and that Emperor Wu fell into the sea with his life hanging in the balance. Lu Jianba coldly snorted and immediately turned into a ray of light and chased after Li Yunxiao. Although those tentacles were dense and powerful, they couldn't hurt him at all. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly sank. He knew that he was in trouble and hurriedly urged the power of lightning to escape. That iron tear sea beast also seemed to have sensed something and suddenly went berserk. Waves soared into the sky and the whole sea level suddenly rose. The seawater directly rolled towards the sky. That huge iron tear sea beast also appeared in the huge waves and quickly chased after Li Yunxiao and Lu Jianba. Li Yunxiao, why are you running? Stop right now. Lu Jianba's heart was 10,000 times vexed. It was all his fault for giving the opponent the thunder secret art. Now, his speed was even faster than before and he couldn't catch up. Li Yunxiao's cheerful laughter came over and said, "Why is Mr. Lu chasing me? I'll stop after you." Lu Jianba was enraged. How can I stop when the monster is hot on my tail? Is little Iron Tear's corpse on you? Let's find a place to talk. Li Yunxiao shouted, "If you want to talk, let's talk now. It feels quite exciting. Once we stop, it won't be fun anymore." Lu Jianba's face was ashen as he anxiously shouted, "I have great use for little Tai Lei's corpse. I hope young Master Yunxiao can give it to me. We can discuss the terms." Just as Li Yunxiao was about to speak, the phenomenon in the sky suddenly became even more intense. The waves almost broke through the sky, and a gloomy qi instantly spread out. In an instant, the sea within a radius of 10,000 kilometers was enveloped in this gloomy qi, and it was dark and oppressive. Formation anomaly. Not good. Iron Tears is starting to release his barrier. Lu Jianba's expression changed greatly and he anxiously said, "Young Master Yunxiao, quickly give me Tai Lei's corpse. Didn't you take a fancy to my treasures? I'll give them all to you. Let's trade now." Li Yunxiao's heart moved. Iron Tears might be an important treasure, but it was useless to him right now. However, Lu Jianba's 3 treasures were extremely important and precious. If Li Yunxiao's temperament wasn't strong enough, he would probably agree on the spot. However, the more Lu Jianba was in a hurry to trade, the more suspicious he became. Moreover, he was the one who personally threw the 5-star Emperor Wu to feed Iron Tears. Li Yunxiao clearly saw that this person wasn't a good person. Lu Jianba seemed to see through his doubts and anxiously said, "This Iron Tear's barrier feels like a world anomaly. It's very dangerous. Even I may not have the confidence to walk out of it. Let's immediately complete the trade. After that, life and death will depend on our own abilities." "So that's how it is." Li Yunxiao's face also revealed a trace of seriousness. This kind of barrier anomaly made him feel a trace of uneasiness. He sneered and said, "If I can't leave this place alive, what's the use of your things? Let's wait until the end of time. If everyone is still alive, then we can trade again." Li Yunxiao wasn't worried about Lu Jianba at all. This was an expert that even he couldn't see through. No matter what, he didn't believe that Lu Jianba would fall in the sea. Instead, he was worried about himself. Lu Jianba was furious. His face was even more gloomy than the sky. He suddenly stopped chasing and took out an item and threw it into the air. It constantly spun in front of him. It was just a rectangular bar, but it grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 2-meter-tall door. Green light constantly flickered around it. He lightly pointed with his finger and the door immediately opened. Inside was a vast expanse of whiteness. This door stood between the sea and the sky, emitting a weak light. It seemed as if it would be swallowed by the world anomaly at any time. It seemed thin and isolated. Lu Jianba's expression gradually calmed down. He returned to his previous indifference. He lifted his foot and walked inside the door. His figure immediately disappeared. Li Yunxiao had been paying attention to Lu Jianba's actions. When he saw it, he was shocked and said in shock, "Spatial door?" Spatial profound artifacts were the most intricate and complicated part of the refinement of Formula Dao. If it was just opening up a still space, like a storage bag or storage ring, then it was very simple. There was a set of fixed procedures, and as long as one was a rank 3 alchemist, they could do it. However, the higher one went, the more difficult it would be. This kind of spatial door could only be successfully refined by a peak 9th rank alchemist. Even if Li Yunxiao wanted to refine it in his previous life, the chances of success were extremely low. The reason why a supreme grade profound artifact was unprecedented was because the method of refining space within it was stuck. It couldn't form a world. Bang! The tentacles of the Iron Tear's sea beast immediately caught up and smashed the door that stood between the sea and the sky. A ball of light burst out. Li Yunxiao sighed in his heart. However, this kind of spatial door was a one-time consumable item. His expression turned serious and he pondered. Could it be that the Iron Tear's sea beast's barrier was so terrifying that even with Lu Jianba's strength, he had to open the spatial door too? Escape? Just as he was pondering, a sudden sense of impending death spread from the bottom of his heart. That feeling of terror and helplessness instantly made him feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. Transcendence golden body. This sense of danger came from an unknown direction. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted and immediately transformed into his 3-headed and 6-armed form. His entire body was covered in golden light. Then, the devil sky armor broke out of his body and materialized in front of him. The Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror also enlarged at the same time and began to transform into a mirror array. Bang! Before the mirror array of the Twilight Cloud Mirror was formed, it instantly shattered and the entire treasure mirror lost its brilliance. The devil sky armor was also impacted by a huge force and was forced back into his body. Then, a figure descended and grabbed him with 5 skinny fingers. Li Yunxiao was shocked. A saber radiance instantly flew out. The Thousand Autumn Overlord saber materialized into a corpse puppet and slashed across the sky. Bang! That skinny big hand knocked on the head of the corpse puppet at an incomparably fast speed, causing it to return to its saber form and continue to grab Li Yunxiao's body. At this moment, the face of the owner of the arm was revealed. It was Lu Jianba, who had a calm and stern expression. It turned out that he didn't use the spatial door to escape, but to capture Li Yunxiao. At this moment, his other 4 arms were also glowing with light, and he sent out a series of hand seals. Just as several treasures were being restrained, the Thunder Hammer and Dynasty Bell smashed down together. The 9 northern sky-chilling star swords also formed a sword formation, and a gigantic sword slashed down from the sky. Humph, you do have some remarkable abilities. No wonder the Red Moon City Lord thinks so highly of you. Lu Jianba's expression changed slightly, but he didn't panic. His 5 fingers pointed out repeatedly, and a ray of light shot directly at the thunder hammer. The lightning light was instantly sealed and couldn't be released at all. After that, a beam of light from his finger slammed onto the dynasty bell, causing it to reverberate intensely, sweeping out in all directions. Lu Jianba frowned, but it only lasted for an instant. After that, he punched out and sent the dynasty bell flying. At this moment, the moon seizing through the 9 heavens slashed down, trapping him within. This sword array has some tricks, but it's a pity that it's too weak. Lu Jianba punched out in the air. The incomparably domineering huge sword distorted in the air and shattered with a bang. The 9 long swords instantly spun and transformed into a sword rain that slashed down. Li Yunxiao also took the opportunity to catch his breath. While he was restraining the opponent, he retreated in the opposite direction towards Tai Lei. He had to borrow the strength of Tai Lei to have a chance to contend against Lu Jianba. Don't struggle pointlessly. Right now, I just want to spare your life, so I'm being merciful. Otherwise, with the strength of this old man's peak 7-star Emperor Wu, how can you take even one move? Lu Jianba's expression was cold. The sword rain that filled the sky was nothing to him. He directly stood with his hands behind his back and took a step forward. The entire space shook. The sword rain fell one after another, but it couldn't get close to him. Li Yunxiao dodged several attacks from Tai Lei's tentacles. He opened his 3 eyes and turned them into a blood color with different patterns. He began to use a mental attack and directly rushed into Tai Lei's mind. I can only give it a try. If it doesn't work, I can only hide in the world god steel. This Lu Jianba reported his strength. If he's a peak 7-star, I don't have to worry about him breaking through the power of a world. Normally, sea beasts with extraordinary strength would have extremely high intelligence, but this Tai Lei seemed to have very low intelligence. This kind of demonic beast usually didn't have strong mental strength, so it was easy to control. Moreover, he had the abnormally strong Tsutsumi. Ao! A Tai Lei that hadn't made a sound before suddenly cried out to the sky. Its voice was mournful and desolate. Moreover, there was a trace of panic and fear in it. Its entire huge body clearly trembled. Li Yunxiao was suddenly overjoyed. His mental attack was only hindered for a moment, but it instantly broke through and directly invaded the opponent's brain and soul. Tai Lei's frenzied emotions seemed to gradually calm down. The tentacles that filled the sky all stopped moving in the air. Only the countless suction cups on them were still breathing. While Li Yunxiao was ecstatic, he also felt extremely astonished. After all, this sea beast's level was extremely high. Even if its mental strength wasn't strong, it shouldn't be so easily controlled by him. When he used Tsutsumi's mental attack, the opponent's soul seemed to have an extremely great fear, so it submitted. Eh? What's going on? Lu Jianba, who was not far away, suddenly had a question mark in his mind. Why did Tai Lei, who had been stirring up trouble, suddenly calm down? And why did Li Yunxiao, whose back was facing him, become motionless? The strange scene in front of him made Lu Jianba feel uneasy. He unconsciously raised his head and looked at the blood-red moon in the sky. It was like a huge eye was coldly staring at him. He couldn't help but tremble. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All of the tentacles on Iron Tear's head suddenly sprang up and became straight in the air. They emitted surging power and opened up in a semicircle. Lu Jianba's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Although he did not know what had happened, the tip of those antennae was pointing right at where he was standing. Li Yunxiao, what's going on? Don't tell me that Iron Tears is being controlled by you? When this question came out, Lu Jianba's heart surged with uneasiness. Although it was hard to believe logically, what he saw in front of him was very likely to be this kind of reality. Whoosh! Li Yunxiao's figure suddenly moved and directly teleported to the sky above Iron Tears. He slowly turned around and the pupils in all 3 of his eyes turned into strange shapes. The left and right eyes were blood red. Ah! Eye technique? Those red eyes are... Lu Jianba's mind was greatly shaken. It was as if someone had smashed his chest with a hammer. He stepped on the surface of the sea and retreated, splashing up a line of waves. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's eyes were like the blood-red moon in the sky. They were extremely demonic and his pupils were filled with killing intent. He coldly said, "Up until now, those who have seen me, Tsutsumi, are either friends or dead people." Cold sweat rolled down Lu Jianba's forehead. After so long, he finally lost his composure. His calm demeanor was swept away and his body couldn't help but tremble due to excessive panic. Tsutsumi. It really is Tsutsumi. It really is Tsutsumi. How is this possible? Gu Feiyang has already fallen. How can Tsutsumi still exist in this world? No wonder Iron Tears is under your control. Are you Li Yunxiao or Tsutsumi? Li Yunxiao said coldly, "There's no need for you to know about this. It's been a long time since I've used the power of Tsutsumi to my heart's content." Lu Jianba, enjoy yourself. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and different patterns appeared in all three of his eyes. An extremely powerful psychic force surged, and with Li Yunxiao as the center, the entire sky and sea began to deform, turning into endless darkness. The darkness quickly spread, and wherever it went, all the light disappeared. Only his indifferent figure and Iron Tear's huge body remained. Change heaven and earth. Reverse time and space. Lu Jianba was greatly shocked, and could no longer remain calm. He suddenly stomped on the ground, creating a splash, and his entire body suddenly flew backwards. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than Li Yunxiao's eye technique. With a thought, he could travel 10,000 miles in an instant, 100 years in an instant. The entire sky and sea disappeared, turning into an endless space of darkness. Only Li Yunxiao, Iron Tear, and Lu Jianba were left. There was nothing else. In the sky above the dark space, the blood moon was still hanging high. It seemed to contain endless coldness and ridicule, looking down on all the lowly life on the earth. Lu Jianba's face was as ugly as it could be. His entire body was twisted to the point where it was almost deformed. He gnashed his teeth and said, "You're not Li Yunxiao. Who are you?" At this moment, Li Yunxiao's appearance was also abnormally terrifying. Veins were bulging around his pupils, and they spread out to cover half of his face. His hair was also disheveled, fluttering behind him even though there was no wind. There was no expression on his face. Lu Jianba looked at his appearance, and he became more and more panicked. He hurriedly said, "No matter who you are, you're about to be controlled by Tsutsumi. Quickly break free, or else it'll be too late." Li Yunxiao slightly raised his head, and those hollow eyes that made people's hearts palpitate looked at Lu Jianba. He coldly said, "Oh? It seems like you have a good understanding of Tsutsumi?" Lu Jianba felt as if he was falling into a bottomless abyss after being stared at by those demonic and hollow eyes. He couldn't help but develop a huge fear. As that fear spread, he suddenly discovered that his body had started to continuously fall. He really was falling into a bottomless abyss, falling without stopping. Lu Jianba was greatly shocked. He knew that he had fallen into an illusion. He suppressed the shock in his heart and desperately circulated his spirit power. He began to concentrate his spirit power and guard his soul. After a moment, he finally broke free from that endless fall, but he was already covered in cold sweat from the shock. Li Yunxiao coldly looked at him and unhurriedly said, "I originally thought that I would need to borrow the power of this Iron Tear to contend against you, but now it seems that it's very easy. Being in this world, my power of Tsutsumi can actually increase by more than 10 times. Even if you're a peak 7-star Emperor Wu, you still won't be able to escape death." That Iron Tear suddenly moved. All the tentacles in the air flew down one after another like 10,000 arrows, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Lu Jianba licked his shriveled lips. He knew that he had fallen into a great crisis. This world was originally Tsutsumi's hometown. Here, Tsutsumi was a supreme existence, and all things submitted to him. In this split second of distraction, Lu Jianba was about to dodge the countless attacking tentacles, but he suddenly discovered that his body couldn't move. Looking carefully, he was immediately scared out of his wits. He didn't know when, but his body had unexpectedly turned into a target full of concentric circles. When he raised his head again, the sky full of tentacles had all turned into arrows, densely covering the entire space. Motionless King's Fist, 9 heavens energy shakes. Lu Jianba loudly roared. The body of the target suddenly burst out with a green energy, forming an astral wind that shook the surroundings, blocking the densely packed arrows. At the same time, he roared, Li Yunxiao, if there's something you want to say, we can talk it over. I've been lenient with you since the beginning, and even taught you the thunder arts. There's no need for us to die. Hehe, I also don't want to kill you, but who told you to know that I have Tsutsumi? If you don't die, my heart won't be at ease. Li Yunxiao's voice sounded. Iron Tear's body directly rushed forward. He raised the large pincers in his hands like scissors, and with a cautious sound, he wanted to cut the target in half. The target suddenly spewed out a large amount of green energy, as if it was resisting Tsutsumi's power. Lu Jianba's body also gradually transformed back. His face was as pale as paper. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in his hand, as if it was propping up all abnormalities. A golden long sword broke out of his body. A blazing sun appeared beside Lu Jianba, and the sword slashed through the air. Bang! When the golden sword and Iron Tear's large pincers collided, Lu Jianba's entire body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Although there was a huge disparity in strength, he didn't suffer any injuries. Li Yunxiao's expression became solemn. Although his Tsutsumi's power had been greatly derived and strengthened, his opponent was, after all, a peak 7-star Emperor Wu. Moreover, the golden sword in his hand was not an ordinary object. If he wanted to kill him, it would be difficult to do so in a short time. It would most likely be a protracted battle, but since his killing intent had risen, he had to kill his opponent. Ocular sorcery, solar luna. Li Yunxiao's expression was cold, and he shouted solemnly. A circle of scorching sun-like light emitted from his eyes. Even the immemorial heaven eye couldn't withstand the power of Tsutsumi, and it instantly closed. At this moment, countless sun-like shadows appeared beside him. A golden light shone brilliantly, and a huge golden wheel rose from behind him. It was like the light of a god's wheel, and within it, there was the image of a world evolving. Lu Jianba was shocked, and shouted in horror, ocular sorcery, solar luna? Gu Feiyang's heaven-peering pupil technique. Who are you? Originally, he was restricted everywhere in this illusory space. Now that solar luna had appeared, it made his mind even more shaken. Even his conviction to fight began to show signs of collapse. And what was even more frightening was that in the instant he was distracted, he suddenly discovered that he had become a toilet bowl, and he couldn't move. The round light of the pupil rose, as if it was the might of the heavens. It rolled over, and crushed everything. At this moment, Iron Tears was also summoned. He roared and raised his two large iron pincers. He flew across the sky and rushed towards the toilet bowl. Lu Jianba's heart surged with a huge panic. On the verge of life and death, his lifetime's potential was displayed at this moment. The shadow of the golden sword suddenly appeared on the toilet bowl. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 3, and in an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows that protected his body, emitting an extremely violent power. Sword explosion. Lu Jianba's eyes were also red. His emotions fluctuated to the point that the entire toilet bowl began to shake. At this moment, he was willing to sacrifice his own life-profound weapon. Even if he had to sacrifice his treasured sword, he still had to cut open a chance of survival. Rumble. Tens of thousands of sword shadows pierced out and exploded in the air. The entire dark illusion space began to split open, revealing the outside world of the sea and sky. Under the explosion of the tens of thousands of sword shadows, Iron Tear switched from offense to defense. Sword shadows constantly exploded on his body, causing pung-pung sounds to ring out as he continuously retreated. As for Li Yunxiao's moon sun, under the impact of the sword chi's explosion, it stopped rolling forward and was constantly being suppressed. The illusion space was partially broken, and the toilet bowl turned back into Lu Jianba. His face was extremely pale. While he was enduring the backlash from the golden sword's explosion, he was desperately forming hand seals with both hands. As the sky was filled with afterimages of hand seals, a faint pink color began to appear around him. It was like smoke or mist, enveloping him within. Rumble. Following the explosion of the last bit of sword chi, Li Yunxiao also suffered a huge impact. The moon sun anomaly instantly disappeared. One of his eyes closed on the spot. He was greatly affected, and the blood moon in the sky also seemed to have dimmed a little. Li Yunxiao, the mountains and rivers will meet again. I will definitely investigate today's matter thoroughly and return it 100-fold in the future. Lu Jianba's voice resounded. The pink smoke surrounding his body was increasing, and his figure was gradually becoming faint. Li Yunxiao was greatly shocked. His complexion was abnormally pale. He clenched his teeth and said, "Pink crystal dust." It was the pink crystal dust above the sea that could create spatial passages and teleport randomly. PFFF. Seeing Lu Jianba's body disappear before his eyes, Li Yunxiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His 3 eyes closed at the same time. This battle had consumed too much of his energy, and he instantly became dispirited. This Lu Jianba's origin was too mysterious. Not only did he have many treasures, but he also had things like space gates and pink crystal dust. However, Li Yunxiao had never heard of them in his previous life. Li Yunxiao's body fell from the sky and landed on the surface of the sea with a bang. His 2 feet stood firmly on the waves, and his body bobbed up and down with the waves. His face was extremely pale and unsightly. At this moment, Iron Tear was floating motionlessly in the air. Its tentacles slowly swayed back and forth as if it was an instinctive reaction. After a while, Iron Tear slowly recovered, but it seemed to be afraid of Li Yunxiao. It slowly flew in the air for a while before fiercely diving into the sea and quickly disappearing without a trace. Li Yunxiao watched it leave. With his current strength, he couldn't use Tsutsumi to capture it. Although it was a pity, it was still safe. He casually threw out a Tiger King warship and jumped on it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a weak voice calling for help. Li Yunxiao spread out his divine sense and immediately discovered a figure bobbing up and down in the distant sea. It was the 5-star martial emperor who had fought with him against Little Iron Tear. After being ambushed by Lu Jianba and thrown out, he had suffered an attack from Iron Tear's tentacle. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. Li Yunxiao's face revealed a trace of hesitation. After thinking for a while, he directly stopped the war chariot on the surface of the water, allowing the Emperor Wu to climb up. Many thanks to young Master Yunxiao for your kindness. Wait until the end of time, I will definitely repay you generously. The man's face was filled with gratitude as he lay on the war chariot, gasping for breath. He gradually calmed down and looked awkwardly at Li Yunxiao. Young Master Yunxiao, would it be possible for you to give me some pills? My storage ring was shattered by that attack, and everything inside has dissipated into the void. I'll pay you back 100-fold when I get out. As if he was afraid that Li Yunxiao would not believe him, he hurriedly revealed his identity and said, I am an elder of the Sky Universe Tower, Deng Yufeng. My token was also destroyed along with the storage ring, otherwise it would definitely be able to prove my identity. Returning the favor 100-fold was a bit too much. If Li Yunxiao gave him a few Tier 9 medicinal pills, then wouldn't he have to return a few hundred? But at this moment of life and death, nothing was more important than his life. Even if he had to go bankrupt, it would be worth it. The Holding Heavenly Universe building was considered one of the top existences in the heavenly martial arts realm, and Li Yunxiao knew a thing or two about it. Li Yunxiao threw him some medicinal pills that could heal his injuries and restore his qi, then said calmly, forget about returning the favor. Do you know Lu Jianba's background? When Deng Yufeng heard this name, a ruthless look appeared on his face, and he gnashed his teeth as he said, I will definitely take revenge for him. He was burning with anger, and it was only after a while that he gradually calmed down. He shook his head and said, I only got to know him in the market of the Red Moon City, and I was moved by a mother-child emerald stone, so I followed him. Li Yunxiao was surprised, and he said, the mother-child emerald stone that can be used to refine the mother-child emerald stone? It is indeed worthy of you taking action. Deng Yufeng revealed a regretful look, and said, it's a pity that the emerald stone was destroyed along with the storage ring. Li Yunxiao said, after all, those things are just worldly possessions, and you were already very lucky to be alive. Deng Yufeng pondered for a while, then said, even though Lu Jianba's identity is mysterious, he has so many extraordinary objects, so he must have a backer behind him. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that he should be someone from the Merchant Alliance. Maybe it's his temperament that makes me think so? The Merchant Alliance? Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted slightly, and he began to think quietly without any expression on his face. Deng Yufeng also did not speak anymore, and directly sat cross-legged to recuperate. Fortunately, the spiritual qi in the world was shockingly abundant, and the two of them recovered extremely quickly. After a few days, Li Yunxiao had already recovered all of his strength. Even though Deng Yufeng's speed was not as terrifying, he had also mostly recovered, and his face gradually regained the confidence he had before. He looked at Li Yunxiao in shock, and said, "Mr. Yunxiao's technique of devouring the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is too shocking. I wonder if you can teach it to me? I'm willing to pay no matter how much it costs." As a 5-star Emperor Wu, the amount of spiritual qi he inhaled and exhaled was far less than Li Yunxiao's, and could not even be compared at all. It was like a chick pecking rice, and an elephant drawing water. It felt like two completely different worlds. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's just a rough swallowing. Even though this technique can absorb a lot of spiritual qi, it can only be used very little, and may not be suitable for Mr. Yufeng." The technique of swallowing and exhaling spiritual qi was indeed the key, but for Li Yunxiao's mystical whale swallowing spiritual qi, if there was no corresponding mnemonic chant, Deng Yufeng would definitely not believe it. He knew that this was just an excuse, but no one would be willing to transmit a unique technique, not to mention this kind of technique that could increase the speed of cultivation. It was simply a priceless treasure. "I see, but for Mr. Yunxiao to be able to become the number one of the rising stars, this technique must have played an important role, right?" Deng Yufeng asked tentatively. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, and did not deny it. He raised his head to look at the horizon, and his eyelids suddenly twitched, and he said, "We've arrived, we can already see the land." Deng Yufeng hurriedly leaned on the railing to take a look, and a look of joy appeared on her face, as if she had just survived a disaster. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's much safer on land." Along the way, the two of them had also encountered many attacks from sea beasts. Fortunately, the two of them were strong enough, and along the way, they killed many low-rank sea beasts, and there were even rank 8 existences. When they encountered rank 9, they naturally tried to avoid a head-on confrontation, and their priority was to escape. Along the way, they also obtained a lot of beast cores from sea beasts, and they were all extremely precious raw materials for alchemy. Deng Yufeng remembered that Li Yunxiao had saved her life, and was too embarrassed to ask for them, so she gave them all to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I heard that in this world, the land is even more dangerous than the sea." Deng Yufeng said seriously, "I've also heard that there are more fierce beasts on land, but at least their strength is not as exaggerated as the sea beasts. Within the same rank, their strength is actually so much higher." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "That's because they rely on the natural advantage of the sea, which has a great effect on their demonic energy. When we reach the land, what do you plan to do, Brother Yufeng?" Deng Yufeng said, "My main purpose in going to the end of the world is for the mother-child emerald stone. Now that it's gone, and I've almost lost everything, I don't have much to think about. I plan to find a safer place and cultivate for the rest of the time." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "That's good too. Cultivating here for more than 10 days is equivalent to a year and a half outside. In fact, for a powerhouse like Deng Yufeng, there was no need to go to the end of the world just to cultivate. With their status in their respective sects, they had a large supply of top-grade primordial stones, and even primordial elixirs. The cultivation environment would not be worse than in the paradise. He had originally planned to explore, but he was set up by Lu Jianba and almost died. After surviving the disaster, he was a little disheartened, and only wanted to find a safe place to cultivate quietly. "May I know what Mr. Yunxiao intends to do?" Deng Yufeng asked. Li Yunxiao said without hesitation, "I plan to go southeast." "Southeast?" Deng Yufeng frowned and suddenly said, "I also had a plan to explore southeast, but I don't want to go now." There was originally a simple map that depicted the ruins of a relic. It was also destroyed along with a storage ring. "If young Master Yunxiao is interested, I can imprint the map." "Oh? I'm very interested," Li Yunxiao said bluntly. Deng Yufeng asked for a blank jade slip, placed it on his forehead, and recorded the map in his mind with his divine sense. He handed it back to Li Yunxiao and said, "This is the information obtained by the ancestors of my sect after going to the end of the world. It's a rough map that is constantly summarized, and most of it is spread out around the ruins. But according to the sect's ancient records, there are many powerful demonic beasts around, and there are many rank 9 existences. Mr. Yunxiao needs to be careful." Li Yunxiao used his divine sense to sweep that jade slip and immediately understood the situation clearly. he said with a smile. Many thanks, Brother Yufeng. Deng Yufeng smiled lightly and said, I haven't even thanked you for your life-saving grace. Mr. Yunxiao is too courteous. As the two people were talking, the Tiger King war chariot already flew onto the land and stopped directly. Deng Yufeng cupped his fists and said, farewell. After going to the end of the world, Mr. Yunxiao must come to my sky universe and as a guest. Otherwise, it's looking down on me, Deng Yufeng. Li Yunxiao laughed lightly and was just about to be courteous a few more times when all of a sudden, the two people's faces changed drastically. Intense tremors came from far away. There seemed to be a giant creature walking on the ground below. That pace was not fast, but each step was earth-shaking, coming out from far away. There were demonic beasts. The two people exchanged a glance, both having the same thought. Heaven knew what the strength of the demonic beasts in the end of the world was. A moment of carelessness and they would fall. The two people became extremely cautious. Suddenly, an extremely ear-piercing sound tore through the air, like a whistle. But just hearing it for a moment, their eardrums ruptured, directly oozing out blood. Furthermore, all the qi and blood in their bodies were shaken, and their chests were blocked, wanting to vomit blood. Immediately after, the sky and land in the distance trembled unceasingly. Violent qi surged over from far away, actually blowing their Tiger King war chariot several thousand meters away in the air, directly reaching the sea surface, and it was still shaking incessantly. The seawater was also impacted by this force. The waves directly flowed against the flow, from the outside to the inside, wave after wave, toppling mountains and overturning the seas. Deng Yufeng's expression changed drastically, and he said with a bitter smile, Mr. Yunxiao is right. The demonic beasts on this land seem to be even more ferocious. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, looking into the distance, only to see the sky above showing a strange blue color, but there were indistinct lightning flashes and thunder rolls. The phenomenon was currently heading towards their direction. He muttered to himself, lightning, it's blue mutated lightning. It's actually a thunder-attribute demonic beast. Deng Yufeng didn't hear the strange tone in Li Yunxiao's voice. Instead, she stared into the distance with extreme vigilance. Soon, the silhouettes of dozens of martial artists appeared in their line of sight. They were madly running away while the howling ghosts and howling wolves chased after them. Every time the howling ghosts and howling wolves attacked, these martial artists trembled. Some of the weaker martial artists directly fell from the sky. Boom! Boom! The sound of the tremors grew closer and closer. Finally, they could see the true appearance of the creature. A white shadow was moving behind them like a mountain. It turned out to be a huge rabbit with bloodshot eyes. It didn't look cute at all. Instead, it looked more like a carnivorous vicious beast. The rabbit didn't jump. Instead, it walked step by step. Therefore, it created a huge tremor. Blue lightning crackled on its two ears, causing a strange phenomenon in the sky. The sound came from the rabbit's mouth, and it shook the air around it. A strong wind began to blow on the surface of the sea, and countless fish and prawns were killed by the sound wave. They tumbled out of the sea and slowly covered the entire sea. Deng Yufeng's complexion suddenly changed. Her complexion became dignified as she said, it's a ninth-order monster beast. Should we escape or, at this moment, the group of martial artists had already flown into the sea. Their expressions suddenly relaxed. Many people let out long sighs of relief. It seemed that they had escaped a disaster. However, they still didn't dare to be careless. They quickly flew towards the sea. They were betting that since the rabbit was a monster beast, it shouldn't dare to enter the sea. At the same time, the voices of several martial artists reached the ears of Li Yunxiao and Deng Yufeng. Two idiots. They are still standing there like idiots. They don't know how to escape. Haha, maybe they think they have the strength to deal with that giant rabbit. Humph, tell a joke. Who cares? They are behind us now. They can block for us for a while. I hope they aren't too weak. At this time, the rabbit had already arrived at the sea. It didn't dare to come down. It just stood there in a daze. However, the power of thunder on its ears was getting stronger. The hair on its body was standing on end. It seemed that it was about to attack. Boom, the sound of a wave exploding resounded. Before the rabbit could even move, several shocking water columns directly broke through the surface of the sea and rushed into the sky. Several martial artists didn't even have time to scream before they were directly bombarded to death by the water columns. Their corpses fell into the sea, and in an instant, hundreds and thousands of strange little fish surged out and swallowed them whole in the blink of an eye. Each and every one of those cultivators was terrified. They were extremely vigilant in the midst of the waves, dodging to the east and dodging to the west. They didn't dare to move forward, but they couldn't retreat either. They could only stay in the sea and wait for the situation to change. The frightening waves parted the seawater, and a huge fish head appeared. It was actually a huge replica of the hundreds and thousands of strange little fish. It was tens of thousands of times larger than the rabbit. The two huge fish eyes turned around and finally landed on the rabbit. The silver-white scales of the strange fish were dazzling under the sunlight. Moreover, one could tell at a glance that the scales were extremely sharp and hard. It was a natural armor. The rabbit seemed to recognize the big strange fish. It stood on the shore and became vigilant. Its fat legs slightly squatted down, its red eyes focused, and its two ears constantly shook. The power of thunder and lightning crackled. The two giant beasts were in a stalemate, as if they were still. But the two surging demonic chi formed an aura field that pressed against each other, producing an extremely strong spiritual pressure between the sea and the land. The entire sea and the clouds in the sky were constantly changing shape at an extremely fast speed. There was movement in the midst of stillness. Under this stillness and movement, the most miserable ones were the martial artists who were caught in the middle. Each and every one of them had a pale complexion. It could be said that there was no path to heaven and no door to the earth. Even Li Yunxiao and Deng Yufeng felt extremely uncomfortable under the stalemate between the two forces. They revolved their spirit force to resist, and only then did they feel slightly better. That rabbit finally couldn't help but move. Its two ears suddenly straightened, and suddenly a bolt of thunder appeared, exploding towards the body of the giant fish. The entire sky and land were illuminated in a deep blue, and all the martial artists' faces turned deathly pale in that instant. Rumble, 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 lightning streaked across the sky. Those martial artists desperately tried to dodge, but many people were directly hit. They were instantly charred black and fell into the sea to be eaten by the strange fish. That huge strange fish didn't make any movements. It closed its two large eyes and its entire head actually began to shrink into its body, like a hedgehog. When that shocking lightning landed on its scales, it was directly shaken and scattered in all directions. It was actually unable to harm it in the slightest. This time, the martial artists who were caught in the middle were completely miserable. Some of them had barely managed to dodge the rabbit's attack, but they were immediately sent flying back by the boundless lightning. There was no pattern to the power of thunder and lightning, and they were forced to dodge in all directions. Pung! Li Yunxiao's Tiger King war chariot also couldn't avoid being struck by the lightning, and it was instantly destroyed. Two rays of light rushed out from the explosion. They weren't injured in the slightest, but their expressions were solemn. At this time, everyone could see that these two were not ordinary. A martial artist hurriedly shouted, "Two lords, please use your spirit power to drive away these two demonic beasts and save our lives." Drive away these two demonic beasts? You must be joking. Deng Yufeng's expression was cold. His strength had only recovered by more than half, and his injuries hadn't completely healed. Under the hostility of these two demonic beasts, he could only barely protect himself. After the strange fish's scales reflected the lightning, it didn't know when it had stuck its head out, but it spat out a white foam from its mouth. Suddenly, there was a gulu-gulu sound in the sea. Those strange fish had actually learned to spit, and a large amount of white foam rose to the surface. Gulu! The big strange fish spat out the foam from its mouth, and it suddenly flew on the surface of the sea, rolling up the surrounding seawater. Countless small foam followed it into the air, and the speed of the big foam became faster and faster. It rushed towards the coast, and the moment it left the seawater, it turned into a white light, and swept across the entire coastline, illuminating it with a deathly white color. The countless small foam that was swept into the air suddenly melted in an instant, and turned into a white light. This white light actually contained a strange power, and many martial artists couldn't resist it. They were touched by the white light, and immediately screamed in pain. Their entire body actually burned in the air, and in an instant they turned into ashes. It's actually the demonic fire. Li Yunxiao was shocked. These two giant beasts had elemental spirit power. He and Deng Yufeng were also able to resist the white light, and it wasn't too strenuous for them. The rabbit on the shore seemed to show a trace of fear, and it jumped up, not daring to come into contact with the white demonic fire. Its huge body immediately jumped back, and it jumped over 100 meters, and landed on the ground with a loud bang. The white flame burned in all directions, and after a while, it gradually extinguished. However, the place where it had burned had turned half of the coastline into a deathly white color. After the two giant beasts attacked each other to test each other, they didn't make any more moves. The lightning on the rabbit's ear was much weaker, as if it was accumulating energy. The strange fish, on the other hand, was making goo-goo sounds from its mouth, and no one knew what it was doing. The most miserable ones were the martial artists who were caught in the middle. 70 to 80% of them had already fallen, and only 5 people were left. 4 of them were Emperor Wu, and the last one was a peak martial honorable. He had also relied on his own strength to survive. The rest of the people had already died without a trace. Even the remaining 5 people were all pale, and they didn't know what would happen next. This was a realistic portrayal of a battle between immortals, and mortals would suffer. After the two giant beasts were locked in a stalemate for a while, the strange fish's eyes turned a few times, and it seemed to feel bored. It turned around and directly swam away. The remaining 5 people let out a heavy sigh of relief, and nervously flew towards the surface of the sea, as far away as possible from the rabbit. Seeing that there were no more enemies, the rabbit's small eyes looked around, and its bright red eyes fell on the insignificant humans in front of it. The lightning on its ear began to strengthen. Deng Yufeng's face changed, and he said in a low voice, "Young Master Yun, what should we do? Kill or run?" This rabbit was only at the initial 9th rank, and was far weaker than Tai Lei. However, with the strength of the two of them, they might not be able to win even if they joined hands. Unfortunately, all of his treasures had been destroyed, and he had also been injured. Now, he only had a saber on him. Otherwise, with his 5-star Emperor Wu's strength, he could directly fight it alone. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, "The range of its lightning attack is very large, and I'm afraid we won't be able to escape for a while. If we retreat into the sea, I feel that it will be even more dangerous." The 5 cultivators quickly retreated towards the sea. At this moment, the monstrous fish that had disappeared from the surface of the sea had suddenly poked its head out again, scaring the 5 cultivators and causing them to hastily fly towards the shore, surrounding Deng Yufeng's body. Because Deng Yufeng's strength was the highest among them, surrounding him gave them a sense of security. "If that's the case, then we should kill it." Deng Yufeng's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness, and his saber suddenly appeared on his shoulder, and he gripped it with one hand. This treasured saber was his last possession. Even his battle clothes had been completely shattered by Tai Lei's attack. "Just repel it, and we should first return to the shore. Who knows what else will appear in the sea? If we can kill this rabbit, then that would be for the best." Li Yunxiao also had a lingering fear towards the sea. He waved his hand in the air, and 9 northern sky-cold star swords appeared in front of him, condensing into sword shapes. The other 5 martial artists saw that someone was taking the lead, and their morale was greatly boosted. One by one, they took out their profound weapons, and poured their spirit energy into them. Several profound weapons emitted a buzzing sound. Seeing this, the rabbit seemed to be stunned for a moment. At this time, it realized that other than the 2 of them, the rest of the people's cultivation was not lower than his, and was instead somewhat hesitant. Li Yunxiao coldly shouted, "If he doesn't want to fight, then we will. Attack!" He pointed with one hand, and the 9 sword shapes suddenly slashed out, flying across the sky. Deng Feiyu did not hesitate, and followed up with a saber aura. His great killing saber was extremely cold, and in an instant, it split the space. It caught up to Li Yunxiao's 9 sword shapes, and almost simultaneously descended. That big rabbit felt the danger and fiercely flicked its ears. Its body gathered the power of thunder and lightning, forming an oval thunder ball in front of its body to defend. Hong! The sword chi and saber chi instantly cut through its thunder shield, splitting apart the thunder defense and bombarding the rabbit's body, causing its huge body to be pushed back. The rabbit already understood that it was no match for the opponent. Borrowing the momentum of being pushed back, it hurriedly leapt up and ran towards the back. A mournful wail came out from its mouth, causing everyone's ears to sting and their blood to boil. Everyone hurriedly circulated their spirit power to seal their 5 senses and 6 senses. At the same time, they felt their morale increase greatly. They had a feeling of exaltation and were almost about to cheer. The roles of knife and meat had instantly changed. One person's eyes lit up and said excitedly, "This is a rank 9 demonic beast, killing it for primeval stones is enough for a lifetime's worth of cultivation." Another person snorted in disdain and said, only an idiot would exchange it for primeval stones, its entire body is full of treasures." As a strong warrior of Emperor Wu, he might not have good equipment, but at least he would not lack primeval stones for cultivation. "What are you waiting for? Chase." The third person couldn't bear it anymore and rushed to chase after that rabbit. Everyone then followed closely behind. Li Yunxiao and Deng Yufeng looked at each other and also chased after it. Deng Yufeng was currently penniless and wanted to get some good stuff. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, would not let go of this rabbit. Although the mutated thunderbolt was only demonic thunderbolt, it was still extremely beneficial to the cultivation of his thunder incantation. Although the rabbit's body was huge, it still ran extremely fast. It leapt forward in the air, both of its feet did not touch the ground. With a few leaps, it was already thousands of meters away, not losing out to everyone's escape technique. Now you know how to escape? Just now when you were chasing after us, you were so satisfied. A 3-star Emperor Wu warrior's face was full of haze. Both of his hands shot out an arrow-like profound weapon. So. The arrow-like weapon pierced through the air and violently exploded in front of him, turning into a huge green light net, covering everything. The rabbit fiercely jumped, just as the net was about to fall. The electric light on its ears flashed, and a layer of blue electric arcs immediately shot out, pushing the net away. Li Yunxiao immediately took out the dust cloud mirror, and the mirror light shone over, locking down the area. The rabbit's body and the power of lightning suddenly froze, and they were immediately covered by the green net of light, falling from the sky. Boom! He fell heavily on the ground, and a huge shockwave spread out, raising the surrounding area to the ground. Everyone was overjoyed and hastily flew over. When they saw the rabbit struggling in the net, they immediately unleashed all sorts of ultimate attacks in retaliation. Light filled the sky, and the rabbit screamed. Its ears drooped down and stuck to its face, as if it was in a defensive state. Although everyone's attacks were vicious, they were unable to injure it in the slightest. "Sir, please take action. This demon rabbit's defense is too strong, our attacks actually can't penetrate it." That 3-star Emperor Wu immediately asked Deng Yufeng for help. He was already the strongest among the 5, but he still couldn't break through the demon rabbit's defense. Moreover, it seemed like the rabbit was still accumulating power, preparing to counterattack. Li Yunxiao said, "This rabbit's skin is comparable to a 9th-ranked battle armor, and under its power of lightning, its defense is multiplied. It is indeed not something an ordinary Emperor Wu can break through." Deng Yufeng nodded, and said, "I ask young Master Yun to protect me. My injuries have not fully recovered, and fighting this demon rabbit is rather strenuous." The 5 people all revealed strange expressions. Li Yunxiao's strength was the weakest among them, and he actually asked him to protect him. Could it be that there was some secret behind this? 2 of them stared at Li Yunxiao for a while, and seemed to have recognized his identity. Only then did they reveal expressions of sudden realization. However, even though that was the case, they still felt that it was a bit exaggerated. After all, the person beside them was a 5-star martial emperor expert. Li Yunxiao nodded. "Brother Yufeng, please make your move, I will watch from the side." Just as he spoke, the rabbit's body began to emit rustling noises. The green net of light on its body grew dimmer and dimmer, turning into green smoke. That 3-star Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Everyone, retreat!" Bang! 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 3 consecutive explosions rang out, and the 3 cultivators surrounding the rabbit felt an inexplicable force. A wave of energy directly pierced through their bodies, causing them to explode into a mist of blood, and they were sent flying. 2 of the 3 Emperor Wu's lives were hanging by a thread, and they hurriedly took out all sorts of secret dawn and swallowed them. The last one, who was at the peak of the martial honor realm, immediately exploded into a pile of flesh, completely dead. This turn of events immediately caused the others to turn pale with fright. The rabbit's eyes seemed to turn even redder, and with a bang, it stomped its feet, and its huge body flew into the sky, blocking the blood moon. It actually covered the sky and the moon, and the light could not be seen. The expressions of the remaining 4 people changed greatly. That rabbit seemed to have entered a berserk state. The aura on its body was incomparably violent, and the entire space became extremely sensitive. Paw-paw sounds of electric arcs could be heard everywhere, and streaks of lightning appeared everywhere like earthworms. The rabbit's body also had electricity coursing through it, and under the influence of the power of the lightning, its entire body gradually turned light blue. The 4 people were shocked to discover that they were also affected by the extremely powerful lightning field. Outside of the Xianxia protection, there were arcs of electricity jumping out from time to time, and the origin power around their bodies began to deplete rapidly. Their strength seemed to be suppressed. The only one who was not affected was Xianxia. Instead, the electric arcs that were flickering around his body seemed to be absorbed by his body, and the aura emitted from his body became stronger and stronger. Deng Feiyu was shocked when he saw this, but he immediately understood. With a face full of envy, he said, "The cultivation method that young Master Yun is using right now is the lightning art that Lu Jianba taught you?" Li Yunxiao said, "That's right. At first, I was worried that there would be a problem with this lightning art, but now that I've tried it, it feels very good." Deng Feiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Our strength has been suppressed by the electric field. I'm afraid it's going to be a tough battle if we want to win against this rabbit." He grabbed his saber with both hands and got into a fighting stance, ready to fight. The other 2 people also held their profound weapons and became extremely vigilant. The rabbit floated motionlessly in the air, but the color of its fur was indeed becoming more and more blue. It was clearly accumulating power. Finally, the rabbit moved, and its head looked down. Its eyes were like rubies, beautiful and somewhat bewitching. A blue halo appeared around the rabbit's body, like a ring of stars. Circles of lightning appeared on its ears, containing laws. The entire scene in the sky was too beautiful to look at. The rabbit's mouth kept muttering softly, and the blue star ring began to spin. The lightning field in the entire world was affected, and the star ring suddenly pressed down. A thunderstorm formed within it, and the entire world was completely deformed by the pressure of the lightning. How can it be so strong? Deng Feiyu was shocked. He slashed continuously with his saber, forming a huge saber talisman in front of him, and shot it out. The lightning star ring fell on the saber talisman, and the 2 shocking powers were evenly matched. The sky was completely compressed into 2 colors, and the saber chi and lightning were constantly collapsing and disintegrating. The entire sky was completely destroyed. The complexions of the other 2 turned deathly pale. Before such a mighty attack, they only had the strength to protect themselves. As for that 3-star martial emperor, he was still in a better state. He brandished the sword in his hand and absorbed all of the surrounding spiritual energy. Then, a faint cyan barrier of light appeared around his body. Then, he shot out a sword ray and slashed at the ring of stars. Li Yunxiao drew the 1,000-year overlord's saber and touched the blade with his left hand. The true dragon's terror immediately awakened the corpse puppet's body, and it flew into the sky. He had a strong affinity with lightning, and at this moment, he felt that something was wrong. The lightning field of the rabbit didn't seem to be its own power, and it felt endless. Bang! The saber talisman was finally crushed, and it turned into a shocking saber ray that scattered in all directions. The 3 stars Emperor Wu's sword ray disappeared in an instant, and then the corpse puppet rushed into the star ring, finally tearing the blue sea of lightning apart. Boom! The star ring shattered, and a huge bolt of lightning condensed, directly smashing the corpse puppet into the ground. The entire ground instantly turned to dust. The lightning entered it, and it began to disintegrate inch by inch. The power spread all the way to the sea, rolling up towering waves and pushing them forward. The 2 1-star martial emperors that had been injured by the rabbit earlier were bitterly treating their injuries below. When they saw the aftermath of the lightning surging toward them and the destruction of the entire ground, they could no longer care about their injuries. They forcibly took a deep breath and tried to flee. But it was too late. The moment the two of them rose into the sky, they were directly swept up by the power of the lightning, and together with the ground, they were turned into fragments. Li Yunxiao and the other three also put up their defenses in shock, but they were all sent flying hundreds of meters away. Although they didn't suffer any internal injuries, the blood in their bodies was boiling, and they felt an extreme pressure on their chests. After unleashing this terrifying attack, the rabbit jumped into the distance from the sky. Boom! 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 After jumping a few times, its feet didn't touch the ground, and it rose into the sky, causing the sky to tremble violently as it went further and further away. The few of them looked at the back of the rabbit, and they were all shocked. They didn't dare to chase it anymore. Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy. He made a hand seal in the air, and a talisman was shot into the ground. Suddenly, a cold light shot out and landed in his hand. It was the 1,000-year overlord saber that had been knocked down. The spiritual qi on the saber had disappeared, and it was covered with a layer of faint blue light, emitting the power of lightning. Li Yunxiao's heart shuddered. The 1,000 Autumn Tyrant saber was a top-notch 9th-tier profound weapon, but it was completely suppressed by this electric field. This was definitely not something that an ordinary 9th-tier elementary demonic beast's thunder element could do. Phew! It's finally gone. It's too scary. The one-star Emperor Wu's pale face began to recover, and he heaved a sigh of relief. The other two felt a lingering fear in their hearts as well. This was especially true for Deng Feiyu, who felt disheartened. Even if he were at his peak and used all his trump cards, that starring lightning ring would not be able to do much. He was a 5-star martial emperor. However, this was merely an early rank 9 monstrous beast from the end of time. This setback caused him to lose even more desire to explore this place. All he wanted to do was to quickly find a safe place to leave. The other two Emperor Wu's thoughts were exactly the same as Deng Feiyu's. After the rabbit jumped away, they immediately thanked him and flew off in another direction. Deng Feiyu said, "Young Master Yun, the battle prowess of the demonic beasts here far surpasses those of the same rank. It's too dangerous, so it's best if you don't go exploring." Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and put away the 1,000-year tyrannical blade. He returned to his normal expression and said, "No matter. Brother Feiyu, go find a place to cultivate. We'll part ways here." His gaze focused in the direction the rabbit escaped in. With a heavy heart, he turned into a ray of light and flew off. Deng Feiyu seemed to see through Li Yunxiao's thoughts and was shocked. He hurriedly chased after him and said, "Young Master Yun can't be thinking of chasing after that rabbit, right?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Exactly. Brother Feiyu should know that the lightning technique Lu Jianba gave me requires at least 5 types of extremely powerful lightning. The lightning that the rabbit displayed just now is definitely qualified." Although he had already guessed it, Deng Feiyu was still shocked and said in shock, "Lightning is not bad, but you need to be alive to use it." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, "I have my own ways." Deng Feiyu's expression was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "If that's the case, then I'll risk my life to accompany you to repay young Master Yun for saving my life." Li Yunxiao was surprised. He didn't expect this person to be so loyal. However, he still refused and said, "No need. I have a secret technique to subdue that rabbit. It's inconvenient for me to use it with you around." Li Yunxiao's words were very direct. He meant that it wasn't convenient for him to reveal his secret technique in front of outsiders. Deng Feiyu stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood. He had always been curious about how Li Yunxiao had survived Tai Lei and Lu Jianba's attacks. Moreover, from the situation at the time, it seemed like he had chased them away. This question had always been suppressed in his heart, and he was too embarrassed to ask. Now that he understood, he was extremely shocked. That secret technique was actually so powerful. If that's the case, then be careful. Deng Feiyu took his leave and said, "When you are out of this world, you must come to my Sky Universe Inn as a guest. Let me treat you with great hospitality to thank you for saving my life." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "If I have time, I will." The two of them immediately separated in the sky and turned into 2 streaks of light that flew in different directions. After Li Yunxiao left Deng Feiyu, he turned into a bolt of lightning and sprinted quickly. He soon caught up with the rabbit, then he revealed himself and followed closely behind it, wanting to see what was going on. The rabbit was already running low. After jumping in the air for a long time, it jumped lower and lower until it finally landed in front of a huge mountain. It slowly walked into the mountain. The mountain peak was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. It was so deep that the rabbit's huge body couldn't be seen after entering it. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly. He turned into a streak of light and flew in as well. It was filled with terrifyingly huge trees that seemed to have grown for countless years. Every tree was so thick that it would take 100 people to encircle it. Moreover, there were many powerful auras faintly emitted from the mountain peak, causing Li Yunxiao to be extremely vigilant. Although he had Tsutsumi with him, God knew what kind of monsters were in this world. If he accidentally died, then he would be in big trouble. Very soon, he caught up with the rabbit's tracks. He kept jumping toward the mountain peak at an extremely fast speed. What was surprising was that jumping in this mountain peak didn't cause any tremors. Li Yunxiao's divine sense quickly identified the nature of this mountain. It was actually formed by an extremely sturdy earth element, and its grade was extremely 7th grade. Such a huge mountain was actually a 7th grade raw material. This discovery gave Li Yunxiao a fright. He crazily thought of moving the entire mountain away. If that happened, he would instantly become the richest person in the world. However, he could occasionally feel a powerful aura within the mountain, so he gave up on this idea. Even the rabbit in front of him seemed to be extremely careful as it jumped in the mountain. It didn't dare to be ostentatious. After a while, the rabbit finally reached the peak. It was already above the sea of clouds. As far as the eye could see, the sky was vast, and the huge blood moon seemed to be towering there since time immemorial. Li Yunxiao quietly hid behind the rabbit. With the strength of his soul power, it was very easy for him to not be discovered by the rabbit. Now that he looked at the emptiness above the sea of clouds, as well as the eternity of the blood moon, he suddenly felt a melancholy as if he had been in the vast sky for 10,000 years. A faint power surged in his eyes, and it was affecting the blood moon in the sky. Bang! The rabbit directly leapt into the air and jumped forward, causing some dust to rise from the ground. Its huge body seemed to be flying in the air with the force of the jump, and it landed on a cloud. Crackle! The rabbit jumped into the sea of clouds, and actually caused tens of thousands of lightning bolts to rush into the sky, dyeing it blue. That white cloud instantly turned into a blue sea of lightning. It radiated out, and all the surrounding clouds merged into it. It turned into continuous blue thunderclouds that flickered incessantly. The rabbit quietly lay inside, and there were constantly flashing electric rings on its ears, as if it was charging. Under the illumination of the blue light, Li Yunxiao's expression flickered incessantly. He immediately spread his divine sense, covering the entire sea of thunderclouds, and clearly sensing the movements within. As expected, it's this kind of lightning field energy. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. The lightning energy here was not inferior to that of the heavenly tribulation he had absorbed. There was a faint feeling that it was as clear as water, and it was water element lightning. However, this thundercloud was too vast, and it wasn't as fierce and pure as the tribulation lightning, so it had to be refined. He pondered for a moment, and directly flew above the sea of thunderclouds. He began to circulate the thunder technique of the thunder incantation. Dozens of hand seals were sent out, and they slapped on a thundercloud. Immediately, it emitted rays of blue light, and that thundercloud rapidly shrank, turning into a beautiful blue symbol, and ascended. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed, and with a few quick steps, he transformed into his thunder body, and absorbed that thunder symbol into his body. The two completely different powers of lightning clashed for a moment, and very soon, they fused together. Li Yunxiao's thunder body seemed to have changed color slightly. Seeing that this trick worked, Li Yunxiao immediately became impolite, and began to wantonly refine the thunderclouds, turning them into thunder symbols that were filled with power, and directly absorbed and refined them. In just half a day, he had already absorbed a small portion of the thunderclouds, and the energy field above the entire sea of clouds was obviously weakened. Just as Li Yunxiao was happily absorbing the thunderclouds, his divine sense slightly moved, and instantly transformed into a ray of lightning to escape. The place where he was originally standing was bombarded by a blue thunderbolt, and the entire thundercloud was scattered, and the whole sky was filled with flickering arcs of light. That recovering energy rabbit finally woke up and found that its treasure house was being robbed by someone, and almost exploded in anger. Since its attack had missed, it suddenly jumped over and raised its two fists high up and smashed down. Li Yunxiao coldly snorted and took a step forward. His body immediately transformed into the indestructible golden body, and similarly punched out with both fists. A strong wind directly blew away the surrounding thunderclouds, and a path was created. Boom! The four fists collided, and extremely strong electric arcs burst out, as if there were millions of birds squeaking and fighting. The blue light shone on the faces of the man and the beast. One had a look of shock, and the other had a look of mockery. Li Yunxiao relied on his physical body to take on the two fists of the rabbit, and unexpectedly did not take a step back. However, the blood and qi in his body were tumbling violently, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but more than that, there was a look of excitement. Although the advantage of the rabbit was not strength, it was after all a 9th-rank monster beast, and could rely on its physical body to contend against the existence of a human of the same rank. The rabbit also seemed to be stunned by the scene in front of it, and its two fat and short hands were unexpectedly firmly held by Li Yunxiao, and it even felt pain. Ah! Li Yunxiao roared, and his face became somewhat ferocious. He suddenly pulled forward, and directly lifted up the rabbit, and ruthlessly threw it out. The huge body of the rabbit on the thunderclouds was like a flying stone hitting the water surface, and flew away with a pu sound. Li Yunxiao took a step forward, and his body transformed into a thunderbolt, and with a paw sound, he traversed hundreds of meters, and directly arrived in front of the rabbit. His face was full of excitement, and said, "Aren't you very good at playing with thunder? Now let's see who is stronger, you or me." He suddenly leaped up, flew in the air, and revealed the transcendence. Golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms, and at the same time, his 6 arms made hand seals at the same time, and the speed of the seals was 3 times faster than usual. All kinds of hand seals were made, and the surrounding thunderclouds were refined into thunder talismans, sublimated, and absorbed into his body. The rabbit stood up on the thunderclouds, and seemed to realize something. It opened its big hands, and the thunder rings on its ears flashed, and a light blue ring of thunder and lightning began to condense around its body, becoming more and more solid. Li Yunxiao looked at it coldly, and saw that the power of the surrounding thunderclouds was absorbed by the rabbit, and because a large amount of thunder and lightning gathered on the entire mountain peak, an extremely strong thunder and lightning field was produced, and it also began to move to the body of the rabbit, as if it was being used by it. As expected of a thunder-type monster, its understanding of the magic power of heaven and earth is even higher than that of the thunder technique. As Li Yunxiao quickly condensed and absorbed the thunder talismans, he carefully observed the changes in the thunder and lightning around the rabbit's body, sensing the frequency fluctuations of the thunder and lightning star ring, and memorizing them one by one. Under the crazy absorption of the two of them, the surrounding sea of thunderclouds emptied out tens of thousands of square meters. At this moment, both of Li Yunxiao's arms stopped, and he held one hand up, and began to condense a thunder ball, and power continuously poured from his palm into it. With his other hand, he took out the ancient Mahakasyapa and hammered the ball of lightning, causing a series of banging sounds to ring out. With every hit, an ancient Maha character entered the thunder ball, and then slowly disappeared. Under the continuous hammering, the color of the thunder ball became darker, and there were faint signs of it turning black. As for the other 4 arms, they were constantly refining and absorbing the thunder talismans, not stopping for even a moment. At this moment, the thunder and lightning star ring around the rabbit's body became more and more blue, and gradually reached a saturated state. The rabbit raised its face, and its face was full of anger and ferocity. Its body seemed to have expanded a little, and its 2 ears stood up high. Because the thunder and lightning were too full, the thunder patterns on its ears became brighter. Both of them were lightning attributed great divine abilities. The star ring emitted the same field energy as the thunderclouds, while Li Yunxiao's thunderball was constantly condensing and compressing the lightning. At the same time, it was also imitating the frequency of the star ring. It spun rapidly above his palm, reaching the limit of his control. The rabbit's body surged with energy, and the star ring suddenly flew out. Bolts of lightning linked below, bringing with them boundless field energy. A sea of lightning blasted towards Li Yunxiao. As for the rabbit's slightly inflated body, after blasting out the star ring, it directly shriveled a few times, turning into a bag of bones. All of its strength was sucked out. Li Yunxiao's body began to tremble slightly, and the lightning ball in his hand began to lose control. Every time the hammer struck, the lightning talisman on the outside of the ball would be shaken off, turning into earthworm-like lightning that wandered and dispersed. It could no longer be further compressed and refined. Is this the limit? Feeling the shocking power in his hand, Li Yunxiao revealed a sinister smile. He smashed the thunderball towards the star ring, and an ancient Maha character appeared on the thunderball, growing brighter and brighter. The lightning field above the entire sea of clouds had been completely disrupted by the man and beast. The world had turned blue. As the star ring and lightning ball collided with each other, a huge whirlpool appeared with the two as the center, sucking in the entire sea of lightning clouds. Rumble! This towering mountain peak, the top of the mountain suddenly collapsed and disintegrated, inch by inch. The dust was also sucked into the whirlpool, the demonic energy in the mountain began to riot, and a large number of people began to escape down the mountain. Only a few powerful demonic auras remained near the peak, but their auras also became abnormally berserk, shooting ferocious lights into the sky. Li Yunxiao and the rabbit didn't have it easy in the lightning whirlpool. Both of them were covered in cuts and bruises from the lightning. At the same time, they bitterly resisted the suction force of the whirlpool. Finally, the rabbit couldn't hold on any longer, and it was sucked up into the sky. At this moment, Li Yunxiao had already transformed into his three-headed, six-armed form. He executed several hand seals, and his body was like a steel nail in the sky. The lightning constantly shattered the golden radiance on his body, and suddenly, a huge shadow appeared above his head. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. When the rabbit was circling around him, it leaped with all its might and pounced towards him. Bang! The huge body smashed into Li Yunxiao's body. How could the already unstable Li Yunxiao withstand the rabbit's pounce? He immediately lost his composure and was swept up by the lightning whirlpool. The two figures were swallowed into the eye of the whirlpool. The thunder and lightning energy that had been accumulating for an unknown number of years in the sky above the mountain instantly vanished into nothingness. The lightning whirlpool continued for several days until a figure descended. This is where the aura disappeared. Did the lightning open the spatial passage? That figure materialized in the lightning vortex. His handsome face was as calm as still water. It was actually Morongzhu, who had appeared in the Red Moon City's dungeon. The violent lightning turned into thunder dragons and charged toward his body. However, when they were a few feet away from his body, the dragons turned into snakes and slowly disappeared. The lightning that filled the sky did not even dare to touch his clothes. Morongzhu's eyes focused on the eye of the whirlpool. A dark green light flashed between his brows as if he was trying to see through the space on the other side. I can't see it anymore. Such powerful lightning has completely dispersed the aura that was left behind. I'm about to lose contact with it. A few wrinkles appeared on Morongzhu's face. He lifted his head to look at the blood moon in the sky and mumbled to himself, Tsutsumi is indeed with this person. How many years has it been? In the next moment, he casually made a grabbing motion. The lightning that filled the sky gathered in his palm at lightning speed and condensed into a ball of lightning. There was a faint purple glow on its surface, making it look extremely terrifying. A force dragged the ball of lightning into the whirlpool along with the boundless power of lightning. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The lightning was like fireworks, blooming into tens of thousands of lightning dragons, flying in all directions. A large number of lightning bolts fell on the ground, directly smashing out countless terrifying pits, and the mountain peak was directly obliterated by hundreds of meters high. A few abnormally powerful demonic auras desperately fled downwards. After a while, the thunder dragons gradually stopped. The sky, which had been shrouded in lightning for days, finally regained its clarity. However, the peak of the mountain that pierced through the clouds was now a line away from the sky. The powerful demonic beasts in the mountain had all retreated to the foot of the mountain, not daring to go up for months. After Morongzhu tossed the ball of lightning, he no longer cared about the situation and disappeared into thin air. After Li Yunxiao was sucked into the eye of the whirlpool, his body was severely injured. Fortunately, he kept absorbing the lightning to repair his body. After a moment of dizziness, he finally saw the light and fell. The place he landed in was a wasteland. It was a vast expanse of white land, with large areas of saline alkali pools that looked like mottled bald spots. There were also sparse weeds and shrubs that covered the wasteland in black spots. It was obvious that the place was too damp, making it look cold and bleak. As far as his eyes could see, there was a huge skeleton that was 30 to 40 meters tall scattered on the ground. The skeleton looked like jade and emitted dense spiritual energy. It was enough to show how powerful the demonic beast was when it was still alive. It was at least a 9th rank existence. Xianxia spread out his divine sense. After making sure that there was no danger nearby, he immediately began to regulate his breathing. His body was severely injured after the attack with the rabbit. Fortunately, his body was monstrous enough to be comparable to a 9th rank demonic beast. After a few days of regulating his breathing, he finally recovered to his peak condition. He performed a hand seal with one hand and a golden light enveloped his body. His entire body shone brightly and his physical strength improved steadily. Then, he changed his hand seal and shot out a few strange seals. Lightning bolts broke out of his body and revolved around him. Xianxia's hand seal was very slow, but each of them produced a certain change in the lightning. A moment later, a star ring actually condensed in front of him and the lightning field dispersed. The withered grass in the surrounding wasteland immediately sensed it and became as hard as thorns, standing straight up. There was also a layer of faint blue energy covering the surface of the leaves. In the potholes in the saline alkali pool, coarse salt was also distributed, forming circles of lightning patterns. Xianxia frowned and began to ponder. Then, he opened his immemorial heaven eye and shot out a tribulation lightning directly into the star ring. The entire lightning field instantly became chaotic. Lightning constantly burst out from the star ring and began to go out of control. The coarse salt in the saline alkali pool also became dazzling and out of shape. Xianxia had already foreseen all of this. He unhurriedly sent in all kinds of runes. With each strike, the energy of the star ring became more stable. Time passed bit by bit. After a few days, everything was finally under control. Due to the effect of the lightning, the mark of the rules of lightning faintly appeared on the ground. A faintly discernible huge ancient Maha character enlarged on the ground. Xianxia put away the lightning that filled the sky and frowned slightly. He had more or less mastered the 2 types of lightning power and the star ring. However, there was still a certain distance from the requirement of the thunder technique to be able to do as he pleased. It would require a long period of training and accumulation. It would be very difficult for him to make substantial progress in a short period of time. And the direct reason why he stopped cultivating was because he felt that someone had come. From a few miles away, they had stepped into the wasteland. Moreover, there was a familiar aura among them. Xianxia waved casually and a gust of astral wind swept out, erasing the mark of the rules of lightning on the ground. Then, he teleported to the side of the huge demonic beast skeleton and examined it carefully. Then, with a slap of his palm, he directly stored the skeleton into the boundary god monument and turned into a ray of light, flying in the direction of the person who had come. Several miles away, there were 7 people in a group flying close to the wasteland at a low altitude. All of a sudden, the 7 people all stopped and looked in surprise at a furry existence in front of them. Their expressions changed greatly and they became vigilant. They had encountered demonic beasts in the wasteland to the end of the world. They were stronger than the demonic beasts of the same level in the realm of heaven martial arts. Some people had died because of them, so they were all afraid of them. That demonic beast is covered in blood, and it doesn't have any aura of life. It must be dead, an old man said in a deep voice after a while. His eyes were shining. Although he couldn't determine this demonic beast's level, according to his experience, it was very likely to be in the 9th rank. The corpse of a 9th rank demonic beast was priceless. Moreover, it was a demonic beast from the end of the world. It was probably the only one in the continent. A young man rushed over and put on full defense. He carefully landed on the huge demonic beast's body and examined it for a while. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, as expected, it's dead. This time, we've got a great bargain. The other 6 people were also overjoyed. They all flew over, landed around the demonic beast, and started examining it. A young woman extended her hand and gently stroked the demonic beast's fur. She sighed and said, what a pity. Such a cute blue rabbit. How did it die? Master, can you tell the demonic beast's level? A woman in a palace dress also raised her eyebrows. She extended her hand and shot a beam of light at the rabbit's body. Immediately, a blue electric arc appeared and extinguished the beam of light. A 9th-rank demonic beast, and a lightning attribute 1. The beautiful woman was pleasantly surprised. She said, Elder me, we've got a great harvest this time. The old man leading the team, Elder me, stroked his beard and smiled. He said, what's even rarer is that the corpse is so intact. Even its fur isn't broken. It seems that a powerful force directly hit its body and shattered its internal organs. This intact rabbit is enough to be the finale of a top-notch auction. The young man who came first looked around cautiously and said in a serious voice, to be able to kill such a powerful demonic beast, the opponent must be a terrifying existence. This wilderness isn't safe either. Elder me nodded and said, Feiyu is right. We shouldn't stay here for long. Just as he was about to capture the rabbit, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The lightning gathered above the rabbit and didn't dissipate. To everyone's shock, a delicate figure appeared. He said indifferently, this rabbit is mine. Li Yunxiao. That young man was startled and immediately calmed down, saying, what a coincidence, to actually be able to run into young Master Yun here too. When the others heard this, their expressions all changed slightly. This name was like the sun in the sky recently. It could be said that everyone in the world knew about it. Li Yunxiao glanced at that young man before nodding lightly and saying, so, it's Brother Feiyu of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Songyu missed you very much after parting in Yang City. Elder me was moved and said, you're Li Yunxiao? The new generation drives on the old, and the new generation drives on the old. The others all looked at Li Yunxiao very curiously, wanting to see just what this genius youth whose name shook the world looked like. Li Feiyu said with a smile, everyone don't need to be nervous. Young Master Yun is an acquaintance, a friend. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, indeed, but, acquaintance is acquaintance, this rabbit is mine. The few people were stunned. This was clearly the rabbit that they discovered first, but the other party was actually so rude. Elder me was also slightly unhappy and said with a snort, it's yours just because you say it's yours? Do you have any proof? Li Yunxiao also felt a great headache. If he said that this rabbit was killed by him, probably no one would believe it either. There was no evidence to explain at all, so he could only say again, I don't have proof, but it's indeed mine. Humph, you wouldn't want to say that this rabbit was killed by you, right? The woman in palace attire also faintly became somewhat angry and said mockingly, it's a good thing for young people to have some pride, but one has to be down to earth as a person. Furthermore, our Myriad Treasure Tower isn't some pushover. On the contrary, it's very likely to be a porcupine. Li Feiyu hurriedly said, everyone, don't get angry. Let's talk things over. He was fearful of a standoff. Not knowing why, Li Yunxiao gave him a feeling of being secretive all along, a feeling of being extremely unwilling to be enemies with him. He looked at Li Yunxiao and said awkwardly, young Master Yun, this rabbit was indeed discovered by us first. You say you don't have proof, how can people be convinced? If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would be fine for you to take it. However, this is a rare 9th order thunder demonic beast. Moreover, it's a peculiar breed. It's very likely to be a unique existence. Its value is immeasurable. It's really putting us in a difficult position. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, I understand, but this rabbit was indeed killed by me. How about this, I only want its inner core. You can take the rest. This demon rabbit's inner core was also a 9th-rank thunder attribute treasure. If he used it to refine medicine and swallowed it, it would be greatly beneficial to his thunder incantation divine ability. It was something that he absolutely had to obtain. Li Feiyu was shocked when he heard this. He understood Li Yunxiao's character. Although he was arrogant and unruly, sometimes doing things in a bold and unconstrained manner, he was extremely arrogant and would never lie for a rabbit. Such a person was extremely arrogant. Not only would he not lie, but he was also too lazy to explain anything to others. In that case, this Li Yunxiao's strength, Li Feiyu was shocked. He stared at Li Yunxiao in shock and was immediately dumbfounded. The inner core is the most valuable part of a demonic beast. If you take it, the value of this rabbit will drop by at least 2/3. A silvery voice rang out. It was the young woman in the crowd. She found that everyone was looking at her, so she hurriedly hid behind the woman in the court dress. The woman in the court dress shielded her with one hand as she said, "Choling is right. You can't just ask for the inner core without proving that this rabbit belongs to you. As for the rabbit you killed, haha, aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you?" The woman in the court dress didn't even try to hide the disdain and sarcasm on her face. Although Li Yunxiao was the most powerful young man in the world, he was only a martial venerable. It was already his limit to defeat Emperor Wu, who was only 1 or 2 stars. There was no way he could defeat a 9th-order demonic beast like this. Besides, the demonic beasts in this world were much more powerful than those in the realm of heaven martial arts. Li Yunxiao wasn't angry at all. He said calmly, "How can I prove it?" The woman in the court dress sneered and said, "It's simple. You have to defeat me. I'm not that talented, but I'm a 4-star Emperor Wu. Even I don't have the guts to boast that I can kill this rabbit. If you can't even defeat me, you should just go back to where you came from." Li Feiyu panicked and wanted to say something to stop Li Yunxiao. However, there was an emotion that made him silent. Although he believed Li Yunxiao's words without a doubt, he did not dare or want to believe in his strength. He would rather believe that Li Yunxiao was relying on some kind of powerful trump card and not his true combat strength. Therefore, he also wanted to see how strong this potential opponent was. Elder Mi frowned and said, "Lu Nan, you can't bully the weak. Our Myriad Treasure Tower has always had a good relationship with young Master Yun. We can't hurt our relationship because of a rabbit. Why don't we discuss the ownership of this rabbit after we leave this place? I'll take care of it first." The woman in the court dress hurriedly said, "Yes, Elder Mi will decide everything." Li Yunxiao said, "Hold on. Let's fight. It won't take long. I'm in a hurry to get this rabbit's inner core. I still have important matters to attend to, so I can't delay for too long. Let's end it quickly." The 7 people's expressions changed drastically. On one hand, they were shocked by Li Yunxiao's words. He actually played down the battle with 4-star Emperor Wu so casually. On the other hand, they were also angered by his words. They were completely unable to see through their Myriad Treasure Tower. The woman in the court dress laughed from extreme anger. She laughed shrilly and said, "Haha, end it quickly. What a good end it quickly. Elder Mi, our Myriad Treasure Tower has shown our heart to the moon, but he doesn't give us any face." Elder Mi's anger also surged. He snorted and said, "Since that's the case, Lu Nan, you make your move. Experience the strength of this rising star number 1. Let him clearly distinguish the difference between the rising star number 1 and the world's number 1. Exactly, exactly. The woman in the court dress sneered and said, "If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think that he's the world's number 1. In my opinion, his strength might not even be stronger than Feiyu. I really don't know where this title came from." Li Yunxiao said, "Don't show mercy. I don't want you to find an excuse to say that you didn't go all out after losing. This is extremely bad for your future martial cultivation." The woman in the court dress almost vomited blood from anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Thank you for your kindness. You can go and die now." Her figure moved, turning into a swift and fierce light and charging up. A snake-like whip exuding the stench of blood lashed out fiercely. A red light flashed by, and the whip directly hit Li Yunxiao's body. With a paw sound, it instantly dispersed. It was actually an afterimage. Li Yunxiao's real body had already arrived behind the woman in the court dress. Then, he pointed with a finger, and a lightning dragon appeared. So fast. The woman was startled and stopped underestimating Xiaochen. She poured her origin power into her whip, making it as hard as a sword. She brandished it, and with a paw sound, it scattered the lightning dragon, causing it to explode in all directions. Li Yunxiao had already transformed into lightning and appeared in the sky. His left hand formed a seal, and his right hand took out that hammer and smashed it down. A bolt of lightning bombarded like a heavenly tribulation. It instantly streaked across 1,000 meters and landed on the woman in the court dress. Everyone's heart trembled. No wonder Li Yunxiao insisted on taking the demon rabbit's inner core. It turned out that his lightning divine ability was so strong, Li Feiyu was even more shocked. Back in Songyang City, although Li Yunxiao also used the method of transforming into lightning, it was after all not his main divine ability. However, from the current situation, this lightning divine ability was unexpectedly powerful. The woman in the court dress's expression became serious. Although she was not afraid of the power of the lightning, there was no need to forcefully resist it. She suddenly took a set of steps, and her whole body suddenly turned into a gust of wind. She disappeared on the spot and swept towards the direction of Li Yunxiao. A cold voice came from the wind, "No matter how powerful the divine ability is, it is only a secret technique. The Jiutian Emperor's Qi is the righteous path of heaven and earth. It can suppress all ghosts and monsters." "Is that so?" Li Yunxiao softly said. His hands did not stop moving. The ring of stars condensed in front of him and directly flew out. The gust of wind seemed to sense something and immediately stopped moving forward. The beautiful woman in the court dress's figure appeared. She looked at the field filled with lightning in shock. It could actually resist her emperor's qi. Damn it! The woman's long whip was instantly unsealed. In a black light, it turned into a long snake with fins on its back and flew towards the ring of stars. The ring of stars was like a cover of the sky, fiercely pressing down. The world was filled with a mournful woo-woo sound. The long snake's body constantly flashed with arcs of lightning, and there was a bang-bang sound. It was as if the snake's spine was exploding one by one. The woman's expression changed greatly. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The long whip was connected to her mind, so she naturally knew that it was injured. She quickly withdrew it and turned into a whirlwind again, wanting to escape the pressure of the ring of stars. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that the woman in the court dress would actually be at a disadvantage. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm. He kept forming hand seals with one hand. The ring of stars changed according to his will, becoming bigger and bigger. It enveloped the area. Everything under the sky couldn't escape, and it quickly enveloped the woman in the court dress. Earth Dragon Reversal. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, the woman in the court dress also used all her strength. The long whip was placed horizontally in front of her, directly going against the sky. The blue lightning space was opened. Black gas and blue light intertwined, forming a strange scene in the sky. Boom! The two forces finally collided and exploded. The moment the ring of stars exploded, the ancient Maha character appeared. The power of thunder and lightning shook in all directions, sweeping everything. Meanwhile, the black earth dragon whip broke through the blue electric world. Like a bamboo shoot after the rain, a rising dragon soared into the sky. The people of the Plethora Gem Tower were completely stunned. The battle between the two was actually a draw. Looking at the woman's expression, she seemed to be at a disadvantage. Li Feiyu was even more dumbfounded. Only he knew that Li Yunxiao still had many tricks up his sleeves. If he used them one by one, Lord Lu Nan probably wouldn't have any chance of winning. Stop! Elder Mi finally couldn't sit still and shouted in a low voice. After the star ring was broken, Li Yunxiao was about to use the sword diagram, but he heard Elder Mi shout and immediately stopped. He did not want to fall out with Myriad Treasure Tower. After all, he had a pleasant experience with them in his previous life and this life. The woman's complexion had already turned completely green and purple. She was overwhelmed with shock, shame, and embarrassment. All sorts of emotions appeared on her face, but they were all different. She also knew that if she continued fighting, the possibility of losing was high. Elder Mi said, "The battle just now broadened my horizons. Young Master Yun's name is indeed well-deserved." Li Yunxiao retracted his aura and flew down from the sky. He said indifferently, "Elder Mi is too kind. Now, can I take this demon rabbit's inner core?" "Of course." Elder Mi suddenly became generous. He made a casual gesture and said with a smile, "Young Master Yun has already proved that you killed this rabbit. Then, everything here is naturally yours. How can we have the nerve to take other parts?" Li Yunxiao said, "To tell you the truth, my battle with this demon rabbit opened a spatial tunnel, and I was directly transported here. I was also heavily injured and just recovered in this wasteland. I didn't expect you all to enter." Everyone was even more shocked. Li Feiyu suddenly felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. The gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed like they would never cross paths again, and he could only watch the other's back as he walked further and further away. Elder Mi suppressed the shock in his heart and said with a forced smile, "So that's how it is." If young Master Yun displayed his strength, it would indeed be hard to believe. Now that it has been proven, there is no misunderstanding. Young Master Yun, take all of this rabbit. Li Yunxiao did not stand on ceremony. He was not a tycoon like Myriad Treasure Tower. He still needed a lot of resources in the future. He patted the rabbit's forehead and put it into the world deity steel. Everyone from Myriad Treasure Tower felt their hearts ache. Although the sect was rich, it did not mean that they were rich too. Li Yunxiao put away the rabbit and said goodbye. The misunderstanding has been resolved. I still have matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Elder Mi hurriedly said, Young Master Yun, please wait. This old man has something to ask. Li Yunxiao turned around and asked, is it about Xianxia City? Yes. Elder Mi said seriously, Xianxia City is the Merchant Union city. The world is shocked that it was destroyed in one day. What is even more intolerable is that the culprit has not been found. Also, the whereabouts of our elders are worrying. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly and said, that day, after Brother Feiyu left, I also opened a passage and escaped. I don't know what happened after that. I also want to know what happened after that. Could it be that the Merchant Union's power could not find some clues? Could it be that the Merchant Union could not find something? Elder Mi's expression changed slightly, and he said seriously, Young Master Yun, you're thinking too much. The culprit behind this incident, the Four Extremes sect, has already been emptied. Those Yao race members are also wanted all over the world, but there are no clues at all. Li Yunxiao mocked disdainfully, if they really wanted to investigate, they would be able to find out everything. I'm afraid that the Merchant Union is busy dividing up the profits left behind by the Four Extremes sect. Elder Mi said, of course we have to split the profits. There's no need to hide this. However, the culprit is still on the trail. Since young Master Yun can't provide any more clues, we won't disturb young Master Yun any longer. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly asked, Elder Mi, have you heard of someone called Lu Jianba? Lu Jianba? Elder Mi frowned and thought for a while before shaking his head. Never heard of him. What are his characteristics? If young Master Yun wants to find someone, entrust him to our Myriad Treasure Tower. There will definitely be news. Li Yunxiao sneered. Your Merchant Union's base was destroyed and you can't find the culprit. How are you going to help me find someone? Farewell. Seeing that Elder Mi did not seem to be faking, Lu Jianba was most likely not from the Merchant Union. He did not say anything else and turned into a bolt of lightning. The remaining people of Myriad Treasure Tower looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Humph, this Li Yunxiao is too unreasonable. We were kind enough to help him find someone, yet he mocked us, the woman called Song Ling pouted and said unhappily. Li Feiyu smiled bitterly. Although it's harsh, he's right. We can't even find the culprit. How can we talk about helping him find someone? Elder Mi's expression was somewhat gloomy. Lu Nan, if you continued fighting, do you have a chance of winning? Everyone was shocked and looked at the woman in palace attire. After that battle, the woman's face had been livid and she had not spoken a word. Now that Elder Mi asked her, she immediately gritted her teeth and said, no chance of winning. After a while, she added, most likely defeat. The young disciples were shocked. With their cultivation, they only saw that the two fought to a draw. They guessed that the woman did not use her full strength. They did not expect the truth to be reversed. A chill flashed across Elder Mi's face. If you and I work together, do we have 100% chance of taking him down? Tisk. The disciples were even more shocked. Elder Mi was a 5-star Emperor Wu's powerhouse. 1 star, 1 world. Even if a 4-star Emperor Wu wanted to escape from his hands, the confidence was not great, right? He even asked about working together. Li Feiyu was also shocked. Elder Mi, that Li Yunxiao. Elder Mi reached out and interrupted him. He looked at the woman in palace attire solemnly. The woman's expression also changed several times. She gritted her teeth and said, Elder Mi, I really don't know. But I have a feeling in my heart that Li Yunxiao's true strength is enough to contend with you. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Everyone was aghast, including Li Feiyu. Their faces were full of disbelief. Elder Mi's face also twitched a few times. He put his hands behind his back and said slowly, just now, luckily I suppressed the killing intent in my heart. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Everyone's heart trembled. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. After Li Yunxiao left the people of Thousand Treasure Tower, he continued to head towards the southeast direction with the blood moon as his target. A few days later, he stopped in the sky above a mountain range. He randomly found a flat mountain and landed. After taking out the world god's tablet, he flew in. The rabbit's corpse floated in the sky. The mystic thunder cloud roar appeared beside the rabbit and flew up and down. It seemed to be very interested in it. Li Yunxiao said softly, I forgot that this thing is also a thunder-type demonic beast. It's just that it's too weak. The power of thunder is useless to me. The mystic thunder cloud roar also had the strength of a stage 8 martial venerable. However, it was not enough for Li Yunxiao to kick it. It seemed to be able to understand Li Yunxiao's words. It laid at the side, feeling wronged. It kept making hua-hua sounds, as if it was protesting. Scram! Li Yunxiao kicked the air, causing the mystic thunder cloud roar to jump up in fear. It wanted to dodge, but how could it dodge? With a kick, it was sent flying thousands of meters away by Li Yunxiao. Only then did it stand far away in the air, not daring to approach. Only then did Li Yunxiao look at the rabbit. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately located the location of the rabbit's orb and lightly pointed at it. With a pu sound, a bloody hole appeared on the rabbit's chest, and a thin stream of blood shot out. Following that, a ball of blue light slowly leaked out and flew into Li Yunxiao's hand, emitting surging energy. It would be too much of a pity to swallow this pearl directly. However, I don't have enough materials and strength to refine it right now. Li Yunxiao stared at the blue crystal clear orb for a while, sighed with pity, and was about to swallow it in one gulp. Suddenly, a startled roar was heard. The mystic thunder cloud roar suddenly rushed up, its eyes emitting a golden light, opened its mouth incomparably huge, and swooped down, wanting to bite the rabbit's orb. Li Yunxiao raised his foot and directly stepped on its face, and shouted, "How dare you snatch my thing, you're courting death!" Roar, roar, roar. The mystic thunder cloud roar struggled with all its might, not willing to give up. Its desire for the orb was extremely strong. Golden arcs of electricity emitted from the mystic thunder cloud roar's body, and the electricity landed on Li Yunxiao's foot, emitting a golden light. Anyway, you have a lot of treasures, just let it eat this thing. A figure appeared in the sky, it was Yu Jiulin. He also cultivated a thunder attribute cultivation method, and he got along very well with the mystic thunder cloud roar. He could not bear to see it so eagerly being rejected. The mystic thunder cloud roar also wore a pleading expression, but its eyes never left the orb. Li Yunxiao had also thought of extracting the lightning from the mystic thunder cloud roar. Since it had become a martial highness, the power of the mystic thunder cloud roar's lightning had changed, showing a golden color. However, its strength was not enough. Although the lightning was quite powerful, it was not very useful to it. Unless it could cultivate the mystic thunder cloud roar to the level of Jiutian Emperor Wu, but it was completely unprecedented. Even if it had become a martial highness, it would still be rare. Forget it, I'll give it to you, you bastard. Li Yunxiao flicked his finger, and the blue orb turned into an arc, directly entering the mystic thunder cloud roar's mouth. All the hair on the mystic thunder cloud roar's body instantly stood up, and it kept roaring to the sky. Its golden fur suddenly turned light blue, and rays of blue lightning shot out from its body, flickering in the sky. Li Yunxiao and Yu Jiulin were stunned, they did not expect such a huge reaction. However, the rabbit's orb was a rank 9 beast. If the mystic thunder cloud roar wanted to absorb it completely, it would probably have to endure for a while. Apart from the orb, this rabbit's blood is rare as well. When this bastard recovers, let it consume some of the rabbit's blood. It can modify its body to a certain extent. Li Yunxiao instructed Yu Jiulin. He pointed to the sky, and a few apertures on the rabbit's body suddenly burst open. A large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain. Under his control, the blood gathered in a few glass containers, and he handed one of them to Yu Jiolin. After the rabbit lost its orb, and its blood was sucked dry, its entire body shriveled, and it lay on the ground without any glow. At this moment, the only value of its body was its light blue fur and bones. After Li Yunxiao gave his instructions, he came out of the Universe Divine Monument. He looked at the continuous mountain range and revealed a hesitant expression. The relic that Deng Feiyu had given him was tens of thousands of miles north of this mountain range. Calculating the time, he had already spent more than half a month in this world. If he were to go to the relic again, he might not have the time to obtain the heavenly thought. He was not worried that the heavenly thought would be obtained by someone else. From the inheritance that he had received from the throne, in order to activate the heavenly thought, he had to have the power of Tsutsumi. In other words, only he had the possibility of obtaining the heavenly thought. However, there were exceptions. For example, Jiang Churen was a peak 9 stars Emperor Wu expert. He was one of the top experts in the world. He might be able to obtain the heavenly thought by force. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Yunxiao decided to give up on the location of the relic that Deng Feiyu had given him. Instead, he headed southeast at full speed. After a few days, he finally flew to the border of a swamp and started to enter the desert in the southeast of the Blood Moon. Just as he stepped into the desert, he felt an extremely strong fluctuation of origin energy. There were people fighting in front of him. They were not very strong. They were basically martial honorables. More than 10 people surrounded a stone-like monstrous beast and attacked it. The color of the monstrous beast's body was almost the same as the sand in the desert. Moreover, it would occasionally burrow into the ground and disappear without a trace. Everyone, don't be discouraged. This monstrous beast is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's join forces and kill it. At least this trip will not be in vain. One of the 9 stars martial honorable experts in green robes shouted. His strength was considered to be at the forefront of the group. He had subtly become the leader of the group. Among the 10 people, there were only 3 high-level martial honorables. The rest of them were very ordinary. However, they had the advantage in numbers. They worked well together and there were no casualties. Li Yunxiao hid in the void. He used his divine sense to scan the sand and revealed a strange expression. The stone-like monstrous beast was actually the same type as his gourd's small King Kong. It seemed to be a variant of the stone beast. However, its strength was stronger than the stone. Bang! Be careful! The stone beast suddenly burst out from the gravel and sent a martial honor flying into the sky. Fortunately, the martial honor was prepared. Although he suffered a huge impact and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, his life was not in danger. However, the stone beast did not stop. It shot into the sky like a rocket and pushed the martial saint 1,000 meters into the sky. Pa! A bone-chilling sound came from the sky as the stone beast grabbed the martial honor and tore him into 2. 2 corpses and internal organs fell to the ground. The scene was bloody and horrifying. What? Damn it! The 9 stars revered martial artist in green robes was shocked and angry as he shouted, "This is a good opportunity. Don't let it fall into the gravel. Kill it in the air." A sword light flew up first, and the green-robed man slashed at it with his sword as one. His strategy was correct. The power of the stone beast would be halved in midair. Bang! The sword broke the stone beast's fist and the sword light pierced through its body. The green-robed man was overjoyed. The stone beast's power was indeed much weaker. His other hand hurriedly formed a seal and sent out several powerful punches towards the stone beast. Bang! 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 The stone beast's body exploded like a pile of sand and was beyond recognition. When the people below saw this, their faces lit up with joy. They rushed into the sky and joined forces to attack the stone beast. They continuously smashed the stone beast's body and gained the upper hand. Dang! Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. It was distant and clear, as if it came from the end of the world. It also sounded like it was ringing in their hearts. Everyone was momentarily dazed. Dang! The second sound of the bell rang out. This time, it was not as comfortable as before. It was like a sledgehammer suddenly smashing down from the sky, shaking everyone's chests. Pooh! Everyone immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces were filled with shock. Even the green-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood from the sound of the bell. He no longer cared about the stone beast and was extremely frightened and on guard. The stone beast was relieved for a moment, and the remaining parts of its body fell down, sinking into the gravel below and disappearing once again. Who is it? Who is it? The green-robed man suppressed the fear in his heart and asked carefully. If the other party was hostile, it would be difficult for everyone here to escape death. You can leave. This demonic beast is mine. Xianxia's voice sounded. The green-robed man's expression relaxed and he heaved a sigh of relief. He could tell that there was no malice in the other party's tone. You want it just because you say so? Do you know how much effort we spent to kill this demonic beast? Do you know how many of our comrades died? A 7-star honorable martial artist could not take it anymore and said angrily, You want to take it away just because you say you want it? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Now that the stone beast has returned to the earth, it will be extremely difficult to find it again. The green-robed man's expression changed and he quickly shouted, Idiot, shut up. He was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that the person in the sky would become angry and kill them all in one move. Although the others were also furious, they did not dare to make a sound. The entire sky was silent for a moment. Then, Xianxia's voice sounded again, Oh? You are not convinced. A wave of pressure suddenly appeared and instantly landed on the body of the 7-star martial saint like a mountain, causing his face to instantly turn pale. Endless fear surged in his heart and he hurriedly shouted with all his might, I submit, I submit, I submit, I submit. Sir, please spare me, I know I was wrong. Humph. Xianxia's cold voice sounded. He then retracted his aura and said coldly, Is there anyone else who is not convinced? This time, no one dared to make a sound. They all kept quiet out of fear. The 9-star honorable martial artist felt bitter in his heart. His many days of hard work had turned into bubbles in front of his eyes. However, this was the way of the world. The strong were respected. He had no choice but to surrender. He said carefully, Sir, we naturally have no objections if you want this stone beast. However, now that it has returned to the earth, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find it again. Xianxia's voice sounded, You don't have to worry about that. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed slightly. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly hit the ground. With the point of impact as the center, an extremely strong electric field began to spread, instantly turning the ground green. Bang! An explosion sounded from somewhere. Then, a green light flashed and the stone beast's body was directly shaken out. Its entire body was wrapped in green lightning and it growled in a low voice. Just as everyone was in shock, a bolt of lightning shot across the sky and directly shot towards the stone beast. In the blink of an eye, the stone beast disappeared. The lightning flashed again and it shot towards the center of the desert, disappearing before everyone's eyes. The 10 people stood blankly in the sky. Their faces were all lifeless and they did not dare to make a sound. After a while, someone asked softly, Has that person left? A person beside him replied carefully, He should have left, right? He even looked around a few times, afraid that the person would suddenly jump out again. Suddenly, someone asked, Did any of you see his face? Everyone fell silent and at the same time, they were all shocked. A cultivator had stolen their spoils of war in front of everyone's eyes. In the end, they did not even know what the culprit looked like. It was extremely humiliating. After all, they were at least 8 desolation mirror martial artists. Even if they were not the strongest cultivators in their own sects, they were at least the mainstays of their sections. They had never suffered such humiliation before. Humph. If I find out who did it, I'll make him pay for it when I'm out of this world. The person who spoke was the cultivator who was unconvinced and begged for mercy. Everyone looked at him with disdain. The culprit has already left. What are you talking about? Many of them had mocking looks on their faces. The cultivator's face turned red and he stared at a cultivator who was weaker than him. The murderous intent on his body rushed over and he said angrily, What? you don't believe me? What's with that expression on your face? The cultivator's expression changed and he said coldly, I believe you. I believe you. That's good enough. The azure-robed man was also annoyed and he shouted, stop arguing. Did no one really see who it was? I feel like that voice is familiar. Song Nan, your Song clan has the psychic eyes that have been passed down for generations. It has a powerful detection ability. Did you not see it? A short middle-aged man's face turned pale. He bit his lips and seemed to be extremely hesitant. In the end, he chose to remain silent. He shook his head and said, I did not see it clearly. The azure-robed man was shocked. He did not believe what he said. At least, Song Nan's expression had already betrayed his thoughts. However, he nodded slightly and did not want to continue asking. Song Nan's choice proved that he did not dare to offend that person. Hence, he did not dare to reveal his identity. If he were to forcefully chase after him, he might get into trouble. Although they had lost the stone beast, they had gained quite a bit of experience. Everyone comforted themselves and their moods slowly turned for the better. They then formed a group and left the desert. They did not dare to venture deep into the center of the desert. After Li Yunxiao obtained the stone beast, he tossed it into the Universe God Monument and let Yuan Gaohan study it. He did not have the time to bother with it and continued to fly toward the center of the desert. After flying for a few miles, he felt that the temperature in the universe was getting higher. It was as if he had entered a huge furnace. The deeper he went, the more intense the feeling became. Moreover, not only was the environment getting worse, there was also a strange aura coming from the gravel below. It was as if there were many terrifying existences hidden there. Occasionally, some aura would leak out and it caused Li Yunxia's expression to turn extremely solemn. He flew higher unknowingly. He would rather be scorched by the scorching heat than disturb those terrifying auras. However, even though he was being so careful, he was still targeted by a powerful existence. An extremely dangerous feeling spread in his heart and Li Yunxiao looked around with a solemn expression. However, there was only emptiness and he could not see anything. Although the desert did not block out divine sense, the scorching energy was like an extremely strong sun. It seemed to distort the field energy here, bending divine sense as well, making it impossible to perceive everything. This was the first time Li Yunxiao had encountered such a situation, and he was greatly shocked. The archaic heaven's eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened, and a beam of light spread out. Everything in front of him gradually became clear, and the flow of all kinds of energy also appeared in front of him. He saw that in front of him, in a curved space, there was a pitch-black demonic beast hidden, its eyes flashing fiercely, quietly waiting for an opportunity. The archaic heaven's eye's pupils shrank slightly, immediately alerting the demonic beast. A ghostly cry pierced the sky, and the demonic beast arrived in the blink of an eye. It was actually a huge variant vulture, its back covered with all kinds of scales, and it had 3 claws, which swiped down from the sky. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The speed of the vulture was extremely fast, and by the time it discovered the other party, it was already in front of him, and there was no time to attack. A circle of red appeared in the archaic heaven's eye, and the divine fire turned into a phoenix, rushing towards the vulture. The vulture was also startled. Whether it was the form of the phoenix or the scorching power of the divine fire, they both shocked it. It let out a sharp cry, and azure light appeared on its 3 claws, which turned into sharp blades that shot down. The phoenix form was immediately cut apart, and the green light blades directly cut the sky into pieces, about to cut Li Yunxiao into pieces. 9 long swords condensed in the air, turning into a sword rain that went against the wind. Bing, bing, bang, bang. There was a series of sounds of weapons clashing, and the 9 northern cold stars cut all the green blades. Then, under the control of Li Yunxiao's finger seals, they turned into a sword formation, trapping the vulture inside. A huge sword condensed, slashing down from the sky. The vulture let out mournful cries, flapping its wings with all its might. Its feathers were like blades, and as it waved its huge wings, the light from its feathers blossomed, shattering the sword formation. It fiercely flapped its wings again, rushing out of the sword formation. Although this type of vulture was extremely powerful, it innately liked to hide and ambush its prey. Now that it saw that Li Yunxiao's strength was also extraordinary, it didn't like fighting. It directly flew up into the sky, disappearing in an instant. With a wave of his hand, Li Yunxiao withdrew the 9 swords and didn't give chase. After slightly adjusting his origin power, he continued to head southeast. He didn't know how big this desert was. After flying for 3 days straight, he finally felt that something was wrong. Along the way, the number of demonic beasts they encountered gradually decreased, but their strength was getting stronger and stronger. Just escaping from a terrifying kangaroo-like demonic beast had consumed a lot of origin power. Not only that, even he found it hard to resist the scorching heat of the environment. His entire body was surrounded by an extremely strong sun energy, requiring a large amount of origin power to resist. If it was an ordinary 9-star martial saint, he would have died on the spot from a single beam of extreme sun energy. After flying for another half a day, Xiaochen finally saw some scattered buildings in front of him. There seemed to be human figures moving about as well. In the middle of a pile of rubble, there were a few people scattered around. They seemed to be searching for something. A bolt of lightning came from afar, immediately attracting their attention and alertness. Everyone looked over. Li Yunxiao. When the lightning revealed its true form, one of them cried out in alarm. Then, his expression turned gloomy. Li Yunxiao looked around and smiled in surprise. I did not expect to see so many familiar faces. Why are they all gathered here? Could it be that they received some guidance? Among the people present, many were from the 7 super factions. Baiming Lifeng, Hao Miaqing, Chen Feng, and a few cultivators dressed in strange clothing. With one look, it was obvious that they were from the Myriad Stars Valley. Furthermore, all of them were Jiutian Emperor Wu. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to resist the horrifying sun energy in the surroundings. Humph. You already know the answer. Why are you here? Baiming Lifeng mocked coldly. He is Li Yunxiao? The gaze of a middle-aged man beside Chen Feng turned cold as he glanced over with malicious intent. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with a complicated expression. Back then, Song Yang lost to this person outside the city. After he returned, he went into closed-door cultivation and finally broke through to the Jiutian Emperor Wu. He thought that he would definitely defeat Li Yunxiao. Who knew that on the day he came out of closed-door cultivation, he would hear that Li Yunxiao had been conferred the title of the top rising star by the Red Moon City's city lord. At that time, Chen Feng was very unconvinced. Who knew that his father, Chen Duantian, would say, I know Jiang Churan very well. His words and actions have always been mature and prudent. He would never speak without thinking or boast. Even if that Li Yunxiao is not the top rising star, he is not far behind. You are definitely not his match. Chen Feng did not believe Jiang Churan, but he trusted his father. He had never doubted his father's words. At this moment, he looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression. He said, Fifth uncle, he is that Li Yunxiao. Chen Wen snorted coldly. A look of disdain appeared on his face as he said proudly, I heard that you are very awesome. You even attacked someone from my saber sword sect? Li Yunxiao ignored him and did not even look at him. Instead, he smiled at Baiming Lifeng and said, could it be that mysterious Xianxia? Now that the 7 super forces had sent people here, it proved that the news had been leaked long ago. There was no need for him to pretend. That's right. You also know about Xianxia. It looks like Red Moon City must have told you. Baiming Lifeng's expression slightly froze. He said strangely, that's strange. If your news came from Red Moon City, why didn't the people from Red Moon City take you away? But if that's not the case, where did your news come from? Impudent. Chen Wen's lazy and arrogant look instantly disappeared. His face turned red and purple, and his eyes spat out a ferocious light. The people present were all famous experts. Yet, they looked down on him in front of everyone. This caused him to feel an incomparable sense of humiliation. His aura instantly rose to its peak, the power of a peak 4-star martial emperor. The space around him trembled slightly. He said in a cold voice, how arrogant. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Chen Wen raised his hand and shot out a ray of light from his finger. It immediately condensed into a sword light in the air and slashed down. Everyone frowned. They thought to themselves that this Chen Wen was asking to be humiliated. Who could he blame? However, they were all people from the 7 super forces. They were restraining each other, so they were happy to see the saber sword sect looking for trouble with Li Yunxiao. An old man beside Chen Wen had his eyes half closed, as if he was dozing off. Only at this moment did he lift his eyelids slightly. Both of his eyes were cloudy, and after a brief glance, he closed them again, as if he was completely uninterested in what was happening. Ever since I came here, I haven't said a word to you. I haven't even looked at you properly. You want to kill me for no reason? Is this how Duan Tian teaches you? The one who should be taught a lesson should be you. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. A faint anger surged in his heart. This was truly an undeserved disaster. He did not do anything, but he still managed to offend someone. He was truly speechless. He casually condensed a sword and slashed down. Bang! The 2 rays of sword light exploded in the air. Chen Wen had the upper hand. The sword chi did not diminish as it struck Li Yunxiao's body, causing the corners of his clothes to flutter. What? Everyone was startled. Although Chen Wen had only casually pointed with his finger, he was, after all, a peak 4-star martial emperor. Furthermore, as a core member of the saber and sword sect, his sword chi cultivation was far above those of the same level. Yet, he had only managed to gain a slight advantage. Baiming Lifeng and Qinghaomiao were even more shocked. They had seen the battle between Li Yunxiao and Ruansheng. He was not this strong. What was going on? Wasn't his martial arts foundation destroyed? Wasn't it difficult for him to improve? The 2 of them looked at each other. They could see the shock and doubt in each other's eyes, as well as a deep seriousness. Eh? The old man beside Chen Feng also let out a soft sound of surprise. He found it a little unbelievable. He raised his eyes slightly, and the turbid air in his eyes dispersed quite a bit. When Chen Wen heard everyone's surprise, he became even angrier out of humiliation. He had thought that his finger attack would make his opponent look miserable, or even cripple him. He did not expect that his finger attack would only cause the corners of his clothes to flutter, which made him so angry that smoke was coming out of his mouth. You don't know what's good for you. Chen Wen shouted coldly. He pointed out with his sword finger, and a long sword immediately appeared in the air above him. First soundless. The long sword was unsheathed. He became one with the sword and slashed forward. The long sword tore through the sky. It was extremely fast, and its power was shocking. Li Yunxiao did not dare to use the sky sword diagram in front of everyone. Although the sky sword diagram had not appeared in the world for thousands of years, it was still the treasure of the Divine Night Palace. Everyone present was the elite of the 7 major sections. It was hard to guarantee that no one would recognize it. 1,000 autumns like snow, half a dream, soul suppression. The 1,000 autumns tyrannical saber immediately turned into the corpse puppet's original form. The saber light spread out like the sea and shot up into the sky. Its power was actually comparable to Chen Wen's soundless, and it split the sky into 2. Chen Wen was shocked. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. Only then did he become extremely serious. He changed the sword technique in his hand and shouted, "Second formless." The long sword suddenly dispersed and disappeared. However, the power of the sword chi continued to increase, forcing the large corpse puppet to retreat. A hint of mockery flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. He immediately turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. A thunder hammer appeared in his right hand, and he swung it forward. The ancient Maha language of thunder appeared. His left hand formed a sword technique and floated in front of him. His other 4 arms quickly changed the technique. Thunder patterns appeared around him, and gradually formed a star ring of thunder. The large corpse puppet in the sky finally could not withstand it anymore. It was forced back into the shape of a saber and turned into a stream of light. At that moment, Li Yunxiao was like the god of thunder. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. He held a large hammer in his hand, and the star ring appeared around him. He raised the hammer high and smashed it down with a loud roar, boom. Boom, the sky trembled, and the star ring flew out. The electric field expanded, and with Chen Wen as the center, it turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. The star ring was like a judgment from the heavens, and it crashed down. Chen Wen's heart surged. Under this thunder technique, he actually felt the arrival of death from the bottom of his heart. Impossible. Third formless. Boom, a dull sound came from Chen Wen's body. He held the long sword in his hand and used the third formless pointing sky. All the sword she gathered, and it slashed through the sea of thunder and lightning toward the power of the star ring. Enough. Just as the two terrifying forces were about to collide, the old man with turbid eyes had already begun to shine brightly. He took a light step forward, and his figure had already appeared between the two forces. His hands spread out slightly in front of him, and he actually directly tore the space apart. A black hole that could devour everything appeared, and it suddenly expanded. Boom. Although the two forces shook the sky, they did not collide. Instead, they were all swallowed by the power of the black hole. The old man did not have the lazy attitude he had before. Instead, his eyes shone brightly and his face was slightly flushed. It was obvious that he had used up a lot of his origin power. He looked down and said, "Chen Wen, you are too careless. If you destroy this place, then all the clues will be lost." "Yes, Lord Kaihong, I was too careless." Chen Wen's face was filled with shock and cold sweat. If they had exchanged 2 moves just now, he was not confident that he could win. If he had lost, he would have completely lost face. Only now did he feel a deep fear towards Li Yunxiao. The people from the other 7 forces were also shocked. They all had their own thoughts in their eyes, but they were all extremely serious. Li Yunxiao's 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma power retracted, and the lightning around him disappeared as well. He had used all his strength in that attack just now. Although the thunder technique was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. He hurriedly circulated it and adjusted his breathing. The people here were not good people. He had to maintain his vigilance and peak condition at all times. Otherwise, he might die if he was not careful. If Chen Wen had not bullied him too much, he would not have made a move. The number 1 rising star indeed lives up to your name. Your battle prowess has already reached the level of middle stage Emperor Wu, but your cultivation is only at 9-star martial saint. This is simply shocking. Chen Kaihong said. Slowly, I heard that your dantian was damaged and your martial arts foundation was destroyed. Is that true? Li Yunxiao was very vigilant. Chen Kaihong's words attracted everyone's attention. More than 10 gazes fell on him. Each and every one of them was like a wolf staring at its prey, making him feel uncomfortable. Whether it's true or not, what does it have to do with your saber sword sect? Do you have nothing better to do? Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and retorted fearlessly. In his eyes, Chen Kaihong's strength was about the same as blood gods. He was only a 6-star Emperor Wu. Except for one person from the Baiming family whose strength made him slightly afraid, the rest of the people present did not have a high-level Emperor Wu. The so-called high-level Emperor Wu was above the 7 stars, which was also the first great dividing line in Emperor Wu's realm. Above the 7 stars, it could be said to be all-powerful, enough to dominate the world. The second dividing line was the 9th star of the Martial Emperor realm. Once one stepped into the 9th star of the Martial Emperor realm, one would be at the peak of the continent, and would be able to look down on the world. The 7 great sect masters and 10 great martial emperors were also here, Fan Tao. And the last dividing line was the peak of the 9 stars, which was almost the end of the martial way. Only a few people in the world had heard of this person, and Li Yunxiao's previous life, Gu Feiyang, was above the peak of the 9 stars, a peerless expert before the end of the martial way. As long as there was no high-level Emperor Wu like Lu Jianba among the people in front of him, Li Yunxiao did not have to worry too much. Even if everyone joined hands to kill him, he would at least have the strength to protect his life in Tsutsumi's hometown. Chen Kaihong was stunned, and a trace of anger appeared on his old face. The other party actually dared to talk back to him. This was completely unexpected. Even the others were greatly shocked. They did not expect Li Yunxiao to be so arrogant. Baiming Lifeng was secretly delighted and said with a smile, after parting at Ocean Sky Town, young Master Yun's elegance has not diminished. Not only do you look down on the Sea Tribe, you even look down on the Saber Sword sect, one of the top sects in the northern region. I truly admire you. His words were deliberately provocative, hoping that Chen Kaihong would be angered and kill Li Yunxiao on the spot. Then, everything would be over and nothing would happen. However, after Chen Kaihong heard this, the faint anger on his body was swept away, and a smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said, as expected, the younger generation will surpass the older. Since young Master Xianxia is not convenient to reveal it, then I have no interest. After he finished speaking, he turned around in the air and walked directly to the middle of Chen Feng and the others. He closed his eyes again and dozed off like before. Bai Ming Lifeng's heart was stifled, and he secretly cursed the old fox. Many of the elders were secretly laughing in their hearts. Chen Kaihong was an old fox who had lived for more than 100 years. How could he be so impulsive because of a young man's words? Bai Ming Lifeng's provocation was completely counterproductive, and it made Chen Kaihong calm down instead. Naturally, Li Yunxiao also saw the clues. He sneered in his heart, but his face was serious as he said, although I am alone, I am not a pushover. If anyone wants to take a few bites, I will definitely break a few teeth. If you don't believe me, you can try. I will say right now that whoever provokes me will definitely not rest until one of them dies. Li Yunxiao was also saying ruthless words to slightly intimidate these people. This was to prevent cats and dogs from provoking him. He did not have the time to deal with them. His words immediately caused everyone's expression to change slightly, but there were still a few experts whose expressions did not change at all, as if they did not care at all. However, for juniors like Bai Ming Lifeng or low-level Emperor Wu, their hearts were much more restrained. Naturally, those peak experts would not cause trouble for him for no reason. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they would definitely kill him. Haha, young Master Yun must be joking. We are all friends, and we can't wait to help each other. Who would take the initiative to cause trouble for you? The few friends from the Saber Sword sect just had a misunderstanding. Bai Ming Lifeng immediately tried to smooth things over. Ever since the Bai Ming family had chosen him as their successor, he had spoken more on various occasions. He could train himself and show his worth at the same time. Only then did Li Yunxiao say, "That's good." Since the misunderstanding had been resolved, it was time to return to the main topic. Li Yunxiao asked in surprise, "So many of you have been here for several days, and you still haven't found the entrance to the ruins?" Bai Ming Lifeng said with a straight face, "That's right. We haven't seen anyone from Crimson Moon City, so it's very likely that City Lord Jiang and the others have already entered the ruins." Didn't young Master Yun learn about Xianxia from Crimson Moon City? Li Yunxiao's heart stirred, and he asked in reply, "And where did you all come from?" Everyone looked at each other, and only then did Bai Ming Lifeng say, "Actually, this is not a secret. We don't know who revealed it, but that person only told us the 7 major sections. Only the people from the 7 major sects are here, which is proof." Could it be that young Master Yun was also told by that person? Who was that person? Everyone had this question in their hearts. Li Yunxiao immediately thought of Ning Qiue, but he immediately rejected the idea. Ning Qiue would never do such a thing. He slowly said, "The person who told me was someone else, and definitely not the person you all spoke of." Could it be that with your strength, even the person who spread the news couldn't see through it? Everyone seemed to be somewhat ashamed. Chen Kaihong hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "That person's strength is no weaker than mine. That's why I chose to believe him." The experts from the other sects also nodded. Luo Yuankai, the leader of the Myriad Star Valleys group, also said, "I chased that person for 1,000 miles, but he still managed to escape. Moreover, he left very calmly." Li Yunxiao suddenly felt that the entire situation was very wrong, as if they had fallen into some kind of conspiracy or trap. The people from the 7 major sects also felt the same way. But with the treasure in front of them, who could resist the temptation? Li Yunxiao said in a serious voice, "The person you all spoke of is undoubtedly the high-ranking Emperor Wu, but I don't know if that person is also in this world. If he is, perhaps he is somewhere observing our every move. Also, even if he is not here, he must have a motive for going through so much effort to tell everyone about Tianxi's whereabouts. We must be on guard." Chen Kaihong said, "Of course. People in the world don't get up early without benefits. But as long as we can benefit from it, even if he has ulterior motives, it doesn't matter." The crux of the matter now was, did Tianxi really exist? "I wonder which channel young Master Yunxiao used to obtain the news. Can you explain in more detail?" Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. This was also the thing they were most concerned about. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Do you all really know what Xianxia is? Baiming Lifeng said solemnly, this is also the first time we've heard of this thing. According to that person, Xianxia is an extremely powerful thing, even comparable to Gu Feiyang's Tsutsumi. As for the specifics, I don't know. Does young Master Yun know for sure? Li Yunxiao nodded slightly. There was nothing to hide, so he said directly, Tianxi is indeed in existence on the same level as Tsutsumi, but how much do you all know about Tsutsumi? Qinghao Miao couldn't help but say anxiously, young Master Yun, please say everything at once. You're going to suffocate us to death. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, martial artists pay the most attention to temperament. With Brother Haomiao's impatient personality, it's easy to make mistakes. He pointed at the ruins around them and said, look at the carvings on these pillars. What do you all think? Everyone looked around. They had all studied the carvings on the ruins, and at first they thought that there would be some sort of cultivation technique or some sort of mechanism to enter the ruins. However, they were all disappointed. The carvings were purely pictures, as if there were records, but they were so badly damaged that it was hard to tell what they were. There were beasts, people, birds, and so on, but all of them had eyes that shone brightly, as if they were bewitching. Baiming Lifeng suddenly said in shock, their eyes are exactly the same. In those pictures, no matter if they were humans, beasts, sea beasts, birds, or even some other unknown things, their shapes and sizes were all different, but their eyes were exactly the same. No wonder I always felt that it was a little strange, but I couldn't tell what was wrong. Now that you've said it, it seems to be the case. Qinghao Miao revealed a look of realization, and said with a strange expression, could it be that the eyes of these things are the so-called Tsutsumi? No, the sculptures here are completely wrong. Baiming Lifeng suddenly overturned his own judgment. He walked to a pillar that was inserted into the sand, wiped off a layer of dust, and pointed to the monsters on it, look, the eyes of these few are different from the previous ones. Although they are also bright and full of expression, they don't have that kind of demonic feeling that makes people's hearts palpitate. Everyone looked over. The sculpture was of a group of creatures, standing neatly together. Similarly, there was no distinction between races or types. Although the eyes were different from the previous ones, they had the same expression. Not only on this pillar, there were many other carvings, and the eyes were also different. However, it seemed that the eyes were the standard, and they were classified. Li Yunxiao explained, the so-called Tsutsumi is not just an eye, but a race. In ancient times, they were called the pupil race, similar to the current demon race and human race. And the Tsutsumi is only one branch of the pupil race, and also the strongest branch. Pupil race? What kind of form do they exist in? Chen Kaihong said in shock, the carvings on these carvings seem to be a gathering of different races. Could it be that the pupil race lives by occupying their bodies? Li Yunxiao nodded his head and said, even if they are all from the pupil race, there are thousands of differences. An extremely small number of them have their own physical form, and the majority rely on attaching themselves to parasites to survive. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed between his eyebrows, and the immemorial heaven eye suddenly opened, causing everyone to be shocked. Li Yunxiao chuckled, don't panic, this is only the immemorial heaven eye, and is only a branch of the pupil race. This heaven eye's original has long died, and what is left is only a shell that possesses the power of the pupil technique. The pupil of the immemorial heaven eye rolled a few times and revealed a smile. It was Li Yunxiao's expression. The expert from the Baiming family, Baiming Tongfeng, suddenly said, I've seen this immemorial heaven eye before. Its strength is extraordinary. For young Master Yun to be able to obtain one, it can be considered a great opportunity. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Oh? Where did you see this, Lord? Dark North Tongfeng did not say anything else, as though he could not be bothered to speak. Li Yunxiao pondered. The primordial heavens eye had long been extinct. It was created by Gu Yuesheng's master, Mad Jia. It was said that he had found the tomb of the primordial heavens eye. Could it be that Mad Jia was related to the Baiming family? But since Dark North Tongfeng did not say anything, he could not be bothered. He kept the heaven eye and said, the primordial heavens eye is the most common form of the pupil clan. It belongs to the body of a host, and a host body can have several, or even dozens of primordial heavens eyes. Moreover, one of them will definitely be the king, Li Yunxiao pointed to one of the patterns. On it was a huge hippo creature. Its body was covered with eyes. There were more than 100 of them. Among them, one eye was the largest, and the depiction was the most lifelike. Xianxia frowned and said, if that's the case, when Gu Feiyang was pregnant with Tsutsumi, wouldn't the two eyes be foreign creatures? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, the primordial heaven's eye is the most common form of host in the pupil clan. As the strongest existence in the pupil clan, Tsutsumi does not have a body, but directly fuses with the host's soul, living and dying together with the host. Therefore, Tsutsumi will definitely choose an extremely powerful existence to host, such as Gu Feiyang. Dark North Tongfeng opened his mouth again and said, then how was Tsutsumi born and multiplied? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, I know that through the reproduction of the host body, there is a certain chance that it can be passed down, but the probability is not high. As for the birth of Tsutsumi, we must talk about everyone's goal this time, and that is Tianxi. Tianxi is invisible, and I don't know what kind of existence it is, but I know that in order to give birth to Tsutsumi, there must be Tianxi, and Tianxi is also the totem of the pupil clan. His eyes swept across the broken walls, then he walked to a broken wall, pointed at a pattern, and said with uncertainty, maybe this is Tianxi? Everyone looked over, only to see that there were all kinds of creatures kneeling on the pattern, and above them, there was a blank space, only a few strokes of something that looked like a cloud, but not a cloud. This information was obtained by Li Yunxiao from the inheritance of the throne, and he picked some insignificant things to say. Xinghaomiao couldn't help but say, the person who sent the message said that those who can obtain Tianxi can reach the godly state, is this true or false? Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes and said, thinking about the godly state now is too far away for everyone. I heard from everyone that the strength of the person who sent the message is definitely above everyone. If there is really something good about the godly state, would he be stupid enough to run to you and tell you? Like what Lord Kaihong said, we don't care what the other party's goal is, as long as we can benefit from it, it's fine. That's true. Baiming Lifeng agreed, I've never heard of anyone reaching the godly state. If we can obtain Tianxi, we can at least stand at the peak of this mainland. Back then, if Gu Feiyang didn't have Tsutsumi's help, it would have been extremely difficult for him to leave his name on the heaven and earth ranking, let alone the I clan's totem Tianxi. Xinghaomiao said leisurely, Brother Lifeng, don't be too optimistic. You should know that the Scarlet Moon City Lord is also looking for Tianxi. Our chances are extremely slim. Baiming Lifeng laughed lightly, this kind of peerless item, not just strength can be obtained, it also requires great luck. Xinghaomiao said, that's right, but now we can't even find the passage to the ruins, it seems that our luck isn't too good. Baiming Lifeng frowned, and said unhappily, Brother Haomiao, why do you always like to say such depressing things? Everyone fell silent. As if they were at their wits' end. They had been here for a few days, and the auras of the people from Scarlet Moon City had indeed disappeared here. They knew that there was another space here, but they couldn't find it no matter what. Chen Kaihong said, young master you know so much, I wonder if you know the way to the ruins? Li Yunxiao spread his hands, and said helplessly, there's nothing I can do about that. I only know that the ruins are nearby, but with so many powerhouses here, can't you sense where the space is? Chen Kaihong smiled bitterly, not only can we not sense the space, even the auras of the people from Scarlet Moon City have disappeared. They were probably afraid that someone would follow them, so they purposely erased their traces. Li Yunxiao said, with Jiang Churen's ability, erasing their auras is a piece of cake. Tracking the people from Scarlet Moon City is not practical, it seems that we have to think of a way ourselves. He also began to ponder. In the throne inheritance, there was no mention of the way to enter the ruins. At this moment, the best way was to use Tsutsumi. That way, no mechanism or formation could escape his eyes. But with so many people here, how could he use his eye skill? Li Yunxiao began to search through the incomplete murals, hoping to find some clues. But after half a day, he still didn't find anything. The murals were too incomplete, and he had no idea what was recorded on them. Suddenly, his gaze fell on half a stone wall. It was a scene of a group of creatures kneeling in worship. There were all kinds of creatures, and what they were kneeling in front of was already broken. However, the group of people were kneeling in front of a grand, oval building. Peng, Li Yunxiao suddenly leaped up and flew into the sky. He looked down at the ground, and his pupils constricted. There was no doubt that the group of people on the murals were kneeling in worship here. The remnants of the murals were also in the shape of an oval, which looked exactly like an eye. And from the direction they were kneeling in, it should be. Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked at the blood moon in the sky. It was like a strange eye, and it was emitting a demonic power. His body shook, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. The sudden appearance of Tsutsumi scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat, and he hurriedly circulated his essence force to suppress it. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Baiming Lifeng flew up and stopped beside Li Yunxiao. He looked at the sweaty Li Yunxiao and asked suspiciously. Li Yunxiao closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. There's no progress. However, his heart was in turmoil. In the instant that he manifested Tsutsumi, he seemed to have seen something, but he couldn't manifest it to confirm it. Oh? Then why is young Master Yun drenched in cold sweat? Baiming Lifeng said with some disbelief, although I don't know why young Master Yun has some misunderstanding and prejudice against the Baiming family, we are all in the same boat right now. Young Master Yun and I still have the East Sea Treaty, and we need to work together sincerely for a long time. I hope we can establish a certain level of friendship. After Baiming Lifeng finished speaking, he suddenly retreated dozens of meters and became alert. He stared at Li Yunxiao in shock because he felt a faint violent aura coming from Li Yunxiao's body. It was strange and demonic, and it didn't seem very friendly. Young Master Yun, what's wrong? The aura on Li Yunxiao's body slowly disappeared, and he finally opened his eyes. They were as clear as water, and he said indifferently, I'm fine. I was feeling unwell just now, and some old illness is acting up. Old illness acting up? Baiming Lifeng was a little suspicious. Could it be an injury from the battle at Crimson Moon City? Li Yunxiao said perfunctorily, you can say that. Isn't it normal to have some injuries after fighting and killing outside all year round? Baiming Lifeng felt his throat go dry. He knew that Li Yunxiao was starting to talk nonsense again. This person always liked to talk nonsense at crucial times, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only smile and say, that's true. We, the Baiming family, have a lot of good medicine. We can give some to young Master Yun as a bridge of friendship. Oh? It's rare for Brother Feng to be so polite. Li Yunxiao was touched. I heard that the Baiming family has a mysterious dark stone. It's an extremely cold object. Can I have a look at it? Haha, young Master Yun must be joking. Baiming Lifeng laughed. The mysterious dark stone is our sex treasure. It's where our foundation lies. How can we lend it to others? Li Yunxiao snorted. If that's the case, then what's the point of friendship? Brother Feng, please step aside. Don't disturb me from comprehending the mysteries of this place. Baiming Lifeng felt suffocated. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have torn Li Yunxiao into 1,000 pieces a long time ago. Moreover, this was the first time he felt a strong desire to kill Li Yunxiao. This person's talent was too terrifying. Previously, he thought that his martial arts foundation was destroyed. Now, it seemed like it was all nonsense. Such a terrifying person, if he couldn't be friends, then he must kill him. Otherwise, he would definitely become a stumbling block in his path to dominating the world. Then young Master Yun, hurry up and comprehend. I won't disturb you anymore. Baiming Lifeng flew down, but his face was very gloomy. The two didn't purposely lower their voices when they talked. Everyone present was at Emperor Wu's powerhouse. They all heard it clearly, and each had a different expression. However, killing intent appeared on the faces of everyone from the Baiming family, especially Baiming Tongfang, who had a flash of killing intent. At this time everyone was on their guard, afraid that Dark North Tongfang would suddenly kill them. After all, Li Yunxiao seemed to have discovered something. He was their hope to find the ruins. They couldn't let the Baiming family kill him. Once they found the entrance to the ruins, then it wouldn't matter anymore. Young Master Yun, what's going on? Did you find anything? A powerhouse from the Myriad Star Valley finally couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at Li Yunxiao's figure hovering in the sky for several hours without moving. Li Yunxiao said, perhaps, I've found the way to enter the ruins. What? Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly flew into the sky and surrounded him anxiously. Chen Kaihong hurriedly asked, did you capture the coordinates of the ruins? Li Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes and said, no, look at the blood moon in the sky. Doesn't it look like something? Everyone raised their heads, and Dark North Tongfeng said in a low voice, it looks like a human pupil, exactly the same as Gu Feiyang's Tsutsumi. He saw everyone looking at him, and added, I have seen Gu Feiyang's Tsutsumi before. Li Yunxiao looked at him in surprise. He did not have any impression of this person. He must have been a lackey of the Baiming family in the past. Now that his strength had greatly improved, he said, everyone, look at the broken walls on the ground. What do they look like? Everyone looked down. Chen Kaihong said, it should be an eye. I've seen quite a few descriptions of this place in the murals. Now that it's mostly been destroyed, the shape isn't very clear. That's right. Li Yunxiao said seriously, one pupil, one eye. Did you notice that the blood moon in the sky is moving? Qing Haomiao frowned and said, indeed, I noticed this a long time ago. It seems to be rotating in a certain rhythm, but it's already been many days, and there has been no sign of anything strange. Li Yunxiao said, it's not that it hasn't appeared, but because you haven't caught it. I dare say that in the entire world, only when you look at the blood moon in the vicinity of this giant eye will you feel it move. And when the moon shines on the eye's pupil, there will definitely be a strange phenomenon. He dared to say this because, as the moon moved, an extremely familiar frequency fluctuated in the air. Moreover, it was getting stronger and stronger, so he naturally came up with this idea. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Some even showed looks of ridicule, laughing at him for being too presumptuous. Some even shook their heads repeatedly. Li Yunxiao was still silent. He stood there calmly with his hands crossed in front of his chest, waiting silently. Gradually, the faint shadow of the moon moved on the ground. Not long after, it fell on the center of the ruins, where the pupil should have been. Everyone's hearts shook. Although they didn't really believe Li Yunxiao's words, when this moment arrived, they all became nervous. Time slowly passed, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. Haha, Li Yunxiao, your deduction is far too naive. If there was a strange phenomenon, how could we not notice it after waiting here for so many days? Qinwen couldn't help but sneer, as if he had finally vented all his suppressed emotions. His face was filled with pride and ridicule. Everyone was also greatly disappointed, shaking their heads and sighing. Chen Kaihong sighed, perhaps the method to open the ruins can only be used once. Jiang Churan and the others used it, so we have no way of entering again. The other ancient martial artists were also quite disappointed. Qing Haomiao sighed, perhaps this is because we didn't have enough opportunities. Just as everyone was disappointed, the frequency fluctuation that Li Yunxiao felt reached its peak. He finally discovered something. Raising his head to look at the sky, he said with a serious expression, everyone, look at that blood moon. Isn't it a bit strange? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked up at the sky. They saw that the demonic moon seemed to have become even stranger, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. Chen Feng looked at it in a daze and suddenly said, previously, the moon was like a person's pupil, but it was like they were asleep after they closed their eyes. But now, the moon is like an eye. When it opens, not only does it emit light, but there is also a kind of spirit of the pupil's owner. Pupil's owner? Everyone was shocked, and their hearts were filled with shock. This was just a moon like Tsutsumi's. Could it really be a large pupil with a master? Although Chen Feng's words were ridiculous, everyone thought along the lines of his words. The more they looked, the more they felt that it was the case. Qinwen couldn't help but say, even if it's a bit different, what does that mean? We still can't find the passageway. Li Yunxiao looked at him indifferently and sneered, you can't find the passageway because your cultivation is too low, so you can't sense it. Lord Kaihong, you should have sensed it, right? Chen Wen's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. He said angrily, Li Yunxiao, what nonsense are you talking about? If everyone sensed it, they would have left long ago. Chen Kaihong's eyes revealed a confused expression. He stared at the blood moon in the sky for a while, then looked at Baiming Tongfeng and said, Lord Tongfeng, your cultivation is the highest here. Can you sense it clearly? Chen Wen's expression changed slightly and became a little ugly. Was it really because his cultivation was too low, the strongest people from the Myriad Star Valley and the Spirit Eater race also gathered their gazes over. Each of them frowned as if they were not very confident. Baiming Tongfeng was also puzzled. He said, "You also sensed it? I thought it was only my illusion. I vaguely sensed a spatial fluctuation above the blood moon." What? Above the blood moon? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the so-called ruins were above the moon? Although this moon was not the moon of the realm of heaven martial arts, it was still a strange celestial body. It was tens of thousands of miles away from the realm of heaven martial arts, much farther than the outer space of the realm of heaven martial arts. How could they go up there? Chen Kaihong said seriously, "As expected, I also sensed it. Since Lord Tongfeng also sensed it, it should be right." Chen Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He said, "Li Yunxiao, did you also sense it?" In this place, only the several six-star martial emperors were able to faintly sense it. As for the others, they were simply unable to discover anything. However, Li Yunxiao was the first person to discover it. Li Yunxiao said calmly, "Don't forget, I am an 8th grade alchemist. My divine sense is above all of you." A badge suddenly appeared in his hand. It flashed in front of everyone. It was the badge of an 8th grade alchemist. Everyone's expression changed greatly. Chen Feng knew more or less about Li Yunxiao's sorcery cultivation, but the others didn't know. Li Yunxiao was so amazing in both martial arts and sorcery. The people from the 7 factions couldn't suppress the shock and fear in their hearts. How old is this lad? He has such achievements. If he is given another 10 or 20 years, who in the world can subdue him? Baiming Lifeng also felt extremely stifled in his heart. His killing intent spread uncontrollably. "I didn't expect young Master Yun to be an 8th grade alchemist. I am sorry." Chen Kaihong's face was grave. He didn't treat a junior like before. After all, he didn't dare to put on airs in front of an 8th grade alchemist. The leader of Myriad Star Valley, Luo Yuankai, said, "Does young Master Yun sense anything?" As an 8th grade alchemist, his divine sense was definitely above everyone else's. It was hard for him to sense something unusual without anyone noticing. Li Yunxiao said, "My sense is the same as everyone else's. Although I don't know what's going on, the so-called ruins might be on the dark side of the moon. As for the passageway, maybe it doesn't exist." "Doesn't exist?" Luo Yuankai was startled. "What do you mean by doesn't exist? Do we have to fly over?" Li Yunxiao said seriously, "Maybe we have to fly over." What a joke. The leader of the Soul Eater race, Fa de Yangyuan, snorted coldly. "If we really fly, we won't be able to reach it without a few decades. Don't tell me we have to wait until the next time the world opens?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Actually, what we see might not be real. It might take decades to fly to the blood moon from other places. But from where we are, it might only take a moment." Fa de Yangyuan frowned. "What do you mean?" Li Yunxiao said, "Everyone, on your way here, have you noticed that the space in this desert is actually very distorted? Even if you spread out your divine sense, you won't be able to see everything that's hidden. In other words, there are a large number of spatial crevices. Many demonic beasts like to hide in those crevices, waiting to deal a fatal blow." Everyone nodded slightly. They had fought many battles along the way. Many of them even smiled. Because the more battles they fought, the more they gained. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "And this place is the most distorted place. Even I didn't notice it until the moon blood's abnormality. Only then did I realize that something was wrong." Afraid that the crowd could not understand, he explained again, "It's like a huge piece of white paper. Everyone can feel that it's not flat if there's a slight bump on it. But when this piece of white paper has been twisted into a ball, what we feel is still the surface of a platform." Everyone fell into deep thought. Qinghamiao frowned and said, "Young Master Yun's words are too mysterious. Let's get straight to the point." Many people didn't really understand, but they all nodded. Li Yunxiao smiled and said seriously, "The result is that the entire spatial distortion field in the desert is formed with this place as the center. The degree of distortion here has reached an astonishing degree, and it leads directly to the moon above our heads. Only when the moon moves to the center of the eye will this distorted, almost flat path be opened. This is also why we see the moon above our heads open its eyes. Qing Haomiao slapped his forehead and said bitterly, I still don't understand. Young Master Yun, just tell us what we should do. How can we enter the ruins, or how can we go to the moon? Li Yunxiao smiled and said seriously, it's very simple. What I said just now is to fly up. Fly up? Everyone was still shocked and clearly didn't believe it. Luo Yuankai frowned slightly, as if thinking about what Li Yunxiao had said before. Li Yunxiao didn't say anything else. He jumped up and turned into a beam of light, flying further and further into the sky. Everyone raised their heads and stared, quietly waiting for the result. Suddenly, everyone's hearts shuddered. Li Yunxiao had completely disappeared right under their noses, leaving not a single trace behind. Is it really as he guessed? Everyone's heart trembled. Baiming Tongfeng's eyes were filled with shock and murderous intent. He said coldly, this kid is too scary. Chen Kaihong said, we should hurry up and catch up. If we let him go too far, it'll be troublesome if there's someone behind us. That's right. Not only is this kid's natural talent shocking, his understanding of this place is greater than any of us. Don't fall behind. After Luo Yuankai finished speaking, he flew into the air and quickly disappeared. Only then did everyone rise into the air and fly towards the moon. Sure enough, there were abnormalities in space. The ground shrank to an inch, so close yet worlds apart. After flying for a while, Li Yunxiao was shocked to find that he was already above the blood moon. As far as the eye could see, under the gray sky, there were rows of strange buildings stretching out, magical and decaying. Is this really Tsutsumi's hometown? When Li Yunxiao opened his eyes, his pupils had already turned into a blood moon. There was a faint familiar yet strange feeling in his heart, and the blood in his body began to heat up. He looked at a towering building in the distance. It was unusually tall among all the other buildings, as if it was connected to the void, solemn and majestic. Very quickly, he directly flew to the front of the huge building. As expected, it was a tall sacrificial altar. There were many huge patterns carved on it, as if they were lifelike paintings. In ancient times, the heaven and earth ling qi was much denser than it was now. The species also grew explosively and were extremely strong. There were also many existences that were like true spirits. Moreover, every race, and even every tribe had their own totem to worship. Usually, it was an ancestor or an abnormally strong existence in the tribe. The sea race preserved the characteristics of the ancient races. This was also because the ling qi and environment of the four seas were extremely stable, so there were very few changes over the countless years. Li Yunxiao raised his head and stared at the altar for a while. His bright red eyes seemed to surge with a unique emotion. A drop of blood slowly formed and slid down the corner of his eye. "HM? Are you crying?" Li Yunxiao's expression was extremely calm. He said indifferently, since ancient times, who could be immortal? Races that were much stronger than the I race were also annihilated in the long river of history. Don't cry. That Tsutsumi had long lost his own thoughts and was completely controlled by Gu Feiyong. However, it seemed that there was still a trace of emotion left in his subconscious. After Li Yunxiao finished speaking, the tears in his eyes slowly evaporated and he became cold and fierce. Li Yunxiao, did you find anything? The experts of the 7 major sects behind him also caught up one by one. They did not even check for a moment before asking first. Li Yunxiao said, this should be Tsutsumi's hometown. If the heaven's thought really exists, it should be inside this sacrificial altar. A few people quickly circled around the sacrificial altar and said, there isn't even an intersection. We're so late. Could it be that the master of Hongyu City has already beaten us to it? Li Yunxiao glanced at them and said, the master of Hongyu City has prepared more than anyone else and is also stronger than everyone else. If the heaven's thought really exists, it is only natural that he obtained it. Do you think that you can snatch the heaven's thought from the master of Hongyu City? Unless the heaven's thought is a bunch of trash, then everyone can have a share. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and did not say anything. Chen Kaihong said, if the heaven's thought really exists, there will definitely be other rare treasures. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Even if we can't obtain anything, at least we'll be able to broaden our horizons. It's not a loss. Brother Kaihong is right. Rather than wasting time here, why don't we quickly go in and take a look? Luo Yuankai was also a little anxious and said, "Did young Master Yin find any clues about the sacrificial altar?" Li Yinxiao said, "I didn't find any clues about how to enter, but I found something interesting." He pointed at some marks on the ground and said, "The people of Hongyu City should have arrived here. Look at that empty space, there are traces of origin energy being released. This means that the people of Hongyu City fought here." Chen Wen snorted coldly. Fought? Then why is there not a single trace of damage? You should know that with the master of Hongyu City's strength, if he really made a move, more than half of the ruins would have been destroyed. Baiming Lifeng suddenly said, "I agree with young Master Yun's point of view. With the master of Hongyu City's strength, of course he would have ended the battle in an instant. Thus, it is very reasonable that there were only traces of origin energy being released." Chen Wen's face reddened and he glared fiercely at Baiming Lifeng. His face was ashen from anger. Dark North Tongfeng said with a serious expression, "Indeed, with City Lord Zhang's strength, it is already extraordinary that he personally made a move. However, there are no corpses or anything else left here. What exactly was the situation at the time?" Li Yinxiao stared at the various huge patterns carved on the altar and said, "Everyone, please take a look at these things. Perhaps we can find the answer." On the huge altar, apart from the various activities and ceremonies of the people of the Ai clan, there was also a large number of environments. There were deserts, oceans, plains, forests, and so on. It seemed to represent the various situations of the end of time. Above these patterns was a huge eye that overlooked everything. These things seem to be from the end of time, but there seems to be something wrong. Li Yunxiao fell into deep thought. Before Tsutsumi put them away, he already felt that there seemed to be something wrong with these scrolls. However, he didn't have the time to take a closer look. Chen Kaihong also pondered and said, "These things only depict some of the daily activities of the people of the Ai clan. Why do I feel that there is something strange about them?" Luo Yuankai said, "Indeed, it seems as if everything on the scroll is vivid and lifelike, as if it is right beside us." After he finished speaking, there was suddenly a deathly silence. Everyone's mind went blank for a moment. They were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, but no sound came out. They, who were originally standing in front of the altar, were now in the middle of a desert. The sky was vast and bright, and there was not the slightest bit of the gloomy feeling from before. What is going on? Qing Haomiao said in shock, "We have been thrown out?" Gulp. Baiming Lifeng swallowed his saliva and pointed in front of him in shock, Isn't this the altar?" Tens of thousands of meters in front of them, there was a towering altar that reached straight into the sky. Above the altar, there was a scorching sun that emitted an extreme yang energy. It was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes, making it even more difficult to see the form within the scorching sun. Chen Kaihong was also shocked. "What is going on? Why did the space suddenly change? I didn't sense anything at all." He looked around, but other than the large altar that was tens of thousands of meters away, there was nothing else around. Li Yinxiao was also secretly shocked, but he quickly recovered and said in a solemn voice, "Don't panic, we have already entered the altar." Luo Yuankai said, "What do you mean, young Master Yun?" Everyone turned to look at him, and Li Yinxiao seemed to have become their guide. Li Yinxiao said, "Where we are now is within the murals we saw earlier. Some kind of power must have sucked us into the murals." Baiming Lifeng said worriedly, "What do we do now? Can we still go out?" "Go out?" Li Yinxiao smiled, "Why should we go out? The Tianxi we are looking for may be inside the altar in front of us. If I am not wrong, the Scarlet Moon City Lord should have entered as well. It's just that his strength is extraordinary, and he sensed the power that was sucking him in. That's why there are traces of yuan qi fluctuations." Li Yinxiao lowered his head and pointed to the dazzling golden light on the altar in front of him, "Such a powerful extreme yang energy, it can't be simple inside. Since there is another world inside the murals, and we can't go out for the time being, why don't we go take a look?" Everyone watched him walk towards the altar alone, and they were a little hesitant. After all, things were getting more and more out of their imagination and control. Luo Yuankai pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fortune is found in danger." Finished speaking, he also followed. Bai Ming Tongfeng, on the other hand, suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He originally planned to find a chance to get rid of Li Yunxiao, but now it seemed that he really couldn't do it without him. They could only think of a way to kill him later. Moreover, they were all experts at the martial emperor realm and above. Although they felt that this place was strange, there was nothing to be afraid of. They quickly flew toward the altar. However, the extreme yang energy in the sky was too strong. Even as Emperor Wu, they were starting to feel uncomfortable. Chen Feng was the weakest among them. Finally, his face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, I can't go. If I go any further, I won't be able to block the extreme yang energy." The other low-level martial emperors were also sweating profusely, gasping for breath as if they had just gone through a difficult battle. The Emperor Qi defense covering their bodies was being consumed very quickly, and it was difficult to maintain it any longer. Chen Kaihong quickly said, "Young Master Yun, if they stay here, will they have a chance to get out?" Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "Do you really think I know everything? How would I know? Not to mention them staying here, even we might not be able to get out. Entering such a strange place, it's normal to die at any time." When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. What Li Yunxiao said made sense. He was just a little smarter. How could he know what was going on inside the murals? However, based on his performance all this while, everyone was used to treating him as the leader. Li Yunxiao suddenly looked at the Baiming family and smiled. The Baiming family's ice chi is an extreme yin energy. It is the perfect counter to this extreme yang energy. I see that the friends of the Baiming family are all calm and composed, and don't take this extreme yang energy seriously at all. If you are willing to lend a hand, I believe that everyone will be able to cross the barrier of this extreme yang region and walk to the front. With Li Yunxiao's words, everyone's gazes immediately turned to the Baiming family members. Indeed, all of them were calm and composed. A layer of cold air appeared around their bodies to protect them. It was extremely effective. Chen Kaihong immediately said, "Brother Tongfeng, humph." Baiming Tongfeng interrupted him and stared coldly at Li Yunxiao. "What nonsense are you spouting, Li Yunxiao? Even if the Baiming family's ice chi can resist this extreme yang energy, do you want us to teach everyone the ice true chant?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Of course not. If I am not wrong, with Lord Tongfeng's strength, it is enough for him to condense the cold chi into a special domain. This way, he can protect everyone inside and there is no need to be afraid of the extreme yang." Dark North Tongfeng's expression changed abruptly. The aura on his body surged and directly pressed down on Li Yunxiao. He said coldly, "Brat, you really know a lot." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. He turned into a falling leaf and floated backwards. He did not seem to be afraid at all, which made the murderous intent in Baiming Tongfeng's heart intensify. Luo Yuankai frowned. "Brother Tongfeng, is young Master Yun's words. Right now, we're all in the same boat. If you really have the ability, you shouldn't hide it." "Humph, I'm hiding it?" Baiming Tongfeng sneered. "It's true that I can condense a variant domain, but that kind of state consumes a lot of my essence energy. If we encounter danger, who can protect my safety? This place was extremely dangerous. Nobody was willing to expend an extra bit of strength. Chen Kaihong said, "Expend your strength to protect everyone now. If we really encounter danger, we'll naturally work together to protect you. If everyone is selfish and only cares about their own safety, I'm afraid this trip will be fraught with grim possibilities." Seeing that Baiming Tongfeng was still unmoved, a hint of heartache flashed across his face. He took out a golden medicinal pill and said, "I believe Brother Tongfeng isn't unfamiliar with the effects of this resurrection pill, right? As long as Brother Tongfeng releases the extreme cold domain and escorts everyone through this extreme yang region, this medicinal pill will be the reward. And if we encounter danger, our 3 sects people will definitely join hands to meet the enemy." Chen Feng was the sect master's son. Even if he had to risk his life, he would protect him. Baiming Tongfeng's heart moved slightly. The resurrection pill, as the name suggested, was a sacred healing medicine. Furthermore, it could instantly replenish a certain amount of essence energy. Its value was so high that he couldn't help but be tempted. And at this time, he couldn't fall out with everyone. God knows what dangers lay ahead. Brother Kaihong is too polite. Bai Ming Tongfang took the medicinal pill and put it away. He smiled, I'm not willing to expend too much of my strength for everyone's sake. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. The flesh on Chen Kaihong's face twitched, but he still squeezed out a smile. Brother Tongfang is right. After Bai Ming Tongfang received the benefits, he no longer hid his strength. A gust of cold air emitted from his body. Immediately, a blue shadow spread out with him as the center, forming a semicircle with a diameter of about 10 meters, blocking the extreme yang power outside. Low-level Emperor Wu, come in. Bai Ming Tongfang shouted lightly. He frowned slightly. The consumption of essence energy to support this variant domain seemed to be beyond his imagination. His face turned slightly ugly. Chen Feng and the others were immediately overjoyed. They all gathered around. Li Yinxiao smiled lightly. Master Tongfang is too stingy to only have such a small space. I also want some protection, but there's no space. Bai Ming Tongfang's eyes were like knives. He said coldly, you really know my Bai Ming family well. I heard that when you were in Red Moon City, you used a secret skill to break my Bai Ming family's cold ice true qi. I didn't believe it at first, but now I completely believe it. Li Yinxiao smiled and said, in the world of martial arts, the Bai Ming family is so big. They have been standing for tens of thousands of years. The number of people they have offended, if not 10 billion, is at least 9 billion. How many of these 9 billion people have devoted themselves to researching the method to break your cold ice true qi? Do you think it's strange? When Luo Yuankai heard the conversation between the two, it seemed that the more they talked, the angrier they became. Afraid that they would fight, he hurriedly smoothed things over and said, don't quarrel. This is not the place to argue. If there's anything, wait until the end of time. Bai Ming Tongfang's killing intent had already appeared in his eyes. But after thinking about it, he still suppressed it. He directly turned his head and walked forward proudly. Li Yinxiao sneered in his heart. He was thinking about how to get rid of Bai Ming Tongfang. In the Bai Ming family, except for Bai Ming Lifeng, the rest were already on his kill list. In his previous life, he had a deep grudge with the Bai Ming family. If his identity was exposed, he was afraid that the Bai Ming family would immediately come out to kill him. After continuing forward for a while, Li Yinxiao suddenly stopped and stood still. Everyone was also slightly surprised and became alert. Luo Yuankai said warily, young Master Yun, what's wrong? Li Yinxiao smiled bitterly and said, the power of extreme yang is too strong. I can't walk anymore. If I walk any further, I will die. Phew. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that something had happened. Then, they all looked at Bai Ming Tongfang. Bai Ming Tongfang sneered and snorted, what are you all looking at me for? I definitely won't let Li Yinxiao come into my frost domain. All of you better give up on this idea. Li Yinxiao sneered and said, who cares about your protection? You really like to think too much. Luo Yuankai frowned and said, then what about you? Li Yinxiao looked indifferent and shrugged. He said, if I can't walk, then I won't walk. Anyway, a month is almost up. I will wait for the automatic teleportation. Although this is a mural, it should also abide by the power of the rules of the heaven and earth immortal realm. When the time is up, I will definitely be teleported out. Luo Yuankai said, what if there is no teleportation? Li Yinxiao smiled and said, if there is no teleportation, then I will have made a big profit. I will directly cultivate in this immortal realm for a few decades and wait for the next opening. With the resources here, let me cultivate for a few decades before going out. I can basically do whatever I want in this world. Everyone was speechless. These words were not false, but this boy was also a little too optimistic, right? Why did it seem like nothing mattered? With Li Yinxiao stopping, everyone seemed to be somewhat afraid to continue walking forward, all stopping all at once. Bai Ming Lifeng frowned and pretended to smile coolly and said, why? Everyone wants to rest too? Let him stay if his strength isn't up to par. Continuing to follow us will only drag everyone down. The other few Bai Ming family members also nodded one after another. Chen Kaihong also nodded and said, okay, let's continue walking. Everyone started advancing forward. Bai Ming Lifeng turned his head back to glance at Li Yunxiao. a trace of contempt appearing at the corners of his mouth. Li Yinxiao still had that indifferent look and did not get angry, directly returning a smile to him. Looking at everyone slowly advancing in front, Li Yinxiao still stood there motionless. Zhenryu's voice came over, saying, "Why are you not moving forward? With your strength, there's no way you can't block this degree of extreme yang." Li Yinxiao smiled and said, "There seems to be something in front, my divine sense can't detect it, but my intuition tells me that it's dangerous." "Oh, so that's how it is. You really are a bad person." Zhenryu also said jokingly, "Now that everyone is in the same boat, why are you still playing such tricks? Why don't you just tell everyone, if there really is danger, it can reduce the casualties?" A trace of coldness flashed across Li Yunxia's face, he snorted and said, "In the same boat? If we really were in the same boat, they wouldn't have abandoned me. If they didn't abandon me, I would naturally tell them about the danger. Since they don't care about me now, I'm happy to watch the show from the side." Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden bang sound in front of them, followed by a scream of Emperor Wu's powerhouse. One of the Emperor Wu's powerhouses was directly flipped in the air, a line of blood shot out from his body, and his whole body retreated in the air in horror. Fortunately, he was nimble. After being attacked for no reason, he immediately adjusted himself, releasing his yuan qi around his body, his face full of fear and vigilance. "What's going on?" Everyone was shocked. Every one of them was on high alert, their divine sense quickly sweeping around. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a sharp object that looked like a bamboo shoot rapidly emerged. It continued to rise, and a wave of irresistible heat spread out like waves in the sea. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they quickly retreated in all directions. Especially when Baiming Tongfang retreated, those low-level Emperor Wu who were under his protection were instantly exposed to the extreme yang energy. At the same time, they were swept up by the wave of heat. A few one-star Emperor Wu screamed in pain, and their bodies began to melt uncontrollably. Chen Feng also screamed in horror. A blue armor appeared on his body, emitting a soft light. It blocked the heat for a moment before it was destroyed. However, it also bought Chen Feng some time. He performed Heaven's Wrath, and the space in front of him was shattered. The extreme yang energy once again opened up a line, and he turned into a beam of light, desperately escaping towards Li Yunxia's direction. A few beams of light followed behind him, and they were also people who suddenly reacted. They painfully resisted the extreme yang energy while running like crazy. Chen Feng directly rushed past where Li Yunxia was, and stopped a few hundred meters behind him. The extreme yang energy here was within the range that he could endure. At this moment, the armor on his body had already melted, and because of the extreme yang energy, the water on his body had evaporated by more than half. His skin was directly carbonized, and he became burnt black. His eyes were full of fear, and he looked forward with hatred. There were a few people who were not so lucky. In the process of running, they couldn't resist the extreme yang energy, and the strong sunlight directly penetrated their bodies. The water on their bodies evaporated instantly, and they turned into dried corpses that fell to the ground, buried by the sand. There were a total of 8 people, and only Chen Feng and the other 2 one-star Emperor Wu who reacted quickly survived. However, they were also covered in wounds, and the 3 of them were all burnt black. The other 5 people were completely dead. 5 dried corpses fell to the ground, and in just a moment, more than half of them were buried by the sand. Just a moment ago, they were all lively faces, and even moved forward together under the protection of North Sea Tongfang. Now, they were separated by heaven and man. Looking at the 5 dried corpses, the 3 survivors all had expressions of fear and trepidation. When the warriors of the 3 sects saw their own people die tragically, they were all furious. Pairs of questioning and cold eyes looked at Baiming Tongfang at the same time. Chen Kaihong was so angry that smoke was rising from the top of his head. He gritted his teeth and said, "Dark North is on the same side, where is the morality?" Baiming Tongfang frowned, but didn't seem to find anything wrong with it. He said indifferently, "Can't I avoid this inexplicable danger?" Chen Kaihong roared angrily, "With your ability, you should have been able to bring everyone to escape, but you only cared about escaping, causing everyone to die in vain. Hee, the Baiming family really lives up to their reputation." Baiming Tongfang snorted heavily, and a trace of coldness flashed across his face. He instinctively wanted to refute a few times, but everyone was staring at him angrily. He knew that he had provoked everyone's anger, so he could only suppress his emotions and not say a word. Jiutian Emperor Wu was a high-end combat force for any sect, and it was difficult to bear the loss. Just now, a total of 5 people from the 3 sects had died. This account would probably be put on the head of the Baiming family. Baiming Lifeng also felt a headache. He had formed a feud with the 3 major forces for no reason. All this was because of that Li Yunxiao. If he hadn't pointed out that Baiming Tongfeng could release a mutated domain, these incidents would not have happened. The killing intent and hatred in his heart for Li Yunxiao grew stronger. That kid suddenly stopped in front of us. Could it be that he had already anticipated that there would be danger here? Baiming Lifeng's heart suddenly trembled. He turned his head to look at the indifferent face of Li Yunxiao, which further proved his guess in his heart. His face was so gloomy that it could drip water. "Not Liang, what are you doing?" Luo Yuankai suddenly shouted, angrily staring at a skinny old man. The soul-devouring gonfalon in the old man's hand spread open and flew into the air. It emitted a gloomy aura, and a few strange faces floated up and down in it. Not only Liang made a single-handed sign, the soul-devouring gonfalon spun in the air and immediately returned to his hand, his eyes full of shock. Qinghao Miao also looked shocked and explained, "The dead can't be resurrected. They are all Emperor Wu powerhouses, and their souls can't be wasted. But when my martial uncle made a move just now, he couldn't find their souls. This extreme yang energy is actually so abnormal that it directly destroyed their souls." Everyone's heart trembled, and the people of the 3 sects felt an indescribable sorrow in their hearts. Their anger towards Baiming Tongfeng grew even more. Baiming Lifeng said embarrassedly, "Now is not the time to discuss who is right and who is wrong. We should work together to deal with this demonic beast in front of us." "Humph, what a great work together." Chen Kaihong said coldly, "Lord of the Baiming family, forgive my saber sword sect for not being able to do it." Luo Yuankai also snorted coldly, "Our 3 sects work together, your Baiming family should work together." The people of the soul-devouring clan were silent, but from their cold and mocking faces, it could be seen that they most likely disdained to cooperate with the Baiming family. The Baiming family suddenly fell into an extremely passive position. Baiming Tongfeng's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, "Humph, could it be that without your 3 sects, my Baiming family can't survive? Then let's rely on our own methods." With these words, it immediately announced the end of the cooperation between the Baiming family and the 3 sections. They each went their own way, and the atmosphere immediately became stiff. Causing the Baiming family to break up with everyone was out of Li Yunxia's expectations, but he was also happy to see it. At this moment, his gaze landed on the demonic beast's body that was emitting a glazed light. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized, this thing is actually Lu Yan. Genryu in his soul was also slightly moved, and said in shock, "You mean the descendant of the true spirit glazed flame light Luo, Lu Yan?" Li Yunxiao said sternly, "Yes, I have once flipped through some information regarding the primordial true spirit in the ancient books. The glazed flame light Luo seems to have been born from gathering all the aurora in the world. Its form is unique, and its entire body emits a glazed light. Although its descendants do not have the power of the true spirit, they have also inherited this form. However, this Lu Yan is not an I. It should be controlled by some kind of I race's host body." Genria laughed, "A true spirit's descendant is blocking the way, now they will have a lot of work to do." Li Yunxiao said, "This Lu Yan's power should not be very strong. If it had the complete power of Lu Yan, then it would at least be in existence of Emperor Jiuxing. In addition, this place is under the extreme yang, which is the environment that Lu Yan likes the most. It can maximize their power, even Jiang Churen would not be able to pass so easily." Genria sighed, "Perhaps it has been too long, and its power is almost exhausted." As the two of them spoke, the people in front of them seemed to have discussed it. Suddenly, they split into 2 sides and fiercely rushed towards the left and right of Lu Yan. Everyone used their escape techniques to the extreme, hoping to pass without fighting. Lu Yan did not see any movement from it, but that eye suddenly opened wide and emitted a demonic purple light, causing the surrounding space to reverse. In an instant, the cultivators who rushed out were all shocked to find that they had returned to the same place. Luo Yuankai's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, changing time and space, reversing heaven and earth, it really is a member of the I clan. Chen Kaihong also said with a solemn expression, it seems that if we want to pass, we must beat this thing to the ground. I just don't know how strong it is, and whether we can win. Luo Yuankai said, we can only try to see how strong it is, or we can be like Li Yunxiao and wait here to be automatically teleported away. Fortunately, this thing does not seem to have any malicious intent to attack, it should only be a guard of the altar. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yen suddenly raised his hand, and a palm came over. A dazzling halo of light appeared in the center of his palm, which was actually exactly the same as the extreme yang light above the altar, as if a sun had fallen. You crow's mouth. Chen Kaihong cursed in shock. Everyone was shocked, and hurriedly flew in all directions, dodging that attack. Lu Yan's palm energy directly landed on the sand, but did not cause any tremors, only a halo appeared, and then dispersed. The temperature of the entire ground suddenly rose. So strong. It is actually using the extreme yang energy as an attack method. In this kind of environment, I'm afraid it will be one side weakening, the other side strengthening. Luo Yuankai's face was solemn. Everyone quickly retreated dozens of meters, watching from afar. No one dared to take the lead. After Lu Yan scattered the people of the three sects with a palm strike, his only big eye turned towards the Baiming family and also slapped down with a palm strike. Several beams of extreme yang energy shot out from his palm and bombarded the Baiming family. The faces of the Baiming family people slightly changed, they did not forcibly resist, and turned into birds and beasts, scattering. For a moment, everyone was like a plate of scattered sand scattered around Lu Yan, quietly watching. No one took the initiative to attack. The people of the 7 major sects all had their own thoughts. No one was willing to put in more effort, especially after falling out with the Baiming family. They were all waiting for someone else to make the move. Watching from afar, Li Yunxiao frowned. If this continued, when would the fight end? He shouted loudly, everyone, let's work together, let bygones be bygones, and defeat this demonic beast reasonably is the right way. Otherwise, in this extreme yang environment, the longer we drag it out, the more dangerous it will be. If there are any grudges, we can settle them after the end of time. Everyone understood this logic, but no one was willing to say it out loud. They were all angry with each other. With Li Yunxiao as a lead, it would be much easier for them to go with the flow. Luo Yuankai sternly said, young Master Yun is right. Everything has its priorities. Right now, working together to fend off the enemy is our top priority. Chen Kaihong also took the opportunity to say, that's right, our 3 sects should work together. I just don't know what that Baiming Xian Palace is thinking. They won't stab us in the back, right? Baiming Lifeng was about to go crazy from anger. Just now, when he said that they should work together, they all mocked and ridiculed him, but now, when Li Yunxiao said that they should work together, they all agreed. He was the next master of Baiming Xian Palace. Who did Li Yunxiao think he was? These idiots actually listened to him. But at this moment, he could not afford to lose his temper. Baiming Tongfeng also said seriously, everyone must be joking. In front of a great enemy, we must work together. Even if you have some misunderstandings about me, I, Baiming Tongfeng, will not take it to heart. As time passes, everyone will naturally know the sincerity of my Baiming Xian Palace. Chen Kaihong snorted lightly, expressing the dissatisfaction in his heart. Although everyone's words could not be more fake, they all knew that since they were going to work together, they had to have a reason, and it was not good to expose them. Baiming Tongfeng suddenly said loudly, for the sake of our Baiming family's sincerity, let this old man fight this demonic beast first. Everyone, support me. The people of the 3 sects were secretly delighted. Qing Haomiao squinted his eyes and smiled, with Lord Tongfeng taking action, there is no need to worry about the demonic beast not being destroyed. Baiming Tongfeng stepped forward, and with every step he took, the cold air on his body increased a little. After taking 3 steps, an extreme blue light suddenly bloomed on his right fist, which was the limit of the cold air. It directly turned into the form of light, flashing on the wind of his fist. Everyone's expression changed slightly. When this fist condensed, the surrounding temperature dropped, and the pressure of the extreme yang decreased sharply. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. thinking that this old man, in order to change his image, was probably going to use some real skills. Lu Yan also seemed to feel that this person was not ordinary. He raised his hands high, formed a seal above his head, and suddenly smashed down. What? Demonic beasts can form seals? Baiming Tongfang was shocked, but he did not panic. He took a step back, and retreated dozens of meters. Fist energy condensed in his hand, and he punched up into the sky. What's wrong with this old man? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He actually hit the sky? Isn't this 2F** king ridiculous? The people of the Baiming family are really unreliable. Just as everyone broke out cursing, the Spirit Eater race's Buguang was shocked. Could it be that move? The fist exploded into the sky, turning into a point of extreme explosion. A blue cold air spread in all directions. On the space node that the fist energy hit, a crystal clear ice flower blossomed. With this ice flower as the center, crystals actually appeared, and more, began to fill the sky. It really is the frozen world. Li Yunxiao looked on calmly. He was no stranger to this move. In the past, the palace lord of the Baiming Black Palace had used a move called Frozen Heaven and Frozen Earth, which had frozen the mountains for thousands of miles. All the living beings within were wiped out. Compared to that, this move of Baiming Tongfang was really child's play. Dark North struck out with a move, and suddenly the entire world was covered in ice crystals. The power of extreme yang was completely repelled, and the range directly covered a radius of hundreds of meters. Everyone was secretly shocked, and became extremely fearful of Baiming Tongfang's strength. Being able to freeze such a large area in such an environment was enough to show how terrifying his cultivation was. Baiming Tongfang was also secretly shocked. His full-strength attack had only created such a childish world of ice and snow, and the ice crystals in the sky had also begun to show signs of melting. The surrounding environment was worse than he had expected. My move, Frozen World, has cut off the connection between the demon beast and the extreme yang. It should be at its weakest now. Everyone, let's attack together. With a loud shout, Baiming Tongfang also threw out a prism, which grew in size in the air, gathering all the cold air in the surroundings and shooting it out. Lu Yan also seemed to have realized that this move was extremely harmful to him. He formed a simple seal with both of his hands in front of him, and circles of light appeared around his big eye, blocking the cold air that filled the sky. Following that, the eye flashed, and Lu Yan's entire body turned into a ball of red fire. It grew larger and larger, as if it wanted to break open this frozen world. The faces of the other three sects changed slightly, and they also took action. In an instant, all sorts of moves were unleashed, and the sky full of light and shadows fell towards the flames. Without the suppression of the extreme yang energy, everyone's strength could be fully displayed, and Lu Yan's aura was extinguished. The eye gradually appeared within the flames. Its pupils were filled with sharpness, without any human emotions. As soon as the eye appeared, the flames began to shrink rapidly, compressing into a perfectly round sphere. However, it emitted an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Although everyone's attacks seemed to be powerful and numerous, they didn't seem to have much power. They felt a little painful and itchy. Not good, retreat. Baiming Tongfang suddenly shouted, and the frozen world he was supporting suddenly showed signs of disintegration. Seeing that the situation was not good, he took the initiative to retreat. The rest of the people felt a chill in their hearts, and then they felt a terrifying aura of danger spread through their bodies, and they retreated in shock. Boom! The fireball exploded, and broke through the frozen world in an instant. The ice flower in the sky instantly cracked, and with a bang, it turned into a sparkling light and dissipated. The dazzling sun on the altar in the distance suddenly shot out a ray of light, directly penetrating the layers of space and landing on the eye in the flames. An abnormally powerful aura continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger, and the flames gradually retracted, transforming into Lu Yan's figure. However, its aura was a bit stronger than before, and it raised one of its hands high, receiving the extreme yang energy. What do we do? This guy is so powerful. Baiming Lifeng was secretly alarmed, and retreated hundreds of meters away, staring at it with full vigilance. Chen Kaihong said in shock, if its energy can be continuously replenished, how can we fight? Unless we kill it in one blow. Humph, how can we kill it? Unless everyone really goes all out, but from the teamwork just now, it seems that no one really went all out, they were all half-hearted. Luo Yuankai said with dissatisfaction and anger. Bai Ming Tongfang snorted coldly, you still have the nerve to say that, except for my frozen world fist, which one of you really went all out? Brother Yuankai is really lenient to yourself, but strict to others. Bai Ming Lifeng said with an ugly expression, if everyone continues to play like this, it might really be troublesome. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the air, full of disdain and contempt, saying, Humph, a bunch of selfish villains, it's really a shame for us to be part of the 7 great sects with you. Everyone's faces changed dramatically, showing anger, and their divine sense spread out in all directions, but they couldn't find any traces. Bai Ming Tongfang said coldly, who is it? If you have the guts, come out and speak. That voice didn't appear again, as if it was just passing by. Chen Kaihong said seriously, you claim to be from the 7 great sects, there are 4 sects gathered here, the people of Crimson Moon City have already walked in front, the Divine Firmament Palace has been sealed for many years, and most of them are women, could it be that you are from the North Region's Tianling Long family? In the distance, Li Yunxiao was also slightly moved. He hadn't been able to discover that there was actually someone hiding in the dark, until a voice just now sounded, and then he vaguely sensed that there was someone in the void. And this aura was the same as the mysterious people he sensed before entering the celestial realm. He didn't expect it to be the Tianling Long family. The so-called Tianling Long family was not people with the surname Long. The reason why they were called Long was because the ancient true dragon was a peak existence among the true spirits, and the people of the North Region's Tianling Long family were some of the strongest martial artists who had the bloodline of the true spirits. Suddenly, a black line appeared in the sky, constantly swimming, and finally stopped in the sky, slowly tearing apart. 3 figures stepped out from the black line, one by one, and stood in the sky, all of them majestic, a wave of pressure spreading out. The leader had a round face and big ears, a beard on his cheeks, and a pair of silver and gold earrings hanging from his earlobes. The 3 of them all exuded an extremely wild aura, which seemed to be related to the awakening of the true spirit's bloodline. Everyone's expression was cold and disdainful, as if they were experts high up above, looking down on the common people like ants. None of the 7 great forces were simple. Among them, the one with the largest territory was Baimingxian Palace, the most mysterious was the Spirit Eater clan, the one with the longest history was Divine Firmament Palace, and the one with the most experts was the Long family of the North Region's Tianling Long family. Chen Kaihong sneered disdainfully, what are you acting all high and mighty for? Since we are all from the 7 great forces, that proves that we are all equal in strength. If you want to act superior, look for the sacred region or the soul formation sea realm, you scum. He was extremely disgusted by the 3's previous words and current attitude, and could not help but mock them. The others also nodded in agreement, staring back at them disdainfully. Since you don't care about us, we naturally can't be bothered to talk to you. Which one of the 7 great forces wasn't high and mighty, looking down on everyone? It was indeed very difficult to get them to sincerely cooperate with each other. Anger surged on the faces of the 3 from the Long family. The leader was Yu Zhua, and he said coldly, the strength of our sex is equal, but it doesn't mean that the 3 of us are equal to you ants. You can't even take down a glazed flame light Luo's descendant. You are truly a disgrace to your sections. Glazed flame light Luo? Everyone was slightly taken aback. They did not expect these 3 to be able to identify the demonic beast's origin. However, this name was extremely unfamiliar, as if they had never heard of it before. Not only Liang's contemplative expression suddenly turned into shock, and he exclaimed in shock, ancient true spirit glazed flame light Luo? It's actually a descendant of the true spirit realm? Oh? I didn't expect there to be someone among you with some knowledge. Yu Zhua said mockingly, no need to make a fuss. It's just a descendant of the true spirit realm. The difference is extremely great. All of you, step down. I will show you a little bit of my strength to broaden your horizons. Everyone was burning with rage when they heard this. Luo Yuankai coldly mocked, you're all descendants of the true spirit realm. It's not good for you brothers to kill each other, right? A hint of fierceness flashed in the eyes of the Long family's people. 3 pairs of eyes stared over at the same time, and Yu Zhua said coldly, what did you say? Looks like before we capture Lu Yan, we need to exercise our muscles and bones. The aura on that person's body instantly exploded, and an incomparably overbearing power swept across the sky, pressing down on Luo Yuankai's body. Everyone's expressions changed when they sensed the wild and tyrannical power of the beast. Bu Guang, who had been quiet all this while, opened his mouth and said, "If the three of you have the ability, you should first subdue this demonic beast. No matter how strong the three of you are, do you still want to contend against our four sects at the same time?" Luo Yuankai's face was cold. He was not afraid of Yushua's provocation in the slightest. With his hands behind his chest, he looked on coldly. Chen Kaihong also said slowly, "How long have the three of you been following us? You didn't wait until now to come out to mock us and show off your strength, did you?" Yushua's expression changed slightly. He retracted the aura on his body and said proudly, "That's right, we did appear for this Lu Yan. Although the true spirit bloodline in its body is extremely weak, it is still a descendant of the true spirit, and is of great use to us. Originally, I was hoping that you guys would be able to do something, but now it seems like you guys are completely unreliable." He looked at Luo Yuankai coldly and said, "I'll settle the score with you when we get out of here." He snorted coldly, then turned and walked towards Lu Yan. Luo Yuankai said disdainfully, "Whatever." Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly as he watched from afar. Although the strength of this Long family member was not bad, he seemed to be too arrogant and naive. He was afraid that he would be used by these old foxes to take the lead. Sure enough, everyone watched from afar as Yushua and the other two rushed forward with complacent expressions, squinting their eyes as they watched the three idiots take the lead. Under the extreme yang, not only did Lu Yan recover all of his energy, he was even stronger than before. His sharp eyes stared at the three people who were walking over with large strides, and with a light blink, he raised his hand and shot out 3 beams of extreme yang energy. Without a sound, the 3 of them instantly dodged. The extreme yang did not cause any movement when it hit the ground, and directly spread out, raising the temperature of the entire environment. Yushua said coldly, "Set up the formation, capture this beast alive." The 3 of them instantly separated, forming a triangular formation with Lu Yan trapped in the middle. They joined hands to set up a strange formation, causing the surrounding scenery to become blurry. Following that, countless specks of golden light appeared, condensing into an impenetrable wall, pressing down on Lu Yan in the middle. Lu Yan blinked his eyes, and the flames around his body began to shrink to the center, exactly the same as before. This demonic beast can't be going to self-destruct again, right? Is there nothing new? Xing Haomiao could not help but frown. If it self-destructs at every turn, how are we going to fight? Bai Ming Lifeng laughed, "Hee, let's see how the 3 experts of the Long family deal with it." What surprised everyone was that Lu Yan did not self-destruct. Instead, it turned into an eye with a long flaming tail. Like a comet, it flew around the shrinking array formation. Bang! 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 Lu Yan bumped into the walls a few times and bounced back. Every time he bumped into a wall, the sound produced was different. Then, he rushed to the side. The expressions of the 3 people changed drastically at the same time. The person in front of them quickly changed his incantation gesture and sent a few talismans into the formation. Coincidentally, Lu Yan was coming towards them. Boom! When the 2 forces collided, the barrier shattered with a bang. That expert was also forced back several steps, his expression ugly. After Lu Yan broke through the formation, he immediately spun up and transformed into his true body in the air. He raised his hand to the sky and began to condense the extreme yang on his fingertips. Yushua's expression changed slightly, and he asked doubtfully, "How can this thing have such high intelligence, to actually be able to see the weakest link of the formation?" Actually, what he did not know was that Lu Yan was only a body at the moment. In reality, he was being controlled by that eye, and his intelligence was not inferior to theirs. Previously, when Jiang Churan and the others passed by, he did not come out at all. A circle of light spread out from Lu Yan's fingertips, and the entire space trembled slightly. In the distance, the expressions of Bai Ming Tong Feng and the others changed slightly, and they could not help but retreat a distance, afraid that they would be affected. Lu Yan did not seem to use his own power, and directly borrowed it. The extreme yang on the altar shone over, condensing at his fingertips, and once again decomposed, turning into a burst of yang rain that rustled down, turning the entire world into a furnace. Yuzhua was shocked. He clasped his hands in front of his body, and a huge force was born, instantly turning into countless black cracks that rushed into the sky like earthworms, and began to devour the extreme young one by one. The other two did not panic, but instead, they all made hand seals and directly disappeared, not leaving any traces behind, as if they had disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, the two suddenly appeared beside Lu Yan, one on the left and one on the right, a fist and a palm, seeming to reflect and crush each other. The expression of that big eye changed, and Lu Yan's lips moved slightly, as if he was saying something. Then, he also quickly made a few hand seals, condensing them into a finger, and raised it high. Under that finger, it seemed to instantly suck in all the surrounding spiritual qi, turning it into a vacuum. The light was so dazzling that everyone's eyes hurt, and it was difficult to open them directly. However, under the watchful eyes of many experts, the light slowly condensed into a figure, appearing behind Lu Yan. That figure seemed to be formed by the convergence of thousands of light souls, and its entire body was crystal clear. Its face could not be seen clearly, but it gave people a feeling of unparalleled strength. Everyone's heart trembled, and they immediately reacted. That shadow was the shadow of the true spirit glazed light net. Yuzhua's expression changed greatly, and he quickly made hand seals in front of him. His body instantly swelled up, and his originally burly body rose from the ground, expanding several times in an instant. His face also became extremely hideous, and there seemed to be a strange phenomenon flashing behind him, and he threw a punch. Rumble! The fist wind and the finger of extreme yang collided, immediately creating a huge storm. The three people and one beast were all sucked into it, and it quickly spread out. The people of the four major sects retreated again, almost to the side of Xianxia. Dust and sand filled the sky, and from time to time a strange power shot out from inside. Abnormally complex and violent power wreaked havoc inside, and everyone's divine sense could not penetrate it, so they could only watch quietly. Baiming Tongfang chuckled, "Do you think the three people from the Long family are dead?" Chen Kaihong frowned slightly, and said unhappily, "Brother Tongfang, why do you ask? Why don't you ask if the demonic beast is dead?" Everyone glanced at Baiming Tongfang. No matter what, the people of the Long family were on the same side as them. How could they curse their own people to die like this? Baiming Tongfang laughed. "I saw that Lu Yan's last attack actually revealed the shadow of the true spirit. It's really powerful. I'm really worried for the three friends of the Long family." Luo Yuankai also laughed. "Hee, me too, but I see that those three friends are also huge, so they must be very strong. They won't die so easily, right?" Just as the two of them were teasing each other, a cold snort came from the yellow sand. It was Yuzhua's voice, and he said coldly, "Don't worry, a mere descendant of a low-level true spirit is not difficult for us." The dust and sand gradually stopped, and a shocking scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Two people from the Long family joined hands to form a seal, trapping Lu Yan in front of them. The big eye on his face had been seriously injured at some point in time, and it was currently half-closed, with a stream of blood flowing down. Yuzhua was still in his huge form. His right arm was completely red, and his veins were exposed. His fist was badly mutilated, completely deformed. His left hand formed a seal, and a few seals appeared. Suddenly, a scroll appeared in the air, and slowly opened up. There were many small words on the scroll, each of them shining with a golden light. After opening up, all kinds of pictures appeared, all of them were agile ferocious bird demonic beasts. Li Yunxiao was shocked in his heart. The small words in the picture were the ancient Maha characters, and with a quick glance, he could not see the shape of the words clearly. It was only a blur, but there were at least 100 of them. The picture scroll flew out from Yuzhua's hand, and directly floated above Lu Yan. It emitted rays of golden light, and actually wanted to absorb Lu Yan into it. Lu Yan let out a low roar in fear, and continuously struggled, but the aura on his body became weaker and weaker, and he slowly flew up. "That's the 100 spirit picture." Luo Yuankai's body trembled, and he said in shock, "The Long family's supreme secret treasure, the 100 spirit picture, is actually with you." "100 spirit picture?" Li Yunxiao was also shocked, and he said in disbelief, "The 100 spirit picture is a legendary item, and it is said that there are hundreds of true spirits stored in it. How can it really exist?" He had seen the description of this item in ancient books, and at that time, he had scoffed, not believing it at all. Never in his dreams did he think that he would be able to see it with his own eyes one day. The others did not understand what was going on, but when they heard Xianxia's explanation, they were also shocked, and all of them were petrified. Yuzhua glanced at the crowd, and coldly snorted, "You guys have actually heard of the 100-spirit picture? You guys have some knowledge." Luo Yuankai said in a serious voice, "The Tianling Long family's 100-spirit picture is naturally not the monstrous existence in the legends, but it is made from the bits and pieces of the legends. However, it also contains extremely powerful demonic beasts above the 9th stage. Once it is used, no one has seen how powerful it is." The crowd heaved a sigh of relief, but even so, it was too monstrous. If he could really collect 109th stage demonic beasts, wouldn't he be able to dominate the world? Yuzhua nodded and said, "The Long family's 100-spirit picture is indeed an imitation, but even so, it is still a top-notch profound artifact in the continent, and the scroll in my hand is just a clone of the 100-spirit picture. Not all 9th stage demonic beasts are qualified to be stored in it. They must have the true spirit bloodline, or be extremely ferocious and powerful. Although this Lu Yan is not strong, his birth is not bad." The crowd's hearts, which had just relaxed, started beating again. A profound artifact that could create a clone, what kind of existence was that? Xianxia's expression was also grave. As a top-notch alchemist, he could naturally understand the power of the 100-spirit picture. It was probably enough to contend against the Divine Cloud Palace's myriad sword diagram. Baiming Tongfeng suddenly said, "The three of you, although this Lu Yan was defeated by you, we more or less also contributed. You guys take all of it, that's not too good, right?" Everyone felt dizzy. This Baiming Tongfeng was too shameless. He asked him to put in effort, but he didn't. Now that he was caught, he actually jumped out to snatch the fruits of victory. The other three sects all stood a little further away, pretending not to know him. As expected, Yuzhua's expression changed, and he said angrily, "What do you mean? Why don't I release it and let you catch it?" Bai Mingtong's expression did not change as he said, "We are all from the 7 great sects, so there is no need to be so distant. This Lu Yan naturally belongs to the Long family, and no one has any objections. However, if there are other treasures ahead, I hope the Long family can give way. Everyone will have a share of the benefits." This time, the people from the other 3 sects also chimed in. Everyone agreed with what he said. Yuzhua was so angry that his face turned green. They were all a bunch of shameless people. He was so angry that he had nothing to say. Very soon, Lu Yan was sucked into the 100-spirit painting as he struggled with all his might, becoming one of the paintings. The painting scroll instantly closed, and Yuzhua gently tapped it, storing it between his eyebrows. The other 2 Long family members heaved sighs of relief. They circulated their qi and recovered some of their strength. The laws of the world have always been obtained by the strong. If you have the ability, then take it yourself. After saying that, Yuzhua moved forward. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. What they wanted was someone to open up a path for them, and they all followed. Only Chen Feng and the other 2 did not dare to move forward. They planned to stay until the secret realm ended so they could teleport out. After thinking about it, the 3 of them calmed down and sat down to recuperate from their injuries. Furthermore, the extreme yang energy was also a rare place to cultivate. Staying here for half a month would be considered as having gained something. Baiming Lifeng suddenly thought of something. He turned around and stared at Li Yunxiao, who was slowly walking at the back of the group. He said coldly, "Young Master Yun, weren't you unable to block the extreme yang energy and could only stop outside? Why do you look fine now?" His words immediately caused everyone to turn around, all of them filled with doubt. Li Yunxiao was also surprised. "That's right, why is it fine?" He looked around and said in pleasant surprise, "Haha, it must be that Lu Yan was taken, so the extreme yang energy decreased greatly." Bullshit. The extreme yang energy came from the altar. What does it have to do with Lu Yan? Baiming Lifeng was furious, and everyone could see the reason. They knew that Li Yunxiao must have been pretending before, and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This could only mean that Li Yunxiao had long been aware of Lu Yan's existence, so he pretended to be a pig. Li Yinxiao rolled his eyes at Bai Ming Lifeng and said innocently, how would I know? Anyway, I felt uncomfortable just now, and now I feel very comfortable. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to be very comfortable? Bai Ming Lifeng was so angry that he shouted loudly. He wanted to rush up and beat him to death. He glared at him fiercely and then turned his head away, not wanting to look at him a second time. Without Lu Yan, everyone's journey was smooth, and the altar was right in front of him. The three people from the Long family suddenly stopped in their tracks. Their expressions became grave, as if they had discovered something strange. 100 meters away, the people from the four sects and Li Yunxiao stopped at the same time, each of them on guard. Dark North Tongfang shouted from afar, my three friends, why did you suddenly stop? The three people didn't answer. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound, like a bee. At first, it was very small, but then it slowly became louder and louder. All of a sudden, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be filled with this sound, causing people to feel upset and the blood in their bodies to boil. Bang! Li Yunxiao was the first to rush into the sky, and he looked down in shock. Everyone still didn't understand what was going on, but they suddenly heard a scream. They saw a Bai Ming family disciple's legs were densely covered with black things, as if they were devouring his body, constantly climbing up his body. At this time, everyone was shocked to find that the sand under their feet was actually densely packed with small black dots, and they began to climb up their bodies. This time, everyone was scared out of their wits. They hurriedly channeled their origin power into their legs, wanting to shake off those black dots. But just as they shook off a layer, more crawled up. Moreover, those black dots could actually devour Zhoutian Emperor Qi, and many of them drilled into everyone's calves. Damn it! Dark North Tongfang cursed angrily. He stomped his foot, and an icy qi shook the ground, instantly freezing everything within 100 meters. Only then did the black spot stop spreading. Luo Yuankai said in shock, killed all of them? Because of the icy qi, everyone's legs were directly frozen and numb, so they temporarily couldn't feel the black dots spreading, and the heaven and earth also quieted down. Buliang said slowly, they should all be dead. These insects that survive in extreme yang can't resist the Bai Ming family's icy qi and even eat things. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a soft sound of ice breaking, and he knew he was wrong. Then, a large number of tiny bang 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 sounds hit the window like raindrops, one after another, filling the sky. Everyone was shocked, they all shattered the ice, and flew into the air like Li Yunxiao, desperately channeling their emperor qi, forcing the insects out of their legs, and then using the emperor qi to kill them. At this time, everyone realized that these insects were actually some extremely small bees, and they were extremely poisonous. Many people's faces started to turn green and purple. To be able to poison Emperor Wu, one could imagine, everyone was so scared that they hurriedly swallowed medicine, all kinds of spirit pills went into their stomachs. Qing Haomiao suddenly said in shock, why are the three people from the Long family completely fine? Only then did everyone realize that Yu Zhua and the other two were still quietly standing in front of them. There was not a single bee under their feet, and they were extremely safe. Behind them, where everyone was previously standing, bees were constantly surging out, and more and more. Yu Zhua and the other two also felt that it was strange, their brows tightly knitted, and they were puzzled. Li Yinxiao said seriously, could it be that the true spirit blood vein in their bodies is preventing these bees from approaching? Although this deduction was a bit far-fetched, it was the only explanation. More and more bees appeared on the sand, and actually condensed into clusters of bees, forming all kinds of patterns, and began to fly towards everyone, wing sounds filling the sky. Everyone, step aside, leave these insects to me. Luo Yuankai suddenly said, a bright light flashing in his eyes, as if he was very interested in these bees. Chen Kaihong said, I heard that Brother Yuankai has a kind of insect control technique, looks like it's true, today will be an eye-opener. He immediately retreated tens of meters, directly giving Luo Yuankai space to display his skills. The rest of the people were also eager for someone to take the lead, and they all retreated. The bees that filled the sky flew towards Luo Yuankai, and in an instant, they completely surrounded him, stinging him. A miniature battle suit appeared in front of Luo Yuankai's chest, emitting rays of purple light, condensing a defensive power around his body, immediately blocking the bees. But very soon, his expression changed greatly, that purple light rapidly shrank, constantly being devoured by the bees. He was shocked, realizing that he seemed to have misjudged the strength of these things. In a panic, he hurriedly formed several hand seals, and threw out an ordinary cloth bag. The cloth bag flew into the air, and circles of golden patterns suddenly appeared on the originally ordinary cloth bag. It was like some kind of strange symbol, and it emitted a golden light. Under his control, the bag immediately opened, and an extremely strong whirlpool immediately formed at the mouth of the bag, and it began to crazily absorb the bees. A large number of bees were sucked into the whirlpool, and the noise suddenly decreased a lot. Dark North Tongfang's expression changed, and he said, "What a powerful insect control tool, I wonder how many it can swallow." With these bees, Luo Yuankai's strength will probably increase greatly. The golden patterns on the cloth bag became brighter and brighter, as if it had reached its limit. The suction force also gradually decreased. Luo Yuankai was slightly shocked, and the hand seals changed. Immediately 3 more cloth bags flew out from his waist, opening one by one in the air, but this time, it was not golden patterns, but silver patterns, and the mouth of the bag was also a size smaller, continuing to replace the golden cloth bag to absorb the bees. The bees that filled the sky immediately split into 3 groups, rushing towards the 3 bags. Luo Yuankai's hand seals changed a few more times, and the golden cloth bag immediately sealed the mouth of the bag, flying back to his hand, returning to its previous ordinary appearance. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he hurriedly drew a few seals in the air, directly hitting them on the cloth bag, and then stowing them away safely. Very soon, the 3 silver bags were also full, and Luo Yuankai sealed the bag mouth with the same method, stowing them away. At this time, he also frowned. The 4 wind bags were all full, but only 2/3 of them had been absorbed, and there was still 1/3 of the bees that were starting to buzz and sting towards him. River wind dances autumn moon, one sword moves 8 directions. A cold light flashed in Luo Yuankai's eyes. He single-handedly formed a seal, and a sword appeared in front of him, and the seal changed, instantly turning into a sea of sword chi, slashing in all directions. Wherever the sword chi passed, there was a sha-sha-sha sound, and all the bees were shaken away. Only a few were killed by the sword chi, falling down. What? Luo Yuankai's eyeballs almost popped out. The strength of his sword chi was the standard power of the 5-star Emperor Wu, but it actually couldn't kill these bees. This made him surprised and happy because he had collected so many. If he could refine all of them, then his strength would be unimaginably high, but he was surprised because what should he do at this time and place? Those bees once again floated over with a wing sound, like a group of black clouds. Li Yunxiao was also surprised, and he said in surprise, when these bees gather together, they can actually directly stack their power, and when thousands of them form a group, they can actually contend against Emperor Wu. This is too magical. Luo Yuankai was shocked, and he hurriedly said, "Young Master Yun, with your knowledge, do you have any good ideas?" He had boasted that everyone should retreat, but now he was too embarrassed to ask for help, so he could only bite the bullet and ask Li Yunxiao for a countermeasure. Under the guidance of his sword art, the sword chi scattered in all directions, but it could only maintain a stalemate, and he was secretly anxious. Li Yunxiao thought for a moment, then said, "I'll try." He took a step forward, and divine fire condensed in his hand, directly transforming into the form of a phoenix, and with a long cry, it flew away. True spirit flame. Yushua's body trembled, and he involuntarily cried out, his face full of disbelief, as he looked at the flame that soared through the sky, burning it red. The expressions of the Baiming family also changed, and they revealed looks of displeasure. They cultivated the extremely cold divine ability, and they hated this kind of scorching sun attribute thing the most. The godly flame phoenix soared through the sky and engulfed the swarm of bees in an instant. Crackling sounds could be heard as if beans were being fried. Luo Yuankai was slightly shocked. The bees that his sword energy couldn't harm were instantly blown apart by the flames, causing countless casualties. He hastily put up a defense to isolate the flames so that they wouldn't burn him. However, he found that the flames weren't as strong as he had imagined. They were easily blocked. A moment later, the swarm of bees that filled the sky were burned to nothing by the godly flame. Li Yunxiao changed his hand seal and the flames gradually died out. Luo Yuankai flew over and looked at Li Yunxiao with some fear. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, young Master Yun, for your loyalty." Li Yunxiao smiled lightly. "It's a small matter. no problem. Although Li Yunxiao had the title of being the #1 rising star of the younger generation, this group of martial emperors did not take him seriously. After all, the difference of an entire cultivation realm was not something that could be easily made up for. It was only when he and Chen Wen made a move that he truly caught everyone's attention. Only now did everyone take him seriously. Yuzhua raised his head and said in a low voice, Li Yunxiao, what you used just now was a wisp of the true phoenix's true fire. Li Yunxiao nodded with a smile. Correct, it was the true phoenix fire. However, I didn't completely refine it, so its power is limited. However, the swarm of bees seem to be very afraid of this true spirit item. Perhaps it's because it's restrained. Yuzhua thought for a moment and said, can you name a price for this flame? He saw Li Yunxiao's expression darken and quickly said, of course I know it's a priceless treasure, but everything in this world has a price. Young Master Yun, why don't you tell us? Perhaps we can do it. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, I won't consider it. Yuzhua revealed a disappointed expression. If young Master Yun ever changes his mind, you can come find me at the Long family anytime. After the incident with Lu Yan and the swarm of bees, everyone became even more careful. Even with the 3 from the Long family leading the way, they didn't feel at ease. However, everything went smoothly. They did not encounter any danger or obstruction until they reached the altar. A giant door that was dozens of meters tall appeared in front of everyone. The material of the door was neither gold nor jade, and it was unknown what it was made of. It looked very simple, and there were no patterns or decorations on it. It was completely grayish-white. But because it was abnormally tall and had a color that was incompatible with its surroundings, it seemed a little abrupt and majestic. More than 10 people stood quietly in front of the door and looked up, not knowing how to enter. Yuzhua looked at it for a while, then walked forward alone. He carefully placed his hand on the door, and when he didn't notice any abnormalities, he pushed it hard, bang, with a loud bang, Yuzhua was sent flying dozens of meters away before he came to a stop. Even though they were shocked, it was within everyone's expectations. Chen Kaihong asked, Brother Zhua, how do you feel? Yuzhua said, 10 times the recoil force. 10 times? Everyone was shocked. If that was the case, how could they open the door? Dark North Tongfeng said, then we can only enter by pressing the door's limit. Chen Kaihong frowned, then no one knows how big the door's limit is. If one can't pass with one full force, then who can withstand the rebound of 10 times? Yuzhua suddenly said, Li Yunxiao, you can use the phoenix fire to burn this door, maybe you can break it. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, if I could completely refine the phoenix fire, I might be able to do it. But right now, its power is limited. You overestimate it. However, the Baiming clan's frost chi is worth a try. Dark North Tongfeng did not object this time. He took a few steps forward and directly came to the door. He stretched out a hand and tried to release some cold chi, slowly surging towards the door. Soon, a thin layer of ice froze the entire door. At this time, a change occurred. The originally ordinary door turned into a beautiful piece of sparkling jade. Some patterns began to appear on it, and more patterns appeared. It was as if there was a pen rapidly drawing mountains, rivers, grass, trees, rare birds, and strange beasts. Bang! The thin layer of ice suddenly shattered, and a huge ancient Maha character popped out and disappeared in a flash. Ancient Maha character. Yuzhua was shocked, it actually has the power of law protecting it. How did the people of Crimson Moon City enter? Ancient Maha character? Everyone revealed doubtful expressions. Baiming Lifeng and Qinghaomiao had heard Aunt Zhou's explanation, so they understood what it was. However, they were still shocked. This was the first time the others had heard of it, so they all revealed doubtful expressions. Baiming Lifeng briefly repeated Aunt Zhou's explanation, and everyone was shocked. They sighed at the world's vastness and how insignificant their own power was. Chen Kaihong suddenly said, I think this so-called ancient Maha character is very similar to the symbols that appear when young Master Yun uses his lightning divine ability. Perhaps young Master Yun has done some research on these things? Li Yunxiao admitted, that is indeed the ancient Maha character of the laws of lightning. This thing is not as miraculous as everyone thinks. It's just that there are very few people in this world who can grasp this character, and I only recognize a few words. Just now, there seemed to be hundreds of ancient Maha characters on the Long family's 100-spirit diagram. Everyone's gaze immediately turned from Li Yunxiao to Yuzhua and the other two. Yuzhua nodded and said, "Those are indeed ancient Maha characters, and they are a complete paragraph. It's just that I don't recognize them." Baiming Tongfang said indifferently, "The two of you, don't be modest. This is not the time to be modest. Only the two of you understand this character, so I hope you can think of a way to pass through." Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. "Along the way, the three people from the Long family took in Lu Yan, and I and the Myriad Star Valley destroyed the B group. Only your soul-devouring race, Baiming Profound Palace, and Saber Sword Sector left. Don't tell me that you don't have any contribution points? At the very least, you have to think of a way to break this door." Luo Yuankai immediately said, "Young Master Yun is right. The experts of the three sects, please show your skills." With that, he and Li Yunxiao retreated to the side. Yuzhua and the other two frowned slightly and also retreated, giving up their positions. Although the three of them were arrogant and pure, they were not fools. The people of the three sects looked at each other in dismay. Cough, cough, cough. Not Liang coughed a few times, and said, "Since that's the case, then this old man will show his incompetence. If I can't pass, I hope that you all can help me." His figure was the shortest and inconspicuous among the crowd, but no one dared to underestimate his strength. Even Baiming Tongfang, who had the highest cultivation, was somewhat afraid of him. Not Liang took out the soul-devouring flag and waved it in the air. Immediately, the world became dark, and the drowsiness made people feel depressed and annoyed. A golden light slowly condensed in the darkness, turning into a smiling ghost face, swaying in the air. "Stop playing around. It's time to move the bricks." Not Liang lightly shouted. The golden ghost face stopped smiling and turned into a ferocious expression. It rushed towards the giant door, and when the golden light touched the door, it popped like a bubble and directly entered the door. Everyone's pupils shrank, and they immediately became alert. This door seemed to only reflect the power of attacks, and it did not have any resistance against things like souls. The ancient Maha character was still floating on the door, and there was no reaction. Not Liang's eyes were also filled with joy, and he hurriedly formed hand seals with both hands. His movements were very slow, but every move seemed to draw the power of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the sinister face appeared behind the ancient Maha character on the door. It was as if it had always been there, vivid and lifelike. Not only Liang's hand seals changed again, but the golden soul slave also began to move. It wandered around the door, but it still circled around the ancient Maha character. There was no smile on its face, and it was extremely calm. Everyone watched quietly. The Soul Eater race had always been the most mysterious among the 7 sects, and they were also the most feared. This situation was something that no one had ever seen before. Although they were full of questions, they did not say anything. The expression on the dim face changed several times, and it seemed to be very hesitant, as if it was thinking about something. Suddenly, a trace of determination flashed in its eyes, and its hand seals changed again, forming a strange symbol. The golden soul slave on the door also changed, and it suddenly turned into a ball. Its face became ferocious again, and it directly rushed out of the door, opening its mouth and biting the ancient Maha character. "Ah!" Qinghao Miao could not help but exclaim, and he took a step back in fright. Everyone's mouth was also wide open. They did not expect such a scene, and they all became alert, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Gulp. Looking at the golden soul slave's appearance, a gulp sound came from its throat, and it looked abnormally nervous. Its hand seals became faster, and in an instant, it had formed hundreds of seals, and all of them flew into the golden soul slave. After the golden soul slave swallowed the ancient Maha character, there did not seem to be much change. It only looked a little full, as if it was uncomfortable. But under the various seals of the dim light, its expression slowly calmed down, and its eyes gradually closed, as if it had finally fallen asleep. Not only Liang's face was filled with ecstasy, and he hurriedly raised his hand, and with a wave of the soul-devouring gonfalon in the air, the darkness in the sky immediately returned to his hand, and he could not help but laugh. After the ancient Maha character disappeared from the door, the spiritual energy on the door instantly dissipated, and the mountains, rivers, and paintings of rare beasts all disappeared, and the door returned to its ordinary state. Everyone was somewhat unable to react, especially Li Yunxiao and Yu Zhuo. They knew how powerful the ancient Maha character was, and seeing that it could be directly swallowed, it simply subverted their understanding, and their minds were filled with question marks. Luo Yuankai could not help but ask, "Brother Liang, how is it?" Looking at Brother Liang's happy face, it seems that the harvest is not small? Not only Liang's face was red, but he also seemed to become a few years younger. He chuckled, and did not answer. Suddenly, Chen Kaihong's expression changed, and he said in surprise, "Could it be that Brother Liang's soul slave is about to advance?" Buliang chuckled, "Brother Kaihong really has a good eye. My soul slave was originally at the peak of yellow rank, but it seemed to have stepped into earth rank just now." Unexpected, hee hee. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Chen Kaihong said insincerely, "Then congratulations, Brother Guangliang." The rest of the people also congratulated him. However, their words were filled with bitterness. There was not the slightest bit of true happiness. Only the people from the soul-devouring sect were sincerely congratulating him. They did not mind even if they were not bright. Luo Yuankai said, "The Maha character representing the rule was eaten by the soul slave, and the door seems to have lost its spiritual energy. I don't know if it can be easily broken." "Let me try," said Yu Zhuo. He retreated about 10 meters away and lightly struck the door with his palm. The wind generated from his palm struck the door. Boom! The door shook violently a few times, and a large amount of dust fell down. It really didn't have any resistance anymore. Yu Zhuo clenched his palm into a fist and added a bit more strength into it. He punched out directly into the air. The air was compressed to the extreme and shot out instantly. Bang! In an instant, a large hole appeared on the door, and the sound of tremors traveled far into the distance. The sound of empty echoed incessantly. Looking in from the outside, it was a long pitch-black path, and divine sense could only reach a few meters in. Clearly, there was an effect of blocking divine sense. Everyone was happy, but they didn't move. No one went in first. After looking at each other, everyone's eyes fell on Yu Zhuo. "Humph, a bunch of scoundrels." Yu Zhuo snorted, and directly turned into a ray of light, flying into the hole. The other two from the Long clan also followed. Everyone happily entered one by one. Li Yunxiao also didn't want to take the risk, so he mixed in with the crowd. Soon, everyone entered the altar. Although the passage was long and narrow, they didn't encounter any danger. After passing through, they saw sunlight, grass, and trees. It was actually a garden, and it was full of spiritual energy. Everyone was stunned. Yu Zhuo frowned and said, "The entire altar is sealed. Even if there's a world inside, it can't evolve into a world. What's going on?" Luo Yuankai said, "The entire altar can no longer be deduced with common sense. Don't forget that the place we are in is the mural on the broken altar above the blood moon. That does make sense. Everyone, look, the people from Scarlet Moon City have already gotten there first." Chen Kaihong pointed to the two sides of the garden. The plants were all emitting an astonishing amount of spirit energy, but all of them were incomplete, as if they had just been plucked. Some of them even had their roots dug out. Li Yunxiao swept out with his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. Among these dozens of materials, there were only a dozen or so that he could recognize them. Moreover, most of them were peerless spirit flowers and rare grasses that had long been lost in history. There were even a few that he had suspected to be fabricated spirit flowers, but who would have thought that he would encounter them here? Damn it! Damn that Jiang Churan! Li Yunxiao quickly checked the remaining flowers and plants one by one. His face became uglier than a pig's liver. He roared, "Sinner! He's a sinner!" As an arcane refiner, Li Yunxiao naturally knew how precious these materials were. He suddenly became abnormally irascible and angry. There was also an incomparable heartache. His eyes turned slightly red as he tried to salvage some of the broken roots and leaves. He carefully placed them into a few jade boxes and put them away. Then, he checked them a few more times. Only then did he raise his head and sigh with a pained expression. A strange expression appeared on the faces of the crowd. Although Li Yunxiao was young, his impression of him was that he was even more cunning than many old foxes. They had never seen him expose his inner emotions in such a manner. It seemed that arcane masters were all crazy. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Yun, are these all top-grade materials?" "Top grade? Humph, do you even know what top grade is?" Li Yunxiao's face darkened as he sneered disdainfully. He was just thinking about how to snatch these things from Jian Churen's hands. If everyone else knew what he was thinking, they would probably call him crazy. Xianxia didn't mind being pushed back. He smiled and said, "Young Master Yun is an 8th-level arcane refiner. I naturally don't dare to say that I know all of them. But I do know some common top-grade materials. I don't think I've seen any here." Haha, ignorant child. Li Yunxiao's heart was filled with anger. He wanted nothing more than to find someone to beat him up. How could he have a good expression? He sneered, "Why don't you tell me about the top-grade spirit flowers and plants you know?" Everyone's faces darkened. He was probably the youngest here. How dare he call someone a child? This was also the first time Xianxia had seen Li Yunxiao so angry. Not only was he not angry, but he was also curious. After thinking for a while, he said, "For example, the 3 worms and 3 grasses that everyone is familiar with. They are all top-grade materials, each with their own unique effects. Any one of them is worth more than a 9th-level profound artifact." Li Yunxiao's mocking expression didn't diminish. He only spat out 2 words, "Trash." Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they all had expressions of dissatisfaction. The 3 worms and 3 herbs were the collective name of 6 top-notch materials, and they were the core materials for refining some top-notch 9th-level medicinal pills. They had always been priceless, and even 9th-level alchemists coveted them like ducks. Xianxia's face was calm. He continued, "The Thousand Wonder flower is the main ingredient for refining the Thousand Wonder pill. Even for a high-level Emperor Wu, the Thousand Wonder pill can increase his chances of breaking through a bottleneck. This kind of pill only exists in the 2 Holy Lands and the 7 sections. I've never heard of it being sold in the market." Li Yunxiao's mocking expression faded a little. However, he still had a look of disdain. He snorted and said, "It's average." This time, Xianxia's face also changed. He snorted and said, "Even this item is average. Young Master Yun is exaggerating too much. The number of rare flowers and grasses that can surpass this item in this world can probably be counted on 2 hands. Haha, I already said that you're an ignorant child, but you still don't believe me. TSK, counted on 2 hands? Bullshit." Li Yunxiao mocked for a while before adding, "The Thousand Wonder flower had appeared once in the 1000 Treasure Towers auction. However, it caused too much of a commotion that time. Even the Sanctuary Spirit Preceptor and 2 directors of the Intelligence Division were drawn over. There was also a Saber Sword Sex by Sect Master, for Deity Transformation Realm Level 9 alchemists, and a member of the Tian Ling Long clan whose identity was unknown. In the end, a mysterious force intervened, triggering a great battle. Several Emperor Wu powerhouses fell. The ending of that Thousand Wonder flower also became a mystery. After that, the Myriad Treasure Tower never dared to auction such an item again. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They all revealed suspicious looks. If there really was such a secret, it was impossible that they did not know. Dark North Tongfang sneered and said, "Haha, nonsense. How come the people present have never heard of such a big matter?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Not hearing of it only means that you have limited knowledge. You have the cheek to publicize your own lack of knowledge? If I were you, I would definitely cover my face with a helmet and have no face to see others." Dark North Tongfeng was furious. Just as he was about to make trouble, Chen Kaihong suddenly said, "Young Master Yun is right. There was indeed such a thing. Back then, my Saber Sword Sex by Sect Master brought several Emperor Wu powerhouses to participate. One of them died. Due to this matter's great implications, it was also not good for the Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation. Hence, all the major forces joined hands to suppress it and did not spread." He looked at Li Yunxiao suspiciously. He did not understand how Li Yunxiao knew such a secret. That thousand-wonder flower was eventually taken away by the Sacred Region's Spirit Division's Division Chief Yuan Gaohan, one of the Long family's 3 people, a middle-aged man with a long beard and tied hair suddenly said. Yuzhua turned around in surprise and said, "Is there really such a thing? Why don't I know?" That middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "Back then, I was one of the participants. I went with Lord Xiaoyuan. I didn't expect that a mere spirit flower would actually cause such a shocking battle. At that time, I had just broken through to 1-star Emperor Wu. I was basically cannon fodder material. Fortunately, my life was saved." When this man said that, everyone no longer had any doubts about Li Yunxia's words. Dark North Tongfeng's face turned green, red, and purple. He had already killed Li Yunxiao 10,000 times in his heart. Qinghaomiao frowned and said, "Since young Master Yun also knows such a secret, could it be that you still say that the thousand-wonder flower is ordinary?" Li Yunxiao's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, "Ordinary." This time, no one could hold it in any longer. Baiming Lifeng said mockingly, "Then why don't you tell us what else is extraordinary?" Qinghaomiao continued to ponder. They weren't arcane refiners, so they only knew a little about the different kinds of rare flowers and herbs. Suddenly, his expression relaxed and he laughed lightly. "If young Master Yun still says that the thing below is ordinary, then I can only say that your mouth is sharp, your skin is thick, and your stomach is empty. You only know how to boast." Li Yunxiao raised an eyebrow and snorted, "Oh? I'd like to hear what you're talking about." Qinghaomiao said confidently, "Legend has it that there's a type of supreme-grade spirit flower called the 7-leaf golden lotus. I've heard that the flower doesn't have any special effects, and it's no different from ordinary refining. However, the 7 leaves represent 7 different types of energy. There's no need to refine them. As long as you swallow any one of them, you'll be able to obtain the corresponding divine ability." 7-leaf golden lotus? I've heard of it before, but it's too miraculous. It might not really exist. Yuzhua said indifferently. This thing is real. There really is a 7-leaf golden lotus in this world. Only then did Li Yunxiao's expression soften. He said, "This item can be considered to be top-notch." Qinghaomiao couldn't help but laugh loudly, "Haha, it can be considered top-grade? Could it be that there's something in this world that can compare to the 7-leaf golden lotus?" Li Yunxiao sighed, and his heart ached again. He pointed at a stalk in the garden that had already turned yellow and had lost all of its spiritual energy. He said, "Look at the stalk of this spirit flower. There's a faint pattern of 7 leaves spreading out." Qinghaomiao's heart skipped a beat. Focusing his eyes, he saw that there were indeed 7-leaf patterns on the withered stem, spreading out evenly to form the shape of a lotus flower. He exclaimed in shock, Could it be that this plant is the 7-leaf golden lotus?" Qinghaomiao's heart skipped a beat. Focusing his eyes, he saw that there were indeed 7-leaf patterns on the withered yellow stem, spreading out evenly to form the shape of a lotus flower. He exclaimed in shock, Could it be that this plant is the 7-leaf golden lotus?" Everyone looked over in shock. It was exactly as Li Yunxiao said. If this really was a 7-leaf golden lotus, then its value was immeasurable. Everyone was even willing to give up the so-called heavenly thought in exchange for it. Li Yunxiao looked at everyone's expressions and said indifferently, "This is not a 7-leaf golden lotus." Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Li Yunxiao said, "This is called a 7-leaf celestial lotus. The 7 leaves of a 7-leaf golden lotus bloom once every 1,000 years. For it to mature, it has to grow for 7,000 years. After it matures, the flower will not wither. Instead, it will continue to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to continue growing. Every 1,000 years, a leaf will fall, but the spiritual qi will be absorbed by the lotus. After 7,000 years, the leaf will fall completely, and all the spiritual qi and strange energy will be absorbed by the lotus. Only then can it be called a 7-leaf celestial lotus. This lotus has already surpassed the category of the 9th level. No one knows what will happen after consuming it." Ah? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. The 7-leaf golden lotus was already a legendary item. This kind of celestial lotus was even more unheard of. It was like listening to a myth. But at least everyone understood how much wealth Red Moon City had obtained. Qinghaomiao stared blankly for a moment, and even breathing became somewhat difficult. He said, "You mean to say that City Lord Jiang has a level 10 divine medicine in his hands?" Li Yunxiao sighed. "This is just the medicinal herbs that I know. I don't know at least 2/3 of the exotic flowers and plants here. Their value is indescribable. If this gets out, I'm afraid even divine sea and sanctuary experts will come to Hongyu City. But Jiang Churan will definitely not admit it." Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No one would admit to such a thing. After all, it was too shocking. Bai Ming Tongfang snorted with a livid face. "Everyone is a witness. He has to admit it." Chen Kaihong said in a low voice, "Don't waste any more time. There might be more treasures ahead. If we're late." When everyone heard this, they hurriedly walked towards the back of the garden. They saw a 2-story pavilion standing there quietly. It was very simple and exquisite. The door was also made to look like an eye, and it seemed to be smiling at them. Everyone paused for a moment, then rushed in one after another. They saw a spacious room, but it was empty. There was nothing inside. However, there were traces of items placed everywhere on the ground, which proved that there had been items before, but they had all been taken away. "Damn it!" Bai Ming Tongfang cursed in a low voice, and suddenly rushed to the second floor. A group of people also followed, and only a few people stood still. Yuzhua seemed to be very interested in Li Yunxiao. "Why isn't young Master Yun going up?" With a scornful laugh Li Yunxiao said, "Isn't Mr. Zhua asking the obvious? There isn't even a single chair left on the first floor. It can be seen that the people of Crimson Moon City take what they see. How could there be anything left on the second floor?" As expected, after a moment, the group of people ran down again, all of them extremely disappointed. In fact, anyone could have thought of such a simple thing, but they were blinded by greed. Chen Kaihong gritted his teeth. "I'm afraid we won't be able to get any benefits. Everything that can be taken away has been taken away by Crimson Moon City." Everyone immediately became disheartened. According to this situation, even if there were good things up ahead, it wouldn't be their turn. Yuzhua said, "I don't think so. Even if these treasures have been taken away, the most important heaven's thought is definitely not easy to obtain." He turned around and walked out, causing everyone to be stunned. Li Yunxiao was also slightly surprised. This Yuzhua seemed to know something. He smiled slightly and followed. Behind the pavilion was an empty space. It seemed to have reached the end, and there was no more path. On the empty space was an ancient formation, and there were several large pillars erected around it. It seemed to be a place to pour energy into. It was extremely different from the common formations. Li Yunxiao was stunned. A teleportation formation? Everyone was stunned and fell into deep thought. It was thought-provoking to encounter a teleportation formation in such a place. Who knew what was on the other side of the teleportation formation? What do you all think? After thinking for a while, Luo Yuankai asked. He glanced at everyone, and they were all hesitant. Wealth comes from risk. If you're afraid, stay. Yuzhua was very straightforward. After saying that, he walked directly into the teleportation formation. Without any movement, the teleportation formation began to operate on its own, emitting rays of light. It was the spatial teleportation light that everyone was familiar with. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people from the Long family disappeared in front of everyone. Yuzhua and the other 2 people were so straightforward that everyone looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. Luo Yuankai turned to look at Li Yunxiao. "Young Master Yun, what do you think?" Li Yunxiao smiled slightly and stepped forward. He said, "If the Crimson Moon City Lord can leave, why can't I?" He also directly stepped into the formation. Just like Yuzhua, in a few breaths, he was directly teleported and disappeared. This time everyone became even more uneasy. They didn't know whether to go forward or not. They all looked at each other. Not only Liang chuckled a few times, but he also did not express his opinion. He also walked up. The people of the soul-devouring race hurriedly followed. In the blink of an eye, several more people disappeared. Not only Liang, even that old ghost dares to leave. What are we afraid of? Dark North Tongfang glanced at the people of Dark North Profound Palace and also signaled for everyone to go up together. Luo Yuankai snorted coldly. When he was here, he called him Brother Liang, but once he left, he called him Old Ghost Unlying. He really acts one way in front of others and another behind their backs. Chen Kaihong said, Brother Yuankai, don't complain. Everyone, let's go together. I hope this isn't a random teleportation formation. Otherwise, it will really be troublesome. Seeing that the leaders had made their decision, everyone else followed suit, afraid that they would fall behind. Very soon, everyone was teleported away. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the blood moon. It was Morong Zhu. Every step he took was extremely elegant and indifferent. His figure walked 100 steps in a breath's time, crossing 1,000 miles in an instant. In an instant, he arrived in front of the broken altar. Has Tsutsumi already entered? A trace of surprise flashed across Morong Zhu's face. He looked at the pattern on the mural and extended his hand to touch it. He sighed deeply and said to himself, if that's the case, I will wait for him in front. His figure also gradually dimmed, turning into specks of light and entering the mural. Li Yunxiao was sent away by the spatial teleportation formation. In the next moment, he appeared in a sea of fog. It actually completely blocked my divine sense. What should I do? Li Yunxiao was shocked. The sound of waves kept coming from under his feet, letting him know that he was above the sea. However, he could not even see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. He could not even release his divine sense. He did not even have the coordinates of a place like this. Furthermore, what worried him even more was that who knew what was in the sea. Previously, he was terrified to death when he was in the sea of the end of time. He did not know if the teleportation formation was random or directional. However, even if it was directional, he would not be able to contact anyone in the sea of fog. The dynasty bell appeared in Li Yunxiao's hand, and he slammed it down with force. Dang, dang, the sound of the bell was clear and melodious, spreading in all directions. Each sound was stronger than the one before. There's something strange about this sea of fog. Li Yunxiao suddenly became vigilant. With the power of his dynasty bell, ordinary phenomenon powers could directly pass through it. As long as everyone was teleported here in a directional manner, they would definitely be able to hear his bell and follow the sound. However, they did not. There were only two reasons. Either the teleportation formation was random, or the sea of fog directly blocked his bell sound. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a soft voice suddenly came over. Young Master Yun, is that you? A figure appeared in the sea of fog. From the voice and figure, it was undoubtedly Chen Kaihong. Then, figures appeared from all directions. They were the people of the 5 sections. Phew, thank goodness we had your bell sound. Otherwise, we would all be lost in this sea of fog. Qing Haomiao's voice came over, and he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Luo Yuankai said, Young Master Yun, your bell sound can penetrate the sea of fog, and our divine sense is restricted. I wonder if you have a way to find the direction? Li Yunxiao lightly slapped the dynasty bell and said calmly, let me try. 1,000-year tyrannical saber appeared in his hand, and he poured his essence force into it. Suddenly, a saber light appeared, and he slashed to the side. Young Master Yun, you. Luo Yuankai was shocked, and with a scream, he was immediately cut in half. Fresh blood flowed out, and the 2 halves of his body directly fell to the bottom of the sea. Li Yunxiao, why did you kill him? Immediately, shocked and chaotic voices came from all directions. Clearly, his blade had exceeded everyone's expectations. Li Yunxiao sniffed the blood in the sea of fog and said coldly, as expected, it's not human blood. A bunch of jumping clowns, die. His left hand ferociously knocked on the dynasty bell that was floating beside him. An ancient sound reverberated, and an extremely powerful sound wave attack spread out. Immediately, the people from the 5 sects all cried out loudly. Their voices were extremely sharp and terrifying, and they didn't sound like humans at all. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand, and his whole body shone with golden light. In an instant, a 3-headed and 6-armed transcendence golden body appeared. The main transcendence golden body had 3 eyes opened at the same time, and the other 2 transcendence golden bodies had a ferocious expression and a sinister smile. The profound weapons in their hands shone with golden light. After the immemorial heaven eyes opened, a cold and sharp gaze swept out, and it could actually see dozens of meters around him. In the air, there were monsters with human bodies and fish heads in the sea of fog. Both of their fish eyes were bulging out, and they covered their ears to resist the bell sound. Moreover, their heads were covered in scales, and their mouths were full of fangs. They were extremely ugly. One of the monsters with a burly body opened his mouth, and in Yushua's voice, he said angrily, "Young Master Yun, what are you doing?" Li Yunxiao sneered and immediately slashed with the 1,000-year overlord saber. He mocked, "I'm taking your lives." Those fish-headed monsters suddenly noticed the third eye on Li Yunxiao's forehead. The eye was filled with mockery. They were instantly alarmed and understood that their disguise had been seen through. They immediately roared and turned into rays of light that spun in the air before charging down. The fish-headed monster that Li Yunxiao had slashed at panicked and quickly retreated dozens of meters. However, a piece of its fin had been cut off by the saber light, and it cried out in pain. The rest of them charged around in the sea mist, using their heads to ram over. These fish-headed monsters didn't seem to know any martial arts or strong offensive moves. They only relied on the sea mist, their shapes, and simulated voices to deceive people. Since you like to ram your heads, then ram to your heart's content. A hammer suddenly appeared in Li Yunxiao's hand and grew to over 20 feet long. He raised both hands high and directly smashed down on the heads of these fish-headed monsters. Bang! With a swing of the hammer, a fish-headed monster's head immediately exploded, and its brain matter splattered all over the sky. Bang! Bang! Li Yunxiao quickly swung the hammer and smashed down several times. Every blow was accurate, and those that charged up were all headshot. A large number of corpses fell to the ground. Those fish-headed monsters didn't seem to be very intelligent, but they weren't absolute fools either. They soon realized that something was wrong, and they began to squeak non-stop. None of them dared to charge forward anymore. Instead, they all flew down and dove into the sea, disappearing from sight. Only then did Li Yunxiao put away his mystic artifact and began to look around. He poured his essence force into the primordial heaven's eye, and he could see up to a distance of nearly 100 meters. Any further than that would be a blur. Suddenly, some glowing pearls appeared beside him. They were all round like little balls. Li Yunxiao looked carefully and realized that they were left behind by the dead fish-headed monsters. They seemed to be their inner cores. The inner cores of these fish-headed monsters were all in their brains. After Li Yunxiao exploded their heads one by one, they also dropped out. There were more than 10 of them, and they actually didn't fall to the ground. Li Yunxiao grabbed the air and grabbed one of them. He realized that the inner core was extremely light, like a bubble, but it was filled with spiritual qi. It didn't seem any different from an ordinary inner core. He swept his hand and immediately stored all the inner cores into his pocket. Which direction is the right one? Li Yunxiao closed his immemorial heaven eyes, and his pupils shrank slightly, immediately turning into a crescent blood moon. The sea mist in front of him was immediately penetrated by his line of sight, and he could see thousands of meters away. The sea was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. In the center of the sea, a towering mountain stood. It reached the bottom of the sea and reached the sky, giving off a majestic and awe-inspiring feeling. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then immediately turned into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the fog and headed toward the huge mountain. In the surroundings of the huge mountain, an abundant amount of spiritual energy rose up, isolating the sea mist. It actually recovered in an instant, but the divine sense was still suppressed, unable to spread out. The huge mountain was lush with lush trees and blooming flowers. It looked like a treasure land. Li Yunxiao flew down, and suddenly a green light shot out, causing his body to be blasted away. Following that, a tyrannical demonic energy spread out, and a shocking roar broke through the air. Roar! The power of the sound wave shook all the towering trees into sawdust. Even the sea fog outside the mountain was washed away, and a large part of the mountain was directly bald. Li Yunxiao immediately saw it clearly. A pair of fierce eyes of an ape-type demon beast was closely staring at him, and the pressure of its body was somewhat suffocating. Mid-rank 9 demonic beast. Li Yunxiao's complexion changed on the spot. This level of existence was comparable to Tai Lei. The rabbit that he risked his life to kill was only at the initial rank 9. The aura of the ape's body directly locked onto Xianxia. It raised both of its hands high up, and a green light formed between its hands, then it fiercely threw it out. The green light suddenly turned into an arrow, and its speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, it arrived in front of Xianxia, and that terrifying power suppressed him, leaving him nowhere to escape. Great Sorrow Dusk Cloud Mirror. Xianxia's whole body transformed into an indestructible golden body, and he held the dusk cloud mirror in front of his body, forcibly blocking it. Bang! The green light bombarded the surface of the mirror, and immediately split into two. One went through the surface of the mirror and exploded on Xianxia's body, while the other bounced back towards the ape. Pooh! Xianxia immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was sent flying thousands of meters back into the fog. The light on his body suddenly dimmed, and eventually disappeared. His whole body's complexion was deathly pale, and extremely unsightly. Is this still the inside of the altar? Why are there so many things in a mess? Xianxia took a deep breath, and adjusted his breathing a few times. He started to have some doubts. At this moment, the only evidence to support his belief that he was still inside the altar was that there was no blood moon in the sky. The blood moon could be seen anywhere in the world, and now that he couldn't see it, it proved that he was still on the moon. That huge mountain was far away in front of him, but he didn't dare to casually approach it. It was very likely that the exit of this foggy sea area was in the mountain. Xianxia pondered, and suddenly saw a light flying from afar, also towards that huge mountain. He fixed his eyes on it, and took a closer look. It was Chen Kaihong. It really is a directional teleportation. Chen Kaihong is here, so the rest of the people should also be in this foggy sea. Xianxia's heart was filled with joy. If he gathered everyone's strength, it would be much safer. However, he didn't have a good way to gather everyone, and could only rely on each person's luck. Bang! Chen Kaihong, who was thousands of meters away, was also hit by the ape, and a huge tremor was produced. It was even more intense than the previous one. Xianxia flew forward for a distance, and put away Tsutsumi, and hid quietly. He only opened his archaic heaven eyes and watched the battle from the side. Chen Kaihong also seemed to have discovered the ape's strength, and his face didn't look too good. However, he didn't panic, and just stared in the air, fully alert. The ape snorted a few times with its huge nostrils, and looked a little unconvinced. It squatted slightly, and its legs kicked hard, making a huge tremor. Its body shot out, and with a loud roar, it threw a punch at Chen Kaihong. There was no pattern to this punch, and it relied purely on absolute strength. The entire space was like a rag in its hand, and it was completely distorted. Under the power of this punch, any possibility of escape was completely suppressed, and the only way was to take it head-on. Chen Kaihong's face became extremely ugly, and he suddenly clenched his teeth. All of his potential was immediately stimulated, and he quickly performed a spell with both hands. A golden saber broke out of his body, and it flew around him for a punch. The weapon's chi beat like a heart, and the entire suppressed space seemed to loosen a little, and vibrated with the frequency. Unparalleled Sky Saber, break 10 directions. Chen Kaihong's face returned to normal, and his right hand directly grabbed the handle of the saber, and fiercely slashed down. A huge saber shape appeared in the sky above him, and also slashed down. Rumble! The saber shape slashed on the ape's fist wind, and immediately there was a loud tremor, and the violent energy turned into a whirlwind, blowing in all directions. Xianxia was also pushed back more than 100 meters by the power of the whirlwind, and only then did he stabilize his body. The power of Chen Kaihong's saber was actually comparable to that of the ape, and Xianxia secretly cursed, "Old fox." These people all hid their true strength very well, and they would not reveal their true strength until the critical moment. Even at this moment, he did not think that Chen Kaihong had used his full strength. If he had really used his full strength, he would probably have been able to suppress this ape. The ape's fist did not work, and its entire body was also shaken down. It stood on the mountain, and roared angrily, venting the anger and unwillingness in its heart. Chen Kaihong held the saber in one hand, and his expression was solemn. He stood in the air majestically, and walked towards the huge mountain step by step. Roar! The ape roared with all its might, and sound waves rushed out from its mouth. Each sound wave had a different frequency, and they overlapped with each other. It was very layered. On the other hand, Chen Kaihong's expression changed greatly, and he immediately turned red. Although the sound waves could not directly injure him, they caused the blood and qi in his body to surge, and his primordial qi began to show signs of disorder. Moreover, it was getting stronger and stronger. Li Yunxiao was even more affected. He had already been injured by the ape's punch, and now that the sound waves were attacking indiscriminately, his internal injuries were rapidly worsening. Just as he was about to show himself and use the dynasty bell to resist the sound waves, he suddenly focused his immemorial heaven eyes, and saw two other rays of light flying in the distance. He finally held back and did not show himself. Lord Kaihong, this is. As soon as the two rays of light rushed out of the sea mist, they saw Chen Kaihong and the ape, and immediately understood what was going on. Chen Kaihong was also bitterly resisting the power of the sound wave. He was also waiting for someone to come and help him. If he used his full strength, he might be able to beat the ape away, but he would definitely be heavily injured. In this strange environment, once he was heavily injured, his chances of survival would be greatly reduced. Moreover, Chen Kaihong also wanted to know if there was anyone else here besides him. At this moment, he heard someone shouting, and was immediately overjoyed. He turned his head and saw that it was Qing Haomiao of the Soul Eater clan, and another expert of the Soul Eater clan. So it is nephew Haomiao, quickly help me drive this ape away. Qing Haomiao and the other person were both two-star Emperor Wu. Although they were not strong enough, it was better to have someone to help than to fight alone. Even if they were cannon fodder, it was good enough to absorb some of the attack. Qing Haomiao and his companions' blood and qi were also roiling within their bodies, and there was a faint taste of blood in their throats. It was extremely uncomfortable, but he did not act rashly. Instead, he chuckled and said, "It's a demonic beast that even Lord Kaihong is unable to defeat. If the two of us take action, it'll just be like scratching an itch from afar. It'll be of no use." Chen Kaihong's expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "Since that's the case, then let's continue wasting time. Let's see who can last longer, you two juniors or this old man." He purposely suppressed the chaotic aura in his body and pretended that he didn't care. He even hummed a few lines. This time, Qing Haomiao and the other man's faces finally turned ugly. Although they did not believe that Chen Kaihong could remain unscathed under such a sound wave attack, at least he lasted longer than they did. Qing Haomiao smiled bitterly, "I hope Master Kaihong can chase this ape away. The two of us will do our best to help." Humph. Chen Kaihong harumphed heavily, displaying his displeasure. However, at this moment, he wasn't going to be calculative. He just wanted the two of them to put in more effort. Thus, he coldly said, "I will break through this sonic attack. The two of you will assist me from the left and right. If any one of you doesn't give your all, I will turn around and leave." Of course. The two of them broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to overstep their boundaries. Only then did Chen Kaihong revolve his yuan qi. The golden saber in his hand made a clanging sound, and his whole body became one with the saber light. He slashed down from the sky, directly splitting the entire sky in half. The sound wave was instantly broken, becoming noisy and ear-piercing. Although it was even more unpleasant to hear, and there was a piercing pain in the eardrums, it did not have the same soul-shaking, blood-stimulating effect. Qing Haomiao and the other Soul Eater clan member were overjoyed. They turned into two rays of light, attacking from the left and right according to Chen Kaihong's instructions. Qing Haomiao unfurled the Soul Eater gonfalon, and the yellow-grayed golden soul slave swooped towards the giant ape. The entire spirit mountain suddenly became dark and gloomy. The ape was stunned for a moment, looking at the soul slave with a hint of fear. Obviously, he was also a little afraid of this kind of monster. The sound wave was broken by Chen Kaihong, and the ape immediately stopped speaking. A ray of light condensed on his fist, and he smashed towards the soul slave, instantly breaking the dark sky. Qing Haomiao's mind was shaken, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body and the Soul Eater gonfalon were sent flying. The other Soul Eater clansman formed a seal with one hand and kept chanting the incantation. His entire body began to turn monstrous. A faint energy surrounded his body and actually formed an extremely long tail. His back was covered in scales and his hands formed the shape of a dragon. Just as Xianxia was sent flying, a huge demonic shadow appeared behind the Soul Eater clan member, moving in sync with him. Soul Combat Technique, Ghost Weep. A surge of power rushed out of the man's body and turned into a huge demonic beast. It ferociously pounced towards the ape. Li Yunxiao quietly watched from within the sea mist. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He had also cultivated a soul battle technique, but its effects were far inferior to the true sect technique of the Soul Eater race. It was as if it only had the form. At this moment, his mind was constantly pondering and comprehending. What that person had fused with was a descendant of a type of wyvern, or rather, a type of earth dragon. It was also an extremely powerful Tier 9 existence. Roar. The ape opened its mouth and let out a furious roar. Just the sound of its roar alone was enough to disperse the shapeshifting force. Then, it leaped up with its legs and used its head to clash with the surging force. It seemed to have been affected to a certain extent as well, and all the hair on its body stood on end. It was as if it was about to go berserk. After that attack, the aura of the Soul Eater race member plummeted, and he became extremely weak. A trail of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he shouted hoarsely, "Lord Kaihong, what are you waiting for?" Chen Kaihong had originally planned to attack, but after the ape went berserk, its aura became even more tyrannical and ruthless, causing him to stop. He put away the condensed blade light in his hand and said indifferently, "I have my own plans for when to attack. I don't need you to command me. This ape's aura is extremely chaotic right now, and it is at its peak. With our strength, it is not suitable for us to fight it head-on. Why don't we wait for the others? There is only one mountain in the entire bewildering fog sea, and the others will come one after another. At that time, capturing this ape will naturally not be a problem." Qinghao Miao and the Soul Eater race member were so angry that they almost vomited blood. "Why didn't you say so earlier that you were not going to attack? You caused us to be injured, and now you say that it is not suitable for us to attack." However, the two of them did not dare to voice out their opinions. After revealing a face full of resentment, they distanced themselves from the ape and stood quietly in the bewildering fog sea to regulate their breathing. The ape did not seem to dare to rush out of the mountain. It just stood there and roared a few times. Slowly, it calmed down, and the ferocity in its eyes did not diminish as it continued to stare at the bewildering fog sea, as if it was the guardian of this mountain. The entire area suddenly became quiet, and only the sound of the waves could be heard from below. Everyone was circulating their qi and regulating their breathing. Among them, Qinghao Miao and Li Yunxiao's injuries were the most serious. After a while, someone finally came over and coughed, "Cough, cough, cough, what are you all doing? You are not moving at all, and I thought you were all dead. Just as I was about to happily collect your souls, I discovered that you were all alive." "Martial uncle." Qinghao Miao suddenly recovered from his regulating breathing, and said happily, "Martial uncle is finally here." The other Soul Eater clansman was also overjoyed. With Bu Guang around, taking down the ape would definitely not be a problem, and he would not be bullied by Chen Kaihong anymore. Chen Kaihong's expression changed slightly, and he chuckled, "Brother Guang Guang has come at the right time. Both of your esteemed sect's disciples and I were blocked by this monster ape, and we could not enter the mountain. Now that Brother Guang Guang is here, there is nothing to fear." Not only Guang Guang's skinny figure appeared from the bewildering fog sea, and he chuckled, "How can I do that? My soul slave is still in a deep sleep, and I do not even have the strength to truss a chicken. I still need Brother Kaihong to protect me." "Humph, you can still cross this bewildering fog sea without the strength to truss a chicken. If you had the strength to truss a chicken, wouldn't you be able to kill us with just a lift of your hand?" Luo Yuankai's disdainful voice came from the bewildering fog sea, and his figure gradually appeared. Chen Kaihong was overjoyed, and said, "Brother Yuan Kai is here too. This time, taking down this ape will be a piece of cake." Luo Yuan Kai looked around, and said, "Why don't we wait for everyone to gather? Although this bewildering fog sea is mystical, it is not dangerous. Instead, this giant mountain gives off an extremely complicated feeling." The three monks did not have water to drink, and none of them were willing to put in more effort, so they continued to wait there. Li Yunxiao sighed inwardly in the bewildering fog. These people from the 7 major sects were all powerful, and each of them was like a dragon. Once they joined forces, they were all like insects. He continued to hide in the bewildering fog, and after an unknown period of time, he faintly heard a conversation. Only then did he come back to his senses from his bewildering fog sea. His injuries had also recovered by 50 to 60%, and he was basically fine. At this moment, almost half of the people had gathered, but the 3 from the Long family were still nowhere to be seen, and only 2 from the Baiming family had appeared. Chen Kaihong seemed to be a little impatient, and said, "Everyone, are we going to continue waiting? Who knows how big this bewildering fog sea is? Perhaps some people have been teleported tens of thousands of miles away, and will never be able to make it back in this lifetime." Qiu Liang raised his eyes, and said, "The key to this bewildering fog sea is that we can't see. In fact, it shouldn't be very big, and we aren't too far away from each other. The remaining people shouldn't be too far away either. I'm afraid that they have encountered some situations that we haven't encountered before." Chen Kaihong said, "Baiming Tongfeng also hasn't appeared, and it's better for him to die in this bewildering fog sea. I suggest that we drive this ape away into the mountain first. If there are people coming from behind, they will naturally be able to find a way to follow us." When the 2 people from Baiming Xian Palace heard this, they were so angry that their faces turned ashen, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Chen Kaihong seemed to intentionally or unintentionally glance at them, and they were so scared that they hurriedly shut their mouths. Luo Yuankai also nodded in agreement, and said, "That's good too, we can't continue waiting. It's already been more than a month, and I'm afraid that the bewildering fog sea will close at any time. Everyone, hurry up." Chen Kaihong said, "And, if everyone works together, we will be able to take care of this ape in less than a round." Everyone's aura suddenly erupted, and they connected with each other, forming a huge aura field that spread out. Even the bewildering fog sea was dispelled. The ape in the mountain was startled, and its eyes were filled with shock. It roared in a low voice, and its feet involuntarily retreated. Under this kind of aura field, even it was afraid. "Humph, weren't you very awe-inspiring just now? Very arrogant?" Qing Haomiao hated it the most, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The soul-devouring gonfalon in his hand spread open, and he directly slashed out like a huge machete. Everyone made their move, and all kinds of ultimate techniques bombarded the ape. The ape jumped up in fear, and quickly fled towards the mountain. How would it dare to resist? A series of attacks bombarded the mountain, causing it to shake violently, and the ape also disappeared without a trace. Luo Yuankai looked in the direction that the ape escaped, and said, "That ape ran all the way up, and the passage to leave this place should be this heaven-reaching mountain. Let's go up and take a look." Everyone finally entered the mountain, and they could feel the water-like spiritual qi. All of them were abnormally nourished, and they continuously flew up the mountain. The peak of the mountain directly reached the horizon, and no one knew how deep it was. After entering the mountain, their divine senses recovered, and they could feel powerful auras moving in the mountain from time to time. There were also some auras that seemed to be investigating them, but they were all peaceful, and no demonic beast jumped out to cause trouble. "There's a restriction." Luo Yuankai was suddenly shocked, and he hurriedly shouted, and the whole team stopped. In front of them, there was a flash of light, and there was a faint barrier in front of them, flickering with flowing light. Luo Yuankai directly shot out a ray of light from his finger, wanting to test the depth of the barrier. That ray of light passed through the restriction without any obstruction, and it seemed to be nothing powerful. Luo Yuankai frowned, and it seemed like he was still not at ease. He took out a bamboo tube, and gently opened the lid. Immediately, 3 golden beetles flew out, and lay on the lid of the tube, not moving an inch. Luo Yuankai produced a rune in the air, and sent it into one of the beetles. The beetle immediately flew up, and with a buzzing sound, it flew towards the light of the restriction. The beetle hit the restriction with a paw sound, and was directly bounced back. It flew over again, and after a few consecutive hits, it was directly bounced back, without exception. Luo Yuankai frowned, and said, "As expected, there is a trick." After the beetle failed a few times, it flew back under his control, and directly returned to the bamboo tube. A cultivator couldn't help but ask, "Lord Yuankai, you can make a conclusion with just one beetle?" Chen Kaihong glanced at the man. "Brother Yuankai's insect taming skills are unparalleled. Those 3 beetles are enough to take your life." You can try if you don't believe me. The man clearly didn't believe him, but he didn't dare to retort. He tactfully retreated to the side. Someone said, "It looks like this restriction is specifically designed to deal with living beings. Even attacks can be filtered. It'll be troublesome to pass." Everyone turned their heads to look at the person who had spoken. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he said, "Li Yunxiao? When did you come?" Li Yunxiao smiled. "Haha, a small fry like me just doesn't have much of a presence. Can't help it." Xianxia sneered. "Young Master Yun was already here when we attacked the demonic ape. Don't think of yourself as a small fry and not do anything." Li Yunxiao snorted. "Brother Haomiao, I don't like what you're saying. If I don't want to do anything, why the hell am I saying anything now?" Luo Yuankai's heart skipped a beat. Does young Master Yun have a way to pass? Only now did everyone remember that he was an 8th grade artificer. They were overjoyed. Li Yunxiao looked around and walked forward. He reached out and touched the restriction. The light of the restriction suddenly lit up and bounced his hand away. He held his right hand in front of him and pondered. Then, he formed a few hand seals and flicked them on the restriction. A small, strange rune appeared and disappeared. Then, he formed dozens of hand seals. Every time he did, the restriction would light up and reveal a strange formation. It was as if he was drawing a grand painting. A moment later, Li Yunxiao finally stopped. "It's about time. Who has an extra 9th grade profound artifact? I'll borrow it." Everyone looked at each other. 9th grade profound artifacts were their lifeblood. Some of them didn't even have one. How could they lend it to others? Xianxia said, "If we're talking about the number of 9th-tiered profound armaments, all of us combined might not even be as many as you, Li Yunxiao. Why are you asking us to borrow them?" Li Yunxiao said, "Although I have a lot, I don't have anything extra." Chen Kaihong seemed to have noticed something. "Young Master Yun, are you trying to break the formation with a formation?" Li Yunxiao nodded his head and said, "That's right. This restriction is really hard to understand and I don't have much time to study it. I can only use the formation to break the formation. I have already set up a small reversal formation on this restriction light. I need a profound level weapon to be the eye of the formation. It is highly likely that it will be destroyed when I break the formation." Destroy it? This time everyone kept their treasures to themselves. It was impossible for them to take it out. Destroying a 9th-tier profound artifact was a price that no one could afford. Chen Kaihong frowned and said, "Everyone's 9th-tier profound armaments are linked to their lives. How can there be an extra one? Can't an 8th-tier one work? I do have an 8th grade treasured saber that I used in the past. Now, all that's left is a nostalgic memory. If there's a use for it, I can contribute it." Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "If I have a 9th-tier profound artifact as the eye of the formation, I have a high chance of breaking this restriction. If it's only an 8th-tier one, I don't have the confidence." Chen Kaihong said, "Give it a try. Who would want to destroy their own 9th-tier profound artifact?" A light flashed in his hand and a golden saber appeared. His eyes revealed a trace of pity as he handed it over with both hands. Li Yunxiao took the saber and smiled bitterly when he saw it. "And it's a mid-tier one? Even if it's an 8th-tier one, it should at least be a peak 8th-tier profound artifact, right?" "Humph, it's easy for you to say. Even I don't have a peak 8th-tier profound artifact." A martial artist immediately complained. Like a well-fed man who did not know the suffering of a starving man, he said, "As a 3-star Emperor Wu, I only have a mid-tier 8th-tier profound artifact." Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and held the golden saber in the air. A flame burned over and burned the saber's body. Following that, a pile of materials appeared in his hand. He picked a few and threw them over directly. He began to display a series of refinement art. Previously, everyone did not understand what he was going to do. Now that they all reacted, a look of shock appearing on all their faces. Li Yunxiao was actually going to refine this golden saber's level on the spot. Even Chen Kaihong himself was shocked. He found it hard to believe. Back then, in order to raise this golden saber's level, he had gathered a lot of materials and went to those arrogant refiners. After pleading and begging, they finally put down their faces and reluctantly agreed. After paying a sky-high refining fee, they still failed the refinement and returned the saber untouched. The materials and refining fee were all for naught. After that, he completely gave up and never thought about raising the golden saber's level. It was only when he became a 4-star Emperor Wu and became the absolute mainstay of Crimson Moon City that the higher-ups bestowed him a level 9 golden saber. In other words, before he became a 4-star Emperor Wu, he had always been using this mid-tier 8th tier golden saber. Now, Li Yunxiao was actually raising the grade on the spot empty-handed. How could he not be shocked? It was not only him. Every martial artist present had seen the expressions of refiners along the way. They knew the difficulties involved and knew that refining a profound artifact's level was not an easy task. Moreover, the failure rate was extremely high. Qing Haomiao could not hold it in anymore and said, "Refining at this juncture, young Master Yun is too much of a joke." A Beiming Palace disciple also snorted coldly. This person is used to doing as he pleases. Sooner or later, he will cause a disaster. Not only Liang, but his eyes also revealed shock. However, he chuckled a few times and said, "Looks like he is very confident in his formula path cultivation." After watching for a while, Chen Kaihong's heart trembled. He said, "Everyone, quiet down. Letting him try is good. After all, this is related to everyone's advancement. Even if he fails, it doesn't matter." The Beiming Palace disciple complained, "Humph, it's not that we don't want him to try. It's just that this is wasting everyone's precious time." Although everyone was dissatisfied, since Li Yunxiao had already started, they did not say anything to avoid affecting the important matter of breaking the seal. Li Yunxiao did not say a word from beginning to end. It was just raising the golden saber to high tier 8th tier. With his current strength, it was not a difficult task. As he continued to infuse the technique, the aura of the golden saber began to grow stronger. Everyone present was a Jiutian powerhouse. Naturally, they were acutely aware of the changes in the golden saber. All of them were abnormally shocked. As the golden saber continued to condense, its aura had already risen to the absolute high tier 8th tier. Then, the tool essence began to vibrate. Its speed became faster and faster. The saber light on the golden saber flickered. It had already undergone a completely different change from before. It was as if it was brand new. Chen Kaihong suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. He said in shock, It advanced just like that?" Li Yunxiao's clothes were already drenched. His eyes stared at the saber without blinking. He was still continuously infusing techniques into it. He panted and said, "It's already at high tier. Let me see if I can directly refine it to peak 8th tier. Anyway, it's a one-time consumable." The speed of his hands became faster and faster. Soon, he turned into countless figures, leaving behind a series of afterimages. After the tool essence of the golden saber changed, the saber light's aura began to rise again. Everyone was completely stunned. It was not that they had never seen refining before. It seemed to be a very solemn ceremony. There were also a large number of assistants assisting from the side. Furthermore, they would activate the array disc or the cauldron. It was like a pilgrimage. Moreover, the failure rate was extremely high. Every time they asked for help from the alchemist, they would pray at the side. However, most of the time, the result was still heartbroken. This time, Li Yunxiao seemed to be refining as casually as eating. They were all mocking and ridiculing him from the side. However, the result seemed to be the opposite. "It's about time," Li Yunxiao suddenly said. The expression in his eyes was very solemn. The golden saber was currently in an extremely unstable state. Although it was forcibly raised to peak 8th tier, he had completely stimulated the saber's potential. It could collapse at any time. "Go!" he shouted softly. He struck out a technique. The golden saber instantly flew over. As soon as it touched the light of the restriction, it was originally able to pass through without any obstruction. However, there was still the small reversal array that Li Yunxiao had superimposed on it. It was immediately obstructed and suspended in the air. Li Yunxiao then formed a seal with both hands. He pushed it out and immediately blasted it on the golden saber. An extremely gorgeous and dazzling light bloomed from the golden saber. Then, all the talismans that he had previously set up were all activated. They emitted infinite energy and rotated with the golden saber as the center. The entire sky suddenly became bright. The terrifying aura emitted from the golden saber spread in all directions. It was like a flame devouring the light of the restriction. Everyone involuntarily retreated for fear of being affected. However, the power of the golden saber continued to spread on the restriction and did not rush out. After a while, the golden saber broke on the spot with a bang and turned into scrap iron. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Hurry up. This light of the restriction is too strong. It's endless. I don't know where the source is. I've only burned a big hole. I'm afraid it will recover by itself after a while." He was the first to turn into a ray of light and rush through the light of the restriction. He landed on the top. The rest of the people were also overjoyed. They immediately rushed over. Sure enough, after a while, the restriction was restored to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. This time everyone's expression changed as they looked at Li Yunxiao. They all looked at him with respect. Chen Kaihong was the first to say, "Young Master Yun's reputation as an 8th-stage arcane refiner is indeed true. He's even above ordinary 8th-stage arcane refiners. His future achievements are immeasurable." Li Yunxiao smiled slightly and said, "Excuse me. Let's hurry up. It's rare to come to the paradise. If we don't hurry up, time will be up." At this moment, Li Yunxiao's status suddenly rose to the same height as Chen Kaihong and the others. Everyone agreed politely and continued to rush up the mountain under the leadership of a few people. There were no more obstacles along the way. Even the aura of demonic beasts no longer existed. Soon, Yao Yao saw a grand hall at the top of the mountain. It emitted a brilliant light that dazzled the sea of clouds in the sky. Luo Yuankai exclaimed, "The power of extreme yang." This mountain peak was actually the top of the altar. The power of extreme yang hung high above, shining in all directions. The extreme yang energy shone down from the top of the palace. The entire mountain peak was bathed in that kind of heat. Even from afar, they felt their hearts palpitate. Luo Yuankai looked at the extreme yang light in shock. What kind of treasure is there at the top of this palace? It can actually emit such a powerful energy. If someone obtains it, wouldn't they be able to dominate the world? Chen Kaihong's heart also pounded. This light seems to be approaching the sun. Looking at it from afar, even we feel a wave of fear. How are we going to enter the palace? Everyone immediately became anxious. They stood far away. The extreme yang light couldn't reach them. Even they felt a wave of unbearable heat, not to mention directly entering it. Xing Miao couldn't help but ask, "Is this extreme yang energy really so terrifying?" Buliang said indifferently, "This thing is a variation of the power of laws. It can resist the Jiutian Emperor Qi. If it's too strong, even Emperor Qi can't resist it." Luo Yuankai said seriously, "We're about 500 meters from the entrance of the palace. It shouldn't be hard to endure." He raised his aura to its strongest state. He suddenly turned into a beam of light and rushed out. A strong light flashed in the sky, igniting into flames. Luo Yuankai's entire body directly reached the other side. However, he had already turned into a man of fire. He hurriedly circulated his origin energy to shake off the flames. Only then was he safe. However, most of the clothes on his body were burned, and half of his body was charred. Even with his strength, he was in such a sorry state. Most people were shocked. Luo Yuankai said from afar, "Although it's very strong, as long as there's enough time, there won't be any problems. Everyone, come over." Only then did everyone relax a little, and they began to fly over one by one. All of them pushed their defense and speed to their limits, and all sorts of colorful battlesuits appeared. Many people let out wretched screams, and when they reached the other side, they were all burnt to a crisp. There was even a Soul Eater race expert named Emperor Wu. It seemed that his cultivation method was countered by this extreme yang energy. In the end, no one was able to make it through. He died along the way. His body instantly evaporated and turned into a dried corpse. Not only Buliang and Qing Haomiao's expressions changed slightly, revealing shock and cold expressions. Outside the palace, only Li Yunxiao was left. He seemed to be hesitating. Chen Kaihong said, "With young Master Yun's abilities, crossing this region shouldn't be a problem, right? Li Yunxiao held his chin and thought for a while. He had seen how everyone rushed over just now. He said, I'll give it a try. It doesn't seem to be as difficult as everyone thinks. Maybe I can find a simpler way. Oh? Then let's see what method young Master Yun has. Xianxia said coldly. Their Spirit Eater race had lost a powerhouse, and this made his mood very bad. Li Yunxiao snorted and ignored him. He slowly condensed a ball of water vapor on his body and formed a thin layer of ice. He covered his body with it and walked toward the extreme yang. You want to use that thin ice as the power of extreme yang? Does he think that he cultivates my Beiming Profound Palace's true qi? A Beiming Shan Palace disciple sneered in disdain. Disdain also appeared on everyone's faces as they waited for him to be roasted. Li Yunxiao stepped into the extreme yang, but he did not fly away. Instead, he paused for a moment before slowly walking forward. What? What's going on? Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Their eyes widened to the point that they almost fell out of their sockets. Looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Layers of ice appeared around Li Yunxiao's body, forming a thin ice armor. However, there were many layers, and it wasn't just sticking to his body. Instead, it was precisely condensed into a complex prism structure. When the extreme yang light shone down, most of it was refracted away. Not a single strand of it landed on his body. What he had to do was to constantly use his energy to maintain this ice armor. Even if the ice armor was consumed very quickly, with Li Yunxiao's strength, it was enough to maintain it for half an incense stick of time. Everyone present was an expert, and they immediately discovered the secret behind it. Their faces turned gloomy. They had been burned into charcoal, and there were even some who had died because of it. Yet, he was still walking leisurely under the extreme yang. His steps were bouncing and hopping, and he looked very satisfied. Xianxia's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Yunxiao, you actually thought of such a wonderful method, and yet you didn't say anything. You caused one of my sex experts to die. You are truly vicious. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, I only thought of this method when I was watching you all fly. Moreover, there is no precedent. Who would dare to try it? If they die, they can only blame themselves for not having enough cultivation. Don't you feel embarrassed saying that I am vicious? Xianxia was speechless. He knew that he could not win against Li Yunxiao in words. He glared at him fiercely and did not say another word. Luo Yuankai looked deeply at Li Yunxiao. He felt that this kid was even more terrifying. However, he did not show it on his face. He only said indifferently, since everyone is here, let's go in. The main hall was grand and dignified. It was supported by a row of pillars. There was no door, and it led directly to the inner hall. After walking through the long corridor of the front hall, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. They saw a large number of pavilions in front of them, faintly sitting within the spiritual light. From afar, it looked like a fairyland. A passage led directly to the pavilion. On both sides of the passage, there was a pair of bronze figurines every 10 meters, as if they were guarding the front. Chen Kaihong was overjoyed. Such a large building, I can see that there seems to be a restrictive light on every building. How can the people of Red Moon City obtain all of them? I don't know where Tianxi is hiding, so it will depend on everyone's luck. People of the Saber and Sword sect, follow me first. He directly turned into a ray of light and flew towards those buildings. The few Emperor Wu from the Saber and Sword sect also followed closely. The people from the other sects were equally matched. They could not wait to catch up. Very quickly, Li Yunxiao was the only one standing in front of the passage. Genryu sent a sound transmission over and said, it's rare for you to be able to be so calm after going through so much trouble to reach this place. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, according to the records of that generation's castellan of the Red Moon City, the heavenly thought is elusive and only Yue Tong can find it. These people are just accompanying the crown prince in his studies. Even Jiang Churan might not be able to find it. His eyes flashed, and Tsutsumi immediately appeared in his eyes. He looked towards the building, and there seemed to be a strange feeling in front of him, as if there was a soft call in his heart. Li Yunxiao was slightly shocked, and Tsutsumi immediately disappeared. His face revealed an expression of shock. After so many years, could it be that the so-called Xianxia was still here? After pondering for a moment, he immediately headed in the direction he had sensed earlier. It was an inconspicuous small courtyard, and what was different from the surroundings was that there was no light of restriction here. Could it be that the people from Red Moon City have already found this place? Xianxia was shocked and quickened his pace. Inside was a courtyard, and there was the sound of trickling water. Not only that, 3 figures were also in the small courtyard. They turned around at the same time, and it was the 3 people from the Long family. A trace of shock flashed across Xianxia's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal and smiled. "Oh, it's young Master Yun? You've arrived too." Xianxia said in surprise. "Brother Xianxia arrived a long time ago? Could it be that there is another way to get here without passing through the huge mountain?" "Huge mountain?" Xianxia chuckled and said, "We don't know what kind of huge mountain it is. We randomly walked around in the sea of fog and arrived at this palace. There should be many paths." He squinted his eyes and asked, "There are many palaces and buildings here, and we can't count them one by one. Why is young Master Yun only interested in this unremarkable courtyard?" "Oh? This courtyard is called the Junjun Courtyard?" Xianxia raised his head and looked at the strange words on the signboard of the courtyard. He smiled in surprise. "I just randomly came here." "But Brother Xianxia, you actually recognize the words of the I clan?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Not good, but he quickly smiled. "I just thought these words were a bit similar, so I just randomly said it." Xianxia sneered coldly in his heart, but he still said indifferently, "So it's random. Then let's walk around." Xianxia awkwardly smiled a few times and also wandered around the courtyard, but his heart was filled with anxiety. Xianxia also carefully observed. He was now certain that there was something strange about this Junjun courtyard, but he didn't know why Xianxia was also here. The 3 people seemed to have been here for a long time, but they didn't seem to have found anything. After a while, Xianxia finally couldn't help but say, "This place is empty, and there is really nothing to look at. Let's go somewhere else. After all, time is limited. Don't delay the search for treasures." Xianxia smiled. "Brother Xianxia's words are reasonable. You should go first. We met some demonic beasts on the way up the mountain, and I suffered some injuries. It just so happens that this place is quiet and I can recuperate." Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He took out a scarlet pill and handed it over. "I have a healing pill here. Young Master Yun will definitely recover after consuming it. Let's leave quickly and not delay the search for treasures." Xianxia received the pill and kept it. He smiled. "No worries, I still have a few Xian weapons on me. Brother Xianxia, you can go first." Xianxia's anger surged as he snorted. "How many Xian weapons? You are only a 9-star martial saint, why are you acting so extravagant? My Tianling Long clan is one of the 7 superpowers. We have countless Xian weapons. I don't care for them. You should leave quickly." Xianxia smiled. "I am a rank 8 alchemist. Treasures are not very attractive to me. Brother Xianxia, you should hurry up and go about your business. There is no need to care about me." The other member of the Long clan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and said angrily, "Xianxia, what will it take for you to leave?" Xianxia's aura also became somewhat ruthless as he said coldly, "Xianxia, I see that you are a rising star, and I have the intention to befriend you. Since you took my pill, how can you be so thick-skinned as to stay here? I'll tell you this clearly, if you don't leave, don't blame my Tianling Long clan for being unfriendly." The 3 of them immediately surrounded him and released their auras. A savage and violent aura assaulted his face, and all of them had unfriendly expressions. Xianxia smiled lightly, took a few steps back, and said, "I always thought Brother Xianxia was a straightforward person, how did you become so scheming?" His smile disappeared, and he said seriously, "If I am not wrong, this is still the June courtyard, maybe it is the place that leads to heaven's thought." Xianxia's expression changed, and the other 2 immediately took a few steps to the left and right, sealing off all of Xianxia's escape routes. They only needed to give the order to kill him. Xianxia had a smile that was not a smile on his face, and said, "Heaven's thought is obtained by those who are fated. I am afraid Brother Xianxia has been here for a long time, but you have never understood the main points. Why not tell us what you know, and we can all study it together?" One of them shouted, even if it is obtained by those who are fated, it will not fall into the hands of a mere revered martial artist. Knowing more will only add to your troubles. Now that you have spied on our secret, it will not be easy for you to leave. This is called if you don't seek death, you won't die. One of his hands had already turned red, as if he was preparing some ultimate technique. Xianxia's entire body became vigilant. These three people were extremely strong, and they did not use their full strength when fighting with Lu Yan. Brother Yuzhua, do you really want to fight with me? Fight? TSK, do you have the qualifications? The other person shouted coldly with a face full of disdain. To him, the person in front of him was just a piece of cake. Xianxia did not care about the two people's mockery, and stared coldly at Yuzhua. Everything in the Long family revolved around him. Yuzhua thought for a while, then clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, there is no harm in telling you." Lord Yuzhua, one of the Long family members panicked. It was obvious that this was not a small matter, and Yuzhua's decisiveness exceeded their expectations. Yuzhua also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he waved his hand to interrupt that person's words. He then said to Xianxia, "Just as you said, heaven's thought is obtained by those who are fated. Now is not the time to compete with strength. Maybe you have the luck to help us find heaven's thought." Yuzhua waved his hand. Although the other two were extremely unwilling, they still stopped what they were doing. They withdrew their origin energy and stood quietly to the side. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He smiled and said, "It's the right decision. But I'm curious, where did you get the information about Xianxia? What kind of existence is this Xianxia? What will happen after you get it?" Yuzhua frowned and said, "It's not that I can't tell you these things, but you must first tell me, there are so many pavilions in this place, why did you choose this Junbi courtyard?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Simple." The immemorial heaven eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and he said with a smile, "Because I have this eye with me, and it can be considered an item of the pupil clan, I felt that there was something strange here, so I came over." Yuzhua was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said, "Then what else can you see?" Xianxia used the immemorial heaven eye to look around, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary, so he could only shake his head. Yuzhua immediately showed a trace of disappointment. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "This Junbi courtyard is the way to Xianxia. This is a shortcut. If you don't go from here, there may be other ways, but it will be more difficult to find. We arrived here a day earlier than you, and have searched everywhere, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary." Xianxia nodded slightly. His divine sense had also swept the courtyard once, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. His eyes flashed a trace of light, and he said, "Since Brother Yuzhua has been here for a day and still hasn't found anything, it's better to use brute force and destroy this place. Maybe we can find something." "Destroy? No." Yuzhua was shocked, this idea never occurred to him. Xianxia smiled lightly, "Anyway, we can't find it, if we continue to waste time, the time will be up. Does Brother Yuzhua want to wait for the next time to study it?" Yuzhua was stunned for a moment, and then began to ponder. It was impossible to wait for the next time. Only God knew how long this place would open, there was no pattern at all. Maybe a few years, maybe a few decades, maybe it would never open again in this lifetime. He thought for a while, and then said, "How do we destroy it?" Xianxia said, "Simple, directly flatten this place, if there really is a trick, it will definitely be discovered." Yuzhua and the other two looked at each other, and all felt that it was feasible, so they nodded in agreement. Yuzhua directly shot out a few spirit arts, completely sealing the surrounding space, to avoid making too much noise and alarming others. After making all kinds of preparations, the four flew into the air. Yuzhua directly clenched his 5 fingers, condensed a fist in the air, and fiercely smashed down. The fist fell to the ground like a meteorite, and the entire courtyard directly exploded. A shockwave shook in all directions, but the sound was completely sealed inside the barrier, not even a little bit. The four looked down nervously, afraid that they would miss something, or destroy something. After the shock wave of the explosion dissipated, the place where the courtyard was suddenly became a ball of darkness. Not only could they not see inside, even their divine sense was completely swallowed. There really is a trick. The four were both surprised and happy, and just as they were about to go down and investigate, suddenly, an object faintly appeared in the ball of darkness. It was actually a sharp eye, quietly staring at the four of them. Ah! This? The four of them were shocked to the point that their bodies went cold. That eye did not have any expression, as if it had been there for countless years, and it was completely not an eye that a living being should have. Just as the four of them were greatly shocked, they were shocked to find that they were already standing in a pitch-black hall, and only some cold metal on the surrounding pillars refracted a dim light. This? Is this an illusion, or is this real? Li Yunxiao's heart was shocked. At this moment, even he could not distinguish between real and fake. The feeling around him was real, and not an illusion. Yuzhua also said in surprise, could this be the core, the place where Xianxia is hiding? His voice was filled with joy and excitement, and he began to look around. Although it was pitch black, his divine sense were not obstructed, and he could explore unscrupulously. In an instant, Li Yunxiao also looked around the hall, but did not find anything. The only thing that caused him to feel strange was the material of the hall. It was neither gold nor stone, and he did not know what it was made of, but it seemed to be extremely sturdy. There's nothing, it's empty? How can this be? After Yuzhua carefully looked around, his expression became disappointed, and he cried out in surprise, could it be that the people from Hongyu City have already taken it away? Li Yunxiao's heart was also filled with suspicion. Since the Jun family courtyard had sent them here, there must be a reason, and there must be a reason, but in front of them was an empty hall, and there was nothing else. Just as the four of them were feeling extremely disappointed, an indifferent voice said, the people from Hongyu City have not come here, you are the first batch. Hey! Who? The four of them were shocked, and immediately became alert, and looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that at the head of the hall, there was an extra throne, and a handsome middle-aged man was sitting on it, looking at them with a smile on his face. Yuzhua and the other two were so shocked that their bodies turned cold. They had clearly searched every inch of the hall, and there were no signs of living beings, so how could there be an extra person without any reason? And Li Yunxiao's face instantly turned pale, and an indescribable surge of qi and blood surged in his body. The person in front of him was Murongzhu. He was no longer as excited as he was the first time he saw Murongzhu, and after a slight fluctuation in his emotions, he quickly calmed down, showing an unprecedented calmness, like a pool of stagnant water, terrifyingly calm. Yuzhua licked his dry lips, and asked in a serious voice, who are you? Murongzhu was sitting on the throne peacefully, with one leg crossed, and both hands in front of him. His watery eyes were constantly sizing up Li Yunxiao, and when Yuzhua spoke, he turned his gaze towards the three of them, and said with a smile, who I am is not important, the most important thing is that I want to talk to him alone, please make way. Yuzhua and the other two were stunned, and looked strangely at Li Yunxiao, but this one look caused their hearts to tremble, and they revealed a look of horror. At this moment, Li Yunxiao's body did not emit any aura, as if he was a dead man, and if they did not see him with their own eyes, they would not even know that he was next to them. It was an extreme stillness, and it caused a trace of fear to grow in their hearts. Gulp. The sound of gulping could be heard. Yuzhua suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said to Murongzhu, make way? We've gone through so much to get here, and you want us to make way just because you say so? At least tell us who you are, and whether Xianxia exists or not. If she does, where is she? Murongzhu smiled calmly and gave an irrelevant answer, what do you think of this hall? Yuzhua was startled, and he scanned the hall, it's cold and gloomy, I don't like it. The corners of Murongzhu's lips curled up slightly, and he said calmly, if you don't like it, then why are you talking so much? If you don't make way, this will be your grave. Yuzhua and the other two were shocked, and they quickly circulated their primal qi, putting up their guards. Even though they could not see through Murongzhu's abilities, the three of them felt an irresistible sense of cowardice for some reason. When Murongzhu had spoken, an extreme sense of danger rose strangely in their hearts, and they even felt despair. The three of them were already drenched in cold sweat. Li Yunxiao, who had been as quiet as a pool of stagnant water, suddenly spoke, the three of you should leave. If he attacks, he will kill you instantly. Yuzhua and the other two shuddered. Even if Li Yunxiao had not said that, their instincts told them that this would be the result. Yuzhua quickly cupped his fists and said, take care, Master Yun. We'll be leaving now. Although Tianxi was important, it was not as important as their lives. The three of them fled as fast as they could. At this moment, the main hall returned to its usual silence and coldness. Only Li Yunxiao and Morongzhu were left staring at each other. Their gazes were as bright as the stars in the sky, sharp and fierce. After a long time, Morongzhu finally spoke, "Tsutsumi, you're finally here." "Tsutsumi?" Li Yunxiao's cold expression suddenly melted, and he smiled. "Smile? You're smiling?" Morongzhu raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't know what's so funny about it. Tell me and make me happy. It's been a long time since I've had something fun." Li Yunxiao's smile did not diminish, but it was a painful one. He said, "Because you're not Morongzhu, I'm happy, but my heart is aching at the same time." "Who are you?" Morongzhu replied, "The Morongzhu you're talking about must be this body. I'm quite satisfied with this body, I can live in it for a while." Li Yunxiao's eyes grew colder and colder. He asked in a frigid voice, "Who are you?" The familiar face had an unfamiliar expression, causing a wave of anger to rush straight to his soul. The blood in his body began to burn violently. The great hall was instantly filled with a murderous aura and a bone-piercing chill. Morongzhu's expression did not change. He sneered and said, "Don't you know who I am? Do you know that the owner of this body died because of you all those years ago?" "What?" Morongzhu's words struck Li Yunxiao's mind like a bolt of lightning. He stumbled backward in shock and his body began to wobble. He suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and cried out angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Big brother Morong was killed by Hongyu City. I saw it with my own eyes." "Hongyu City?" "Hee hee." Morongzhu chuckled softly. His smile made Li Yunxiao's expression turn even uglier. His heart sank into a bottomless abyss as memories of the past flashed through his mind. It was as if something crucial was beginning to surface. Morongzhu's face was filled with disdain as he scoffed, "Even though you've changed your appearance, I can still recognize you. You're the man who took Tsutsumi away from the end of time." Li Yunxiao's body shook violently. His heart felt heavy as if it had been filled with lead. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Explain yourself." He almost screamed the last few words at the top of his lungs as if he had used up all the energy in his body. Morongzhu stared at him with a mocking gaze and smiled calmly, "You already know who I am, don't you? The owner of this body was originally at the peak of 9 stars, an expert before the end of martial arts. There seems to be no divine realm of 10 directions under the sky now. Who can kill him?" Li Yunxiao cracked his knuckles and a burst of power surged out of nowhere. The aura of his entire body became incomparably cold. He said coldly, word by word, "Then how did Brother Morong die? Please tell me, Tianxi." Morongzhu smiled and said, "You finally dare to admit what you're thinking. As for the owner of this body, even though he did not die directly by my hand, he would not have died without me. Back then, who in Red Moon City could have hurt him?" Li Yunxiao found it difficult to calm down. It seemed that the truth of a matter was slowly unraveling, and there was an unbearable answer waiting for him. At this moment, he began to calm down bit by bit and said coldly, "So you're saying that you're the one who killed Brother Morong?" Tianxi nodded without hesitation and said, "You could say that, but the person I wanted wasn't him. It was you." Tianxi's eyes carried a mocking smile as she said, "He knew that I was going to kill his brother. As his big brother, he stood in my way without hesitation. He knew that he was going to die, but he did not turn back. Hee hee, I'm very touched by his sentiments." "Pa." Li Yunxiao's body trembled violently. The knuckles in his hands had been broken by his own grip. The blood in his heart was burning like a volcano. He tried his best to control his emotions and his body trembled as he tried to hold it in. Tianxi stared at Li Yunxiao and a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. She said, "You must be wondering why I'm looking for you. It's because you're the last Tsutsumi in this world. I need to rely on Tsutsumi's power in order to live on forever. You're my only hope for survival. 30 years ago, I was also looking for this last Tsutsumi. He was purposely obtained by you in order to avoid me. Otherwise, why do you think Tsutsumi would have chosen you? Your fate was decided the moment you obtained this Tsutsumi. Morongzhu's fate was also decided by you 30 years ago. A cold smile appeared on Xianxi's face as she said, I'm very surprised. In order to protect his brother, he was willing to seal me in his body even after I broke his martial origin. The emotions of you humans can be very frightening at times. His martial origin has been broken and his power is constantly draining away. Even if he temporarily sealed me, it would only last for 7 days at most. Although we were once enemies, I still admire him. Xianxia spoke in a slow tone, as if he was immersed in the battle that took place 30 years ago. Those misty eyes, that wild laughter, that lifetime of martial spirit, that vivid and lifelike person, were once again reflected in his mind. Do you think it's worth sacrificing yourself for someone else? Yes. Then you only have 7 days left to live. How do you want to spend them? I want to see the person I want to see again. She must be waiting for me under the peach blossom tree. Xianxi's expression became a little nostalgic, but she quickly returned to normal. Her eyes were cold and devoid of any human emotions. Xianxia's entire body trembled. He finally understood some of the things that he couldn't understand in the past. He finally understood why Murongzhu died in Hongyu City despite being as strong as him. He felt like his body was about to explode. He roared, Enough! Enough! Damn it, you bastard! Xianxia looked at his extremely angry and sorrowful expression and smiled nonchalantly. You're very angry, aren't you? You had your brother die because of you, but you never knew about it. Now that you know the truth, don't you feel like you want to tear me to pieces? But, my body is Murongzhu's. Can you really kill me? Furthermore. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes as he said disdainfully, Furthermore, your strength is trash. Die, animal. Xianxia roared angrily. The intense pain and grief almost drove him crazy. The moon eyes in his eyes seemed to have sensed the danger and emitted a powerful force. Half of Xianxia's face was filled with blood vessels, and he looked terrifying and hideous. The thousand-atom tyrannical saber in his hand absorbed the power in his body, turning into a roaring dragon as it slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia said coldly, You were trash to begin with, and now that you're enraged, you can't even withstand a single blow. Even Tsutsumi only has this much power left? He didn't seem to move at all, but Xianxia's slash was blocked by a force 3 feet in front of him. The blade kept emitting the sound of cicadas, but it couldn't move any further. Xianxia's mind was clouded by grief and anger. He poured all his power into the saber, but the gap between them was just too great. He was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Xianxia shook his head and sighed, You were considered a powerhouse back then, but I never thought that you would become so weak. How sad. Murongzhu should be able to rest in peace now that you've extended your life for nearly 30 years. He raised his hand and pointed a finger. Bang, the thousand-atom tyrannical saber in Xianxia's hand was sent flying. His aura was instantly shattered by the power of that finger. He spat out a mouthful of blood in grief and anger as he fell far away. Boundless sorrow surged in his heart. Not so long ago, did he ever imagine that he would be so helpless? He let out a long laugh that sounded very bitter. Xianxia raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with bitterness. Xianxia stood up from his throne and arrived in front of Xianxia in one step. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Xianxia's head. He said coldly, You don't even have the realm of Jiotian Emperor Wu. No wonder Tsutsumi has become so weak. I'll first imbue you with wisdom to Emperor Wu, then I'll take Tsutsumi. A strange force came from Xianxi's fingers and poured into Xianxia's body through his spirit platform, forcibly raising his realm. In shock, Xianxia activated his indestructible golden body to shake that force out of his body. However, just as the golden light appeared, it instantly disintegrated. Under Xianxi's power, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, unable to put up any resistance. A strange force rushed into his body, forcibly opening his meridians and pouring into his dantian. The Tsutsumi in his eyes also showed signs of struggling, but it was useless. He gradually surrendered under the force. Xianxia was in despair. Looking at the familiar yet cold face, a stream of tears flowed down his cheeks. Xianxia said coldly, Does it mean that the pain in your heart will be alleviated by the tears in your eyes? Don't be sad. There will soon be no trace of you left in this world. Xianxia's face was filled with pain. His trembling body seemed to be unwilling to surrender under the warmth of the memory. Do you think it's worth sacrificing yourself for others? It's worth it. Xianxi's face was cold. She increased the force in her hand and said, holding on bitterly will only increase your pain and make your death more miserable. The ending can't be changed, so why do you want to go against fate and refuse to accept death? Li Yunxiao said sadly, because once I close my eyes, I can no longer avenge him. Tianxi's expression did not change. She said indifferently, knowing after death is bitter. Ignorance after death is even more bitter. The powerlessness of a peerless expert struggling for his life is truly sorrowful. Li Yunxiao's face was completely twisted. Tsutsumi, who had been suppressed into a deep sleep, seemed to be slowly waking up. The pain in his eyes gradually decreased, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. Tianxi looked at his blood-red eyes and felt a burst of excitement. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. A ray of light shot across the sky without a sound. It was not fast, but it was so sharp that he did not dare to receive it carelessly. Tianxi was shocked and involuntarily let go of her hand that was grabbing Li Yunxiao's head. Her body flashed in the air and she dodged the attack. She stared at the outside of the hall with a solemn and cold face and said coldly, "It's you? You've finally arrived." Outside the main hall, a figure flashed and strode into the hall. A poem slowly sounded with the person's footsteps. For whom do I live and die? For whom do I speak lightly? How many years will my dreams be broken? Why do I need the feelings of the world? Why do I need to put on a strong front? Old friends meet and smile. Li Yunxiao fell to the ground in pain. His eyes were filled with agony as he struggled to raise his head. Under that familiar voice, there was indeed a familiar figure. Tianxi stood silently in the air, the coldness in his eyes intensified as he said, "Scarlet Moon City Lord." Jiang Churan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Tianxi?" Tianxi said, "This is not a place where you should be." Jiang Churan said indifferently, "This is a place where I should be." Tianxi frowned, his expression turning gloomy as a cold light flickered in his eyes. Jiang Churan did not take it to heart. Instead, he looked at Li Yunxiao who was coughing on the ground and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "I'm fine." Jiang Churan nodded and suddenly asked, "Who are you?" Li Yunxiao's heart trembled as he struggled to get up from the ground. He swallowed a large amount of medicinal pills and sat in a meditative posture. As he adjusted his breathing, he said, "Does the Scarlet Moon City Lord not recognize me? Thanks to you, I've been given the title of the rising star of the younger generation and caused me a lot of trouble." At this moment, his state of mind had changed with Jiang Churan's arrival. The situation of certain death had been broken and there was a chance for him to live. He could not die, and he could not die in such a humiliating manner. Jiang Churan said, "In the drunken dance of the Luan and Phoenix, a feather of the eternal Yunxiao, what a goodly Yunxiao. But I'm not asking about this name, nor this identity." He looked at him and said slowly, "Are you the person I'm thinking of?" Under his gaze, Li Yunxiao felt as if all of his thoughts were instantly seen through. His body trembled slightly before he gradually calmed down and said, "Which name? Which identity? Who is the person you're thinking of?" Jiang Churan's gaze seemed to penetrate the boundless distance, looking into the distant past. Word by word, he said, "That name, that identity, that person in my heart, he is called 1,000 years of wind and clouds put away with a smile, 10,000 generations of Feiyang illuminates past and present." Li Yunxiao already had a premonition in his heart, but when he recited these two sentences that once shook the heavens and earth, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He smiled bitterly and said, "The person you are talking about, could it be Emperor Wu Gufeiyang who defeated the armies? What makes you think I'm Gufeiyang? Just because I have Tsutsumi?" At this moment, his eyes were still blood-red, and the upper half of his face had completely taken on the form of a demon. It was hideous and terrifying. Jiang Churan stared at him and said, "This is only one of the reasons. The most important thing is the feeling. The feeling you give me is too similar to his, and for someone at my level, the feeling is usually more accurate than the perception." Li Yunxiao understood this point as well. The peak of the martial path was practically the master of the laws of heaven and earth, so there would not be a feeling for no reason. If there was, then there must be a response. Li Yunxiao remained silent, neither admitting nor denying it. The entire hall suddenly became quiet. Tianxi looked at the two coldly and said mockingly, "Are you done reminiscing? If not, Jiang Churan, you can leave now." Jiang Churan nodded and said, "All right." He took a step forward and was about to help Li Yunxiao up and leave with him. Tianxi's expression turned cold and said, "He can't leave." Jiang Churan said, "If he doesn't leave, I won't leave." Anger appeared on Tianxi's face as he sneered, "Another foolish human. You want to follow Morongzhu's example and die for him?" Jiang Churan was shocked and said with some surprise, "So Morongzhu died to save him." "Tianxi, you've made my Crimson Moon City take the blame for you." Tianxi's sharp brows relaxed and he sneered, "You're the ones who are stupid. Who can you blame?" Jiang Churan nodded and said, "Indeed, we can't blame anyone. However, this matter has made me very angry." "Oh? Then what do you want?" A hint of playfulness appeared on Tianxi's face, but his eyes were unusually fierce and he was on full alert. Jiang Churan smiled and said, "I don't know either, but beating you up to vent my anger is definitely the right thing to do." Tianxi sneered and said, "Are all humans so arrogant?" The entire hall suddenly became filled with a murderous aura. Both of them did not use their origin force, but the extremely strong chill spread out and actually hit Li Yunxiao's heavily injured body again, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Both of them were 9-star Pinnacle Emperor Wu. In fact, they were not any weaker than Gu Feiyang at his peak. Their auras spread out in the hall and created an empty echo. Fortunately, the hall was made of a special material. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by the two of them. Li Yunxiao hurriedly turned into a ray of lightning and directly teleported to the edge of the hall. At the same time, he took out a large number of supreme-grade origin stones and madly absorbed the spiritual energy in the air. Under the confrontation between the two of them, he was just an ant swaying in the wind and rain. But even if he was an ant, he still had to seize every opportunity to survive. Tianxi's expression was very ugly. He desperately wanted to get his hands on Tsutsumi, but Jiang Churan's strength made him realize that he could not easily defeat his opponent. It was bound to be an extremely tragic battle. Tianxi said, "Scarlet Moon City Lord, postpone this battle." Jiang Churan said, "Sure, I'll bring him along." Tianxi said, "No way." Jiang Churan said, "Then there's no other way." With a few simple words, it was already announced that negotiations could not be carried out. They had to fight. Tianxi said angrily, "You're very unwise." Jiang Churan said, "I don't like wisdom." Killing intent appeared on Tianxi's face. He said coldly, "Then as you wish." He did not waste any more words. His fighting spirit continued to rise like a fully drawn bow. He did not move at all, but his shield of vigor directly condensed into energy blades. They took shape in the air and slashed at Jiang Churan. Jiang Churan stretched out his hand and condensed a sharp sword that was about 2 fingers wide. He danced in front of him. The sharp sword turned into a few afterimages and spat out a cold gleam, blocking all the energy blades. Tianxi raised his hand. A ray of light condensed at the tip of his finger. He shouted, "9 Dragon Sword Transformation." The shape of a sword appeared on his right arm and split into 9 sword shadows. Then, the 9 sword shadows turned into golden dragons and circled above the sword, ready to roar at any time. Jiang Churan said solemnly, "Morongzhu's sword technique?" He did not dare to be careless. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and immediately split into 7 clones. Each clone assumed a sword stance that contained some kind of sword will. Then, he used a sword technique on his main body, and the 7 clones immediately returned to his main body. The sword stances were all gathered into the sword in front of him, condensing into an extremely powerful sword that slashed across the sky. Tianxi's expression was cold. He swung his sword down, and the 9 dragons roared. Jiang Churan's sword contained 7 sword stances. It could split heaven and earth, and the 9 dragons were completely annihilated by the sword chi. Bang! 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 The 2 extremely domineering sword techniques devoured each other. The sword chi rippled through the hall and slashed at the pillars, but all that was left were sword marks. Li Yunxiao's face turned pale as he hurriedly hid behind a huge pillar. With his current level of cultivation, he would die on the spot if he came into contact with the sword chi. He might not even have a corpse left. There was no way he could survive. What an annoying person. Tianxi clenched his teeth and said angrily. He formed a seal with both hands in front of him, and a huge sword appeared behind him. It was like a peacock spreading its tail. It shone with the seal in his hands, and he struck out. Then, sword shadows appeared all over the sky. Under the guidance of the powerful qi, they presented thousands of fantastical and magnificent sword stances. Jiang Churan's expression changed slightly. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and stabbed it into the ground in front of him. Then, he performed a sword technique with both hands and struck it into the ground. He shouted, "Endless sword will." The sword seemed to blossom as it landed on the ground. It instantly turned into thousands of sword shadows that spread out on the ground like wildflowers in a mountain. They extended to the sky. All the sword stances crisscrossed, killing and devouring each other in the hall. It was a dazzling sight. There was no end to it, and only the sound of clashing could be heard. The two of them stood in the sea of swords, letting the sword chi fly around them as they stared at each other coldly. Tianxi said coldly, "The strongest human, the 7 patriarchs, the 10 Emperor Wu, you really did not disappoint me." Jiang Churan said coldly, "As someone who is as famous as Tsutsumi, is this all you can do?" Tianxi sneered, "Don't worry, I will let you know the consequences of being unwise. Even if you are an expert who has seen the end of martial arts, there is only death in front of me." Tianxi clasped her hands in front of her and a golden light appeared. It grew bigger and bigger and actually let out the sound of an artifact. The sound waves vibrated in circles, containing boundless divine sense, and directly shook one's soul. Li Yunxiao hid behind the pillar and spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly operated the divine evolution art to suppress the mental attack. Fortunately, he was a peak 8-star arcane refiner. Under the effect of the divine evolution art, he could basically stabilize his mind. It was just that his eardrums were directly shattered, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his ears. At this moment, he felt very bitter. Under the battle between 2 great experts, it was difficult to even stay alive, let alone watch the battle. Every time his internal injuries healed a little, there would immediately be a shockwave, and it would immediately cause more injuries on top of his injuries. At this moment, he could not care less about concealment. He directly transformed into the indestructible golden body, and only then did he absorb a small amount of the power of the sound waves into his body to nourish it. Only then did his injuries slightly stabilize. The biggest hidden danger was not from the outside, but from the pair of Tsutsumi in his eyes. Previously, under the stimulation of Tianxi, the Tsutsumi that he had been suppressing seemed to show signs of awakening. If that was really the case, it was tantamount to the destruction of his house. Back then, even with his strength of a 9-star martial emperor, he was still unable to suppress Yutong. Instead, he had to continuously train and use a secret eye technique. Only then did he manage to completely suppress Yutong, causing him to fall into an endless slumber. If he were to wake up, his consciousness would instantly be destroyed, and he would become an existence like Murongzhu. Li Yunxiao spread his divine sense and began to search for the exit of the hall. He and Yuzhuo were directly transported here. Originally, they were not sure if this place was real or illusory, but now they were basically sure that it was real. Although Jiang Churan came from the outside, there seemed to be an extremely strong restriction at the entrance of the hall. Even the shockwave from the battle between 2 great experts could not rush out of the hall, so there was no hope for him. It seemed that he had fallen into a situation where he could not escape. Could it be that I can only wait for the time to come? Li Yunxiao felt bitter in his heart. The time was never certain and it was about time. However, it was normal to delay it for a few days. If the 2 of them were to fight for a few days, the hall would be destroyed no matter how sturdy it was. By then, he would have no choice but to hide in the universe god steel. However, to experts of this level, the universe god steel, which was almost a life-saving weapon, couldn't stop them. The golden light in Tianxi's hand grew stronger and the sound waves became extremely ear-piercing. Circles of weapon accumulation spread and it seemed extraordinary. Jiang Churan's expression was also extremely grave. The sharp sword in his hand transformed into a blue sword light under his sword art, condensing into a circular sword ring around him. As Jiang Churan continued to inject the sword art, his aura continued to rise. The 2 experts gathered their power crazily. One was like a towering mountain while the other was like a cold abyss. The entire space was distorted and the hall became unstable. Xianxia's fighting spirit soared. Both of them were peerless experts. They were experts that he could fight to his heart's content. As the city master of Red Moon City, he had too many burdens on his shoulders. Most of the time, he couldn't control himself. However, at that moment, he had completely forgotten his identity. The person standing in front of Xianxia wasn't the city master of Red Moon City, but Xianxia, a peak 9 stars martial artist. The golden light in Xianxia's hand gradually took shape. It was a golden battle dagger axe that hung in front of him. A terrifying aura mixed with the sound of weapon accumulation spread out from the profound level weapon. Xianxia pointed at the battle dagger axe and it immediately spun and slashed in the air. The sword ring beside Xianxia gave birth to boundless sword intent. Many small swords appeared in the surroundings and interlocked with each other. Then, countless sword shadows formed. 3,000 sword chi rainbows, heaven ascension. The seal in Xianxia's hand formed a pair of wings which hit the sword ring lightly. Immediately, the countless sword shadows spread their wings at the same time and turned into a sky full of flying swords to resist Xianxia's fierce battle dagger axe. Bang! 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 The sound of countless swords shattering could be heard. The 3 flying feather swords were shattered by Xianxia's battle dagger axe. The entire sword ring couldn't withstand the pressure and let out a shocking cracking sound. Bang! The boundless sword intent in front of Xianxia was completely destroyed, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly. The sword that had been unsealed and transformed into a sword ring flew into the air with a clang, falling down and stabbing into the ground. Then, with a pung sound, it broke, and only half of the sword blade was left. Xianxia's brows furrowed. Although this sharp blade of his was only an ordinary 9th-tier profound weapon, it had accompanied him for many years. Their hearts and minds were already connected, allowing him to wield it at a superb level. He had never thought that it would be destroyed here. Xianxia made a grabbing motion in the air and immediately pulled the battle spear back into her hand. She held it horizontally behind her as a calm expression appeared on her face. She said, "An earthen jar never leaves the mouth of a well. Even if it is destroyed by the sharp light of my battle spear, it is not a disgrace to its identity. My condolences, City Lord." Xianxia nodded slightly, then took out a hollow ball and held it in his hand. "Let's continue." Xianxia raised an eyebrow and said in a cold voice, "Crimson Moon City Lord, do you really plan to fight till the end? If we continue to fight, there will be no turning back." Xianxia said, "Allow me to take Li Yunxiao away." Xianxia said angrily, "Then let's fight to the death." The battle spear could feel Xianxia's boundless battle intent. It pierced through the air, its sharpness splitting apart the murderous intent between the two. The conditions that could not be compromised had left the two with no room for negotiation. Xianxia took a step back with his right foot. The hollow ball in his hand was swallowing and spitting green chi. A layer of white mist slowly appeared around the ball, as if a dragon was shuttling through it. It was his current profound weapon, rhinoceros horn gomang. The sharp light of the battle spear pierced the gomang with a clang. The ball suddenly grew larger, allowing the spear to pass through it. However, it stopped a few inches away from Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The rhinoceros horn gomang was like an iron lock, trapping his battle spear. He could not advance or retreat. At this moment, the green chi on the gomang was swallowed up from the hollow eyes and spread along the body of the battle spear. "Humph." Xianxia snorted coldly. He pointed with his finger and landed on the battle spear. Rays of golden light began to spread from his finger. Every few inches, a golden Maha character would appear in the air, forming a string of incomprehensible words. Bang! A tremor came from within the gomang. After the string of Maha characters appeared on the battle spear, the weapon's essence underwent a huge change. It directly broke through the gomang's blockade and continued to pierce forward. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He also changed his palm into a seal and instantly slapped on the gomang. He shouted, "Arrogant wind, myriad streams return to one." The rhinoceros horn gomang's form changed. It was like a strange beast's head, biting the sharp light battle spear. Rays of green chi shot out from it, illuminating the entire hall with a dazzling light. A terrifying power was emitted bit by bit, gradually forcing the sharp light out. Li Yunxiao hid behind a pillar, but he could see the other side with his Tsutsumi's power. He was shocked. The Gomang sphere was indeed made from a rhinoceros horn, and it could actually contend against an ancient Maha artifact. Ordinary ancient Maha artifacts would only have a single tadpole character, but Xianxi's battle spear had a complete string of ancient characters on it. That rhinoceros horn was definitely a true spirit artifact. Li Yunxiao was more concerned about the final outcome. He couldn't help with his ability, so he could only wait for fate's judgment. To his slight surprise, the healing medicine that Yuzhua had given him was extremely effective. Coupled with the various natural treasures that he had consumed, most of his injuries had healed. Furthermore, Xianxia had forcefully imbued him with wisdom earlier. At this moment, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the 9-star martial emperor realm. He was only one step away from becoming a martial emperor. If he could step into the Jiutian realm at this moment, Li Yunxiao could think of a way to launch a sneak attack at the crucial moment and help Jiang Churen defeat Xianxia. Thinking about it, he calmed his heart and took out all the resources he had. He began to attack the Jiutian Emperor Wu realm. Not far away, Xianxi's expression changed slightly. The sharpness of his battle spear was invincible and contained an extremely powerful penetrative force. However, it was actually trapped by a strange little ball from the opponent. It was simply inconceivable. Boom! Jiang Churen once again slammed his palm against the Gomang. An azure light blossomed and the battle spear was knocked away. Xianxia suffered a huge impact and took several steps back. The Gomang was held in Jiang Churen's hand, and there seemed to be beast heads appearing in the surrounding white mist. It was a scene that was filled with a savage aura. It was as if he had returned to ancient times, and those peerless ferocious beasts had come to life. Xianxi's expression changed as he said, "Silver thread ancient rhinoceros horn?" Behind Jiang Churen, who was holding the Gomang, a phantom image of an ancient ferocious beast appeared, staring coldly ahead. The Gomang was gradually unsealed in the white mist, turning into a curved silver blade that emitted a cold gleam. Xianxi's expression turned solemn. The ancient silver rhinoceros was considered one of the top existences among the many ancient true spirits. What was different from the other true spirits was that all the power of the ancient silver rhinoceros was gathered in that silver horn. Although it had gone through thousands of years of circulation and was artificially forged, it was still extremely ferocious. "Humph, no one can save you unless the true spirit reappears in the world." Xianxi's expression was solemn. She raised the halberd high with one hand, and the ancient Maha runes on it glowed brilliantly. With just a single move, the entire hall's pillars couldn't bear the pressure and began to distort. Li Yunxiao, who was trying his best to calm his breathing, couldn't enter a meditative state under this kind of atmosphere. He opened his eyes in shock and saw that the huge pillar beside him was also beginning to bend. Looking through the pillar, he saw that not only were the ancient Maha runes flashing on the golden halberd in Xianxi's hand, there were also patterns that were constantly changing, as if they were telling a story. Jiang Churen's expression turned solemn. She used her left hand to point at the silver blade. In an instant, a ferocious aura soared into the sky, and silver light shot out in all directions. The entire sky was filled with the silhouettes of the silver blade, which faced the golden light of the halberd from afar. The entire hall was divided into a world of gold and silver. "Today, I will cleave the heavens and split the earth." Xianxi's gaze was cold. Her entire body turned into countless phantom images. This was Morongzhu's ultimate technique, body multiplication. She grabbed the halberd and charged forward. Without any technique, she directly slashed down from the sky. At their level, they had already grasped the laws of heaven and earth. Any technique was already redundant. Roar! The ancient silver rhinoceros behind Jiang Churen suddenly let out a loud roar. The phantom silver horn emitted a monstrous ferocious light. The silver blades that filled the sky all gathered and rushed into the Gomang, slashing down from the sky. Boom! The two unparalleled forces collided, and all the light was shattered. The gold and silver colors intertwined and devoured each other. Huge cracks began to appear in the hall, and the few pillars that were closest to the two collapsed with a loud bang. The sharp halberd and the rhinoceros Gomang pressed against each other. Golden and silver rays shot out one after another. Each ray was extremely powerful, and the entire hall was riddled with holes. The ground cracked like a turtle shell, as if the end of the world had arrived. Xianxia's face was ashen, but a hint of madness could be seen in his eyes. His battle intent grew stronger and stronger. He laughed wildly and said, "Haha, this feels good, so good." For so many years, he had never unleashed all of his strength like today, and fought without restraint. Xianxi's expression was lonely. She said coldly, "No matter how good the battle is, there will always be an end. Since it's over, I can die without regrets." Clang! The halberd suddenly emitted a crisp metallic sound. The halberd suddenly transformed into golden shadows, which formed a strange weapon array in front of Xianxia like clones. Xianxia said coldly, "Golden halberd flowing shadows, dispel the clouds to see the sun." The weapon array rippled and directly pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. The gomon transformed into thousands of silver rays, which abruptly repelled the sharp halberd. The ancient rhinoceros phantom behind him charged into the silver blades and slashed at the weapon array. Bang! The weapon array formed by the sharp halberd suddenly dispersed, turning into thousands of golden rays that shot in all directions. The entire hall was completely blasted into ruins. One of the golden rays shot towards Li Yunxiao, and it instantly appeared in front of him. Li Yunxiao was shocked. When the golden light shot over, it had already pierced through the two sky-high pillars, but its power was still undiminished. It also pierced through the pillar in front of him and shot out. Although it was just the aftermath, it wasn't something he could withstand. Moreover, the golden light contained boundless laws, which sealed off all possibilities of escape. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a demonic power shot out from his eyes. He said softly, "Ocular technique, sun burial." The scenery around him changed slightly. The sharp golden light gradually dimmed and actually disappeared in front of him, changing heaven and earth, reversing time and space. Li Yunxiao grunted. A mouthful of hot blood surged up his throat, but he suppressed it. He forcefully increased Tsutsumi's power and changed heaven and earth, directly wiping away the golden light from reality. However, he also suffered from the backlash of the power, which injured his internal organs. At this moment, his mind was greatly shocked. He suddenly closed his eyes and covered them with his hands. A terrifying aura spread out from the depths of his soul. He wasn't unfamiliar with this aura. It was Tsutsumi, who had been asleep for a long time. It seemed like he was about to awaken. Genryu also suddenly woke up, and a chill surged up their hearts. "Li Yunxiao, this power. Can you suppress it?" Li Yunxiao said bitterly, "Even if I have to burn my soul power, I have to suppress it. Otherwise, both you and I will be erased by it." Genryu was shocked. He quickly performed a seal, and his entire body began to fuse with Li Yunxiao's soul. It was the soul battle technique of the Soul Eater race. They worked together to suppress Tsutsumi, who was about to awaken. Li Yunxiao had never felt so powerless before. There was a strong enemy outside, and there was trouble inside. Moreover, both of them were powerful enough to make him tremble. After fusing with the Genryu, Li Yunxiao's body began to show signs of becoming a demon. At the same time, he circulated the Great Divine Evolution technique, and the terrifying aura in the depths of his soul began to gradually subside. After Xianxia shattered the artifact array with a single move, the battle spear was already in Xianxi's hands. She took a step forward and stabbed downwards. The surging energy was like a collapsing mountain, evaporating the sea. Bang! Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She hurriedly parried with the silver blade in her hand, but the battle spear shattered the silver light, and she was sent flying. Xianxia retreated all the way to the entrance of the hall before he managed to stabilize himself. However, his face was already pale, and the golden light of his battle spear kept flashing on his body. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Haha, everything is coming to an end." Xianxia was overjoyed. He didn't think that he would be able to injure his opponent with a single slash. The power of the battle spear was very domineering, and once it entered the body, even a peerless expert would be severely injured. He took a step forward while laughing wildly, and the battle spear pressed forward as he mocked, "So the peak experts of the human race are only SOSO. How disappointing." The battle spear shone with layers of golden light, and all kinds of ancient Maha characters appeared on it as it stabbed downwards. Oh? Are you disappointed? A smile suddenly appeared on Xianxia's face. The golden light of the battle spear suddenly disappeared, and the silver blade turned into a symbol that stood upright in front of him. The fear in his eyes disappeared, and was replaced with a look of mockery. What? Xianxia was shocked, and her heart instantly sank. She angrily said, "You're not injured? You lied to me?" Xianxia faintly smiled, and said, "I thought that a battle between the top experts was not only about strength, but also intelligence. Could it be that I misunderstood? You. Damn it." Xianxia was enraged, but it was too late. The silver blade emitted an extremely domineering power, and the shadow of the silver rhinoceros instantly rushed out. It roared, lowered its head, and used its silver horn to block the attack. God welcomes the three lights, selfless infinity. Xianxia's face was ashen. Under this great crisis, he poured all the power he had into the battle spear. Under the monstrous golden light, the ancient Maha characters flew in a circle, and quickly struck the rhinoceros horn. Bang! With a huge tremor, the monstrous power exploded. Xianxia was instantly sent flying, and the entire hall completely disintegrated under this attack. All the buildings collapsed, turning into pieces of rubble that flew in all directions. Xianxia was also swept up by the aftershock. Like a small boat in a whirlpool, he was completely helpless, and he allowed the power to sweep him into the air. A large number of rubble in the whirlpool were also filled with that violent power. They were like pieces of profound level weapons that kept attacking him, hitting his body like raindrops. The impact made him dizzy, and all the acupoints on his body were bleeding. At this moment, he once again felt the sorrow of being a minion. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. No, if this goes on, before Tsutsumi awakens, Xianxia doesn't have to kill me, I will be killed by Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly took out the universe god steel, and the great earth domain was unfolded, fixing the space where he was at. Then, the wind domain was unfolded, and the rubble that was filled with power was blocked outside. Even so, his body was involuntarily swept up, and the rubble continued to strike him. But it was already much better, and it was basically within his control. At this moment, Xianxia could see the situation outside clearly. After the main hall was destroyed, the dull and decaying buildings below had also been wiped out. He had already returned to the Blood Moon, and the highest altar had also been destroyed by this attack. The sharp light of the battle spear in Xianxia's hand was the treasure that emitted the power of extreme yang. Once it was taken away, the entire altar's majestic feeling disappeared, and it became no different from an ordinary building. The mural space also broke apart with the destruction of the main hall. Rays of light shot out from the altar, and they were the people from the 7 major sections. Their faces were filled with terror, and they didn't know what had happened, and they looked around. Yuzhua saw Xianxia, who was standing in the air with injuries all over his body. He was shocked, and he thought that Xianxia was seriously injured because of the battle with Xianxia. He couldn't help but gasp, and he was shocked. Everyone looked at each other, and they didn't know what had happened. There were also people from the Crimson Moon City. They quickly saw Xianxia, who was standing quietly in the distance, and they flew over happily. No matter what had happened, with Xianxia here, they were at least safe. Suddenly, an aura emitted from Xianxia's body, and it directly pushed back the people who were flying over. At this moment, people from the other sects also saw Xianxia's figure. Baiming Tongfang was shocked, and he said in shock, "Crimson Moon City Lord?" At this moment, Xianxia's aura was strong, like a towering mountain standing there. Just a glance was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Only then did everyone understand why the place they were looking for treasure suddenly changed, and they were directly pushed out of the mural. It turned out that a shocking battle had destroyed the mural, and distorted time and space. After Xianxia sent Xianxia flying, his expression didn't relax at all, and he said in a serious tone, "Everyone, leave immediately." Everyone was shocked. That sentence was like an order that couldn't be disobeyed, and no one had the intention to resist. At the same time, they were shocked, who was fighting with the Crimson Moon City Lord? Yuzhua and the other two finally reacted. It turned out that the person fighting with Xianxia was the Crimson Moon City Lord, and not Li Yunxiao, which almost scared the three of them to death. At this moment, Xianxia was already nowhere to be seen. Other than the Crimson Moon City Lord, who had an astonishing aura, there was also Li Yunxiao, who was high up in the sky, covered in wounds. The rest of the people all had strange expressions, and thought to themselves, could it be that they were fighting with Li Yunxiao? As soon as this thought flashed, it was immediately rejected by everyone. They would rather believe that Li Yunxiao was a woman than believe that Li Yunxiao had the strength to fight with the Crimson Moon City Lord. Go! Jiang Churan shouted again, as if she was very dissatisfied with everyone's continued delay. Everyone's heart beat wildly, and they didn't dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly flew up into the sky, and headed in the direction they came from. Once they stepped into that space, they would immediately be transported to the desert. After Li Yunxiao slightly stabilized his injuries, he hurriedly turned into lightning, and wanted to escape with the rest of the people. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, "You can't leave." As soon as his body turned into lightning, he was immediately locked in place by a force, and couldn't move. Jiang Churan snorted, and slashed out with her silver blade. It was like a silver dragon soaring into the sky, and instantly slashed open the ceiling force. There was a loud bang in the air, and it once again turned into countless silver rays, shooting into the void. Whoosh! 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 The sky was filled with terrifying silver rays, and the cultivators of Emperor Wu all turned pale. Although they didn't know who was in the void, they at least knew that it was someone they couldn't afford to offend, and they all quickly fled in the direction they came from. Li Yunxiao only felt his body lighten, and the ceiling force disappeared completely. He hurriedly turned into lightning, and escaped. "Humph, I said you can't leave, and no one can save you." Tianxi's voice sounded again, and the silver rays in the sky suddenly disappeared, as if they were never there, and were directly erased by some kind of power. Li Yunxiao's body trembled, and he said in shock, "Changing heaven and earth, twisting time and space?" This was also a supernatural power that only he, Tsutsumi, had. Since Tianxi and Tsutsumi were equally famous, it wasn't surprising that he knew Tsutsumi's moves. An unparalleled force came down from the sky, and his state of lightning was broken once again. His chest felt like it was kicked in the air, and he directly flew out, and was blasted into the altar. Tianxi didn't seem to care about the life and death of the others. Those cultivators of Emperor Wu had all disappeared, and he didn't do anything. Jiang Churan's expression became more and more solemn, and he also felt the extremely strong spiritual fluctuation in the sky, especially the 8 words that Li Yunxiao said, which made his heart tremble, and he was on full alert. The sky was as dark as ink, as if it had swallowed all the light, and it was like an abyss. Suddenly, a blue light like a firefly lit up in the sky, and gradually became the size of a fist, like a blue flower in full bloom, crystal clear, and emitted a glazed light. It was so beautiful that it couldn't be compared, as if it came from another world, and slowly descended. The whole world was silent. Only that blue crystal flower was untainted by a speck of dust as it quietly descended. The darkness in the sky gradually dispersed under this light. Morongzhu's figure was also revealed. It turned out to be a blue light on his forehead. When one looked at it, they couldn't see the shape of this blue light. They only felt that it was abnormally beautiful and full of spirituality, as if it had an extremely high intelligence. Jiang Churan's silver blade gomang was placed in front of him, slowly recovering its spiritual energy. The attack that split the sky and split the earth had consumed a lot of gomang's energy. This kind of divine weapon had its own spiritual energy. It could absorb the energy between heaven and earth to recover, just like how a martial artist breathed in and out to cultivate. Tianxi lowered his head. There was no spirit in his eyes, but Jiang Churan could feel a pair of bright eyes staring at him. This feeling came from that blue flower of light. Jiang Churan said, "The Tong clan's totem, Tianxi, came to this world in this form?" "Humph." Tianxi coldly snorted and said, "I'm an incorporeal existence. As for the totem, I and Tsutsumi are just using each other." "Oh?" Jiang Churan was surprised. "This is a very new theory." "I'm all ears." "There's no need." Tianxi resolutely sneered, "Hongyu City Lord has elevated a battle of the pinnacle to the level of intelligence. Now I believe it. You're just trying to stall for time so that your silver rhinoceros horn can recover as much power as possible." Jiang Churan smiled. I can't rule out this idea, but I'm indeed very curious. Tianxi coldly said, then take your curiosity to your grave. Tianxi stood quietly in the air. All of a sudden, the earth began to tremble, as if thousands of horses were galloping. The ancient buildings in the surroundings began to collapse one by one. Gigantic figures walked out from within, as if they had come from the kingdom of the dead and had been resurrected. Jiang Churan's expression changed drastically. Those hundreds and thousands of huge figures were of different shapes and races. The only thing they had in common was that they all had a pair of blood-red Tsutsumi horns. Furthermore, their auras were very strong. They were all Jyotian Emperor Wu. Illusion. Jiang Churan's expression was solemn. The illusion in front of him was completely real. Every single Tsutsumi had a different aura. Even if he knew that they were fake, he couldn't treat them as if they didn't exist. A ray of golden light shone down, illuminating all of the Tsutsumi's bodies. Tensi raised her battle spear up high, and a holy aura emanated from within the blue light. After Morongju's body was injured, Tianxi understood that she could not defeat Jiang Churan with her physical strength alone. She could only rely on her own power. He opened his mouth slightly and spat out a single word, kill. Under the illumination of the golden light, the numerous Tsutsumi powerhouses were filled with fighting spirit. They roared and charged forward, wanting to tear Jiang Churan into pieces. Cold sweat dripped down Jiang Churan's forehead. This scene was too realistic. If he did not face the enemy head-on and was killed, then he would definitely die. If he faced the enemy head-on and fell into this endless battle, only death would await him. In a moment of desperation, he calmed down. The silver blade gomang in his hand turned back into a hollow sphere in his palm. He closed his eyes slightly, as if he was deep in thought. The blue light on Morongju's forehead flickered imperceptibly, as if she was very confused about Jiang Churan's actions. Gong gong. Gong gong. Jiang Churan suddenly slapped the gomang with his left hand, producing a gong gong sound. Every time he slapped the gomang, the shadow of an ancient rhinoceros would appear. Gong. 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 The speed at which he slapped the gomang increased, containing a certain rhythm. At this moment, the battle cries of the countless Tsutsumi powerhouses seemed to have disappeared. All that was left in the world was the dull gong-gong sound that pounded on everyone's hearts. Tianxi's expression changed greatly. The blue light on his forehead flickered unstably like a flame, as if he could not believe it. The countless powerhouses and warriors also stopped at this moment. Tianxi opened his mouth with difficulty. You can actually break through my illusion? Jiang Churan smiled bitterly. Years ago, I fought with Tsutsumi and witnessed the powerful power of his illusions. So after that, I spent a long time thinking about how to break through it, and finally found this method, breaking through illusions with sound. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to test it out. Thank you for helping me today. So you've fought with Tsutsumi before. No wonder you're prepared. Tianxi's shocked expression gradually disappeared, and she returned to her usual calm self. She said indifferently, but do you know what the strongest realm of illusion is? Jiang Churan's heart trembled, and he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He said in a solemn voice, isn't it about changing the heavens and the earth, and changing time and space? The corners of Tianxi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cruel smile, and he said in a fierce voice, the highest realm of illusion, is turning illusions into reality. The blue light on his forehead suddenly expanded, and he shouted loudly, these millions of Tsutsumi powerhouses are real existences that have walked out from my illusion. The sharp light of the spear slashed down from the sky, and he spat out a single word, kill. The Tsutsumi powerhouses that had all stopped were suddenly startled, and their earth-shattering roars reverberated through the air, layer upon layer, and instantly broke through the knocking sound on the gomang, and the sounds of battle shook the heavens and earth. Jiang Churan's expression changed greatly. This scene was too mythical for him to believe, but at this moment, there was no time to think. The enchanted sound could no longer stop these powerhouses that were like death warriors, and the gomang instantly transformed into a silver blade, slashing towards the hundreds and thousands of Tsutsumi powerhouses. Bang! The first powerhouse of Emperor Wu who charged forward, was instantly beheaded by the gomang, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The blade's radiance didn't slow down, and it continued to slash behind him, killing a large number of people. Then, the silver blade turned around, and several silver symbols popped out, which immediately turned into 9 sword stances, each containing 9 different sword intents, and slashed out in front and behind him respectively, causing streams of blood to spurt into the sky. Xianxia's expression was solemn, and a few sword arts struck on the silver blade, which instantly turned into millions of light shadows that filled the sky, and everywhere they passed, it was as if a barrier was opened up. However, those Tsutsumi powerhouses weren't afraid of death, and they charged forward in waves, and when they entered the silver radiance, they were slashed into pieces. At this moment, Li Yinxiao was crazily absorbing all kinds of treasures in the sacrificial altar, and he took out almost all the resources and swallowed them all. Genryu was shocked, and said in horror, "If you forcefully break through Emperor Wu like this, the rules of heaven and earth will gather, and you will die from your body exploding." Different from the surging essence force in his body, Li Yinxiao's expression was unusually calm, as if he was meditating. He opened his mouth slightly, and said, "You always like to say some fierce words, and you might really be right this time. I know better than anyone the risks of forcefully breaking through Emperor Wu, but if I don't do this, I won't even have a chance of survival." Genryu swallowed with difficulty, and said, "How can that be? I see that Jiang is handling this with ease, and even if he can't save you, it shouldn't be a problem for him to hold on until the end of time." A ripple appeared in Li Yinxiao's eyes, and he shook his head slightly. "It's useless, Jiang has already fallen into Tianxi's illusion. If he can't break out, he can only continue killing like this forever, until he dies." Illusion? Genryu was shocked, and said, "Didn't he turn illusion into reality? Could it be that these Tsutsumi powerhouses before us are all fake?" Li Yinxiao said in a serious tone, "Of course they're fake. How can there be a divine ability in this world that can turn illusion into reality? That's something that only the creator of this world can do." But, Genryu was shocked, and said, "My soul and yours have merged, and I've seen it through your Tsutsumi's eyes. It is indeed a genuine existence. Could it be that even your Tsutsumi can't see through it?" Li Yinxiao said, "My strength is too low, and I can't fully dig out Tsutsumi's power. If it awakens, although it can contend against Tianxi, I'm afraid you and I will be completely wiped out." Genryu said no more, and quietly accumulated his strength. Today's battle was probably the most dangerous battle of his life, and if he lost, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Below, Jiang heart sank as the battle went on. Not only did he see these powerhouses in front of him, but the troops seemed to be expanding continuously. Mountains of corpses piled up in front of him, and from time to time, they would be blasted into powder by the huge attacks, completely turning into dust. Turning illusion into reality. Is there really such a thing as turning illusion into reality in this world? Shock spread uncontrollably in Jiang's heart. Although there was no immediate danger in the silver light, if he continued to waste time like this, he would die sooner or later. Moreover, Tianxi was watching him like a tiger watching its prey, waiting for him to reveal an opening. The situation was extremely dangerous. Whether he's real or fake, at least the Tianxi in front of me is real. Jiang made up his mind, and held the silver blade in front of him. The silver light that penetrated the heavens and the earth and the surroundings all converged, and an extremely powerful aura revolved around the silver blade. The shadow of the ancient rhinoceros appeared in the sky, and slowly descended. Tianxi's pupils suddenly shrank, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He hurriedly formed a few hand seals in front of him, and the sharp sword light on the battle spear in his hand became even more intense, and a strange power sprinkled down from the sky. Although these Tsutsumi powerhouses all had the cultivation of Emperor Wu, they seemed to have no will of their own. Under the strange power, the aura of their bodies actually rose rapidly, and the violent aura of their bodies also became heavier and heavier. Jiang's expression changed, and he slashed out with the Gomang silver blade in his hand, immediately opening up a path that led straight to the sky. The power on his body continued to rise, and with every step he took, nameless karmic fire actually appeared under his feet, burning in all directions, and shook off all the Tsutsumi powerhouses. Tianxi's heart trembled. At this moment, Jiang had already harmonized with the heavens and the earth, and every movement he made was the law of this world. He was only a step away from the divine realm of 10 directions, and those Tsutsumi powerhouses could not stop him at all. The Gomang silver blade in Jiang's hand moved, and suddenly a strange phenomenon appeared. The silver light shone brightly, and a piece of heaven and earth appeared. The silver shadow of the ancient rhinoceros finally descended, and merged with his body. A huge silver light bloomed in the endless darkness like a firework that soared into the sky. End of chapter 930. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.